Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Ends Up on the Streets? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was walking home from school after another long and difficult day. Katsuki had been relentless, hurling insults at him and pushing him around. The weight of his mother's recent death hung heavily on him. Izuku Midoriya had died in a car accident just the day before. Now, Izuku faced the prospect of entering the foster care system, a nightmare he couldn't bear to think about. Without his mother, he felt lost and alone. He had decided to leave. He gathered the last of the money they had, along with some warm clothes, a few notebooks, and his cherished plushie, a gift from his mother when he was 5. As he walked, he knew he had to avoid Katsuki, so he ran past him without a word, ignoring the blonde's angry shout. When he reached his house, he spotted a car belonging to Child Protective Services. Climbing the side of the house to avoid being seen, he quickly changed into more comfortable clothes and grabbed his duffel bag. He climbed out of his window and ran, not having a clear destination in mind. Word of his disappearance would spread quickly in their small town. Fortunately, most people didn't care about a quirkless kid like him. They considered him a burden. He repeated this to himself, wishing his mother were there to tell him otherwise. His dreams of becoming a hero felt unattainable, and he didn't want to let her down. He thought about giving up, but he couldn't betray her memory. He needed to prove everyone wrong, to show that he could still make a difference. Hours passed as he ran, and soon the sun began to set. He found a clean-looking convenience store and decided to go inside. He picked up a water bottle, a chicken sandwich, and some nuts. The cashier, looking exhausted, scanned his items while Izuku noticed a news report on the TV featuring his picture. He was officially missing. After paying, he left the store, pulling his hood up to shield himself from the world. He needed a place to sleep and eventually found a small park with a playground. He crawled into one of the tubes connecting the playground structures, feeling safer there. Although it was cold, he felt somewhat protected from the wind. He took out his sandwich and savored each bite, trying to make the moment last, then drank some water and felt satisfied. As night fell, he used one of his hoodies as a blanket and his duffel bag as a pillow, clutching his plushie close. He was anxious about someone taking his belongings, so he tucked some money into the plushie's pocket for safekeeping. Exhausted, he tried to sleep but found it impossible. Meanwhile, Katsuki was worried. Izuku had been acting strangely, and when he had yelled at him earlier, Izuku hadn't even looked back. The thought of his childhood friend harming himself terrified him. He tried to reassure himself that Inko wouldn't let Izuku do anything reckless. Arriving home, Katsuki kicked off his shoes and called out, "I'm home, old Eiji." But he was halted by the sound of sobbing. Confused, he followed the noise to the dining room, where his mother, Mitsuki, was crying with her face in her hands. "Katsuki, how is Izuku?" she asked between sobs, causing Katsuki to frown. "I don't know. Why should I care?" he replied, frustration bubbling up inside him. "I know you two grew apart, but you could at least check on him," she said, her voice shaky. "Yeah, he was off. Now can you tell me why you're crying?" Katsuki demanded, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. "I just had a call there looking for a foster home for Izuku since Inko died. They wanted to know if I'd be willing to take him in," she explained, and Katsuki's eyes widened in panic. Unlike what he thought, Inko wasn't there to stop him from doing something reckless. Hag Deku went up by his window earlier. He left with a bag. I didn't think much of it, but Katsuki didn't have to finish his sentence for her to understand. Mitsuki couldn't blame Katsuki for not knowing, but she was panicked and took her phone to call from another room, leaving a worried and guilty Katsuki behind. He didn't want Deku to be in danger. He couldn't lose him. Why did he have to have such an ego if it meant losing those he loved? He never should have taken Izuku's presence for granted. A life without Izuku felt impossible, so impossible that he never even considered it as a possibility. Izuku managed to close his eyes the night before and was now being woken up by the laughter of children, which immediately put him on high alert as he packed his belongings. At 14, he was still small, even compared to his classmates, always among the shortest. He took his bag and carefully left, earning a few suspicious looks from the teachers, but if he ran, he would only look more suspicious. He was barely in the middle of the school year and realized he was definitely out of place since everyone had to be at school. He needed to find a better place to hide. Luckily, he had a free day and would try to find somewhere safe to stay. Once out of the park, he started walking on the not-so-crowded streets, having some idea of where he was going. There was an abandoned warehouse about 2 hours away. The place was rarely approached because of all the haunted stories surrounding it. Midoriya wasn't scared. A few years back, he had explored the place out of curiosity. There was nothing but rubbish, and at the time, he felt disappointed, but now he was glad it was safe. As he walked, his stomach started to hurt. Izuku was used to 3 meals a day, so going to the bare minimum was certainly going to affect him. Maybe slowly decreasing the portions would help. After a while, he spotted a dollar store and hurried inside, scared of being recognized. He grabbed some bread and tuna cans, resisting the temptation of the candy aisle and sticking to the essentials. He found a blanket for $3, which was cheap but perfect for the cold February weather, especially for someone as small as him. He also picked up a small solar-powered camping lantern. He went to check out to avoid being distracted by other items. The young cashier seemed lost in her own world and didn't analyze him closely. Izuku sighed in relief as she scanned his items. $28.09, she said. With over $1,000, he had enough for weeks or even months of food. He paid for his 3 packs of bread, 2 bags of nuts, 20 tuna cans that were on sale, the blanket, the lantern, a small watch, and a flashlight with a pack of batteries. Leaving the store with a plastic bag, he continued on his way, trying to recognize his surroundings. After a while, he passed a toy store he used to visit often as a child. The sidewalk was now more crowded, and he blended into the mass of people, easily passing through. After about an hour, he found a small park and took the opportunity to fill his water bottle, which was almost empty. A few kids his age were around, but only one group caught his attention. When he recognized them, he quickly put his hood on and ran off, terrified. He couldn't face anything they would say, but one of them recognized the messy green hair. Deku? He turned to see Bakugo coming in his direction with his friends. Izuku ran even faster, darting into an alleyway, still hearing the footsteps of the group and Bakugo's yelling in the background. There was a fence, and he threw his duffel bag over first, followed by the food bag. The group was dangerously close, and without thinking twice, he climbed over. He grabbed his things and ran, not looking back. He heard Bakugo's shouts but didn't care. He was hungry and tired, lacking the energy to deal with confrontation. Once far enough away, he glanced back and saw Bakugo standing alone. Izuku could have sworn he saw guilt on the blonde's face, but he dismissed it as fatigue. He continued walking slowly, noticing he was in a large field, away from the streets. Here, he didn't have to worry about the police finding him or running into his childhood friend, who was also his main bully. After walking for about an hour, he finally spotted the warehouse. Relieved to have found a shortcut, he sat on the ground, took out 2 slices of bread, and made a sandwich with half a tuna can, eating some nuts alongside it. It was peaceful and he felt at ease. After a moment of hesitation, he finally approached the door, managing to get inside. The dim light from the windows at the top of the building illuminated the dusty interior, causing Izuku to cough as he noticed it was warmer inside than outside. He climbed some stairs and stood on a half floor, which was open and gave him a full view of the space. In the middle of the room was a container that frightened him, and he promised himself not to get too close. He took out his blankets, laying one on the floor and keeping the other to cover himself at night. He placed a lantern in the sunlight to charge, knowing it would last up to 16 hours when fully charged, especially useful for someone like Izuku, who was afraid of the dark. Satisfied with his setup, he rummaged through his duffel bag, pulling out his notebooks while leaving his clothes inside to use the bag as a pillow. He was tired, he hadn't slept much and had a long walk ahead of him. Maybe a small nap would do him good. Meanwhile, Katsuki was with his school friends when he spotted the green-haired boy. Izuku quickly hid his hair and started running. Bakugo chased after him, calling his name, while his friends laughed, thinking it was all in good fun. When they reached the fence, Katsuki felt an invisible force holding him back. Seeing Izuku running with his bags made him feel guilty. If he hadn't treated the freckled teen so poorly, maybe Izuku would feel safe enough to come home with him. But now, he was alone and defenseless, and Katsuki couldn't blame him for running. After all, Bakugo had always terrorized him. Eventually, Bakugo left, realizing that Izuku wasn't coming back. Izuku had been hiding in the warehouse for about 2 weeks, spending his days sleeping, eating, and exploring. He found some interesting items, like old newspapers, and enjoyed taking notes on past hero battles. He discovered new information about All Might that wasn't available online anymore. However, he never dared to look inside the container, it scared him too much. As night began to settle, Izuku turned on his small light. He planned to find a larger water source since the only one he had discovered was a fountain 20 minutes away, barely enough to fill his water bottle. He wanted to rinse his clothes and intended to fill a bin he found in the warehouse. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, and he quickly turned off the light, moving to the corner to hide. He decided to listen in on the conversation he could hear nearby. "The reunion is soon, is everything ready?" one voice asked. "Yes, everything is here. We only need to install the device, and our plan will be complete," another replied. Izuku felt a wave of panic wash over him at the mention of a device, realizing he had been living in close proximity to something dangerous, but he kept quiet. "So both All Might and Endeavor are supposed to be there, correct?" a third voice asked. "Correct," came the response. Before the conversation could continue, commotion erupted, and the place was stormed by several figures. Izuku did his best to stay hidden, recognizing a few pro-heroes, including Midnight. He couldn't let himself be seen, tears welling in his eyes as he feared being discovered. As the chaos gradually subsided, police arrived to apprehend the men from earlier. Clutching his plushie tightly, Izuku kept his eyes shut, waiting for the noise to die down. When he finally opened them, he noticed a man sitting about a meter away from him. "You're the kid who went missing, correct?" the black-haired man asked, but Izuku remained silent. "I'm underground hero, Eraserhead, but my name is Shota Aizawa," he introduced himself, trying to gain the boy's trust. "Why are you here?" "No one came here, I was safer here," Izuku mumbled. "I see you have a bunch of notebooks. Do you write?" Aizawa inquired. "Yeah, I do hero analysis, it's dumb, I know," Izuku replied, tears forming in his eyes as he curled up tighter. "It's not dumb," Aizawa reassured him, wondering who had instilled such a belief in the boy. "Please don't make me go back, I can give you money." "But please," Izuku pleaded, his eyes wide with desperation. "I don't want your money, kid," Aizawa said, searching for a solution. "I just can't let you stay in a situation where you could be in danger. I'm quirkless people never get treated well, I don't want to, I want my mom," Izuku sobbed, tears streaming down his freckled cheeks. "I know you're right, I won't lie about that. But come with me for now. You can stay with me and my husband. We can try to find a solution afterward," Shota suggested, and the green-haired boy looked at him, unsure. "I guess you must know Present Mike?" the man asks, and Izuku looks at him excitedly. He listened to him on the radio every day. Izuku nods, and the man feels relieved to see that the boy has more trust. "He's my husband. I know he'd be happy to meet you, I'm sure of it." Izuku thinks about it, weighing the pros and cons, "But I'm quirkless, you shouldn't waste your time with me," he mumbles. "Do I look like I care?" "You're not wasting anyone's time here." The man is annoyed by whoever put that idea in the teen's head. A kid his age wouldn't think that if he wasn't told. Izuku stays silent, wondering if he can trust him. The man looks sincere. Maybe he is nice. Midoriya is unsure of what to do. "We can also go get something else to eat," the pro says, and Izuku blushes from embarrassment. Oh okay, Izuku is unsure of his choice, and Aizawa internally celebrates his victory. "Grab your stuff. We aren't coming back here, especially since it's a crime scene now," Aizawa orders, and the boy nods, putting his things in his bag but keeping the plushie in his hands, scared it would get mixed with the dust and dirt. I have everything," Izuku mumbles, getting up and reluctantly following the man. "So, you're 14, correct?" Aizawa asks, and the boy nods. Once outside the warehouse, an officer rushes over after seeing the boy. "Izuku Midoriya?" the officer asks, making Izuku think this might be a trap, that Aizawa isn't going to keep him. "Yes, I'll be bringing him home with me. I'll figure the rest out in the morning," Aizawa explains, making Midoriya feel relieved. "Perfect, I'll take out his disappearance notice." "Thank you, Eraserhead," the officer says before walking off. "Let's go." Izuku nods at the tired-looking man and follows him to his car. Bakugo is refusing to talk to anyone. They all seem like a nuisance. There is still no sign of Izuku. Katsuki tries going back to where he last saw him, but there is no one. His classmates are cheering that Izuku is gone, which infuriates Katsuki to his core. It has been 2 weeks, and it feels like a year to the blonde. Mitsuki is also worried, but even the police have no leads except for some security footage of him. Katsuki's life has become a loop. He only sleeps, eats, and studies. He is still focused on becoming a hero, their shared dream of becoming the best hero duo in the world. But he had to ruin it, destroying the friendship with the only person who never judged him for his explosive personality. Present Mike was asleep when they arrived the night before. Aizawa took the time to introduce himself correctly to Izuku, and Izuku did the same before going to sleep. He felt safe with the tired hero. It was strange, but the fact that Aizawa was so straightforward made him feel like he wasn't forcing himself to do what he was doing. Izuku was sleeping on the couch for now until they could make space for him in an actual room and bed. This was more than he could ask for. He took a shower and now had a pair of clean clothes. He felt better. Yes, he chose to go homeless, but that didn't mean he liked it. Izuku was still a joyful boy who enjoyed life, even if people around him were playing with his self-esteem. Aizawa was furious about that because he couldn't understand how someone could hurt the boy for something as trivial as a quirk. He learned that Midoriya wanted to be a hero, maybe not on the front lines, but saving people was his goal. Aizawa was a teacher at UA, so he took a mental note to speak to Principal Nizu, especially after seeing the boy's notes. He found it concerning how Izuku had everyone's weaknesses written down, even his husband's. Aizawa has an erasing quirk, which isn't useful in combat, so he relies mostly on quirkless fighting and support items to help Izuku develop his fighting abilities. He hasn't spoken of it to the boy yet. He wants to bring Izuku to UA with him first. He has an idea in mind but needs to see if Izuku is comfortable with it. Izuku wakes up startled by yelling and panic. Aizawa soon joins him, also startled by the commotion, and Mike is panicking since someone is on the couch. "Hisashi, this is Midoriya Izuku. I brought him to stay with us, so would you calm down, the half-asleep teacher says with a scold, and his husband soon switches to a joyful mood. Hey there. I'm Hisashi Yamada, sorry for yelling. Just wasn't expecting it, the loud blonde apologizes, ashamed, which makes Izuku giggle. It's okay, I understand, he smiles, and the man's heart melts at how adorable the boy is. Shota, we're keeping him. He's too adorable. He squeals, making the greenette blush while Aizawa sighs. I told you he was staying here already. Now go get ready, we have to leave soon. Yamada goes to start getting ready. Aizawa sits on the couch with Izuku. Like I told you yesterday, I'm a teacher at UA's hero course. Would you like to come with me for the day? I wanted you to observe the other students and maybe analyze them. I realized that you could help them, especially with your talents at analyzing. If you're comfortable with it, of course, he explains to the boy, who has stars in his eyes. Going to UA, getting to analyze people, and being told he has good analysis skills is enough to make the boy cry, which makes the teacher panic. Of course. Thank you, Aizawa. This is amazing. Izuku exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Aizawa felt relieved to see that the boy was simply happy. Suddenly, quick footsteps approached them. Sho, why did you make him cry? Yamada asked, ready to confront his husband for making their new prodigy upset. It's happy tears, I think, Aizawa replied, glancing at Izuku for confirmation. The boy nodded. Okay then, you can make him cry more. Yamada said, returning to prepare for the day, while Izuku laughed at how that could sound out of context. Then you can get ready. I cleaned your clothes so you can change, I hope that's okay. Aizawa said. Izuku nodded, wiping his tears. Thank you, he smiled, grateful for everything the hero had done for him in less than 24 hours. Anytime, kid, Aizawa smirked, ruffling Izuku's messy green hair before going to get himself ready. Izuku folded the blankets and placed them at the end of the couch. He found his clean clothes folded on the table, grabbed them, and headed to the bathroom. After brushing his teeth and attempting to style his hair, he emerged a few minutes later. In the living room, he picked up his plushie, playing with its ears to calm himself. He had just met 2 pro heroes and was now living with them. On top of that, he was going to UA for a whole day. It was a lot for little Midoriya, who often felt like everything and everyone was against him. Suddenly, he found a place where he felt comfortable, and it was a strange but happy feeling. He knew that if he had stayed locked away, he would have probably given up. Are you ready, Midoriya? Aizawa asked. Izuku looked up to see both teachers ready to go. He nodded and carefully placed his plushie down, grabbing his analysis notebook. Oh, Shota told me you have notes about me, can I see them later? Yamada asked excitedly. Izuku nodded, pulling out the notebook with his analysis. They all exited the apartment, with Izuku following behind. So, Midoriya, be prepared, Shota's class only has 3 students, Yamada said with a laugh, and Izuku looked confused. He expelled the rest of the group in less than a month. They weren't meant to be heroes, their goals weren't worthy of wasting your time on. We've already had that conversation, Aizawa grumbled, making Izuku giggle. He and Yamada were polar opposites. They arrived in the classroom of Class 2A, and Yamada had to leave for his own class since he was an English teacher. Could you tell me a little about the students? Just so I can start their pages? Izuku asked, and Aizawa nodded, pulling out some files from his desk. First off, we have Mirio Togata. He's an extrovert, never stops talking, and is overly optimistic. His quirk is permeation, which allows him to become intangible and pass through any matter. He's getting better control of his quirk and is very determined. The rest you'll observe on your own. Izuku diligently wrote down everything, waiting for the next student. Tamaki Emajiki is the polar opposite of Mirio. He struggles with self-trust and dislikes social interactions. He tends to twist compliments into taunts. His quirk is manifest, allowing him to manifest the physical characteristics of anything he's eaten as long as it's still in his system. He can now use more than one manifestation at a time but still has difficulty controlling the size of his features during combat. Finally, there's Nijire Heido. She's kind, talks a lot, and is very curious, which can come off as blunt. Her quirk is wave motion, allowing her to convert her vitality into energy to release powerful spiral shockwaves. Izuku looked up at Aizawa, a hint of sadness in his eyes. So that means she exhausts herself using her own quirk? He asked, tears welling up. Aizawa felt a pang of concern for the boy's emotions. Don't worry, a voice called from the door. It was Nijire, smiling brightly. I'm working on my stamina so I don't hurt myself too much. But thank you for your concern. Izuku blushed from embarrassment, feeling small compared to the trio. Don't worry, Midoriya, they're oddly nice. They won't care about that, Aizawa reassured him, and Izuku blushed again, realizing he must have been mumbling. Wow. Aizawa is reassuring someone. That's a new one. Nijire laughed, earning a glare from their teacher. Well, in case you didn't guess, I'm Nijire Heido, she introduced herself. I'm Mirio Togata, the second one grinned. The third one just hit his head against the wall, mumbling something inaudible. I'm guessing you're Tamaki Amajiki? Izuku smiled softly at the boy, who discreetly nodded. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, bowing politely. Now go get ready. Midoriya is going to observe your skills to get a better analysis of your strengths and weaknesses with your quirks, Aizawa explained, his tone emotionless. Our very own analysis? Nijire exclaimed, stars in her eyes. Why, Eddie, that's what I'm going to try to do, Izuku stammered, anxious about what they might think of him. If they were going to think he was miserable. That's so cool. The two loud ones of the group yelled in sync, startling Izuku but also making him slightly happy. Even Tamaki looked up, finding interest in all this. We'll wait for you in the training ground, Aizawa said, shooing the three students and motioning for Izuku to follow him. They're loud but they're nice in their own ways. Are you okay? The teacher asked the smaller boy. They're nice, but are they going to treat me differently for being quirkless? Izuku asked, fidgeting with his fingers and looking at the floor anxiously. Not worried about that. Though I can't promise Nijire won't ask a bunch of questions, the teacher scoffed, making Izuku giggle. Then I can live with that, Izuku smiled, looking at his new guardian. For months later, Izuku never came back, and Katsuki didn't know what to do. The missing person warning for Izuku was taken down. From what Mitsuki had told him, Izuku was found and had been put in a family. That's all they knew, no clue on where Izuku went or if he was still in Japan. Katsuki could simply continue going to school and focus on getting into UA. It hadn't even been a month, and Izuku was already forgotten by the whole class. No one mentioned him, not even to say mean things like they always did. It was as if he never existed. Katsuki hated everyone there. They all annoyed him to his core. He didn't understand how he preferred their respect over Izuku's. Izuku was gone, and while Katsuki wasn't entirely to blame, he knew that if the smaller boy had been given hope, he wouldn't have felt the need to run away. He could be within arm's reach, Katsuki could hold him and protect him, tell him that he was sorry, that he'd never hurt him again, that he loved him. That's what Katsuki repeated, sinking deeper into his guilt. He loved Izuku. He realized it too late, but he always had. He pushed him away to the point that he lost his chances and didn't even know if he'd see him again. If he had followed him home, asked him what was wrong that day, if he could go back to the day he pushed Izuku away for being quirkless, he'd hold him closer instead. He did nothing of the above. He put himself in this situation and brought Izuku along. Enough, he yelled, hitting his wall in frustration, not realizing tears were streaming down his face. Katsuki, enough. His mother rushed into the room, worried for her son. She hadn't thought he'd be so affected by Izuku's disappearance at first. They knew he was safe, after all. But Mitsuki had a mother's instinct. If you two are really meant to be together, you'll see him again, Katsuki, she said, touching his shoulder softly. He won't talk to me, he must hate me, he sobbed, still facing the wall. I have my doubts you did anything bad, Katsuki, but Izuku has a big heart. When you see him again, apologize. Do what you have to do to get him back. And for the love of God, set that pride of yours aside, she said teasingly at the end, but also trying to convey a very direct message. Thanks, Mom, Katsuki grumbled, which made his mother happy. She ruffled his hair affectionately. But I swear, hurt him again and I will end you. Am I clear? She threatened, and he scoffed, shaking his head. Come on, get cleaned up, dinner's almost ready, she said, leaving the room. Katsuki sighed, going to his bed and taking the frame next to it. It was a picture of him and Izuku when they were 3. Katsuki was playing superheroes with Izuku, protecting him from the bad guys. Izuku had been focusing on helping the big 3 improve ever since he arrived. He had gotten really close to them and was even getting better at hand-to-hand combat thanks to Aizawa. He was shown around the school and was able to help other classes improve. There wasn't anyone who made comments about him being quirkless, which made him feel more at ease. He was now officially in Aizawa and Yamada's custody. He hadn't heard from Bakugo since then, which made him sad, but he knew it was to be expected. Izuku had talked to his guardians about the bullying but never mentioned Bakugo specifically. He couldn't risk ruining the blonde's chances of becoming a hero. He was still stuck on the dream that they could become close again, but he couldn't continue hurting himself that way. He had to let go. Today, Principal Nizu, along with other teachers, wanted to speak to Midoriya about his place in UA. He was guaranteed to get in with all he had done so far. They were simply figuring out where he would be able to bloom the most. He nervously walked to the principal's office, where Aizawa, Present Mike, Nizu, and All Might. Izuku had to rub his eyes and blink a couple of times to make sure he was seeing right. You can come in, Izuku, we'll explain, no worries. Aizawa tried to reassure the completely startled boy who was meeting his lifelong idol. All right, he stuttered, running to take a seat next to the dark-haired teacher. How are you today, Midoriya? Nizu asked the Viridian boy. I'm doing great. Tamaki was finally able to manifest more than one feature at a time. He smiled, excited for his friend's success. That's wonderful, Midoriya. As you may know, today we were discussing your studies at UA. Is it still what you wish? Yes. He smiled at the mouse man, who had helped him sharpen his analysis skills. Good. You might be wondering why All Might is here, Nizu began, and the freckled teen nodded. He is going to be teaching heroics this year. Whoa, seriously? The greenette exclaimed, looking at the man who nodded with his iconic smile, though something seemed off. Izuku immediately noticed. Well then, let's get this started. Nizu clapped his paws cheerfully. We have general studies, the support department, and the hero course. I'd like everyone's opinions here. Let's start with All Might. Nizu motioned for him to speak. I'm sorry if I seem out of place, but how could someone quirkless become a hero? It's impossible, All Might pointed out, making everyone in the room furious except for Izuku, who pretended his hand was a gun. He mimed shooting, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. Poof, you just killed someone, Izuku said with a small smile. All Might looked at him, puzzled. First off, you don't know my backstory, you only have what Nizu knows, or even less. For all you know, I might be unstable and just hanging on to a small dream. Society already brings us down for not having a quirk. Having the #1 hero say anyone can be a hero just told you it was impossible. Now I'm dead, I threw myself off the roof, Izuku explained, making All Might frown. That won't change anything in society, though. What if I were emotionally unstable and decided to go down the opposite path? I could become a villain and hurt people. Maybe no one will die, but even quirkless, I could harm those with weaker quirks. Firearms exist. There are many ways people could be hurt. Now, All Might, try reformulating it so the #1 hero doesn't destroy someone because of his personal beliefs. Izuku's tone sent shivers down All Might's spine. Right, you're right, and I'm sorry. I simply don't wish for you to get badly injured, All Might corrected himself, ashamed. Izuku and Nizu clapped together while Yamada and Aizawa looked at their son with pride and shock. Thank you, All Might, for your opinion. Now, Aizawa, what do you think? Nizu asked cheerfully. All Might was lost in thought, only half listening. I think we could build him a special program. You saw how he is in combat. He was even able to put Mirio down after only a few months of training. His analysis skills are also very helpful to the students. He could be a great addition to the hero course, not only to build himself up to achieve his goal but also to help others with his analysis. It might mean taking out a few classes which could be replaced by individual combat training or detailing his notes. He could choose, Aizawa suggested, and Nizu nodded in agreement. Well, I believe our little listener could fit in anywhere he goes, so I would give him a green card to choose. Though I must admit that Shota's idea seems interesting. Nizu looked at Izuku, who was holding his chin, thinking carefully. I honestly like Aizawa's idea, but I would also like to have a few normal classes. I know I could take out English, for instance, Izuku explained. The loud blonde teacher looked at him with a mock-offended expression. Don't worry, Papa Mike, I already speak English, and I could always continue to practice with you at home. That's why I don't think it's necessary, Izuku reassured him, and he nodded, wiping away a tear. Thank you, little listener. You're the best, he said, promising himself to hug the child later. This is definitely a good option, and we'd have to discuss it more, but I would personally opt to agree to this, Nizu said with a smile, taking a sip of his tea. Now that this is settled, would you be okay with helping us evaluate who would be a good addition to our school? It would mostly be observing, we'll take care of the rest, Nizu asked Izuku. Yeah, I'd be perfectly okay with that, the Viridian boy said excitedly. Well, it's settled then. Little listener is our little helper, Mike said proudly, making Izuku smile. Go on then, I think you were going to help Nijire next, correct? Nizu smiled at the boy, who nodded. Okay. Thank you. Izuku beamed, getting up and bowing to all the adults. He left the office happy and was on his way to work on stamina with Nijire. Young Midoriya. Izuku jumped, turning to see All Might rush out from behind the desk. Hi, All Might. Izuku smiled at the #1 hero. I believe I was wrong. You might get hurt along the way, and you'd have to work twice as hard, but I believe you could become an excellent hero, All Might said to the boy, who was extremely happy at that moment. Thank you, All Might. It means a lot coming from you. Izuku replied cheerfully. Well then, see you soon. Izuku then left to help Nijire, for real this time. Today was the entrance exams, and Izuku was rushing through the crowded hallways to see present Mike, who had forgotten the entire pile of papers for the written exams. The Viridian boy entered the room after knocking softly. He went directly to his guardian and handed him the pile of papers. Thanks, little listener, he whispered, doing his best to keep his voice low. The whole room of students trying for the hero course was focused on the smaller boy, except for one who seemed lost in thought. It's okay, though Aizawa might kill you later, Izuku chuckled softly. The distracted blonde looked up, recognizing the voice instantly, the voice he had been longing to hear. Izuku, Katsuki murmured under his breath. Izuku glanced in his direction but quickly looked away, scared that Katsuki still wanted to hurt him. He decided not to provoke him. See you later, Izuku smiled and ran off, as he was supposed to help other teachers. Katsuki stared in shock at the boy. He looked happy. Had he been here the whole time? Katsuki barely caught a glimpse of him, which was to be expected. After all, the last words he had said to Izuku were hurtful. But he couldn't help but wonder why Izuku was here. He seemed familiar with the hero. Was he going to be at UA? Why wasn't he doing the entrance exam like the others? Did he already get accepted? A million questions swirled in his mind. If Izuku was at UA, he had to get in too. It might be the only way to see him. Izuku was helping All Might prepare for the practical exam with the Big Three, who had also come to assist. So, Nijire, how is your stamina coming along? Izuku asked her curiously. Great. I'm sorry again for using my quirk on you, she replied, feeling bad for not giving a warning. It had been a reflex since he had surprised her. Don't worry. If I want to become a hero, I'll have to face different quirks, so I really don't mind building up my tolerance, he smiled at her. But honestly, those support items are really useful. You managed to go against the three of us with almost no problem. Mirio praised and Izuku smiled shyly at him. He wouldn't need it, I believe. His combat skills are surprisingly good considering how little time ago he started, Tamaki said with a faint smile. He had opened up to Izuku and felt more comfortable around him, as Izuku never pushed him into uncomfortable situations. Unlike someone, I believe our little Izuku could become an excellent hero even without a quirk, Nijire said, glaring at All Might, who tried to make himself go unnoticed. I apologized already. I've learned firsthand that young Midoriya is truly extraordinary. I won't make the same mistake twice. All Might laughed awkwardly, causing the others to chuckle. All Might decided to spar with Izuku, allowing him one support item, and to everyone's surprise, Izuku managed to immobilize All Might. The group and the teachers who witnessed it teased the teacher about it. Don't worry. Izuku laughed. Wait, I think it's about to start. He pointed out a group of students across a glass. Come on then, you have to help evaluate too. All Might motioned for Izuku to follow, and he complied after waving goodbye to his three friends. Behind the glass, Katsuki felt his heart twinge. Izuku's bright smile looked so genuine, he hadn't made him smile like that since they were kids. Bro, you good? Katsuki turned to see a redhead looking at him with concern. None of your business, he snapped in annoyance, but the redhead saw an opportunity to make a new friend. That's cool, dude. Eijiro Kirishima, the redhead grinned, showing his sharp teeth. I don't care, Katsuki grumbled, ready to lash out. The technical exam began, cutting off their conversation. As the exam concluded, Izuku spotted many students with immense potential, and the variety of quirks made his excitement bubble over. Katsuki Bakugo, he has quite a flashy quirk, Nizu thought aloud. Kaken's quirk is really cool. He has good control over it since we were young. His body produces nitroglycerin-like sweat that he can release from his hands. When he's nervous or angry, he tends to accidentally create small explosions, which is something he should work on. He is really smart but also very loud and impulsive. Izuku rambled about Katsuki's quirk and personality. You know him? Aizawa asked with a frown. He was my childhood best friend. We went to the same middle school, Izuku replied, still focused on the exam. The teachers exchanged looks, but Izuku was too absorbed in the evaluation to notice. The loud alarm resonated in the arena, signaling the end of the exam. Izuku mumbled to himself about the various observations he had made as students recovered. Izuku, is Katsuki Bakugo one of those who hurt you? Aizawa asked directly. No, it hurt when he stopped being friends with me, but he wasn't hurting me, Izuku replied with a sad smile. Then do you want to see him? He looked like he wanted to speak to you earlier, Mike pointed out, trying to gauge Izuku's comfort level. We're planning to talk about the results tomorrow, so you could go if you want. Yeah, I don't see why not, Izuku smiled, standing up and bowing. I'll join you guys at the teacher's lounge afterward, he said as he walked off. But he wasn't planning on talking to him. Planning is the key word here since the moment he tries to reach his friends, someone grabs his wrist. Izuku, can I please talk to you? Izuku is surprised, not only by being called by his real name but also by the politeness. Oh, okay Kaken. He stutters, slightly scared. Can we go somewhere with fewer people? I promise to only talk, I missed you. Katsuki admits, embarrassed, slowly letting go of Izuku's wrist. Okay, and we can go in the gymnasium. No one is there at this time. Izuku mumbles, unsure, and Katsuki nods, following him across the students. Kaken, there are cameras everywhere here, just so you don't try to hit or do anything else that could ruin your chances of getting in. Izuku mumbles, slightly afraid, and Katsuki feels his heart drop. Of course, that was meant to be one of his first thoughts. I wasn't planning to, he says, ashamed, and Izuku nods, bringing him inside the gym. Izuku, if it's because you're afraid I'd tell someone what happened, I promise not to say a word, you don't nay, Izuku starts, but Katsuki cuts him off. And no, he yells in pure frustration, but not at Izuku, at himself. Izuku takes a step back, startled. No, I want to say I'm sorry. Katsuki says, looking at the ground, making Izuku freeze. I never should have pushed you away. I never should have hurt you over all those years. I should have stayed by your side. You're the only one in that school whom I should have cared about. I never should have told you to harm yourself. I regretted it the moment it came out. My pride, my stupid pride. Katsuki has tears in his eyes. When I realized you ran away, I was scared. Terrified. I couldn't lose you, and I'm sorry that's what it took for me to understand, but I never want to lose you. That day I saw you at the park, I didn't want to hurt you. The others, I don't know why they followed, they're foolish. I just wanted to bring you back, I'm so sorry. Katsuki finally looks up at Izuku, and they both have teary eyes. Without thinking, Izuku goes to hug Katsuki. The blonde is shocked but soon holds Izuku back. I promise not to hurt you again, but don't leave, Izuku. Katsuki whispers, hiding in the crook of Izuku's neck. I won't, Kaken, but please tell me this isn't a joke. Izuku whispers. I swear it isn't. Ask the old hag how many times she caught me rehearsing this. I swear it was worse than embarrassing. Katsuki sighs loudly, making Izuku giggle. Auntie must have laughed at you, Izuku giggles, slowly leaving the blonde's arms. She didn't, since I was an emotional mess, but now I swear I'm hearing about that every day. Katsuki grumbles, making Izuku laugh softly. So, mind telling me what happened for you to end up here? Katsuki asks playfully, making Izuku chuckle. Well, Eraserhead found me in an abandoned warehouse after they caught some villains. Now he and his husband are my legal guardians, and since they're teachers here, I've been helping students train and analyzing a bunch of them. I also learned how to fight. Izuku explains cheerfully under Katsuki's soft gaze. That's nice. So are you going to stay here? Katsuki asks, curious. Yeah. I'm going to be in the hero course. Though I think it's supposed to be a secret, don't tell anyone please. Izuku pleads, making Bakugo smirk. Don't worry, nerd, I ain't telling anyone. So friends? Katsuki asks nervously, making Izuku's tears come back. Of course, Kaken. I'll always want to be your friend. Izuku says with a huge smile, which makes Katsuki's heart skip a beat. Good, so, can you tell me how I did today? He asks teasingly. No information will be shared with the public? Izuku says more as a question. Not their opinion, idiot, yours? Katsuki smiles, and Izuku blushes slightly. Kaken did great, you have amazing control of your quirk, you seem to have become more precise with your shooting style. You definitely made an impression. Also, you seem to be able to keep your quirk activated for longer PRDS. But are your forearms okay? I know you tend to hurt yourself when it's used for too long. Izuku looks at him, worried. I'm fine, nerd, I know my limits now, Katsuki says, and Izuku gives him a skeptical look. Most of the time when I'm calm, Katsuki corrects himself, embarrassed. But you know if you get hurt, Recovery Girl is really good, she can even heal broken bones. Izuku explains cheerfully, making the blonde frown. You seem to be speaking from experience. It was an accident. We were training, and I was still just beginning. Izuku defends himself, looking away, embarrassed. Idiot, Katsuki scolds, flicking his forehead. Izuku, we found you. Present Mike enters the room, panicked. Is everything okay? He asks, worried. That idiot just went into full protective dad mode. We were just checking to see where you were. I see everything is all right. Aizawa asks after arriving. Up. He was scolding me for breaking my bones. Izuku laughs, embarrassed, earning a scoff from the tired teacher. But you deserve it. Shota smirks, and Izuku pouts. It doesn't take long for the two guardians to notice the way Katsuki looks at Izuku. They don't know what happened in their past, but they know they don't have to worry about him hurting Izuku in the future. Izuku had accepted to go out for the day with Katsuki. He missed his friend. His apology meant the world to him. It felt like every single cell of his body was celebrating. Does the arcade sound good? Katsuki asked the freckled boy, who quickly nodded. Oh, the one with the All Might games, right? Izuku asked cheerfully, and Katsuki nodded with a small smile. They were walking and there weren't many people around, but one group approached Katsuki. Zuku, hold my hand, okay? Katsuki said to the Viridian-haired boy, who tilted his head in confusion but complied. Bakugo! So you found that quirkless loser. Wanna let us in on the fun? Izuku tensed up, looking at the ground, while Katsuki intertwined their hands to reassure him. Back off. You're not doing anything and we're leaving, Katsuki groaned, keeping a tight hold on Izuku's hand. Bakugo found himself a little girlfriend. one of the boys teased, and Izuku clutched Katsuki's hand tighter. Shut up. We're leaving, you're worthless anyway, Katsuki scoffed, pulling Izuku gently next to him to pass the group. Katsuki Bakugo lost some guts, huh? He's going to the weaklings level, one of the boys laughed, and this time it was Izuku who was ready to respond. He looked around, noticing there were no cameras or bystanders. He let go of Katsuki's hand and innocently walked up to the boy. Don't worry, you'll grow some too one day. Until then, try not making a fool of yourself, it's going to come back at you sooner or later. Izuku smiled at the boy who was mocking him. Nerd, let's go, Katsuki ordered, not wanting his friend to get hurt. But don't worry, just remember that I'm quirkless, okay? Izuku smiled and right after, he threw a punch. The two other friends decided to join in, but Izuku was able to bring all three of them down quite easily. You know, I wonder what it's like to talk like you're superior but can't even stand against a quirkless loser like me for 30 seconds. It's pretty sad, don't you think? Izuku asked innocently. Shut up. We weren't even trying, one of them said, rushing to get up. Wanna go at it again then? Just to settle the score? Izuku smirked, taking a step forward. We're leaving. Go to your boyfriend, you loser, one of the boys yelled as they ran off. Izuku returned to Katsuki, who looked pretty shocked. Remember we have to spar, I want to see how good you've gotten, Katsuki teased, earning a blush from the younger boy. Kaken, Izuku stuttered. Did you get your letter yet? The Viridian boy asked, already knowing the answer. Not yet, Katsuki mumbled anxiously. Don't worry, Kaken, okay? I know you'll love your results. Izuku tried to reassure his friend, who looked sad. Is that an indirect way of saying I was accepted? Katsuki asked teasingly, making Izuku panic. And no. You were rejected. Izuku lied, and Katsuki raised an amused eyebrow. Oh really? Katsuki asked with a smirk. Izuku nodded quickly. Definitely refused. You got the worst results, he lied again, and Bakugo couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Deku, I won't say a word, Katsuki ruffled the smaller boy's hair. You better, Izuku glared at him, which only turned out adorable. Katsuki smirked, and they continued their way to the arcade. The hag told me to say hi, Katsuki said to the boy. How is Auntie doing? Izuku asked, looking up at Katsuki. She's fine, she'd like to see you again. She was happy to learn you were in UA. He smiled softly at the boy while resisting the urge to hold Izuku's hand. And she might also be upset with you for scaring us like you did, Katsuki teased, making the freckled boy laugh nervously. Yeah, sorry about that, Izuku mumbled, looking at the ground ashamed. Katsuki took Izuku's hand, unsure how to reassure him. Don't be sorry, nerd. You're the last person to blame in all this, Katsuki said, trying to comfort his friend. You were just protecting yourself. Anyways, you're here now and you look way happier, so I guess it happened for a reason. But never do that again. I swear, if you do that again, I'm going to be really upset, Katsuki threatened, making the smaller boy giggle. I promise, Kaken, even if you don't want to be my friend anymore, I'm not going to disappear again. The Viridian boy gave a sincere smile, and Bakugo looked at Izuku with a serious frown. Don't think like that, nerd. I'll want to stay your friend even if you hate me. Izuku smiled at Bakugo, filled with emotion. I missed having Kaken as a friend. Izuku cried, hugging the tall blonde from the side. Freaking crybaby, Katsuki snorted, wrapping his arms around the freckled boy. After a few seconds, they let go of each other, but Katsuki kept holding Izuku's hand. It didn't bother the smaller boy. This way, he wasn't scared of losing Katsuki in the crowd that would come soon. Kaken, I never asked, but how did the exams go? Izuku asked, referring to the middle school final exams. Crushed all the extras and got the highest grades in the whole school. Katsuki grinned proudly, making Midoriya giggle. And after you call me a nerd? You're just as much of one, the smaller boy teased, making the blonde laugh and playfully push Izuku's shoulder. That's because I'm not a fanboy, unlike a certain nerd I know, Katsuki smirked. You know you're just as much of a fanboy as I am. Izuku laughed. I'm not. Katsuki defended his pride. Tell that to the face you made when you saw All Might last time. Izuku teased, earning a scoff from Bakugo. Katsuki pulled Izuku by his hand, making him yelp after tripping on his own feet. What was that for? Izuku laughed as he stood up straight again. What are you talking about? Katsuki asked, trying to flabbergast the green-haired boy. Kaken. Izuku whined while laughing, looking at Katsuki, who found his friend more than adorable. Would you look at that? We're here, the blonde exclaimed, pretending to be surprised. Izuku laughed and pulled Katsuki inside. They spent about 4 hours playing random games, most of which turned into competitions thanks to Katsuki's competitive nature. It didn't bother Izuku at all, that was just how Kaken was. That's the childhood friend he always knew and loved spending time with. Wanna go get our prizes? Katsuki asked him, and he nodded excitedly. They stayed close together as they walked through the crowd. Kaken looked. It's a plushie of Present Mike. There's also one of All Might. Izuku exclaimed, gazing at the different prizes in awe. Want to take both? Katsuki offered. You can take the All Might one, and I'll take the Present Mike one. Izuku suggested, and Katsuki agreed, knowing he would likely give his to Midoriya. They left the place with smiles, and as agreed, Katsuki brought Izuku back home. Today was the first day of school, and Katsuki was there early to hang out with Izuku before it started. Katsuki had been accepted into UA's hero course and had placed the highest in the entrance exam. They were in the empty classroom of Class 1A, where Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, trusted them not to cause chaos. Katsuki took a seat in front of Izuku and turned his chair to face him. I can't believe we both got into you, Katsuki said with a long sigh and a small chuckle at the end. Izuku laid his head on his desk, still looking at him. Me either. I knew you would, but me it's just so weird how things turned out. He smiled softly. Still want to become the Wonder Duo? Katsuki asked, smiling when he saw his friend's eyes light up. You remember? Izuku asked, shocked and excited. Tite, of course I do, Katsuki replied as if it were obvious. We'll be the best Wonder Duo ever. Izuku giggled, looking up at Katsuki, who was smiling back at him. The best, Katsuki smirked, admiring his friend, but their moment was cut short by the arrival of their new classmates. Izuku couldn't help but feel nervous and looked down at his desk. Hey, you're the guy from the entrance exam. A redhead grinned, approaching Katsuki, who looked annoyed. Leave me alone, the blonde glared. Oh, and you're the guy who was with All Might, right? He asked Izuku, who nodded. Eijiro Kirishima, you placed second in the practical exam. Your quirk hardening allows you to harden and sharpen any part of your body, Izuku thought out loud, looking at the boy, who was taken aback. Nerd, you're mumbling again, Katsuki said, touching Izuku's shoulder, making him blush. Sorry, he stuttered, looking at Kirishima, embarrassed. No worries, dude, but I don't remember seeing you at the entrance exam. What's your name? Kirishima asked Izuku, who was still nervous. Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you, he said timidly. Wait, aren't you the kid who went missing? Kirishima asked, causing Izuku to become uncomfortable. Shut up. It's not your business, Katsuki interjected. My hair isn't bad. Eijiro retorted, touching his hair, realizing he shouldn't push the matter. It isn't, Kirishima-kun. Your hair is really nice. Kaken just gives nicknames to everyone, Izuku explained with a small smile. Oh, so your name's Kaken? Kirishima asked, looking at the blonde, who twitched an eyebrow. Call me that one more time, and I'll blow you away, Katsuki threatened, clenching his fist. But he just called you that? Kirishima looked confused. Yeah, Deku's the only one allowed to call me that. To everyone else, I'm Katsuki Bakugo, he spat. Okay Baku bro. Kirishima grinned, and Katsuki looked ready to explode. Don't call me that either, he warned, his frustration evident. Katsuki. Stop it, Izuku said firmly, and Katsuki sat back down with a huff. So you two are friends? Kirishima asked, and Izuku nodded. And I'm not looking for more friends, so all you extras can back off, Katsuki said, annoyed, while Izuku sighed loudly. I'm sorry, Kirishima-kun. I swear it's nothing personal, Izuku said with an apologetic smile. Stupid Deku, don't apologize for others, Katsuki glared at Izuku. Sorry Kaken, he mumbled, earning a long sigh from the blonde. Anyways, Mito bro, how did you become friends? Kirishima asked, and Izuku thought for a moment. Our moms were great friends, and Kaken and I just ended up growing up together, he explained, leaving out many details. Oh nice, Kirishima grinned, waving as he walked away to talk to a yellow-haired boy. You know, Kaken, you could try making friends. I'll still be here if you want to, Izuku said with a small smile at Katsuki, who grumbled curses. Whatever, turd. I'm not here to make friends, he replied, annoyed. Everyone, take your seats in silence. The tired teacher entered the room, looking like a caterpillar in his yellow sleeping bag. The students did just that, and Izuku softly hit his head on the desk, discouraged by his guardian's strange habits. I'm Shota Aizawa, or Eraserhead. I don't care. I'll be your homeroom teacher, he said with a long, tired sigh. Aizawa stared around the room, and Izuku mouthed something, cursing under his breath. I guess everyone has to present themselves. You can stand, state your name and your quirk, if comfortable. He waved his hand in dismissal. Front to back, left row starts. Yuga Oyama, naval laser. Mina Ishido, acid. Tsuyu Ashui, frog. Tenya Lida, engine. Chako Uraraka, zero gravity. Mashareo Ojiro, till. Denki Kaminari, electrification. Eijiro Kirishima, hardening. Koji Koda, Onivoice. Rikido Sato, sugar rush. Mizo Shoji, dupli arms. Kyoka Jiro, earphone jack. Antasiro, tip. Fumikage Tokoyami, dark shadow. Shoto Todoroki, half cold half hot. Toru Hagakure, invisibility. Katsuki Bakugo, explosion. It was Izuku's turn, and he was more than nervous. Everyone had given their quirk. You don't have to tell them, nerd, Katsuki whispered, seeing his shaking friend. Izuku hesitantly got up and took a deep breath. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm quirkless, he said, managing not to stutter, and immediately sat back down, not daring to look around. Katsuki shot death glares at anyone who gave Izuku a weird look. What's a quirkless loser doing in the hero course? Minoru Mineta blurted out. The class fell silent, and smoke seemed to rise from Katsuki's ears as Aizawa shot a dirty look at Mineta for saying such a thing about his problem child. Say it again, I dare you, Katsuki said, his eye twitching. Minoru Mineta, you are no longer a part of Class 1A. Now does anyone else have anything to say? Aizawa's dark aura filled the room. What? Mineta yelled, and Aizawa looked ready to explode. He's not worthy of being here. He'll die at nothing anyways. Mineta defended himself, but he was only digging his own grave. He could beat you in a heartbeat, so shut up, Katsuki barked. You're right. Laughs more like he'd die in a heartbeat. Mineta laughed, and now even some of the other classmates were starting to despise him. Leave my class immediately, Aizawa said to Mineta. You probably only have him here to publicize for this school, but you know just as much as I do that he'll struggle against any of us. The class was silent, and Izuku didn't want to be stepped on again. He had to stand up for himself. Do you feel bigger now? Because I swear you're just the same size, Izuku grumbled. What did you say? Mineta asked, annoyed and startled that Izuku spoke back. You heard me. Izuku glared at him and Mineta gulped. You act all big now, but how would it be if you actually went against any of us? Mineta, out of the class now. You're expelled. And to answer your question, he'd beat you to a pulp, Aizawa said, annoyed. Izuku sat up straight, and Katsuki gave him a proud smirk. I looked so dumb, Izuku complained under his breath, hiding his face in his hands from embarrassment. No you didn't. You looked badass, that's completely different from dumb, Katsuki comforted him in his own way. And look, now the extra's gone. He looked behind, and the desk was indeed empty. Everyone was coming back to reality, and Aizawa was ready to continue his class. Now that this is over, we're going to, the Viridian boy cut him off by raising his hand. She didn't introduce herself yet. Izuku pointed to the girl seated behind Mineta. Right? Aizawa said, looking in the girl's direction. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, and my quirk is creation, she said, bowing slightly. Thank you. Now back to the class. Free PRD, I have papers to fill, just don't break anything, the tired teacher said, annoyed by the extra work added to his day. Everyone got up, and Izuku was surrounded by curious eyes, which made him anxious. So you're quirkless? How did you manage at the entrance exam? A brunette asked. Aren't you the guy that went missing? The invisible girl, Hagakure, asked. Wait, you're the guy that was with All Might and 3 others at the practical exam. Kaminari pointed out. Izuku was getting anxious with all the questioning. Shut up. It's none of your business. So you all better leave him alone. Katsuki yelled at them, annoyed, and they all stopped. It is true, it is very inappropriate of us to act this way. Please accept my apology, Midoriya, a dark-haired boy with glasses named Lita said, chopping his hand up and down. It's okay. I understand, Izuku smiled softly, his shaking slowly calming down. You can ask questions, just not all at the same time, he stuttered. How did you manage to pass the entrance exam? I was already accepted by then. I didn't need to pass any evaluation since I've been helping the students in the last year improve, he answered. Weren't you the guy who went missing? This question made Izuku tense up a little more. Why, it's a long story that I prefer not talking about, he answered, embarrassed and anxious. It's okay, dude. No worries, a blonde named Kaminari reassured him. But how did you help the other students improve? I analyze strengths, weaknesses, and ways to improve their quirks. After that, I do training with them, he answered, looking at his knees. That's awesome, dude. Super manly of you. Kirishima exclaimed with a huge grin. So, you already met All Might? What was he doing there anyway? One of them asked, curious. Yes, but I don't think I'm allowed to say why, he replied frankly, and they all nodded in understanding. Everyone was asking questions of Midoriya, and Bakugo felt a pang of jealousy. It wasn't that he wanted the attention, he didn't care about that. It was the fact that people were talking to Izuku, making him smile, and it felt like he was being taken away from him. Was Izuku really going to stay by his side? He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the crowd had dispersed. Hey, Kaken, I'm sorry I didn't want to ask in front of everyone, but are you alright? You kept looking at me like you were sad. Is something up? Izuku had moved his chair next to Katsuki, looking at him with concern. It's nothing, nerd, Katsuki grumbled, looking away, embarrassed. Kaken, you can tell me, you know? It doesn't make you any weaker, Izuku whispered so their classmates wouldn't hear. I just don't want these extras to take you away, and I couldn't even be mad at you for it since I'm being a JRK, Katsuki admitted, still too embarrassed to meet his friend's gaze. Don't worry, Kaken. You aren't replaceable, no one could ever be like you. I wouldn't replace you with anyone, Izuku chuckled. Whatever, Katsuki mumbled, not looking back, his cheeks flushed. Do you want to eat with me at lunch? Izuku asked sweetly, making Katsuki snort. You really think I'd want to eat with any of those extras? He replied, as if it were unthinkable, which made Izuku chuckle. Who knows? Maybe you're not the real Kaken and you're planning on making a bunch of friends to replace me. Izuku giggled, and Katsuki flicked his forehead. Oh, what was that for? Izuku whined. I'll never replace you, idiot. I learned the first time you're irreplaceable, Katsuki said with a frown, making Izuku blush. You know, it isn't often, but that's what makes it special when you say things like that, Izuku said, laying his head on the desk, still looking at Katsuki with a soft smile. Shut up, Katsuki replied, looking away, flustered. Izuku laughed, watching his friends still get flustered at compliments. He knew that if it were anyone else, they would have been blown off in a heartbeat. Later, Izuku was in the changing room with Katsuki, putting on their P uniforms. Today, Izuku was going to work one-on-one with Katsuki since he knew a lot about his quirk and what needed to be worked on. He would still need time to evaluate the other classmates before helping them. So, we could go see Mei afterward to see if she could make a support item for your forearms, Izuku suggested, zipping his vest. I don't need any, Katsuki started, but stopped when he saw the look Izuku was giving him. Katsuki, it wasn't an offer. We will go see Mei, and she will help us find a way for you not to get hurt more, Izuku said firmly. Izuku smiled at his friend before heading for the door. So, would you like to work on your shooting styles, endurance, or control over your emotions? He asked, making Katsuki frown. What do you mean, control my emotions? Katsuki asked, annoyed, and Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. When you feel anger, for instance, you tend to get sweaty and can accidentally activate your quirk. I just don't want it to become more than just a few sparks, he explained. Fine, we can work on that, Katsuki grumbled in defeat, knowing he couldn't fool Izuku. So, either you can provoke an emotion on your own, or I could push it. As we do that, I want you to focus on not activating your quirk, Izuku explained. You do it, Katsuki replied, and Izuku nodded. Okay, just so you know, anything I say isn't true. I'll use your weaknesses against you. I just want you to keep that in mind while we do this, okay? Izuku said with a small smile, and Katsuki nodded, understanding where this was going. Ready? Izuku asked, stepping back. Katsuki nodded, looking anxious about what Izuku might say. You know, Bakugo, I don't understand why I actually gave you a second chance. You'll just drop me again. You probably only came back because you wanted to make yourself feel better. I honestly wish I had followed your advice. If I had dropped dead, it would have been so much easier, and you'd be so much better off. You're weak, Katsuki. Always bringing others down to make yourself feel better because you don't want to accept that you don't have the heart to become a hero, Izuku said, his eyes welling up with tears since he didn't like saying those things. Katsuki felt sad and frustrated. He hated himself. You aren't worth having any energy wasted on. You'll fail at becoming a hero, and even if you wanted to be a villain instead, you'd fail like you fail everything and everyone, Izuku continued, and Katsuki's hands began to spark as he struggled to process those words. That's not true. Katsuki shouted, explosions erupting from his hands, growing larger. Izuku knew it was enough for now. Katsuki would either run off or explode and hurt himself more. But Kaken is the best of friends. I want to be by his side until the very end because even if he thinks of himself as a bad person sometimes, Katsuki Bakugo is awesome, and he isn't perfect. No one is. And once you get to really know him, he's nice and has a huge heart. That's why I'd take all the time in the world if it means that he can become the best hero in the world. He smiles, getting close enough to make Katsuki look him in the eyes. Katsuki had tears in his eyes as the explosions quieted down. Once it was safe, Izuku went to hug him. I'm sorry, Kaken, but you did good. I think I know how it could be worked on more. He smiles, wiping the tears away with his thumb. I'm sorry for everything I did, Katsuki whispers, averting his eyes, and Izuku smiles at him. You already apologized, Kaken, and I already accepted. It's in the past, and I didn't mean what I said. You're awesome, Kaken, in so many ways, and I know you could become the best easily. If I didn't, I wouldn't be helping you right now. He tries to soothe his friend, who pulls him closer in an embrace. So how do you think I could improve? Katsuki asks with a smirk, trying to push away his feelings. Well, you were not only listening to what I was saying, but you were hanging on to every word. If you were in combat, you'd make more impulsive decisions. Using your emotions when fighting is good, but you still have to stay in control, Izuku explains to Katsuki, who nods. It's easier said than done, though, Izuku adds with a long sigh. You think I can do it? Katsuki asks, and without hesitation, Izuku nods with determination, which makes the blonde smile. And also you're great, Kaken, but I will never be your provocateur again. I hated it, Izuku admits, embarrassed, which makes the blonde snicker. Don't worry, Izuku, I'll start practicing controlling myself when I'm with the others. How does that sound? Katsuki suggests, making Izuku smile in relief. Now, want to fight a little before we go see Mei? We still have a bunch of time. Izuku smiles at the blonde, who smirks confidently. I ain't holding back. You better not, Kaken. With or without quirk? If it's with, I'll use a support item. Katsuki thinks about it. Without, we always do with quirk in class. Katsuki shrugs his shoulders, making Izuku smile. Okay. Izuku takes a few steps back, not losing his smile. Ready when you are. Katsuki is the first one to move, kicking Izuku on the left side without making him budge. Izuku grabs Katsuki's leg right before he can move it away, making him lose balance by taking his right shoulder and tackling him to the ground. Startled at first, Katsuki wraps his legs around Izuku's waist and flips them over, gaining the upper hand by holding Izuku's upper arm over his chest. The Viridian boy takes the time to analyze Katsuki's position and hits his clavicle with his knuckles. The pain leaves Katsuki with a moment of weakness, allowing Izuku to push him off and get back into combat position. This time, Izuku takes the first hit, not letting his opponent recover completely, and Katsuki steps back from the shock of the hit to his abdomen. He has to admit he sees Izuku physically grow more muscular, but getting hit is definitely a shock. Katsuki doesn't get the time to recover before Izuku lands another hit on his face. Sorry. Izuku smiles before wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck, pulling him down and allowing him to push himself over Katsuki, pressing him to the ground. He restrains Katsuki's arms and legs, holding them to the center of his back. I win. Izuku asks, unsure, and he lets go, allowing Katsuki to sit back up after getting confirmation. Ugh, Deku, Katsuki mutters, rubbing his jaw where Izuku hit him, which makes the greenette feel guilty. I'm sorry, Kaken, we'll put ice on it, Izuku says slowly, taking off Katsuki's hand to look at his injury. It's just a bad hit, though, I don't think it's broken. Izuku sighs in relief and kisses Katsuki's cheek, making the blonde blush. Midoriya realizes what he just did, and his blush could compete with Kirishima's hair. I'm sorry, Kaken. It was just when we were kids I would kiss your injuries, and I just did it by reflex. I'm so sorry, he says, embarrassed, making the blonde chuckle. It's okay, nerd, you just surprised me is all. I don't mind. He ruffles Izuku's green hair, and Izuku looks away, embarrassed. Wow. Bakugo got defeated by our little cinnamon roll. They both look up to see the big three along with Aizawa enter the field. Aizawa gives Bakugo, you better treat him good or I will end you, look that the blonde understands perfectly. He nods slightly before looking back at the boy sitting in front of him. Hey guys. Izuku waves, not bothering to get up. So, when are you going against him, Aizawa-sensei? Nijire asks playfully, making the older man sigh loudly. I won't fight my problem child, he says with a long sigh. Why not? Scared to be beaten? Mirio teases. There's a moment of silence as Present Mike enters the gym. Because then he might not want to sign the adoption papers, we'll see after that. He grumbles, looking at Izuku, who is gazing at him with teary eyes. Yamada is also watching the conversation with a hopeful smile. Why, Izuku stammers, unable to formulate words. Yamada then takes out a paper. What do you think, little listener? Would you like to officially be our kid? He asks softly, and Izuku starts crying and runs up to hug both his parents. Aizawa isn't one for physical attention, but for his little family he can make an exception. Really? Like really? He looked back and forth at them with a huge smile. Yeah, so what do you think? Yamada asked, tears in his eyes. Thanks. He nodded frantically, and everyone in the room watched with smiles. It was a heartwarming moment, especially for Katsuki, who was happy for his friend. He stood by, smiling slightly, which didn't go unnoticed by the trio. You like our little baby, don't you? Nijire asked bluntly, and Katsuki's eyes widened. No. He looked away embarrassed. It's okay, Bakugo. Just hurt him again, and I will murder you, Mirio warned with a huge smile that unnerved Katsuki. I ain't planning on it, he grumbled, annoyed, which made the taller boy laugh. So, what's the next move? Nijire asked, making Bakugo look at her in shock. What do you mean next move? He whispered loudly. Like, what are you going to do to tell him you like him in that way? Mirio elaborated. I ain't doing anything. He deserves someone better, he said sadly, masking it with annoyance. So someone who puts all his pride aside, makes an effort to change for the better for him, and treats him like a king isn't good enough? Mirio teased. You don't know all the things I did, he muttered under his breath. Yeah, no, Telling someone to harm themselves isn't really nice, I have to admit, Mirio said, irritated. But we also know that Izuku is smart and that you've been doing a lot to get yourself forgiven, even if he already did. That's not something someone with bad intentions would do. He placed a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. We don't need to make you feel bad since you already do. What we saw earlier only proves it, Nijire said with a sincere smile, and Tamaki nodded, standing behind them, trying not to hide in a corner. Whatever, he'll never accept it anyway, Katsuki sighed. So you're not going to even try? That's not what I thought you'd do. Giving up before even trying doesn't seem like something very Bakugo-like. It seems like an option a coward would take. Mirio smirked, knowing he hit a nerve with Katsuki, who tightened his fists. I'll do it. I'll do it in the best way possible, he spat before walking off to join Izuku, who was watching them. Wow, that actually worked. Nijire laughed, and Mirio grinned in victory. The three looked at Izuku, who hugged Katsuki tightly with a bright smile, and Katsuki gazed down at him with a soft and protective expression. Class 1A was having a nice day. They were on lunch break, eating outside, and Izuku and Bakugo had made new friends, well, extras Bakugo could tolerate. In this group were Mina Ishido, Eijiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Hantasiro, Tsuyu Azui, and Ochako Uraraka. Izuku was sitting against a tree with Katsuki lying on his lap while Izuku calmly played with his hair. Izuku-kun, are you sure I didn't go too hard on you in training? Uraraka asked, worried, which annoyed Izuku, but he would never show it. I think you should have gone harder since he kind of won, Kirishima grinned, proud of his comeback to defend his friend. Uraraka was in their group, but she looked down on Izuku. They all knew that, so they silently agreed to put her in her place if needed. Why yeah, but I was scared of hurting him, she defended herself. Floaty, you do realize he won against All Might, right? Deku can take a hit no problem. Katsuki glared at her, and she mumbled something inaudible. They were left in an uncomfortable silence. Oh, Denki, you were next to the program. Did you want me to help you with anything in particular, or is what I observed okay? Izuku asked, making a drastic change of subject. I'd like help for my brain to stop going numb after using my quirk. I don't even know if it's possible though, he laughed, embarrassed. Don't worry about that, it's already in your program. The solution won't stop every side effect of your quirk, but it will at least make you functional and slowly reduce other symptoms, Izuku explained, making the blonde look at him with stars in his eyes. You're the best Midoriya, he yelled, raising his hands in victory, making Izuku giggle. Also, thank you, Midoriya-kun, for all your help in class. You're really a big help. Tsuyu said, making Izuku smile. No problem, I'm glad I can help. He blushed slightly at the compliment. How are you going to help Todoroki-kun, though? He doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone so far, Mina pointed out. I'm not fully sure yet, but I'll find a way. Izuku said cheerfully. He wasn't sure how to approach the boy since every time he got shrugged off in a heartbeat. Maybe if he was less full of himself, he'd actually make some progress. That icy hot guy needs to learn how to accept help, Katsuki grumbled, and Izuku looked at him with a playful smirk. You can't accept help either, Kaken, Izuku giggled, looking at his friend, who was glaring at him. I accepted your help. That counts, he pouted. True, Izuku smiled, continuing to play with his friend's spiky hair. The rest of the group exchanged knowing looks as they watched the duo. Are you guys sure you're not a thing? Mina asked with a smirk, and Izuku tilted his head, confused, while Katsuki shot her his best death glare. What do you mean a thing? Izuku asks, confused, making everyone laugh. It's so adorable. One looks like an angry Pomeranian and the other looks like a lost puppy. Mina squeals, causing everyone but the two concerned to laugh. Izuku blushes, while Katsuki feels annoyed but prefers to stay on Izuku's lap. Shut up, Pinky, he growls at her, and she zips her mouth shut, making everyone laugh except Katsuki, who is listening to the sweet giggle of his crush. Midoriya, you're so lucky to not have boring classes. You don't have to do all the dull lessons. Kirishima whines, remembering they have English next PRD. Yes, Seekes to be you. Giggles, I'll be able to train with a guy from general studies while you're with Mike. The only reason he isn't in the hero course is that he has a villainous quirk, and it wasn't suited for the practical exam, a bit like Aizawa's quirk. I want to help him, and maybe he could move departments. Izuku explains, and the others find it cool to see him so passionate about something, even though they barely understand what he just said. That's cool, Mito bro. Tell us how it goes. Kirishima grins, making the Viridian boy smile brightly and nod. Bakugo watches Izuku the whole time, feeling like he's the most appealing person on earth. No one could convince him otherwise. It had settled in his mind a long time ago. Izuku sits on the ground, reading his notebook and refreshing the information he gathered on the boy. He gets pulled out of his thoughts when the door opens. Hitoshi Shinso? Izuku asks, getting up. Let's just get this over with, Shinso replies, walking in Izuku's direction with his hands in his pockets. So your goal is the hero course, correct? Izuku asks, startling the boy slightly since he hadn't told anyone. Yeah. What about it? Shinso asks, slightly annoyed at where this conversation might lead. Oh, just asking to confirm. I saw you perform at the practical exam. You should be in the hero course if you ask me. But since the entrance exam was mostly on physical quirks and yours is mental, it wasn't your environment. Even if you used other students to destroy, the points wouldn't come back to you. Izuku rambles, getting further from his initial point. Oh, right back to the point. You mostly stood out since you didn't even try to hit a robot. We read your file, and that's why you're here and not in the rest of general studies. The goal would be to help you pass another exam to transfer you to the hero course since one of the students from class 1A was expelled. The procedure to get you transferred should be easier. Izuku covers his mouth, wide-eyed, realizing he just revealed classified information that only a few people from the school board know about. You weren't supposed to say that, were you? Shinso asks, startled but also extremely happy internally. I'm sorry. It's just that they're looking into it, and there are only 4 people who know about it, including me. Nobody knows how long it could take, so they didn't want to tell anyone until it was determined. I'm sorry, please don't tell anyone I told you. Izuku pleads. Don't worry about it. But how do you know all this? You're a student, aren't you? Shinso asks, and Izuku hesitates to answer. Well, this is actually personal, so I could explain because I have a very big mouth and I'll end up telling, so could it stay a secret? The smaller boy asks. Of course, I'm just really curious right now, Shinso admits, embarrassed. Long story short, my mom died. I ran away because being quirkless in foster care was bound to end badly. Aizawa found me after 2 weeks when they captured villains. He took me in, I was asked to help students train, got accepted into this school, and now I'm asked to help all students. I just happened to learn about all that. Oh, and I was also one of those evaluating the students at the practical exam, Izuku explains, talking quickly. You're Eraserhead's kid? Shinso asks, and Izuku nods, relieved that he isn't being judged too harshly. And you're quirkless? Izuku nods again. So you know how to fight without using a quirk? Shinso asks, hopeful, and Izuku nods with a small smile. Truth be told, Shinso was scared of coming to this training session since his quirk was considered villainous, and most students rely on their quirks. But with all that he just learned, he not only trusted Izuku more but felt hopeful that he could still work toward his dream. So, Shinso, do you want to do this? Not because you're asked to, but because you want to improve and accomplish your dream. Izuku asks with a soft smile, his eyes lighting up when Hitoshi nods. Then I have a lot of ideas on how to improve your quirk. I only have what was written in your file, but I'm pretty sure I at least have the basics. The more we practice, the more we can set precise goals. Izuku explains, going to get his notebook, which is still on the ground. Okay, so are you comfortable using your quirk on me? Izuku asks, making the other frown. Why would you willingly want to be controlled by me? He asked, confused. Aren't you scared that I might hurt you? I don't think so. Should I be? Izuku replied, tilting his head in curiosity. Shinso nodded and activated his quirk. Give me your notebook, Shinso ordered. Izuku complied, but when their hands touched, Shinso snapped out of it. Izuku blinked a few times, processing what had just happened. Wow. So cool. Okay, so how did it deactivate exactly? Izuku asked in awe as he took his notebook back to jot down notes. When there is a physical shock, like when our hands touched, the quirk automatically deactivates. I can also make it stop at will, Shinso explained. The smaller boy scribbled everything down, mumbling to himself. Okay, so for your quirk to work best, the fewer people that know, the better. You also have to be skilled in manipulation so that even if the person knows about it, they still end up answering you. Working on hand-to-hand combat will be necessary too. A support item might help. Maybe I could ask Aizawa if you could try working with a scarf like him. A more personalized support item could be discussed with Mei, Izuku rambled, his thoughts almost coming out as gibberish to Shinso. Okay, we'll start with that and see where it takes us. Izuku grinned confidently. Shinso nodded, and that was how they began their first training lesson. It had been a month since the start of the school year, and Izuku had grown closer to his new friends, especially Shinso, after discovering their many common interests. Bakugo felt a twinge of jealousy but kept it to himself. He couldn't stop Izuku from making friends, especially since Izuku always checked in on him and hung out with him. But Katsuki felt he needed to do something before someone else took his childhood friend away. Izuku had agreed to go to the park with him, where Katsuki said he had something important to share. Izuku was excited since it was the same park they visited as kids. They agreed to meet at the train station, and Katsuki arrived half an hour early to ensure they wouldn't miss the train, which ran less frequently in the late afternoon. He wore a black t-shirt with a skull and cargo breathes, reluctantly, admitting that he had asked Kirishima for help with his outfit. Izuku sat on a bench, watching his friend from afar and wondering why Katsuki seemed so nervous. He finally decided to approach him with a small smile. Kaken, are you okay? You look nervous. Don't worry, nerd. I'm okay, Katsuki replied, slowly taking Izuku's hand from his forehead to hold it instead. Okay, Kaken, just tell me if something is wrong, okay? Izuku smiled, gripping his friend's hand tightly. Katsuki felt a warm, cozy feeling at the sight of Izuku's smile. Sure, dude. Come on, let's go, he smirked, pulling him onto the train. They found themselves squeezed into a corner due to the crowd, which made both of them anxious. I thought it would be less crowded since it was late. Izuku whispered, making Katsuki snicker. Thank goodness we only have one station to go, Katsuki replied. After about 10 minutes, they arrived, and Katsuki helped Izuku navigate through the crowd. They walked to the park in silence. Katsuki was anxious, and Izuku wanted to ask why but decided to wait until he was ready to share. Izuku frowned when they reached a fence that read, "No trespassers allowed." He didn't remember it being there. Come on, Katsuki whispered, leading Izuku to a spot where the gate was broken, allowing them to pass. Kaken, we could get in trouble? Izuku whispered, still following him. Only if we get caught, Katsuki smirked, glancing back at Izuku, who chuckled at the thrill of the adventure. They continued on, and after a short walk, they arrived at a large tree that Izuku immediately recognized. I was scared it might be gone for a second, Katsuki admitted, watching Izuku gaze at the base with nostalgia. You better never forget about this. This is our spot, and no one else is allowed here, no matter what. Got that? Katsuki declared, looking at Izuku with a proud grin as tears welled in his friend's eyes. Crybaby, he teased, wiping the tears from Izuku's cheeks. They climbed into their small base beneath the tree, just big enough for the two of them to look up at the night sky. This is our secret base, Izuku said brightly, glancing at Katsuki, who felt a sense of pride. This is the Wonder Duo's base. Mini Katsuki cheered, making Izuku giggle and nod in agreement. They spent the night there, and when they returned home in the morning, both their mothers were panicking, having called the police. Let's just say the two boys were grounded for a month. You remembered? Izuku exclaimed, hugging his friend tightly. You really remembered, he whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. I'm sorry things didn't turn out like we wanted because of me, but I could never forget. He smiles, bringing the boy closer to his chest. They both stayed like that until Izuku looked up at him with a soft smile. Wanna go wait for the stars to come out? Izuku asks, and the blonde agrees without hesitation, pulling him inside. They manage to lay on their backs, their legs dangling out. Izuku gazes up at the hole above them, where the night sky begins to settle in. Katsuki, however, is focused on Izuku. What did you want to talk about, Kaken? Izuku asks, turning his face to look at him. Izuku, do you know what it's like to love someone? In a romantic way? Katsuki asks, and Izuku looks back at the sky, blushing. I guess, he mumbles, embarrassed. What would you say it's like? It's like when every time you see that person, you want to only be with them. You feel nervous around them, like your stomach is twisting, but in a good way. You always want to see that person smile, and it feels like a blessing when you're the reason they're smiling. It's wanting to stay with that person no matter what and protect them, he explains under his breath, not daring to look Izuku in the eye. So the way I feel when I'm with you? It means I like you? Izuku asks innocently, and Katsuki turns his head quickly, staring at Izuku in shock. That's how you feel? Katsuki asks quietly. Well, yeah, I always have, Izuku chuckles softly. Do you like me romantically, Kaken? Izuku asks anxiously. Yeah, nerd, a lot actually, Katsuki smiles, tucking a strand of hair behind Izuku's ear. A blush creeps onto Izuku's cheeks as he looks into Katsuki's piercing crimson eyes. Kaken likes me and I like him, Izuku thinks out loud. Izuku, would you be my boyfriend? Katsuki asks, taking Izuku's hand nervously. Yeah, I would love to, but it means you're mine too, right? Izuku asks, unsure, making the blonde laugh. That's how it works at least, Katsuki smirks, causing Izuku to blush, realizing how silly his question was. I just don't know how it works, okay? Izuku pouts, and Katsuki turns to face him with a playful smirk. I guess we'll see where that brings us, because I don't have a clue either, the blonde says under his breath, making Izuku giggle. I guess we will, but promise me that whether it's as my boyfriend or my best friend, we won't stop being together, Izuku whispers anxiously. No matter what, Katsuki reassures him with a small smile he only keeps for Izuku. Izuku turns on his side to face Katsuki. I don't know what we're supposed to do now, he admits, embarrassed. I don't know, wanna watch the stars together? Katsuki offers, and Izuku chuckles. That sounds awesome, Izuku whispers, deciding to get closer to Katsuki, which surprises the blonde at first. He wraps his arm around the smaller teen, and they look at the stars in comfortable silence. It went a lot better than Katsuki had expected. Kirishima might not be such a bad wingman after all. The Wonder Duo lay in their secret base for another night, admiring the clear sky. Did anyone tell you how your freckles look like stars? The younger version of Katsuki asks the Viridian boy beside him. You really think so? Izuku asks, touching his own cheek, a small blush covering his face. Of course, the loud blonde grins confidently. Izuku giggles softly, filling Katsuki's chest with pride. And your eyes are like big gems? I think they're called emeralds. Katsuki grins at the other boy. And Kaken looks like a Pomeranian. It's fluffy like your hair, and you can act all tough, but sometimes you can be all nice. Like right now. Izuku giggles, and Katsuki smirks, playfully tickling him, which sends Izuku into a laughing fit. Kei-Kachen. Stop it, Tickles. The greenette begs for mercy, but Katsuki is having too much fun. I compare you to appealing things and I'm a dog? Katsuki teases. But a Pomeranian is cute. Izuku manages to say between laughter, making Katsuki stop and let him catch his breath. You think I'm cute? I'm handsome, not cute. You're cute. Katsuki pouts, going back to lay next to Izuku. So you're a handsome Pomeranian. Izuku grins proudly, making Katsuki laugh, and soon they are both laughing like there's no tomorrow. Katsuki snorts, remembering that night, and looks at Izuku, wondering if he also remembers or if it has become a forgotten memory. You know, your freckles look like the stars, Katsuki whispers, making Izuku giggle. You really think so? Izuku asks, looking at his new boyfriend. Yup, and your eyes look like big gems. I think they're emeralds, right? Katsuki says with a small smile. Izuku giggles, knowing they both have the same memory in mind. And Kaken is a handsome Pomeranian, Izuku says under his breath, making the blonde snicker. They both smile, losing themselves in each other's eyes, happy to be back here together this time. They may not admit it, but they both came here to see if the other would also come, though they never did at the same time. Izuku and Katsuki didn't tell anyone about their new relationship except for their parents. They both didn't know what they were doing and didn't want the pressure of their peers. Aizawa had threatened Katsuki to death if he even thought of hurting a single hair on his son. As for Mitsuki, she was over the moon. She still hadn't seen Izuku, but she was okay with it since she understood that he wasn't ready to return to the house right in front of where he grew up. Katsuki and Izuku were now in class, listening to Aizawa talk about safety rules for a field trip they had organized soon at the USJ faculty. Katsuki held his arm from behind, and Izuku was holding his hand. They had been doing that a lot lately, and no one seemed to notice. Katsuki looked tense today, according to Izuku, but if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice. Aizawa noticed the hand-holding but couldn't bring himself to stop it since they were both calm and attentive. Aizawa finished explaining what he had to and stared blankly at the classroom. After a few seconds, he took out his sleeping bag and laid himself on the ground. Do whatever, don't wake me up unless someone dies, he grumbled, dozing off to sleep, making Izuku sigh loudly. After a few moments, the classroom started buzzing with energy, careful not to wake the teacher. Katsuki turned his chair to face his boyfriend. Kaken, are you okay? You've been acting nervous all day. Did something happen? Izuku asked, concerned. No, just got a bad feeling about something and it won't go away, Katsuki admitted with a long sigh, making Izuku sigh in relief, knowing nothing drastic had happened. Hopefully, it's just something small, Izuku chuckled, looking at Katsuki with a soft gaze. Yeah, better be, Katsuki sighed, leaning back in his chair. Hey! They turned to see Kirishima grinning as he stood next to them. Right, there was also Kirishima, who knew their secret but had sworn to keep it. Bakugo owed him for helping him figure out how to confess, so the wingman deserved to know. Hey Kiri! Izuku smiled, sitting up straight to look at his friend. Are you guys doing anything this weekend? Kirishima asked excitedly, and Izuku thought about it. Sort of why? Izuku asked, curious. The couple wanted to visit their special spot again, and Katsuki wanted to take him on a date, but he wasn't sure how to go about it. He was supposed to ask his mom for advice, which might end up being something overly complicated, while he wanted something simple. We wanted to go shopping, me and a few others, Kirishima explained, and Katsuki rolled his eyes. We're not going, shitty hair, Katsuki groaned, and neither of the two dared to insist since it seemed like a definitive no, unlike most of the time when he would eventually give in. Maybe another time, Kiri? Izuku smiled, and Kirishima nodded in understanding before heading back to some of their other friends. Why aren't we going? Izuku asked, curious, and Katsuki crossed his arms over his chest, looking out the window embarrassed. I want to take you on a date, he grumbled, barely audible to Izuku, who blushed. Oh, that would be great, he smiled, slightly flustered. I just have no clue what to do, Katsuki admitted, annoyed, making Izuku giggle. We could just eat at our spot, Kaken. It sounds like a perfect first date, Izuku whispered, laying his head back on the desk, never looking away from the blonde. You really think so? Katsuki asked, feeling a wave of relief. Yeah, being in a restaurant or something like that seems like too much, Izuku admitted, and the blonde hummed in response. He was more than happy to see that Izuku wasn't going overboard. He would have done something big if that was what Izuku wanted, but the idea of just eating at their spot seemed perfect. He could make some food and bring it for them. The bell rang, and the students began getting ready to eat. They all ate in their classroom, allowing them to take their time instead of fighting for a spot in the cafeteria. Izuku, could you drop this on Mick's desk in the teacher's office? He put it in my bag this morning by accident, Aizawa whispered to his son, who chuckled before agreeing. Thanks, Aizawa sighed in relief. Want me to come with? Katsuki offered, but Izuku shook his head. I'll be quick, don't worry, he smiled, walking out of the classroom into the hallways. Izuku was walking to the office when he stopped, startled by a loud message blaring through the intercom. Villains have infiltrated the school grounds. All students must evacuate and seek security. The alarm was activated, and the same message repeated in a loop. Izuku felt frightened but hid in the teacher's lounge, too far from the classroom to go back. It was the first time something like this happened, and he was extremely nervous. The room was empty. The teachers who had been there moments before rushed out to check on the alarm. He went to the corner of the room and took deep breaths. His heart stopped when a huge cloud of black mist appeared, and a man with light blue hair and hands gripping his body emerged. Izuku didn't move a muscle or make a sound as the man entered. But when the stranger looked around the room and spotted Izuku, he held a surprisingly calm demeanor despite the anxiety swirling inside him. Who are you? The intruder asked venomously. I'm Izuku, and who are you? He replied, trying to maintain a neutral tone. Shigaraki. Tell me, what are you doing here? He asked, taking a step toward the boy. I'm a student here, he answered truthfully, analyzing the physique of the other boy, who looked no older than 20. You look injured. Are you okay? Izuku asked, worried as he noticed the rashes all over the boy's body. Shigaraki was slightly taken aback by the question. Why do you care? He asked, annoyance creeping into his voice as he stepped forward. It just seems to hurt. You don't have to tell me. I was just wondering since I have some cream that might help, Izuku explained, panicking a little. The other boy looked at him, completely confused. Is it related to your quirk? I noticed that most quirk users tend to have negative side effects on their bodies, Izuku questioned nervously. I destroy whatever I touch. If I don't, my body craves more, Shigaraki explained, walking toward a desk, feeling less threatened by Izuku. I see here. Izuku cautiously walked to Mick's desk and took out a bottle labeled with his name. Take this, it should help. It's mine, but I'm sure you could at least try. Izuku smiled as he handed it to him, and the other boy took it cautiously. Why are you doing this? The villain asked, confused. Because, for whatever reason you're here, I can't stop you from doing anything. You seem to have a purpose but not to kill, at least not today. I know that your irritated skin might be annoying, so you might as well try to get something positive out of this. Izuku chuckled. Shigaraki was unsure if the boy was sane. I'd love to chat more, but I have things to do. I hope we meet again, he said, taking a picture of a paper on All Might's desk, which made Izuku frown, but he had gotten this far without being harmed. He already had Shigaraki's quirk and name, it was something. Remember me as Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. We will be the cause of All Might's fall, the symbol of peace, he said with a villainous tone. Izuku nodded with a smile. Tell me how the cream works next time. Izuku waved goodbye to the perplexed boy, who was confused by the smaller one's attitude. Shigaraki left through a portal, and Izuku immediately lost his smile, rushing to the desk to see what he had taken a picture of. It was the schedule for Class 1A. What was he looking for exactly? Without thinking twice, Izuku rushed back to his classroom, where he bumped into Aizawa on the way. A man, Tamura Shigaraki, his quirk, he destroys everything he touches, and he says he's the leader of the League of Villains. I have no clue who they are. He said they would be the cause of All Might's fall. I gave him my cream because his skin was all irritated. Izuku explained in a panic. Aizawa slowly processed the information. Why the cream though? He shrugged that part off, knowing his son did weird things sometimes that were better not questioned. Izuku, calm down. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? Aizawa asked worried. When Izuku shook his head, the teacher felt relief. He took a picture of Class 1A's schedule, the one from All Might. He came from some sort of portal, it was dark mist. It wasn't his quirk, which means he has someone he works with. He said if he touches anything, it destroys. When he was holding or touching anything, he was always careful not to use all 5 fingers. When I gave him the bottle, it confirmed it. Izuku continued explaining, much calmer this time. I'm sorry I let him go. It would have been useless to try to fight against him, so I tried to at least talk to him, Izuku mumbled, feeling ashamed. Aizawa snorted. He would have escaped anyway. You were able to give us information, you did more than great. I'd have been upset if you had attacked him. He patted Izuku's head, reassuring him a little. Now go control your boyfriend while I report to Nizu. We'll be able to check the security footage of what happened. Izuku nodded with a long sigh before walking to class 1A. The second he opened the door, everyone was looking at him. Kirishima and Shiro were holding Katsuki back. The dog was set loose to tackle Izuku down when he was spotted. Deku, you're an idiot. Katsuki scolded, hugging him tightly, making Izuku chuckle. Thank goodness it was only the media who broke in, Uraraka said with a relieved sigh, making Izuku tense up. It didn't go unnoticed by Bakugo, who looked at his boyfriend with a questioning expression. Yeah? Izuku mumbled. It wasn't the media, was it? Katsuki asked in a whisper, and Izuku shook his head. And let me guess, you were with the villain who got in? Katsuki asked, slightly irritated. I was able to get some information at least, Izuku mumbled, and Katsuki stared at him before sighing loudly. Idiot. The blonde flicked Izuku's forehead, making the others smile nervously. The class was relieved to see Midoriya was okay, but they weren't naive. They knew if it was really just the media, Aizawa would have come back with Izuku. Izuku was sitting in the small cabin, almost an hour early to meet up with Katsuki, but he needed to take a breath alone. The pros had agreed not to cancel anything. They were doubling security and concluded that if there was to be an attack, it would most likely be off school grounds. The only moment that this occurs would be at the UA. Izuku knew about it but wasn't allowed to tell anyone. He ended up confiding in Katsuki the same day. Aizawa was aware but trusted Katsuki to keep it quiet. Izuku, on the other hand, was freaking out internally. That man, it was terrifying, like he was a mere puppet. Deku didn't understand why he was let go that day. Was the villain so confident that he didn't feel threatened by his information being revealed? Perhaps he wanted to instill fear in others. His goals were so unclear. He was brought out of his thoughts by someone cupping his cheeks. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Katsuki asked softly, trying to reassure his boyfriend. What if someone gets hurt? When is it even going to be? I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want you or Aizawa to get hurt. Izuku wiped his tears, teetering on the edge of a panic attack. Want to talk about it while we eat? Katsuki suggested, kissing Izuku's forehead. I brought your favorite. He pulled out some containers from his bag. Did you cook it? Izuku smiled, excitement lighting up his face. Of course I did. Who do you think I am? Katsuki replied with a proud grin as he sat down next to Izuku, placing the food in front of them. Thank you, Kaken. Izuku beamed, slowly opening his container where a still hot meal awaited them. It definitely smells great, he giggled, shyly taking the chopsticks Katsuki offered. Why didn't you call me? I hate it when you're crying alone, Katsuki said with a sad smile. I needed to be alone. It just feels dumb since everyone who knows isn't worrying about it. They all seem to be underestimating the guy. He had something that suggested there was more to all this, Izuku explained, looking down at his knees. Did you talk about it to your old man? Katsuki asked, concern etched on his face. No, Izuku mumbled. Then tell him. He'll trust your gut feeling. Katsuki moved a lock of hair and kissed his temple. Izuku seemed to calm down and looked at Katsuki with a small smile. Thank you for listening to me, he whispered, laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder. Anytime nerd, Katsuki smirked, wrapping his arm around his lover. Izuku took his first bite of food, and Katsuki could see his eyes light up. I'm taking that as you like it? Katsuki teased as Izuku exaggeratedly nodded. I knew Auntie said you were good at cooking, but this is on a whole different level, he exclaimed, looking at his boyfriend, who wore a proud smirk. Glad you like it, Katsuki chuckled, taking a bite of his own. Mine is spicy. Wanna try? He asked, holding out a piece with his chopsticks. No way. No spicy for me, Izuku declared, crossing his arms. Wow, didn't know you were such a wimp, Katsuki shrugged, and Izuku took the piece, trying to prove him wrong. Hot, hot, hot. Izuku exclaimed, fanning his mouth while Katsuki laughed beside him. Idiot, Katsuki chuckled, handing him a water bottle. Izuku didn't hesitate to chug it down. Once the heat subsided, he took another bite of his food and pouted. I'm sorry, but it was hilarious, Katsuki teased, and Izuku shot him a glare while sticking out his tongue. Why are you blushing? Katsuki asked bluntly, making Izuku blush even more. Nothing, he mumbled, looking away. Katsuki stared at him intensely, causing Izuku to blush deeper. Why? He asked again. Because your smile is pretty, Izuku admitted quietly, and it was Katsuki's turn to blush. Idiot, he grumbled, taking a bite of his food. They both ate in silence, awkwardly wondering what to do next. Your smile is also very pretty, Katsuki mumbled, finally daring to look at Izuku, who had teary eyes. Hey, why are you crying? Katsuki asked, moving to hug him. I just don't know what to do, Izuku sobbed, clinging to Katsuki's shirt. Katsuki looked at him and kissed the tip of his nose. I really don't want you to get bored of me, Izuku cried, and Katsuki did the only thing that came to mind, he kissed him. It shocked Izuku, who froze at first but then melted into the warm feeling that enveloped them. I could never get bored of you, never, Katsuki whispered, cupping Izuku's cheek. Izuku remained frozen, staring at Katsuki. You kissed me, he said under his breath, touching his lips. Katsuki panicked, realizing what he had done. I'm sorry. I panicked. I don't ever want you to think I'll get bored of your dumb self. I didn't know what to do, he explained, worried he had ruined everything. Izuku couldn't help but smile, looking up at Katsuki. I liked it. Did you like it? Izuku asked, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Of course I did, Katsuki grumbled, flustered. The two sat awkwardly in silence until they both burst into laughter. Are we awkward for nothing? Izuku asked with an embarrassed smile, and Katsuki scoffed. I feel like we're both trying too hard for this, he sighed. Izuku nodded in agreement, laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder and taking another bite of his food. At what time do you have to go back? Katsuki asked, glancing at Izuku, who looked at his watch. Before 10 p.m., he answers with a small smile. Want me to walk you home? Katsuki asks, but Izuku shakes his head. Correction, I'm walking you home whether you like it or not. Katsuki scoffs. But then you have to go back alone, Izuku says sadly. I can call the hag to pick me up at your place, maybe you could see her at the same time? He suggests, and Izuku nods awkwardly. I guess I'll have to face her sooner or later, Izuku mumbles. Katsuki chuckles, wrapping his arm around Izuku. Don't worry, you'll be just fine. They eat their food in comfortable silence, neither feeling the need to fill it. Izuku finishes first, waiting for Katsuki, who finishes not long after. You never told me where you were when you disappeared. I mean, Aizawa found you, but what happened exactly? Katsuki asks, it's been on his mind for a while. Well, at first I stayed in the park after I got some stuff like food and water. After that, you know that warehouse that people say is haunted? Izuku asks, and Katsuki nods with a small frown. I stayed there for 2 weeks, and that's when Aizawa found me. They were raiding the place since there were villains hiding a bomb there and planning to take down All Might, Endeavor, and other pros. He convinced me by talking about Mike and food. Izuku giggles slightly, embarrassed. You were living with an actual bomb? He whispers, shocked. Yeah, their equipment was hidden in a container. It was a creepy one, so it was the only place in the warehouse I didn't explore. He explains, looking away from his concerned boyfriend. Katsuki didn't know how to react. Dork, you're a dork, he grumbles, hugging him. He still felt it was his fault that Izuku left, no matter how much Izuku tried to tell him otherwise. It's not your fault, Izuku says with a small smile. You seem to think that every time we talk about my disappearance, Izuku mumbles, cupping Katsuki's cheeks. But it's a lie. If I had been nicer, if I had followed you, if I had taken your hand instead of pushing you away, maybe everything would be better, Katsuki yells, startling Izuku at first, but he calms down. Katsuki, stop it. You weren't completely innocent, I won't lie. But you can't take all the blame. You, unlike everyone else, took the time to apologize. You realized what you did wrong a long time ago. You did so much, Kaken, you have no clue how happy I am to be with you, you get that, right? And you know what? Maybe I wouldn't be in UA if things didn't go the way they did. So I'm not mad at you, Katsuki. I never was. I was hurt, yes, but I never thought you were unforgivable. Not for a second. Izuku says, tears falling as he hugs Katsuki tightly. I love you too much to hate you, so stop thinking that it's your fault, please, Izuku cries, and Katsuki, processing his words, pulls him tight against him when Izuku is about to back away. I love you too, you idiot, I just wish things were different, Katsuki mumbles, and Izuku smiles softly. They stay in silence until Izuku finally backs away and looks at the sky with a small smile. My mom said everything happens for a reason, even if it was only the direction of the wind. Everything you did so far will bring you to where you are, so maybe we wouldn't be here together if things were different. We'll never know, Izuku looks at Katsuki with a small smile. So yes, I was brought down for being quirkless and for having an impossible dream, but I guess I'll just have to prove more people wrong. Izuku whispers to himself, reflecting on how that determination kept him alive. Katsuki can't help but stare at Izuku, letting every word sink in. He looks gorgeous, the night sky surrounding them, the stars and moon giving a special light to his big emerald eyes. You scare me sometimes, Katsuki chuckles, and Izuku looks at him, confused. You keep that smile, that dumb, stupid, gorgeous smile no matter what. And your determination, it's mesmerizing, almost scary. Katsuki smiles, holding Izuku's hand. Never change, got that? No matter what. Katsuki says under his breath. Izuku is happier than he ever thought he could be. He never would have imagined they would be like this again. I promise, he smiles, and they share a short but sweet kiss. They lay down, Izuku resting on Katsuki's chest, the blonde's arm around his waist as they both look at the sky. Izuku wonders if his mom is watching over him. He likes to think so because he wants to make her proud. Katsuki had just arrived at UA and was waiting at the front gates for Izuku. He finally sees the black car, and Izuku comes running out, soon followed by his two guardians. "Good morning, Kaken." Izuku waves, running to his boyfriend. "Hey, Zuku," he smirks, opening his arms for a hug. They always arrive before everyone else, so there's no one around. "Ready for today?" he asks, moving a strand of hair back. "I guess," Izuku mumbles, nuzzling into Katsuki's shoulder. Izawa and Mike watch from afar with small smiles. "To think that's the same Bakugo that we teach," Izawa says with a long sigh, making Mike laugh. "But he's all sweet for our little prodigy." Mike chuckled, looking at the young lovers. "I didn't even have time to warn him about loud blondes," Izawa grumbled, shoving his hands in his pockets. "But I'm a loud blonde," Mike replied with puppy eyes. "Exactly my point." Izawa smirked, walking to the entrance, soon followed by his husband, who was whining like a child. They joined the two who were discussing the field trip they had at the USJ. "Don't worry, Izuku, I made sure to double the security," Izawa said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Yeah, thanks," Izuku mumbled, a small smile breaking across his face, which tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Izuku wasn't the type to dwell on negative feelings, and that had definitely raised everyone's guard. "Now go to class, I'll be there soon." Izawa tapped Izuku's head before walking off. "See you later." Mike grinned, running off and leaving the two alone. Katsuki looked around before taking Izuku's hand as they walked inside. The atmosphere was peaceful and comfortable, until Izuku suddenly exclaimed, "Kaken, we're going to meet Pro Hero 13. Realization hit him, and Katsuki scoffed. "Almost forgot how much of a fanboy you are." He teased, playfully nudging Izuku with his shoulder. Not. I just appreciate the hard work heroes put into their jobs and want to show them how much they're valued." "They're a huge source of inspiration," Izuku corrected, making Katsuki laugh. "Fanboy and a nerd," he smirked, and Izuku looked away, pouting. Katsuki laughed, pulling him close enough to kiss his temple. "Don't be mad, you're my favorite of both," he said, noticing the freckled boy blush. They entered the empty classroom, and Katsuki turned to face Izuku. "You better not do anything reckless if something happens, understood?" he scolded. "I'm not dumb, I won't do anything that could hurt me or others," Izuku chuckled, leaving a skeptical Katsuki, who was concerned about how the day would unfold. They arrived at the faculty, and Izuku fidgeted with his fingers, walking behind everyone. He couldn't understand why they hadn't cancelled anything. It felt like a joke. They had raised security, but no one had warned the students. Katsuki noticed Izuku's nervous behavior and slowed his pace to stand next to him. "Deku," he said, finally catching Izuku's attention, then kissed him unexpectedly. What was that for?" Izuku asked, flustered, making Katsuki scoff. "So you think of something else, you're overthinking. You're smart, you'll adapt no matter how this turns out." He tried to reassure his boyfriend, who nodded, still flustered. They walked behind everyone until they entered the faculty. Izuku glanced at Izawa, trying to gauge if he was the only one feeling uneasy. 13, bring the kids out. "Now," Izawa said firmly, and a portal appeared on the other side. Izuku recognized it immediately and looked at 13, who was trying to bring everyone out but couldn't move. "Deku, move," Katsuki urged, but still, nothing happened. Just then, a portal appeared beneath Izuku, and he fell in. "You!" Katsuki yelled in distress, catching the attention of the teachers as the mist cloud disappeared again. Izawa felt panic rise. He ran to Katsuki, who was searching everywhere for a sign of Izuku, but found nothing. Their search was interrupted as a group of men burst out of a portal, creating chaos as they rushed toward the teachers and students. 13 kids out. Now! Izawa yelled, but another portal opened, revealing a man made of dark mist, similar to the portal. "No one is going anywhere. You'll do everything we ask, or the kid gets it," he said neutrally, pointing to the other side of the arena where Izuku was being held by the neck by a blue-haired male, who had a huge monster beside him. "Izawa?" 13 asked, unsure whether to help the other kids escape. Izawa was staring at his son, who remained calm but was tapping his fingers in a specific rhythm. Morse code. He understood quickly and looked at Izuku with wide eyes. "Make them leave, they still need me to get to All Might, they won't kill me yet." 13, leave with the kids, Izawa said under his breath, glancing at his son in utter confusion. "Now," he yelled, realizing they weren't moving. "What the hell?" Katsuki shouted at Izawa, who met his gaze for half a second, revealing the fear he was experiencing. "Bakugo, we have to trust Izuku on this," he said quietly. Izuku was looking at the dark-haired teacher, scared to move a muscle. "Did the cream work?" Izuku asked under his breath, shocking Katsuki, who loosened his grip, giving Izuku the chance to pin him down. Seriously, did it work? Izuku asked again, this time with a hint of concern as he held the man down. See for yourself, the man groaned as Izuku let him go and stood back up. Izuku took a step back and sat down on the ground, looking at the man with a small smile. That's awesome, he clapped his hands, noticing the man's neck looked less crusty. The villain glared at him in frustration, feeling mocked. What's your quirk? Shigaraki asked, annoyed. Bold of you to assume that I have one. Izuku giggled, making the other look at him wide-eyed. Then how did you get into UA? He asked, clearly confused. The teachers were engaged in a battle with a group of bandits, making it impossible to continue their mission to save the boy. Long story, but I can't tell you since technically you're a villain, Izuku replied with a smile. What do you mean, technically? He asked, taken aback. You're the leader but not the boss of whatever organization you're a part of, Izuku explained, noticing the other frown. You are under someone else's control. That's why I say technically, because I don't know if that's what you really wish to do. This only seemed to frustrate the other. So tell me, Tamura Shigaraki, what's your story? Izuku asked, maintaining a small compassionate smile. Stop talking. Shigaraki barked, but Izuku kept his smile. No can do, I'm buying them time by talking, he explained. Why are you telling me? What's wrong with you? Shigaraki yelled, his confusion evident. I'm personally confused. I don't understand what you're doing. You want to make All Might fall, but why? Izuku pressed. I don't know, okay? Shigaraki shouted. He gives hope but takes it away when he thinks that someone doesn't deserve it, Izuku said, causing Shigaraki to freeze. That's why I lost some of my respect for him. When he told me I couldn't be a hero because I was quirkless, it hurt hearing it from someone who said anyone could become a hero. Why do you want to make him fall? Izuku repeated his question. I don't know, I used to look up to him when I was a kid. But Hero Society told me I couldn't be a hero because my quirk only caused destruction. I was kicked out into the street until a man saved me. He raised me, and we want to end Hero Society, starting with the top, Shigaraki explained thoughtfully. I see that's some excuse, Izuku yawned, stretching his limbs and getting up. Excuse me? Shigaraki asked, his fury rising at Izuku's boldness. I see why you want to do it, sort of, but there are other ways to make your point. I have friends who are in the same boat as you. They decided to go against it and do everything to become heroes, Izuku said with a small smile. To prove them wrong, that's what we're doing. Izuku glanced at the ongoing fight, where more pro-heroes had joined, trying to reach him but being held back. So, your secret weapon is this guy, correct? He asked, pointing to the strange creature beside them. He hasn't been moving, so I'm guessing he's an actual puppet? Why am I even talking to you? Shigaraki almost yelled in annoyance. I don't know, but I don't mind. You're interesting, and your quirk is intriguing. So I guess I'd like to understand you more, Izuku shrugged, pulling something from his pocket and waiting for Shigaraki to take it. Why are you giving me a pencil? Shigaraki asked, confused and irritated. Just take it with 2 fingers, Izuku smiled, waiting for him to comply. When he did, Izuku immediately let go. Now all fingers, he ordered, watching the object disintegrate. You don't decide what you destroy, do you? Izuku asked sadly, and Shigaraki confirmed with a nod. It must be hard, Izuku mumbled, looking at him with sympathy. Shigaraki snapped, realizing he was losing time. No more attack, he ordered the creature, which charged in the direction he pointed. Where's the idiot? Shigaraki asked furiously, searching for any sign of All Might. If you're speaking of All Might, he's been waiting for you to lose your cool, Izuku explained, and just then, the hero jumped from above. Izuku knew it was his cue to move before Shigaraki and All Might clashed, as he would be in the way. He looked around, the bandits were down, and Aizawa rushed to his son, hugging him tightly. Are you okay? Are you hurt? What happened? Aizawa had a million questions but didn't know where to start. I'm fine though something isn't right. Something is still off, Izuku said, scanning the area in confusion, feeling as if he were being watched. He works with someone, he's following orders. That means they aren't alone, Izuku said, trying to piece it together. Aizawa's expression went blank. Izuku, we have to evacuate, he mumbled, panic rising in his voice. There's a bomb, Izuku said urgently. Aizawa focused, trying to locate what Izuku was talking about, and soon caught sight of it, discreet but present. Izuku assessed the situation, noting the pro-heroes dealing with the mist man named Kurogiri, and he could hear explosions from Katsuki outside, indicating the students weren't far from the building. Katsuki was being held back by Kirishima and Siro, trying to prevent him from rushing back in. We don't know the size of it. For all we know, it could be small or big. It started ticking when All Might arrived. They wanted to eliminate Hero Society, and the more heroes brought down, the better for them. Dad, we don't have much time left, Izuku said, looking at Aizawa with worry. Aizawa was surprised by the term of endearment but focused on the task at hand. We have to warn everyone without alerting the villains. They could activate it, Izuku mumbled, trying to devise a plan. Aizawa listened intently, both of them feeling the weight of the moment. Where's Yamada? Izuku scanned the room. We don't have time to make it safe, he has to warn everyone inside. Outside, they need to get further away. Judging by Kaken's explosion, they're still close. We have 30 seconds until the bomb activates if they trigger it early. Aizawa nodded, taking responsibility for the inside while Izuku would go out. The freckled boy dashed to the slightly open door, slipping out unnoticed. He made eye contact with Katsuki, who looked back at him in panic. Izuku quickly spotted 13 and ran to her. 13, there's a bomb inside, he said, and she immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Everyone, follow me, she yelled, catching everyone's attention. Izuku couldn't shake the worry about what might be happening inside. Midoriya, they'll be okay. Right now, you have to focus on following the rules, 13 said, trying to reassure him as he struggled with the thought of leaving his guardians behind. What the hell is happening? Katsuki yelled, making Izuku tense up. The fear in Izuku's face spoke volumes. Izuku, what the hell is happening? Katsuki pressed, stepping closer to him. Everyone must leave. A bomb has been planted. Mick's voice echoed from inside. Izuku counted the seconds in his head as panic spread among the other students. They had 30 seconds if it was activated early. Ida, the class representative, was helping maintain control. Deku! Katsuki shook him, but Izuku was lost in his counting. More teachers emerged, holding various villains subdued. Katsuki pulled Izuku with urgency, but he was too focused on counting down. As the countdown reached critical seconds, an explosion rocked the building, sending debris flying. Izuku let out a distressed scream, seeing that no one was coming out. Calm down, Katsuki tried to say, but Izuku broke free from his grip and ran toward the scene. 2 villains had escaped, and All Might was struggling to bring the remaining teachers out. Izuku locked eyes with All Might, who seemed uncertain about their fate. Ignoring the shouts from the pros, Izuku rushed in, remembering how to carry someone in an emergency. Relief washed over him when he felt Aizawa's arm twitch. They ran out, dodging falling debris. Izuku knew he would be scolded for disobeying orders, but anger surged within him. He had warned them, and now they were in this dire situation. Coughing from the smoke, Izuku emerged to find officers and medics on the scene. The 3 most harmed heroes were receiving medical attention. Deku, are you okay? Katsuki rushed to him, worry etched on his face. I'm okay. Why didn't they listen? Why didn't they cancel? Aizawa didn't think it was a good idea, so why is this happening? I can't lose them too, Izuku sobbed, clutching Katsuki's shirt. Katsuki held him close, rubbing his back and whispering reassuring words as Izuku's sobs grew louder. Their classmates watched with compassion, realizing the depth of Izuku's connection to Aizawa. Izuku, everything is going to be all right, Katsuki soothed, cupping his cheeks to make him look up. Kak and I can't lose them too, Izuku whispered, his voice cracking. You won't. They're going to make it, Katsuki whispered, brushing his thumb across Izuku's cheek. Midoriya, you could have gotten seriously hurt, the principal began, but Izuku interrupted. No one would have been in danger if the right precautions had been taken. This endangerment affected not just our class but many heroes. Now All Might, Aizawa, and Yamada are in hospital beds. What you did was irresponsible. I'm frustrated that if you had actually considered him a threat and not underestimated him, we probably wouldn't be in this situation. So why are we in this situation? Izuku's voice echoed in the room, filled with distress. The principal and a few pro-heroes fell silent, knowing he was right. They hadn't taken the threat seriously enough. Izuku took a deep breath, placing his hand on the table for support. Tamura Shigaraki is a puppet. He follows orders thinking it's his own. They don't just want All Might to fall, they want to dismantle the entire hero society. He was trained to kill since childhood. He sighed heavily. I confirmed that he can destroy things just by touching them with all 5 fingers. When he does, they turn to dust. He has no control over it. His quirk drives him to destroy. If he doesn't, his body craves it, causing him pain. He has rashes everywhere because it itches when he feels that urge. Izuku's tone was calm but filled with urgency. Do whatever you want with what I told you, but this is just the beginning. They won't stop until they get what they want. It's only a matter of time before their group grows. Disappointment filled his voice. I'll face whatever consequences you give me for going back inside. I don't care because no one was helping All Might, who was barely standing, not even those who swore to protect him. His disappointment resonated in the room, leaving everyone silent as they watched him leave. The boy who admired them had made them feel his disappointment deeply. I hate to admit it, but he's right. We weren't heroes today, we were cowards. That boy did more than any of us. Midnight finally spoke up, breaking the silence. I don't know about you, but big or small, I'm never underestimating anyone again. We're lucky everyone is alive, and that's all I have to say. She left the room, her shame evident. Izuku waited outside Recovery Girl's office while she continued to heal the injured. Katsuki joined him, holding his hand tightly. Midoriya? They looked up to see Class 1A, the Big Three, and Shinso standing there. I'm sorry, Ochako exclaimed, clapping her hands together and bowing to Izuku, leaving everyone confused. I'm so sorry for underestimating you all this time. I doubted you for being quirkless. You were always one step ahead, and I still looked down on you. I'm so sorry. Tears fell from her eyes. It's okay, Uraraka-san. I understand, but thank you. It means a lot, Izuku replied with a soft smile as she wiped her tears. I'm proud of what you did today, kid. I heard you made quite an impact in the meeting earlier, Mirio said, ruffling Izuku's hair playfully. Our little baby is growing up so fast. Nijire added, pulling him into a tight hug. Izuku chuckled at their comments. Taki stayed back, hesitant to speak in the crowd, but he nodded in acknowledgement to Izuku. We'll take our leave, this seems more personal. I hope everything turns out fine, Ida said formally, trying to convey compassion in his own way. Most of the students left, leaving only Izuku, Katsuki, Shinso, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire in front of the infirmary. Midoriya? They turned to see Recovery Girl at the door. Izuku stood up, anxiety creeping in as he looked at her. You can relax, it looks worse than it is. Most of the wounds are superficial, except for a few with third-degree burns. You can see them, they're awake, she explained, opening the door. Izuku rushed inside without a second thought. The married couple lay in separate beds next to each other. Hi, little listener, Mike said with a sad smile, opening his arms. Izuku rushed to hug him. Shoo, it's okay, we're fine, Yamada whispered, comforting the sobbing boy. If you hadn't warned us, it would have been much worse, so thank you, Mike added, while Aizawa observed the scene with sadness. Why were you the last to escape? Izuku asked, looking at both of them, who exchanged unsure glances. Izuku, he told us something disturbing about you, Aizawa finally spoke. Izuku frowned, confusion washing over him. What is it? Your mother, how did she die exactly? Aizawa asked, concern etched on his face. A car crash. She died the day before I went missing. But what does it have to do with anything? Izuku's anxiety grew. Did you see her? Either at the hospital or the funeral? Yamada inquired. Yes, in the hospital. She didn't die immediately, I had a conversation with her. I was there when she passed. Why are you asking me all this? Tears streamed down his face. Did she say anything at all? Aizawa pressed. That I shouldn't stay alone, to not rely on bloodline but on those I trust most, Izuku replied, starting to shake. Katsuki moved closer, holding him tightly, confusion evident in his eyes. What is this all about? Katsuki asked, frustration creeping into his voice as he looked at the two adults. Aizawa struggled to find the right words to explain the situation to his son. He had briefly informed the other pros about the incident, which had only heightened their concern. I don't understand what happened? Izuku asked quietly. We don't know exactly, we need to figure it out. But one last question, have you ever met your father? Aizawa inquired, the three teachers waiting anxiously for the answer. Aizawa, Present Mike, and All Might were the only ones left with the two villains. They were working together to subdue the blue-haired man who was attacking with reckless rage, like a child in distress. Aizawa managed to ensnare him with his capture weapon, allowing the other pros to escape as time was running out. Shigaraki's eyes were filled with desperation as he looked at Aizawa. My brother, protect him no matter what. It's only a matter of time before he finds out he's here, Shigaraki pleaded, sounding like a different person. Who? Aizawa asked, confused and concerned. Izuku, protect Izuku from my Hosu. Shigaraki was cut off as he was absorbed into a hole. Izuku spoke up. He left when I was 3 years old. My mom said he went on a business trip overseas, but he never came back. The implications of Shigaraki's words weighed heavily on him. Do you have his name, young Midoriya? All Might asked from another bed in the room. Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku replied, still bewildered. We'll have to do a background check to see where he actually is, All Might said, the fear evident in his voice. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurojiri returned to their lair, where Jiren and Spinner awaited them. Jiren wore a mischievous grin. As per our agreement, you failed this mission, so you must accept the new recruits I found, he said, his tone dripping with malice. This enraged even Kurojiri, who was usually neutral. You set up the bomb, didn't you? You did it on purpose. Shigaraki accused, venom in his voice. Why would I do such a thing? We're associates after all. Jiren replied, a manipulative glint in his eye. Now, welcome our newest recruits. Jiren announced excitedly. First up is Mr. Compress. His quirk is compress. He can shrink anything or anyone into a small marble. He pointed to a man wearing a peculiar mask. Twice can produce more than. Shigaraki cut him off in annoyance. I don't care. Now shut up and leave before I lose my patience, Jiren. You know my limits. The room fell silent as Jiren exited, a satisfied smirk on his face. Back with the pros, Present Mike tried to lighten the mood. We'll deal with that later, All Might. Let's relax for now. I think we deserve it. Nijire clapped her hands in excitement. Our little baby made quite the impression today. Other than detecting a whole bomb? Mike teased, and Nijire and Mirio nodded eagerly. He made all the pros and Nizu question their whole careers, she giggled, glancing at Izuku, who was lost in thought. Zuku, come back, Katsuki whispered, rubbing Izuku's arm to bring him back to reality. What? Izuku asked, confusion etched on his face. I was about to tell them how impressive you were today. Nijire laughed, making Izuku blush as he recalled the earlier events. Problem child, what did you do? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. He yelled at them, and he swore, Shinso said with a smirk, looking at his embarrassed friend. You're spending too much time with Bakugo, Aizawa sighed, prompting laughter from the group. I'm not. Bakugo retorted, annoyed. Of course I do. Kaken's my best friend. Izuku smiled, trying to suppress their laughter, knowing it wasn't entirely true. How long do we have to pretend we don't know? Nijire asked, not so discreetly. Know what? Izuku replied, puzzled. That Bakugo is into you and you're into him, Shinso said bluntly, causing both boys to blush. No, we're just friends, Izuku mumbled, looking away. Katsuki sighed internally, recognizing how poor a liar Izuku was. Izuku looked down, then tentatively took Katsuki's hand. Katsuki squeezed it gently, confirming their bond. The others exchanged fist bumps and high fives in celebration. Tell a soul and I will end you, Katsuki growled, glaring at them. Why not just tell everyone? You two are cute together. Nijire suggested. Because we don't want the pressure from others, Izuku explained, embarrassed. Yeah, because people like Pinky love to gossip. We don't need that, Katsuki added, his annoyance making everyone, including the teachers, laugh as they all knew how true it was. We'll take our leave then. Rest well, and we'll check up on you tomorrow. Mirio said with a grin, pulling the others outside before anyone could respond. Once the door closed, Izuku turned to the teachers, a serious expression on his face. What does my biological father have to do with today's attack? He asked, determined to get answers. We believe he may be the one controlling Shigaraki. Earlier, he mentioned something about you being his brother. We believe you could have the same father, Aizawa explains, and Izuku frowns, shaking his head. He told me that his boss found him when he was a child. He had been kicked out to the streets because his quirk was considered villainous, Izuku says thoughtfully. I'm not dismissing the idea entirely, but I doubt I could be related by blood to Tamura Shigaraki. A frown forms on his face. Everything that belonged to my mom, is it still in the house or was it gotten rid of? Izuku asks dryly, not out of anger but discomfort with his own thoughts. Yes, Aizawa replies, curious about what the freckled boy is contemplating. My mom, she kept diaries. She always told me she wrote her life story in them. If there's something she could have known, it would be in there, he explains, unsure and not mentally ready to revisit those memories. They nod in agreement with the idea, but they know Izuku is reluctant. Not today. You deserve to rest. Do you think you could stay with Katsuki for the night? We'll probably have to stay here for now, Yamada asks, looking at the blonde, who nods. I don't mind if it's okay with Kaken and Auntie, Izuku mumbles, glancing at the teachers. But are you guys okay? He asks, worried, prompting Aizawa to scoff. We're more than okay. Worry about yourself for now. We're in good hands, Mike reassures him with a thumbs up. Yeah, tell me if you need anything, Izuku mumbles, causing the black-haired teacher to pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. We're the parents, we take care of you, not the other way around, he scolds, earning a laugh from the three blondes in the room. Alright, Izuku chuckles, a small blush creeping onto his cheeks. We should go then, you guys look like you need to rest. He smiles at his dads. I'm happy you guys are okay. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have you anymore, he confesses, making both men smile softly. We're happy too, and thanks to you, no one else was injured. You really were extraordinary today, Mike says, pride evident in his voice. Thanks, Izuku smiles softly, hugging both of them before leaving with Bakugo. This was only the beginning, everyone thought. He was tied to a chair, trying to free himself. He looked up and saw a man leaning against a wall, recognizing him from the USJ incident. Where am I? He asked in a shaky voice, unable to hide his fear. The blue-haired male didn't answer, just looked at him with an emotionless facade that couldn't hide the fright behind it. Another strange-looking man with no face entered the room, opening his arms wide. What a wonderful family reunion. I can't believe we're together once again, Izuku. His psychotic tone sent shivers down the boy's spine. Who are you? Izuku asked, looking down in anger. How dare he claim they were family? I can't believe my beloved wife didn't talk to you about me. She was the love of my life, you know? It's too bad she was killed, the driver missed, and she had to suffer, he sighed, sounding almost disappointed. You weren't even at her funeral. What an ungrateful son you are. He smirked, moving closer to the boy, who was desperately trying to remember everything around him. Come back to me, I could give you a quirk. We could be a true family once again, he said, looking Izuku in the eye. Join or die and watch everyone you love perish. His voice dropped, revealing he wasn't joking. Never, Izuku said under his breath. Katsuki Bakugo will be the first to. Suddenly, everything went dark, like he was in a tunnel with a light at the end. Izuku. Everything felt surreal. Izuku, wake up. It's not real. We'll meet again sooner or later, son. Be prepared, was all he heard before jolting awake. His eyes snapped open, covered in cold sweat, shaking, heart pounding, looking around the room, scared that whoever he saw had followed him. Izuku, are you okay? He looked, and his boyfriend was there, holding his shoulders in a panic. Izuku had been talking and crying in his sleep, and Katsuki had jumped onto his bed where Izuku was sleeping while he was on the futon on the floor. He says, he wants to hurt you first. He was with him. He wants to bring me with him. He's my biological father. Izuku's words were jumbled, his shaky breathing making it harder to understand. Izuku, breathe. This is making no sense. Breathe and tell me again, okay? Katsuki said, pulling him close as he rubbed his back in an attempt to reassure him. He whispered comforting words as he waited for his lover to calm down. It wasn't a dream, Kaken, Izuku said, lifting his shirt to show the swollen skin where the rope had left marks. He could still feel it. That was how he knew the pain was real. Katsuki's face drained of color as he looked at the smaller boy, terrified. Kaken, I'm scared, Izuku admitted, tears streaming down his face. Katsuki finally snapped out of his trance and hugged him tightly. He couldn't promise everything would be all right since he didn't know himself. We'll figure everything out, I can promise you that, he whispered. Izuku was sobbing when he suddenly froze, as if struck by an idea. Kaken, we have to break up. Izuku's words took the blonde by surprise. No, Izuku, why do you say that? Katsuki asked, confused and hurt. Because he said he would hurt everyone I love, so if we break up Katsuki interrupted him with a kiss, pulling back slightly to look intensely into Izuku's eyes. Would you still love me if we broke up? He asked, cupping Izuku's freckled cheeks. Of course I would, Izuku sobbed, fear evident in his gaze. Then it won't change anything. Deku, we'll figure things out. If I'm too far from you, who would protect me? I need you by my side. He whispered, caressing Izuku's face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I don't want to leave you. He said he'd go after you first. I can't risk losing you, Kaken. Izuku whimpered, hugging Katsuki tightly. I can't lose you too, Katsuki mumbled, feeling heartbroken at the sight of Izuku's distress. You won't. We'll make sure we stay together, okay? Because I don't want to lose you either, he whispered. Katsuki felt a tightness in his chest, as if he were crying, even though no tears fell. They fell into silence, Katsuki trying to piece together the little information he had, but he couldn't figure anything out. Was Izuku affected by a quirk? Something was definitely wrong, and what Aizawa had said earlier that day certainly had something to do with it, his biological father. Maybe the hag knows about him, Katsuki finally said, looking at Izuku, hoping they might have a lead. Our parents have known each other since before we were born. They probably know about him. Izuku's eyes lit up with hope. You're right, and with my mom's diary, maybe we could get more information. He told me he could give me a quirk. I don't want it, but how does that even work? Izuku questioned, confusion etched on his face. Katsuki was even more puzzled. What was Izuku talking about? He glanced at his phone. It was 5 a.m., and he could see the first rays of sunlight peeking through the curtains. You can grab some of my clothes. I'll wake up the hag and get dressed after. We're dealing with this now, Katsuki ordered firmly, not giving Izuku time to fully process as he left the room. Izuku looked around and went to the wardrobe, taking a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. He hesitated between keeping his dirty underwear or taking a clean pair of Katsuki's. Unsure, he changed into a black shirt that was slightly too big and spotted a pack of new boxers, silently apologizing to Katsuki for taking a fresh pair. He took his phone and texted both Mike and Aizawa, asking whoever saw it first to call back. Katsuki soon returned, smirking at how adorable Izuku looked in his clothes. The hag's getting ready. Can you call Mr. Aizawa and tell him to join us at your old house? He asked, and Izuku nodded anxiously. I know it's your first time going back, but it'll go well, I promise, Katsuki whispered, kissing Izuku's forehead and offering a small smile. Yeah, you're right, Izuku mumbled. returning the smile before leaving the room to let Katsuki change. He stood by the door, waiting for Katsuki, but Mitsuki arrived first. Katsuki had only told her that Izuku needed help regarding the attack the day before, speaking so quickly that she hadn't processed all the information. "Izuku, are you alright? What happened?" she asked, worry etched on her face as she checked him for any signs of harm. "We'll explain more after, but did you ever meet my biological dad?" Izuku asked, concern evident in his voice. "What does that man have to do with it?" she asked under her breath. "I saw him in a dream," he replied, and she frowned. "A dream? If it's just a dream, then why?" She didn't need to finish before he lifted his shirt, revealing the purple lines on his skin. "It was real," he whispered. "I don't know how it's possible. We're going to my old house. I need to go through my mom's diary to find anything that could answer our questions. We need you to tell us everything you know about him. I'm going to ask Aizawa to join us," he briefed, and just then his phone rang, displaying Aizawa's name. He picked up and put the call on speaker. "Izuku, is everything okay?" Aizawa asked, his raspy voice indicating he had just woken up. "I'm sorry, could you join us at my old house? My biological father is related to Shigaraki. What he said is most likely true," Izuku explained, and Aizawa's eyes widened. "Send me the address, I'll be there with Mike." "Can all Mike come?" he questioned. "Yeah, we're going there now." "I'll send the address," Izuku replied before hanging up. Katsuki watched as Izuku wandered to a patch of grass and picked up a rock, revealing a key to the house. "Smart," Katsuki chuckled, but then he noticed something odd. "Wait, that's not a rock," he said, looking at Izuku with a hint of disgust. Izuku laughed, holding up what appeared to be a realistic piece of dog waste. "No one would touch it," he chuckled, staring at it with a bittersweet smile. It seemed odd from an outside perspective, but Izuku remembered how much he and his mother had laughed doing this. Izuku snapped out of it and opened the door. The second he stepped inside, he felt a wave of nausea. The place smelled abandoned, no longer the comforting scent of home. He covered his mouth, trying not to cry, but the tears fell anyway. He couldn't recognize it. It had the same colors and decorations, but it felt so empty. Katsuki and Mitsuki didn't step in, even though they wanted to. It wasn't what Izuku needed at the moment. Izuku frowned, noticing something that was definitely significant to someone who had lived there their whole life. "Someone's been here," he whispered, rushing to a frame. It wasn't anything big, but it was enough to make him frantic as he opened it, taking out the picture inside. "This isn't the real one," he murmured, feeling hurt. In the back, there was a note that he and Katsuki had left, a promise to each other. He had placed a paperclip on top, so if someone took it from the wall, it would fall, and indeed, the paperclip was on the ground. "Maybe it was one of the investigators of your case?" Katsuki suggested, thinking that Izuku might be going paranoid. "They already gave me back everything they took, and even if they did, they wouldn't have taken the time to replace the image," Izuku explained, showing the picture. Katsuki realized it was the same one he kept on his nightstand, the one where Katsuki was saving Izuku from a villain. "The promise isn't there anymore?" he asked, and Izuku shook his head. He had learned the promise by heart. "I promise that if you ever need me, I'll be there to save you." Katsuki had the same promise, signed with Izuku's name. Izuku started crying. It was small, but it meant a lot to him. "It's okay, I'll write you a new one. It won't be the same, but I'll mean it just as much," Bakugo said, hugging the smaller boy tightly against his chest. "It could be him. If so, that's probably how he knows we're close," Izuku thought aloud. Mitsuki was barely listening, lost in her thoughts. A knock brought them all back to reality, and Izuku went to the door, knowing it would be the three pros they were waiting for. When he opened the door, he noticed they had bandages but looked in better shape than the day before. "What happened?" Aizawa asked in a firm but worried tone. Izuku motioned for them to follow him to the living room. "He had a dream," Katsuki started, which made All Might frown. "You're telling me you're basing this off a dream? This is way more serious than..." He stopped when Izuku revealed bruises on his abdomen and arms, clearly from restraints. "I was tied in the dream and woke up with this. At the exact same places I was tied," he explained, observing the shocked expressions of the teachers. "So forgive me for thinking it was more than a dream," he grumbled, pulling his shirt back down. "What happened in this dream?" Aizawa asked with concern. Izuku explained, word for word, recalling every detail as if it had just happened. All Might looked at Midoriya as if he had seen a ghost. Just by the description, he knew who Izuku was talking about. "So far, everything makes sense. Shigaraki is a puppet. Yes, he's a villain and has the intention to cause harm, but what he's doing right now isn't his doing," Izuku stated firmly, as everyone looked at him in confusion. "Ag, where did Izuku's biological dad actually go?" Katsuki asked, looking at the pale woman. "This I should start from the beginning," she said under her breath, looking at Izuku with guilt. "Izuku, you weren't born quirkless," she said, making the others widen their eyes and wait for her to continue. "The doctor you went to when you were a child lied. What he showed and said was a lie, she explained. Inko didn't believe it, so that's why you did more tests. Except that time you weren't with her for the results since she didn't want to get your hopes up. She continued, ashamed. The other doctor confirmed that you did have the anatomy to receive your quirk, but it was taken in some way. She looked pained as Izuku stared at her, but no one could tell his emotion, not even himself. He left, and the last contact you had with him was on your 4th birthday, like you already knew. But he wasn't on a business trip. The room fell silent as Mitsuki sank in guilt. Why didn't you tell him? Katsuki asked, annoyed, but Izuku took his hand, gently pulling him back down. I don't know why. Inko made me swear to keep it a secret. I decided to listen since it wasn't my place to say a word, she explained honestly. Everyone was shocked. The timeline made sense since he left when Izuku was 4, which is also when kids start getting their quirks. In the dream, or whatever it was, the man said he could give me a quirk. I won't lie, I really don't understand, Izuku admitted. All Might was sure he knew who this person was, but he wished it were all just a coincidence. Mrs. Bakugo, what was his quirk exactly? His father's, the number 1 hero asked with concern. Fire breathing, but I believe he had more than one, even though Inko kept denying it, she answered. Izuku got up without explanation and headed to the room he longed to avoid, but he needed answers. Izuku took a deep breath as he opened the door, finding everything just as he had left it. He placed a chair next to the library and retrieved the 6 notebooks stacked at the top. Afterward, he approached the nightstand and removed a plank, revealing a diary hidden beneath. He had discovered this hideout while searching for batteries one day. Inko had always levitated confiscated objects above the library, so it was no surprise to find it there. I'm sorry, Mom, but we need answers, he mumbled, feeling a pang of guilt for going through her personal belongings. Katsuki waited for him at the door, offering a reassuring kiss on his forehead. It's for your safety, I'm sure she wouldn't be mad, he whispered. I know, it just feels like I'm intruding on her privacy, Izuku replied as they walked out, taking care to close the door behind them. Katsuki looked at Izuku with concern, understanding that this was a lot for him to process. Back in the living room, Izuku set the books down and examined the front pages, noting the dates they covered. He decided to start with the one dated from 21072. As he opened it, a piece of paper slipped out, causing him to frown. To Izuku, it read. He looked at the page in confusion, feeling the weight of the moment. Dear Izuku, if you are reading this, something must have happened to me. I love you so much and you might not understand why I did what I did, but it was to protect you. When I was young, I fell in love with a man, Hisashi Midoriya, your biological father. Our love grew, and when you were born, it was the best moment of my life. However, time passed, and he began to change. He became controlling, teaching you concerning things like manipulation and fighting. The moment he showed you how to kill was when I knew I had to intervene. He had stopped talking to you, and you were almost 4 at the time when I learned he had a curse, a quirk that allowed him to steal others' quirks. Then one day, he left without a word. When I saw you weren't developing your quirk, I took you to a doctor. The diagnosis of being quirkless broke me, but I couldn't accept it. I sought a second opinion, and that doctor confirmed the first was wrong. Your body was ready for a quirk, but there was nothing. Izuku, if something were to happen to me, remember, don't go to him. Build your own life and choose your family. I love you, my baby, never forget that. Read my journals, everything is there. Good luck, Izuku. Don't ever give up. No matter what, follow your dreams. Tears fell onto the paper as Izuku held it tightly. Katsuki rubbed his back slowly, trying to offer comfort. All Might couldn't believe that someone as pure as Izuku could be related to one of the worst villains to exist. 3 days after the incident, class had resumed, but Izuku and Katsuki were not allowed to go out without a pro-hero for safety reasons. Unsurprisingly, Katsuki was not pleased. What do you mean I can't go out without a hero? I can defend myself just fine, he exclaimed, ready to storm out. Katsuki, sit back down, Izuku ordered, causing Katsuki to halt mid-stride, swearing under his breath as he complied. Everyone in the room envied the power Izuku had over him. As I was saying, we are implementing a dorm system. Until then, since you two are the most targeted students, we need to ensure your safety, Nizu explained, determined not to risk anyone's life again. I believe you shouldn't go out unless necessary, which includes seeing each other, Nizu added. What? They both exclaimed in confusion. Only until the dorms are ready, Nizu reassured them, but Izuku struggled to voice his discontent while Katsuki had no such trouble. Absolutely not. I'll see Deku whenever I want. I'll accept the bodyguard, but there's no way I'm only seeing him in class. Katsuki spat, clearly frustrated. The room fell silent, a reminder that Nizu was unaware of their relationship. The decision had already been made, though. Izuku focused on the board, knowing he and Katsuki could no longer meet outside of school. They had to join their classmates instead of gathering at the entrance like they used to. The wait for the dorms felt endless, but Izuku's face lit up when he saw Katsuki enter the room. Kaken. Izuku smiled as he hurried to hug his boyfriend. Happy to see you too, nerd. Katsuki smirked, kissing Izuku's forehead when he noticed they were alone. Dad told me they'd announce it today about the dorms, and apparently the construction is going quicker than planned, so it'll be ready soon. Probably within the week. Izuku explained, nuzzling into Katsuki's shoulder. Katsuki smiled, running his hand through Izuku's hair. Good. He mumbled before they reluctantly let go, knowing their classmates would arrive soon. They sat at their desks, chatting as usual and discreetly holding hands. Ida was the first to enter, greeting his classmates, which Izuku responded to joyfully while Katsuki groaned. I wanted to thank you, Midoriya. I've heard about what you did, and it was truly heroic. Ida said, performing his signature robotic arm movement, which Izuku had grown accustomed to. Thank you, Ida-kun. I'm just really happy no one else was injured, he replied softly. Yeah, it's true. The way you were so calm was super manly. Kirishima chimed in, looking at Izuku with admiration. Soon, more students arrived, praising the flustered teen. Katsuki felt proud of him but couldn't help but dislike how close others were getting to his boyfriend. Everybody take your seats, we have an announcement to make, the tired teacher groaned as he entered the chaotic classroom. The students were slightly shocked to see him bandaged up but quickly settled down as their principal entered. They sensed the announcement must relate to the incident from 3 days prior. As the small principal climbed onto the desk to address the class, he bowed. First off, I truly apologize for endangering all of you because of my mistakes. The classroom fell silent, confused by his words. You couldn't have known, sir. No need to apologize, Ida said formally. He was surprised they didn't already know, but then again, Izuku and Katsuki weren't the type to gossip. Thank you, Ida, but sadly we had been warned about the attack. I underestimated the villains, and by doing so, I put everyone here in danger, the principal explained, his shame shocking the class. I see, Ida sat back down, slightly disoriented. He had always thought of adults as responsible. How could they make such a reckless decision? A question lingered in many minds. How did you know? Kaminari asked, confused. The teachers were silent, and Aizawa, who had opposed the plan from the beginning, wasn't going to waste time explaining. Nizu had to face this on his own. When the alarm was activated, one of the students managed to have a conversation with him. They gathered information, including the plan to attack the school and the intentions of the pro-heroes, Nizu explained. Why didn't they corner him or something instead? Siro asked. His quirk is to disintegrate anything he touches. It could have cost him his life. The student made a wise decision by not confronting him, the principal clarified. Now, can we return to the announcement? I don't think that information is necessary for their studies, Aizawa said tiredly. Given the past events, we will be installing a dorm system to ensure your safety. We will be contacting your parents to fill out the necessary forms in the coming days, Nizu continued, waiting for questions. Why though? Isn't it the pros who were targeted? Why are we moving? Ashido asked, confused. A few concerned students are also targeted. We've implemented safety precautions, but we cannot risk anyone else being endangered. Security has been doubled, and the dorms will ensure the safety of all. Students, he answered. The room fell silent, with everyone wondering if they were among those targeted, except for those already concerned. Don't freak out, those who are concerned already know. No need to think you're special enough to be targeted, Aizawa said with an irritated sigh, earning a glare from Izuku, who was discouraged by his bluntness. The class remained silent, both relieved and offended by his words. That is all. Have a great day, children, Nizu said, bowing before stepping down from the desk and leaving Aizawa with a class of worried teens. Aizawa started his lesson, attempting to shift to another subject, but he knew they weren't focused. The heavy tension in the room was palpable. Izuku tapped his fingers on his desk repetitively, and no one dared to ask him to stop, even though it annoyed them. A nap wouldn't be a bad idea, Aizawa, Izuku suggested, not understanding why he was trying to be a good teacher today. Aizawa got the message. Class dismissed, do whatever you want, he said with a long sigh, retreating into his sleeping bag, bringing relief to everyone. Are we not going to get any more explanation? Kaminari finally asked, breaking the silence. Midoriya, what is actually happening? Todoroki asked blankly, a rare direct question from him. Why Midoriya? Why would he know? Siro asked, confused. He always seems to get caught up in everything that happens. He also didn't seem surprised by the announcement confirming that he knew. Izuku looked at his desk, tapping his fingers. He doesn't have to explain anything to you. This is something that only concerns him, Katsuki interjected, noticing Izuku's discomfort. For once, Izuku didn't want to be a people pleaser, he didn't want to explain. Don't we deserve some type of explanation? Just so we know you're okay, Kirishima said. They were all curious, but Izuku was his friend, and he wanted to make sure he was alright. I am targeted by someone, and he wants to bring harm to those close to me. That's why I ask all of you to avoid talking to me outside of class. It's not because I don't want to, but because I don't want anyone else to be dragged into this, Izuku explained, trying to sound firm, but his breaking voice betrayed him. Shut up, nerd. We'll be more than okay. This time, they're using their brains and thinking this through. So stop thinking of others and think about yourself, you idiot, Katsuki said, flicking his boyfriend's forehead, making Izuku flinch slightly. He's right, Midobro. It would be unmanly of us to let you handle this alone. Kirishima grinned at the greenette, who couldn't help but smile. We're all going to be heroes together. We are classmates and future colleagues. We will not let any of our peers down, Ida declared, doing his iconic arm movement. Anyways, that's going to make for some great stories in the future. Kaminari said cheerfully, making everyone laugh as the tension slowly faded. Aizawa, listening to the interaction, couldn't help but crack a smile while hidden in his sleeping bag. Each of them had the soul of a hero, each in their own special way. Izuku was in the classroom with Aizawa, Yamada, and of course, Katsuki Bakugo, who refused to leave his boyfriend's side. Everything has been done. Are you two ready to move tomorrow? Yamada asked with a huge smile, and the two nodded. But that wasn't the reason they were there. In the diaries, there's something else I found, Izuku said, taking the book out of his bag. Dear diary, someone has been following me and Izuku around. He hasn't made any moves to attack, only observed. I've been becoming paranoid. I can't let Izuku know. His life at school is getting worse. I work full-time and wanted to ask for help, but that would mean telling the whole story, which feels like a bad idea. He's a middle-aged man, slightly built, pretty tall, with glasses and gray hair. He has a creepy smile, and whenever we make eye contact he never tries to run. He is always in plain sight. I remember his face. He was an old friend of my ex-husband. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do now. Izuku looked at the three. Later on, she mentioned she wasn't able to spot him but still felt like she was being watched, he explained, making them look at him with concern. Which means he could still be watching you? Katsuki asked, and Izuku shrugged, pondering the same question. More like he has people spying, so he could have someone on everyone in the class for all we know. I just don't understand, Izuku mumbled, handing them the diary. You'll be put in the dorms tomorrow, so don't worry about it for now. Maybe he stopped already. When was this written, anyway? Present Mike asked, looking at the dates. His eyes widened upon seeing that it was a week before Inko's death. Izuku noticed that his parent finally understood why this was worrying him so much. Aizawa looked at the page, annoyed. Izuku was a child. Couldn't he catch a break? He let out a long sigh, putting a bookmark at that page. Izuku had decorated his dorm room with hero merchandise, making it more lively. Present Mike cried when he saw an alarm clock/radio of himself. Aizawa internally laughed, realizing that Izuku had a lot more hero merch than he thought in his old house. He was a real fanboy. Katsuki's room was simple, the walls were empty, with a desk holding different picture frames and a nightstand where he carefully placed a picture of him and Izuku as children. Right now, they were both in Katsuki's room to study since, according to the blonde, he couldn't focus with heroes staring right through his soul. People would have thought that they wouldn't continue classes, but since they were still high schoolers in the prestigious hero course at UA, they wouldn't stop their classes even with all the drama happening. The freckled teen was humming the same chorus on loop, since it was the only part he had memorized, and it was starting to irritate Katsuki. Deku, would you please shut up? I can't focus with your humming. What song is that? He questioned, visibly annoyed. Sorry, Kaken, I don't know. It was on the radio this morning, Izuku explained, fidgeting with his pencil. Bakugo took a deep breath, trying not to lose his patience. Deku was his boyfriend, and he had to be patient. Katsuki wasn't having a good day. This morning, Kaminari kept talking to him, which wasn't new, but he kept asking if Katsuki had a crush on Izuku. Mina overheard the conversation, and now they were pestering him about it. Katsuki was trying really hard not to lash out at them. Kaken, you've been acting more irritated than usual today. Is something wrong? Izuku asked, looking at the unusually silent blonde. I'm just thinking if I should deal with Pinky and Dunce face once or twice, maybe 10 times would be better, he grumbled, not realizing he was actually answering until he saw the concern on Izuku's face. What did they do? The greenette asked, worried more for his friend's sake than Katsuki's. They kept asking stupid questions about whether I had a crush on you, and even when I said no, they kept asking. Katsuki clenched his teeth in pure annoyance. Izuku sighed, taking Katsuki's hand and giving it a small squeeze. It's okay. For all they know, we're best friends, and we'll keep saying that until the time comes. The chances of them finding out are low. The only two who might actually figure it out are Todoroki and Tsu, but they're not the type to gossip, so we should be fine. And for Mina and Kaminari, we can give them something else to talk about. They're pretty easily distracted, he added, trying to meet Katsuki's eyes, which were focused on the ground. They're like dogs playing catch. Katsuki snorted, making Izuku internally facepalm. Of course, Kaken would think of it that way. And yeah, those extras are way too dumb anyway, he sighed, and Izuku celebrated internally at having cheered him up. They both returned to their math homework when someone knocked on the door, followed by laughter and chatter that brought Katsuki back to a bad mood. Izuku wanted to yell in frustration but got up, much to Katsuki's displeasure, and went to open the door. Midobro, we're doing a tour of all the dorms. Wanna join us? Kirishima asked with his usual flashy grin. Izuku turned back to look at Katsuki, who was glaring at Kirishima. I don't see why not, Kaken. Are you coming? Izuku asked, and if Katsuki could, he'd have preferred to stay behind. Absolutely not. You can all go away, he spat at them. Izuku sighed, looking at Kirishima. 2 seconds, I'll join you guys. I'm just going to pick up my stuff, he smiled before closing the door. He looked at Katsuki, who was pouting and looking away. Kaken, come on please? We'll continue our homework after, and if you don't want to, you don't have to show your room, he said, sitting to face Bakugo. I don't care. I'm not going, Katsuki grumbled, glaring at him. Cuddles in exchange? Izuku offered with a small hesitant smile. Katsuki looked away, embarrassed, the tips of his ears turning red. Fine you nerd, he said, getting up annoyed. Izuku smiled and quickly kissed his cheek before putting his stuff away. Katsuki loved these little displays of affection, even if he'd never admit it out loud. Katsuki pulled him into a bear hug before releasing him, and they left the dorm room. They didn't have to look for long since they could hear the loud chatter of their classmates. Katsuki glared at Izuku for dragging him into this. Midobro. Bakubro. You came. Kirishima grinned, waving frantically as they approached. Hi Kirishima-kun, sorry we're late. At least I got Kaken to come too. Izuku smiled, with Katsuki walking annoyed behind him. Everyone exchanged hellos, and Katsuki glared at them, already regretting tagging along. Once the tour was over, Katsuki pulled Izuku all the way to his room, which the freckled teen found cute. Kirishima took that opportunity to run after them. Bakubro Midobro. Wait up. Kirishima yelled, catching up to them. Katsuki stopped, giving him a, this better be important look. You might want to have this conversation privately, Kirishima said nervously, earning a low groan from Katsuki, who opened his door brusquely, motioning for him to come in. They entered, and Katsuki slammed the door shut behind them. He dropped onto his bed, soon followed by Izuku, while Kirishima sat in the desk chair, discreetly looking around the blonde's dorm room since Katsuki had refused to show it earlier. What do you want, shitty hair? Katsuki asked, bringing the redhead back to reality. But you know the others are starting to think that you have a crush on Midobro. Some even said the theory of you two being a thing, Kirishima explained cautiously, gulping as he saw Katsuki's eyebrow twitch. I told them it was bromance, which actually took out the idea of you two dating. But the fact that Bakubro has a crush is still out there. Maybe be more careful if you want it to be kept a secret for longer. He braced himself for an explosion but was surprised by a silent chuckle from Katsuki. Shitty hair has brain cells, Katsuki smirked, having his own special way of thanking Kirishima. Thank you, Kirishima-kun. We really appreciate it. We'll be more careful, Izuku smiled at the redhead, grateful for his help. That's what a wingman is for. Kirishima grinned proudly, hitting his fists together. Izuku chuckled, and Katsuki felt grateful for the extra support, even if he would never admit that Izuku was his closest friend. I'll head out then, I also have to do my homework, he admitted, embarrassed. Truth be told, he hadn't even started it and only remembered after seeing their pile of assignments. Good luck then. See you at dinner. Izuku waved to his friend, who hurried out of the room. That idiot forgot we had homework, Katsuki snickered, pulling Izuku down to lie beside him. Shouldn't we offer him help? Izuku asked, concerned. Katsuki groaned, holding him tighter. Cuddles and I'll consider it, he growled. Izuku blushed and wrapped his arms around Katsuki. Okay, he smiled, nuzzling into Katsuki's chest and listening to the quick heartbeat of the blonde. They stayed like that, Katsuki holding Izuku with one hand, playing with his hair, and the other rubbing his back. Soon enough, he heard the soft snores of his sleeping boyfriend and couldn't help but smile as he kissed the brunette's forehead. Before he knew it, he was also fast asleep. Izuku was looking at the boy standing in front of him, feeling slightly irritated but still silent. You have everyone's attention. All of you Class 1A students are a sorry excuse for heroes in training, the blonde spat. Izuku took a deep breath. Are you finished with your tantrum now? He asked with a long sigh, which only infuriated the other, who felt mocked. Monoma, I know you're a good guy, you're always ready to help others. But right now, your hate against Class 1A is a bit excessive, Izuku explained calmly, which only ticked Monoma off further. You have a great quirk and good control over it. Your direct combat is what we'll work on since I noticed you are agile but tend to dodge rather than fight back. We'll work on that, and then I'll bring in more classmates for your quirk training since you can't copy mine, Izuku continued, looking through his notes. Minoma looked at him incredulously. What do you mean I couldn't steal your quirk? Don't think you're almighty and better than everyone, he spat at Izuku, who looked confused. He reminded Izuku of middle school Katsuki. The greenette finally understood. Not at all, you've got it all wrong. Izuku chuckled. I'm quirkless, he explained with a small smile, which took Minoma aback. That's why I'd have to bring others for your training. I can't have you copy my quirk since it's non-existent. What the don't you have a hearing quirk or something? Minoma questioned, shocked. Why would I have a hearing quirk? Izuku asked, tilting his head in confusion. I don't know, maybe because you heard a bomb that literally saved all the pros? Minoma suggested sarcastically. Oh yeah, I was just hypervigilant of my surroundings. Anyone could hear it if they focused, Izuku explained, trying to downplay it. Yeah right, a room full of pros and you're the only one who heard it? Minoma scoffed. I call bull. Izuku internally facepalmed. It's more complicated than you think, Minoma, but I'd like to focus on your training for now. To answer your question, I don't know how to prove I'm quirkless other than my documents and lack of a quirk, he joked, and Minoma attempted a sneak attack, which Izuku quickly dodged before kicking him in the back. Izuku positioned himself, ready for the next attack. When Minoma moved to the left, trying to surprise him, Izuku stayed still at first, but when Minoma got close enough, he used the blonde's force against him, throwing Minoma over his shoulder. Izuku stood back, waiting for him to get back up. Minoma, furious, aggressively got back up, ready to attack Izuku, who easily. Pause, Izuku ordered, but Minoma ignored him, continuing to attack, which annoyed Izuku. He pushed Minoma harshly to the ground. When I say pause, you pause, he commanded, a dark aura surrounding him that could intimidate anyone. I'm going to let you go, and you're going to listen. If not, I'll keep you like this until you understand everything you did wrong. Do I make myself clear? He asked almost in a whisper, which came out threatening. Yeah, Minoma answered under his breath, and Izuku let him get back up. Izuku looked at him, now calmer. You're good at improvising techniques, but letting your emotions take control complicates your movements. Using your emotions is good for motivation but not during combat, he explained, maintaining eye contact. Minoma listened, still frowning. Continuing training would be useless for today, thought Izuku. It's enough for today, and stop thinking I see myself as stronger than you. We have the same goal, don't make enemies already, Izuku said with a sigh, taking his stuff and leaving the gymnasium. Minoma stood frozen, watching him leave the room. So what they say about him is true, then he has the mind of someone who could conquer the world, and yet here he is, not thinking himself better but as someone equal. Minoma was impressive, and now he was looking forward to working with Izuku Midoriya again. Katsuki was lying in his bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for Izuku to come back from training. Apparently he was helping a particularly challenging student today. He should finish in about half an hour, which is why he was surprised to hear someone knocking. He got up, annoyed, thinking it would be another classmate. I swear if it's done. He stopped mid-sentence, seeing a fuming Izuku. Didn't go well? Katsuki switched to a softer look as he saw his boyfriend. No. And he was just like middle school you, for you to have an idea. Izuku growled, making Katsuki gulp. Was he that bad? Never mind, he was probably even worse. Need a hug? Katsuki offered, to which Izuku responded by hugging him. I'm sorry, I wish I wasn't like that, Katsuki mumbled, wondering how many times Izuku came home in this state because of him. Izuku hummed, not saying a word. Katsuki held him against his chest, rubbing his back with one hand and playing with his hair with the other. Izuku felt calmer as he relaxed in his boyfriend's arms. Thanks, Kaken, he whispered, looking up at the blonde, who kissed his forehead. Anytime. He smiled, bringing his hand to hold Izuku's cheek. Want to do something? Katsuki asked, looking at Izuku, who was blushing against his will. Maybe study? Izuku offered, and Katsuki couldn't help but laugh a little. We could do anything, like cuddle or watch a movie, but you choose studying? Katsuki smirked, and Izuku looked away, embarrassed. True, but if we don't do that, then we won't do our schoolwork, Izuku pointed out, and Katsuki groaned, knowing he was right. Izuku took off his bag and placed his things on the floor, gasping in surprise as he was pulled between Katsuki's legs. Compromise, you do your work and I get to cuddle, Katsuki explained, wrapping his arms around him and nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Izuku couldn't help but giggle, using his legs as a table for his notebook. Okay, so, Izuku started mumbling everything he could remember about his observations on Minoma during his training session. He might have annoyed Izuku, but the little greenette wasn't the type to give up. Unlike Katsuki, he didn't have all the same homework as them. He used his studying time to work on his analysis. As for Katsuki, he had developed some sort of ability to block off Izuku's nerdy mumbling. It was a little before dinner when there was a knock on the door. Katsuki cursed under his breath, slowly moving away from Izuku to go open the door. He opened it, annoyed, ready to confront whoever it was, but his expression changed upon seeing Aizawa and Yamada. Feels weird to come into Bakugo's room. Present Mike said in awe, making Katsuki growl as he sat back down with Izuku, who still hadn't noticed their presence. He's been at it since he came back from that training session, Katsuki explained, annoyed, as he touched Izuku's shoulder to get his attention. It worked. Izuku looked around confused and smiled upon spotting his parents. Hey! The freckled boy smiled brightly, closing his notebook. They were both fascinated because they had never come inside Bakugo's dorm room, so this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Was there a reason you two are here, or is it just to be annoying? Katsuki asked, glaring at them. Alright, Shota. To you the honor. Yamada laughed nervously. Aizawa glared at his husband before taking a deep breath. We tried everything to make them cancel, but they refused to cancel the sports festival, Aizawa finally admitted with a long sigh, and Izuku tensed. Katsuki rubbed Izuku's arm slowly. What part of, stop putting everyone in danger, does that stupid rat not understand? Isn't his quirk supposed to make him smart? I know it affects human emotions, but, Izuku, who was about to blow up, took a deep breath. Silence. Izuku's reaction made everyone stay still, scared to make a wrong move and infuriate the greenette even more. Katsuki slowly started pulling Izuku into a hug from behind. If he wants to trap them, then he can use me as bait instead of the whole school. I hope I die, and maybe he'll understand we aren't playing games and this is real life, Izuku spat, and they all looked at him, concerned. He was taking it the hardest, being one of the main targets and knowing the villain was most likely his biological father. Don't say that, Aizu, Katsuki mumbled, kissing Izuku's temple affectionately. Aizawa and Yamada were taken aback by Izuku's sudden outburst. I'm sorry, but Nizu's goal is for them to take the bait, isn't it? Izuku asked under his breath, and Yamada was surprised that Izuku figured it out, while Aizawa was not. Yes, the black-haired teacher admitted. Then I'll go. I'll play bait. But not somewhere with so many people at risk, Izuku said firmly, making everyone in the room go silent. Don't even dare tell me that Nizu didn't put it in the plans. Because I know he most likely did, he probably suggested putting Kaken too. Didn't he? Izuku asked for the first time, but neither of the two answered. Didn't he? Izuku shouted, getting up, and everyone felt afraid. I'm going to get some air, Izuku growled, taking his bag. You can't go out alone, Yamada said, and Izuku slammed something on the desk harshly. The tracker. There's mine and Kaken's location on it. Izuku grumbled as he walked out without adding another word. Confusion filled the room as Yamada quickly examined the device, noting a moving cross and another that was still. Katsuki searched himself in a panic, trying to find the tracker but coming up empty. What the hell? He muttered, bewildered. Just then, he received a notification from Izuku. My nerd. The tracker is in your shoe. Sorry for invading your privacy. I swear I wasn't going to look unless you disappeared. Me? It's fine, nerd, but can you come back? We can do something else to change your mind. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had been left on red. Get out of my room. I'll go find that idiot, he grumbled as he stood up. No, you won't. The two of you out at the same time isn't a good idea. I'll go, Aizawa said firmly, leaving no room for Katsuki to argue. Izuku walked through the streets. After leaving campus, sensing someone following him, he was prepared for whatever might happen, having already spotted the person, a middle-aged man who matched the physical description from his mother's diary. He recognized him from a few encounters after school before he had run away. As he continued walking through the busy streets, he felt secure knowing that pro-heroes were patrolling nearby. He sat on a bench, waiting. The man wasn't hiding, he was smiling at Izuku. Izuku scanned the area and spotted his black-haired guardian. He shook his head and exaggeratedly stretched his arms, pointing in the direction of the man. It took a moment for Aizawa to understand, but when he did, concern flashed across his face. The man approached Izuku and sat beside him. Izuku shook his head at Aizawa, signaling him to stay put. The man stared at Izuku, and the teen couldn't deny that he felt uneasy. Can I help you with something? Izuku asked, trying to mask his confusion. He needed to keep the man from realizing he knew who he was. The man shifted to a more casual demeanor, shaking his head. I was looking for someone, and you look exactly like him. He wore a smug smirk. Oh, I understand. So you're looking for a kid? You know how strange that sounds. Izuku chuckled, slowly moving away from him. So the rumors are true, you're smart, the man said mockingly. Izuku discreetly started a voice recording on his phone. Why not come with me and make everyone's job easier? The man asked in a low, menacing tone. You know why I'm here, why pretend you don't? He questioned Izuku. Izuku analyzed the man's features closely. I won't follow for many reasons. What's your name? He asked, letting off a dark aura. The one and only. Jiren. He grinned, his expression unsettling. Izuku hummed, preparing to stand up, but the man's grip tightened on his shoulder. He looked at Aizawa in distress, realizing his guardian had activated his quirk. Leaving without saying goodbye? Inko really did raise you to be an ungrateful brat. I'm happy I killed her. Izuku's vision blurred with rage. You're the one, huh? He muttered under his breath, earning a cold laugh in response. What did you expect? She was in the way. She never would have given you away, Jiren exclaimed, igniting Izuku's fury. He struggled to maintain control, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. Beathy, that's what you are, Izuku growled, breaking free from the man's grip. Wanna know the best part? Jiren leaned closer, smirking. You won't remember a single thing. He reached for Izuku's head, but Izuku shoved him away. Be sturdy. Izuku yelled, pushing him and landing a punch to Jiren's jaw with all his strength. You be STRD. You killed her. Tears streamed down his face as he struck again. Jiren appeared confused, he should have forgotten. Izuku swung again, but this time Jiren dodged. Reinforcements arrived just as Aizawa restrained Izuku, who was still consumed by anger. He killed her. He killed her. Izuku shouted, trying to break free from Aizawa's hold. Izuku, calm down, Aizawa ordered, but his words fell on deaf ears. What shocked everyone was when Jiren transformed into a puddle of mud, vanishing before their eyes. Izuku went numb, collapsing to the ground in tears. Aizawa was at a loss for how to help as Izuku sobbed in despair. He killed her, he doesn't even regret it, he killed her. Izuku's cries grew quieter as he leaned into Aizawa's arms. The street was locked down, and citizens watched from a distance, witnessing his anguish. Sir, we'll need to interrogate the boy, an officer said, but before Aizawa could protest, Izuku handed him his phone. Just listen to the recording, he managed to say, stopping the audio. From the moment he sat down until now is all there, he whispered, earning shocked looks from everyone around. He could never stop impressing everyone with his quick thinking. It was almost frightening. The officer nodded, taking the phone and leaving with it. Izuku felt numb, sitting there with a blank expression as he stared into the void. Aizawa was silent. Izuku was smart, too smart for his age. Even the teacher himself wouldn't have thought of doing something like that. The black-haired man got up to speak to the officer. Can we leave? He asked as the officer consulted with others. We'll send the record to our investigator, and you'll be allowed to leave right after, he explained, and the teacher nodded, looking at Midoriya worriedly. Katsuki was sitting in the common room, a rare sight since he usually only came out when Izuku was around. He wanted to see the moment Izuku returned, ready to confront him for leaving. It had been 3 hours, and still no sign. Dinner had passed, and everyone had agreed to leave a plate for the two since Izuku was absent and Katsuki was unapproachable. Bakugo! Kirishima looked up, surprised that Katsuki didn't yell or react aggressively. What do you want, shitty hate? Katsuki asked under his breath. You don't look good. Need to talk about it? Kirishima asked, sitting next to him calmly. No, Katsuki grumbled, getting up to leave, but Kirishima followed anyway. It's Midobro? Did something happen? He looked rather upset earlier, the redhead questioned, thinking the two had fought. Katsuki stayed silent, hands shoved in his pockets as he walked to his dorm room. Kirishima followed, not saying a word. Katsuki opened the door, letting his friend in. Did you two fight or something? Ijiro asked, sitting on the desk chair. No, that idiot went off to take air. That teacher we have is still looking for him. It shouldn't be taking this long, he grumbled, annoyed. Kirishima nodded, feeling anxious as he remembered that Izuku had been targeted. Need to talk about it more? I promise I won't say a word to anyone, not even you, he offered, making Katsuki scoff. Wouldn't hurt, he sighed before explaining everything, from Izuku's first run away, to the bullying, to the attack. Kirishima listened in silence, shocked but feeling sorry for Midoriya and slightly mad at Bakugo for the bullying part. But now he could only focus on the fact that he was worried. Something must have happened, and it shouldn't be taking so long, especially since he had a tracker on him. Their conversation was cut short by a loud knock on the door. When it opened, a teacher with black hair appeared, maintaining his composure but unable to hide the negative emotions around him. Where's Deku? Katsuki asked firmly, earning a worried look from both. Bakugo, Izuku disappeared, Aizawa said under his breath, and Katsuki froze. What did he mean, disappeared? Did he run away or something? The teachers entered, making Katsuki sit down, Aizawa ready to intervene at any reaction Katsuki might have to this news. Both teachers were about to ask Kirishima to leave when Katsuki cut them short. He knows everything, so what do you mean disappeared? He ran away again or something? Katsuki asked, tapping his foot nervously as he sat on the edge of his bed. Bakugo, I went after Izuku. He was followed and he learned something. The man who followed him is the same one who harmed his mother. Once they captured him, they learned he was only a replica of the real person. Aizawa explained carefully, letting the information sink in. I was apparently there to help Izuku and was bringing him back to the dorms. Katsuki looked at him, confused. What do you mean, apparently? He asked, annoyed. Both teachers exchanged worried glances. Bakugo, Shota and I were together the whole time, and Yamada's voice faltered, his last words becoming inaudible. Katsuki wasn't moving. He didn't even realize he had stopped breathing, waiting for him to continue. Bakugo, I wasn't even close to the scene when it happened. A blonde girl was jumping around, clapping her hands in excitement. I was so good out there. I never knew I was such a good actress, she squealed, looking at her friends. And the way the copy of Jiren pretended to use his quirk on him was perfect, she continued, making two members of the squad, one a scared man with black hair and the other a reptile-looking man, get annoyed. The other members just let them be as they stared at the captive boy. Izuku looked around. It seemed like an abandoned bar, and he was tied to a chair with thick ropes that were impossible to break. The blonde girl, whose hair was styled in two messy buns and who wore a school uniform, was the one impersonating Aizawa earlier. Another man, dressed in a full costume that covered him from head to toe, was also there, though Izuku couldn't tell his age. He guessed the man was probably middle-aged based on his voice. He was celebrating with the blonde girl. A young adult with black spiky hair, covered in purplish scars and wearing a black leather jacket that could easily be mistaken for a robe, was rather quiet, especially compared to the others who were celebrating. There was a reptile-looking man sitting on one of the benches facing a misty figure behind the bar, whom Izuku immediately recognized as Kurojiri from the USJ incident. Also present was a man with a uniquely designed mask, the one who had captured Izuku earlier. Izuku recognized the place. It was the same room from his dream, which meant the man who claimed to be his biological father and Shigaraki were likely there. He remained silent, having not spoken since his arrival. He should have noticed something was off with Aizawa earlier, but he was so caught up in his anger that he failed to pay attention. He had missed an important detail. Aizawa would never ask for permission. He would warn, but if he wanted to leave, he would have done so without waiting. Izuku Midoriya, is it? A blonde girl asked with a huge smile. The boy's silence was irrelevant to her as she seemed to be enjoying herself. Well, Izuku, I'm Himiko Toga. I'm happy to meet you. I've heard so many good things about you. Her excitement made the others cringe. Izuku looked at her emotionlessly, as if she were a shadow. He felt cold and tasted something metallic in his mouth. His vision blurred, and his breathing became all-bred. Seriously? I didn't take too much blood, did I? Himiko complained, glancing at Izuku's shirt, which was slowly soaking in blood. Izuku looked down and realized he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, like he had been stabbed. Toga, you have a job, remember? Go get Katsuki Bakugo. Maybe it'll motivate this idiot to join us, a blue-haired boy ordered after entering the room, emphasizing Bakugo's last name. Izuku didn't question it much until he heard a voice in his head. Bakugo. If he's half as smart as I think, he'll know it isn't you if she calls him by his last name. Izuku thought he was going crazy until he met Shigaraki's eyes. Leave Bakugo out of this. Izuku yelled, taking them aback, but they smirked, realizing they had a good bait. Who calls their childhood friend by their last name? Toga asked mockingly. Please leave Bakugo out of this, Izuku said, feeling the name foreign on his tongue. Then join us and no one will get hurt, Shigaraki said, and Izuku's vision blurred again. Whatever you do, don't join us, the voice echoed in his mind. Confused but aware that this was his only lead, he couldn't risk showing it. I won't join any of you, Izuku said harshly. Toga clapped her hands in excitement. Okay then, let's go have some fun. I have to get prepared. She skipped away giggling, soon followed by the others. Kurojiri and Shigaraki were the only ones left in the room with Izuku. Amra will want to speak with you, Shigaraki said, his voice raspy and low. Izuku noticed him scratching his neck aggressively. Why does he want me so badly? Izuku finally asked. Shut up, I don't want to hear you. Shigaraki spat, leaving Izuku confused. He had been nice just moments before. Why the sudden change? Whatever you do, no one can know that you can hear me. So listen closely. Izuku looked down, feeling weaker by the second, with his wound showing no signs of healing. I'm not a good guy, you are. I'm still going to do anything in my power to destroy the heroes, so don't think I'm a nice guy. But you are my half-brother. I won't allow you to have the same fate as me, so for now, play along. Heroes will come to rescue you sooner or later. The hideout blocks any communication with the outside world, which is why your tracker isn't working, he explained, making Izuku more nervous. He wasn't sure if he could trust his half-brother, but right now, it was his best option. Before he could respond, a tall man entered the room, wearing a mask that covered his entire face, with only his hands visible. Izuku, my son. We meet at last, he said in an oddly cheerful tone, which felt more sadistic. He approached Izuku and analyzed him closely. You look exactly like your mother. He growled, grabbing Izuku's hair and forcing him to look up. I should have killed that woman a long time ago. Maybe you wouldn't be on the path of those idiotic heroes if I had. Infuriated, Izuku spat at him. It was a big mistake, as the man then pressed his finger into Izuku's wound, causing him to scream in pain. The man laughed coldly as Izuku coughed up blood. Patch him up, we don't want him dead just yet, the boss ordered to Tamura, who nodded. Izuku fought to stay conscious, but darkness soon enveloped him. It had been almost 2 days without any signs of Izuku. Katsuki had been locked in his dorm until he swore not to go after him. He didn't come out, not even for class, and his classmates were all affected by Izuku's disappearance. Kirishima tried to cheer up his best friend, but nothing seemed to work. Katsuki sat in silence, staring at the unanswered messages from his missing boyfriend. They could see the last location from the tracker, but it only pinpointed a sector in the Red District, an area where few heroes patrolled. Aizawa was there with other heroes who preferred to remain inconspicuous to avoid drawing attention. They had followed camera footage that showed Izuku meeting up with a masked man, who made him vanish with a single touch. Izuku hadn't even had a chance to fight back. He was lost in thought and unaware of his surroundings. Now, they were following any traces left behind until they found an unconscious body. They immediately recognized the green hair and signature red sneakers. Aizawa rushed to take the boy and called for paramedics, informing Yamada that they had found their son, though a nagging feeling of unease lingered. It felt too easy. What he failed to notice was the proud smirk on Izuku's face as he was transferred onto a stretcher. Meanwhile, Izuku was tied to a chair, suffering from severe injuries. His abdomen was torn, his arms bruised, and he had broken ribs. All for One was trying to convince him to join, but Izuku held on to the hope that someone would come to rescue him. The pain was excruciating, but he refused to plead for mercy. He remembered his own past suffering, but this time, the goal was different. It was to make him join their cause. Toga had yet to return, and Izuku felt disappointed that they hadn't figured out her ruse. He was in agony, and while he was aware that Katsuki might be with another version of him, he felt selfish for being annoyed. He was also scared for Katsuki's safety and had been searching for a way to escape, but nothing seemed promising. Hisashi, trying to manipulate Izuku's mind, taunted him. They don't care about you, they never did. You're quirkless and they're only here out of pity. So join us. Izuku interrupted him. Shut up. No one asked for your opinion. They don't care if I'm quirkless. When they hate me, they say it. So don't you dare put words in their mouths. His defiance earned him a slap, but Izuku's rage only intensified. As Hisashi approached with a metal rod, Izuku braced for impact, determined not to show fear. The League of Villains watched, shocked by the brutality. This was his son, yet Hisashi was barely keeping him alive. Shigaraki communicated with Izuku telepathically, explaining that Toga would need to return for a refill soon. Izuku had already endured 2 days of torment and was at his breaking point, hungry, tired, and in pain. He wanted it to end, but he had to stay strong for Katsuki, his parents, and his classmates. With his hair covering his eyes, he looked up at Hisashi, who was laughing at his suffering. Izuku felt numb. You're a pathetic excuse for a villain, he said, his voice cold. You know that? There's crazy, and then there's being a villain. You're just a maniac with no life. Calling yourself a villain would be too much credit. Hisashi grabbed Izuku by the hair and lifted him along with the chair. Is that all you got? Izuku laughed, appearing almost unhinged. Shigaraki yelled in his mind, urging him to be careful. What are you doing? You're going to get yourself killed. Izuku smirked. I'm just distracting him. They're here for me. I owe you one, so leave now, and thank Dabi for not burning me last time. He looked back at All for One with a defiant grin, ready to face whatever came next. The rest of the room emptied, and the older man was so focused on hurting Izuku that he didn't notice anything else. He took a gun and pointed it at Izuku. The shot rang out, and Izuku let out a scream that echoed through the halls. Just then, the front door burst open, shattering into pieces. Katsuki found himself next to the unconscious teen in the infirmary but couldn't bring himself to hold his hand. It lacked the warmth he was used to. Everyone was skeptical, convinced they were missing part of the story since Izuku had returned unharmed, not a single scratch on his body. Why was he unconscious? Katsuki jumped when he saw Izuku move slightly and called for Recovery Girl as he noticed his eyes open. Deku! You idiot! Katsuki exclaimed, annoyance evident in his voice. Toga looked at him, confused. Weren't they childhood friends? Now she understood why he called him by his last name. Hey, Bakugo, she said, and he froze, looking at Izuku. That's not Deku, he groaned, staring at the imposter. Wait here, I'll get Recovery Girl. He left quickly to find the nurse. That isn't Deku, he whispered to the nurse, who looked at him in confusion. I don't know who that is, but it sure isn't Deku. He spoke firmly, careful not to be overheard. The nurse raised an eyebrow. You told me he had no head injury, right? She asked. No, nothing came out, she replied. Then let me ask the questions. Bring Mr. Aizawa because that isn't Deku, Katsuki insisted. We'll do that, Bakugo. You're the one who knows him best, so I'll trust you, she said, making the call as he returned to Izuku's side. Katsuki stared at the imposter, noting the same eyes but a different expression. Bakugo, how long was I out? The imposter asked, and Katsuki frowned. He didn't owe this person any respect. I don't know, I'm not your babysitter, he snapped, gritting his teeth. Izuku had told him to think things through, and he hoped he would be proud of him for not losing control. Right? The imposter mumbled, looking at his hands gripping the blanket. The room fell silent as Katsuki leaned against the wall, staring at the imposter with disgust. But worry gnawed at him. If this person wasn't Izuku, then his boyfriend could still be in danger. When Aizawa entered, the imposter smiled. Dad! Toga exclaimed, and Aizawa immediately sensed something was off. Izuku would never trust someone so quickly, especially after the last incident with a copy of him. Happy to see you're all right, Aizawa said, giving a half-smile before nodding to Recovery Girl, agreeing with Katsuki's concerns. We'll just ask a few questions, Midoriya, to ensure you have no memory loss, the nurse explained. She turned to Katsuki. Katsuki will ask since he's the one who knows you best. The room fell silent again. Nerd, what's the name you gave me as kids? Katsuki asked, arms crossed, showing no emotion. Kaken, the imposter answered cheerfully, and Katsuki frowned. When did you stop calling me that? He pressed. I don't remember, it just faded over the years, the imposter replied. Toga felt the pressure mounting. One wrong answer could ruin everything. Why did I start calling you Deku? Katsuki asked, raising an eyebrow. Toga struggled to think of a plausible response. I don't know, she admitted, feeling the weight of the moment. Katsuki scoffed. He remembered the meaning of that name all too well, so there was no way the imposter wouldn't know. Why did you storm off yesterday? Aizawa asked, breaking the silence. Toga realized she wasn't prepared. What was Shigi thinking? I don't remember, she mumbled, trying to play it off. The three exchanged glances, and Katsuki couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed the imposter by the collar. I don't know who you are, but you are not Deku. Stop pretending, he hissed, glaring intensely. Toga pouted, and a muddy substance fell away, revealing a blonde high school girl. Seriously? They should have at least tried to make a better plan, she whined, but then a smile crept onto her face. So what gave it away? She giggled, but Katsuki was far from amused. Deku never calls me Bakugo. That idiot hasn't called me that since we met, he growled. The girl hummed, pulling out her phone, her expression suddenly blank. Wait, this is too far, she murmured, glancing at the half-conscious Izuku. His hair was matted with dried blood, his body covered in bruises. The stab wound she had inflicted was worsening, and he was only upright because of the restraints holding him in place. He isn't going to survive if this continues, she whispered, revealing a deeper, more troubling affection for Izuku. If she could, she'd keep him for herself forever. So she wanted him alive, she was going along with it so he would stay with them forever, not so he'd die. She had completely forgotten she was with a pro-hero who had trapped her in his capture weapon. Katsuki picked up the fallen phone, revealing an image that made him feel sick. That was until he realized that tied to the chair was his boyfriend. When he did, he wanted to yell and cry. Recovery Girl, noticing his pale face, looked at the phone and gasped. If Izuku was in that condition, she feared he didn't have much longer to live. Where is he? Katsuki asked harshly. The girl, who usually had a fascination with gory things, was visibly shaken. Where is he? Katsuki shouted again, and this time the girl reacted. Let me go and I'll show you, she said. Katsuki was about to refuse until Recovery Girl showed him the punch. What had they done to him? He thought as he looked at the girl. Be quick and we aren't letting you out of our sight, he said firmly, taking out his phone. They were raiding the place now. Whatever pro was available had to get ready because this was not going to be an easy mission, especially if Hisashi Midoriya was the man All Might had mentioned. Aizawa refused to let Katsuki tag along, and the blonde was furious as he was sent back to the dorms. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. His boyfriend was trapped, and for all he knew, he was already dead. No, Izuku is strong. He'll make it out with his usual smile. He was startled by a knock on his door. He wasn't going to open it until the knocking became more persistent. He swung it open to reveal a group of 5. Leaving to save Mido bro without us? Kirishima grinned, but Katsuki frowned at the group. How did you? Katsuki didn't understand how they knew, but judging by their expressions, they didn't realize how bad Izuku looked. I may have been spying on you guys in Recovery Girl's office. What was the thing on the phone about anyway? Mirio explained, his smile not hiding his concern. Deku isn't looking good. He was barely even alive. Katsuki felt devastated, and everyone looked at him with worry. Let's go, Bakugo. We don't have time to waste, do we? Shinso questioned, and Katsuki quickly agreed. The mission to save Izuku began, involving Katsuki, Kirishima, Shinso, Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki. Izuku immediately recognized the explosion. His first thought was that his boyfriend would be scolded for coming, as there was no way Aizawa or any teacher would have allowed him to. It only took a few seconds for the area to fill with pro-heroes. Most charged at the villain, but everyone who knew Izuku was shocked by his condition. It was worse in reality than in the picture. He had bruises, cuts, and wounds all over his body, blood dripping everywhere. It was a miracle Izuku hadn't died. His body was running on pure adrenaline. Izuku gave a small, relieved smile upon seeing them. All Might was engaged with All for One, giving the students time to free Izuku from his restraints. Stay awake, okay? You better stay awake, Katsuki whispered, his hands shaking as he tried to untie him without causing more injury. I love you, Kaken, Izuku smiled, looking at him with pure happiness and relief. I love you too, so shut up and keep your strength up to stay alive, Katsuki ordered. Once the restraints were off, Izuku went limp, his body too exhausted to move. Kirishima caught him and gently laid him on the ground. There was blood everywhere, and Katsuki was frozen, staring at him. Guys, his heart rate is too slow, Kirishima exclaimed after checking his pulse, which snapped Katsuki back to reality. He cursed under his breath as he picked Izuku up in a bridal carry, causing him to whimper in pain. Stay awake, whatever you do, stay awake, nerd, Katsuki urged as he carefully navigated through the chaos of the fight, with the surrounding area being evacuated. I love you, Kaken, don't forget that, okay? Izuku smiled weakly, prompting Katsuki to move faster. Shut up, dude. You're saying that like you're going to die. You're going to be okay, and we'll go on the best date ever. But for that, you have to stay awake, Katsuki insisted as he laid Izuku on a stretcher, and the paramedics immediately rushed to treat him. I'm sorry, Kaken, Izuku mumbled as he was put on oxygen and soon started receiving a blood transfusion. He stared up at the sky, finding it easier to breathe. The stars are pretty tonight, he thought, feeling someone disinfecting his wounds, which caused a sharp pain. The pros were planning their ambush attack in front of the headquarters while the students secretly waited for the moment to jump in. They were definitely going to get in deep trouble for doing this. Expulsion might be on the table, but that was the least of their worries for now. Katsuki had the image of his injured boyfriend in mind, which gave him more than enough motivation to go. Let go of me, shitty hair. Katsuki yelled at his friend who was holding him back from raiding the place on his own. Bakugo, a few more minutes and Kirishima stopped talking suddenly, getting into a fighting stance as he looked at the villain with light blue hair who emerged from the side of the building. You don't have minutes anymore, he said with a hint of annoyance before disappearing into a portal, and they noticed Toga jump inside as it closed. Moments later, a gunshot and a scream echoed from within. That was all it took for the nitroglycerin that had accumulated in Katsuki's hands to ignite, exploding the side of the building and exposing a large man and a severely harmed Izuku. The greenette smiled with all his strength, but it came out as a wince of pain. Aizawa and All Might instantly recognized the explosion and cursed at the student who was most likely not alone. The man known as All for One quickly began fighting and easily overpowered the heroes. Once All Might joined, Aizawa nodded to the kids to take care of Izuku. He vowed to himself to deal with them later for this. Katsuki looked at Izuku, and if it weren't for his green hair, he wouldn't have recognized him. Even his eyes were empty, his bright emerald eyes looked numb. The sector was fully evacuated as the #1 hero, All Might, and All for One fought. The students had successfully retrieved Izuku, and they were with the paramedics who were trying to stabilize him before transporting him. You're doing a great job, kid. Stay awake, the paramedic praised, noting that Izuku should be dead by now, yet he was still alive, awake, and resisting the pain. Katsuki watched with the squad, who were also standing there anxiously, though none could compare to the blonde. Okay, he's stable, let's go. Can someone accompany? The paramedic asked in a hurry, and Katsuki immediately stepped up and followed inside. Name and relationship with the boy? He asked while filling out some paperwork as the others focused on Izuku. Katsuki Bakugo, boyfriend, he answered, his eyes fixed on Izuku, who was barely awake. The paramedics concentrated fully on the Viridian teen. Izuku Midoriya, you better stay awake, Katsuki ordered, and the greenette smiled slightly. Don't worry, Kaken. You promised a date, remember? My expectations are high this time. He giggled softly, making Katsuki snort. The paramedics used the moment of distraction to treat Izuku's wounds. You're a fool. I'm never letting you go out on your own again, you hear me? Katsuki glared at his boyfriend, slowly taking his hand after getting the okay from the medic. And that blonde villain? She was a terrible actress, you know? She even called me Bakugo. It was so weird, so you better never call me that. Katsuki glared at him, making Izuku chuckle before coughing, which terrified Katsuki, even though he didn't let it show. Idiot, you're a goddamn idiot who won't speak or laugh until further notice because, even though I miss it very much, I'd prefer you stay alive. He squeezed Izuku's hand as the medics worked around him. Katsuki was slightly in the way, but the freckled boy was staying awake thanks to him, so they took extra care. I'm proud of you, nerd, not because you're reckless and put yourself in danger at every chance, but because you didn't budge. That villain should know not to mess with you. Katsuki smirked, kissing Izuku's forehead. No one can mess with you except me, because we're going to get stronger together, right? Katsuki smiled sadly as he watched the boy smile in agreement. What is his quirk? The medic asked, and Izuku looked at Katsuki worriedly. He's quirkless, and I swear if you stop treating him for that, Katsuki stopped after seeing the small smile of the man. I won't, I'm also quirkless. It would be contradictory not to treat someone for that. I was just asking since sometimes it can affect the treatment, he said with a comforting smile, which calmed the two teens. I also wanted to be a hero but resolved to become a medic. I find it really admirable that you're working so hard for your dream, he said more to himself as he changed the blood bag. Now let's just hope that villain gets the punishment he deserves. Katsuki couldn't help but see a little part of Izuku in the man. Haru, you're mumbling again, one of his colleagues pointed out, making the other nod slightly embarrassed. Sorry, he whispered, giving a quick smile to the boys. It's surprising you're alive, a miracle you're still awake, and unbelievable that you're stable, one of the paramedics said, confused. Izuku should have died a long time ago, something was off. He gave something, Izuku managed to say before wincing in pain. Something? Just nod yes or no, the medic asked worriedly. Was it by a quirk? He asked, and Izuku shook his head no. Injection? This time he nodded yes. Shigaraki was the one watching over Izuku for the next 5 hours. You're going to bleed to death. Where are these idiots? Aren't they supposed to be heroes? He thought anxiously, scratching his neck. I don't know, maybe they didn't figure it out. Izuku felt a pang of sadness at that idea. Shigaraki had an idea and took a picture of the half-conscious boy who hadn't even noticed it. This was the same picture he sent to Toga. He hoped she would stop the act and come back if she saw it. The tall man known as Kurojiri entered the room with a small metallic box. Are you sure about this? You know what will happen if Kurojiri was cut off as Shigaraki took the box containing the injection. And if I don't do it, he dies, Shigaraki replied, filling the syringe with a thick teal-colored liquid. Izuku was confused and slightly panicked, but he didn't have the energy to do anything. What's that? He asked under his breath. Shigaraki didn't answer, only injecting the liquid. It'll produce extra adrenaline to your brain and heart so they don't stop functioning. It should last about 4 days. If those idiots still aren't here, I'll give you another shot. It won't stop the pain, but at least you'll be alive, he explained. Izuku nodded as best as he could. They had arrived at the hospital, and Izuku was rushed inside for surgery. They needed to do blood tests to check for any adverse reactions to what he had been given, as certain medications could be dangerous for him. The others are going to be here after your surgery, Katsuki whispered, carefully holding Izuku's hand. I'll be here the whole time. You better come out alive, got that? Katsuki said, his voice firm despite a tear falling. Izuku gently wiped Katsuki's tear with his thumb. I'll be fine, Kaken. Besides, I have too much information to die, he smiled softly as Katsuki kissed him. And once you're out, we'll have to brush your teeth because you taste like blood, Katsuki smirked, making Izuku chuckle quietly. Sir, we need to leave for the OR, someone announced. Katsuki nodded, looking at Izuku with a worried frown. I'll be waiting for you the whole time. Don't die on me, okay? He said, kissing Izuku one last time. I won't, I promise, Izuku whispered as the doctors took him away. Katsuki went to the waiting room, where he spotted their small rescue squad, Present Mike and Aizawa. But could Izuku really hold that promise? It had been 4 days since Izuku was placed in an artificial coma. Katsuki spent his time either at school or at the hospital. Izuku was slowly healing, but the pain would be unbearable if he were awake. However, there were still matters to address, including the consequences of the students' reckless actions. You children are in huge trouble, you know that, right? Aizawa sighed in annoyance, looking at the 6 students. You could have been injured, and on top of that, you've given me more paperwork to do. 3 agents from the Hero Public Safety Commission were also present to discuss the situation. It has come to our attention that Izuku Midoriya shouldn't be in the hero course. He has proven that doing hero work as a quirkless student is dangerous and reckless. It is also a waste of time that could be better spent on more capable students, one officer stated, causing everyone who wasn't part of his team to bristle. Hero work? The nerd was kidnapped, not doing any hero work. He's 14, for crying out loud. Katsuki slammed his hands on the table. Yes, but has he really brought any positive impact to this school? You can't keep him as a student just because he's related to a teacher. He might cause more harm than good if he continues down this path, the man explained nonchalantly. Before Katsuki could respond, Kirishima spoke up. That's an interesting point of view you have there, sir. Would you mind elaborating? He asked with a forced smile, masking his disgust. Yes, well, the officer began, thinking he was making sense, but Kirishima had more to say. Oh, but first, let's ask everyone he's helped so far. Just to see how useless he is to this school, he said mockingly as he texted someone. It didn't take long before students from Class 1A, 1B, and others from the Hero course entered the room, standing proudly around their classmates. The teachers were amused, while the Hero Public Safety Commission was furious. Yeah, let's start with the time he was able to locate a bomb and made everyone evacuate, saving a dozen pros and a whole class, Kirishima began with a smirk. Or when he got information out of a villain because he was quick enough to react to the situation, Katsuki added, pride swelling in him as he saw how many people were ready to fight for Izuku. And he helps every single one of us improve. If he's not strong enough to be here, then I guess we should all leave since no one has beaten him yet, Kaminari declared with a thumbs up. And he believes in us, no matter what, another student from second year chimed in. Everyone contributed their thoughts, and the teachers felt a sense of pride as they witnessed their students come together. Now, since you have a quirk and belong to the superior class, mind telling me what would have happened if you were the one tied to the chair? Mirio asked, venom lacing his tone, though a smile remained on his face. The agent stayed silent as he looked at Nizu in annoyance. What's happening? He's supposed to be on our side. He thought. You'd be dead, you probably would have given up at the first scratch, Bakugo responded with a mocking smirk. We're here to discuss our punishments, not whether Deku has his place in UA or not. Katsuki returned to a menacing glare. If so, you just started an argument you'll lose miserably. He looked at the agent with disdain. Principal Nizu, do you really accept this type of behavior? The man asked, finding it outrageous. It truly depends. In this case, you are insulting our most treasured student, so it is only natural for them to become frustrated by these remarks about their dear comrade. I do not believe they are out of place. You, on the other hand, have proven yourself quite disrespectful and useless. We will send a report to the commission explaining the next interventions we will be making. You are now dismissed. It was truly a dishonor to meet you, and I will not be seeing you again since I will request a replacement. Nizu maintained a formal tone with a polite smile, which infuriated the agent as he left in fury. Good day to you too. Nizu waved goodbye as the students moved for him to pass. The students started cheering in victory, except for Katsuki, Shinso, and Tamaki, who noticed the expressions of the teachers, not forgetting the reason for their visit. Thank you, kids. I will now ask you to leave so we may discuss the matter with these six, Nizu said with his usual softness, and everyone nodded as they left. That's when those who had forgotten remembered. Could we skip the nonsense and go straight to the point? Katsuki asked, annoyed. Thank you, Katsuki, for staying on point. As for the intervention method we will be taking, you are dismissed. I now have the urge to annoy the commission. You kids won't be getting any punishment this time. Nizu said, clapping his hands proudly, making everyone present blink in disbelief. Mirio was asked to head to the infirmary where All Might was staying. He was still in critical condition, and his civilian form was now known by all. When Mirio entered, he was met by the skinny man who was sitting and looking outside the window. Hello, All Might. Principal Nizu said you needed to see me. What's up? Mirio asked with a smile as he joined the man's side. Take a seat, kid, All Might said, giving a weak smile. The student nodded and joined the number 1 hero's side. Mirio, like you may have guessed, my time is coming to an end. I will no longer be able to be the symbol of peace, and someone will have to take my place, he explained sadly. Mirio gave a sad smile, knowing it mustn't be something All Might was looking forward to. I will need a successor. I have a power that is transferred from generation to generation, and young Togata, I truly believe you have the potential to become the next symbol of peace. So I wanted to see you today to ask a question. He explained anxiously. Togata Mirio, will you please be my successor? All Might asked pleadingly, and Mirio smiled brightly. With all due respect, Mr. Tashinori, I will decline. I believe we both know who the real next symbol of peace should be, Mirio pointed out, making the man nod with a long sigh. Katsuki went to the hospital accompanied by Yamada since Aizawa still had paperwork to do. The blonde teacher was getting food, wanting to leave them some alone time. So that's how Katsuki found himself in a hospital room next to his unconscious boyfriend, with only the sound of the heart monitor filling the room. He changed the water of the flowers he had brought the day prior before sitting in the chair next to the bed and holding Izuku's hand. You got the whole hero course to come defend you today after that agent was saying nonsense about you. Everyone put him in his place, and we won't be hearing from him anytime soon with the speech that old rat gave him, Katsuki snorted, looking at him lovingly. Katsuki stayed silent as he watched his lover's chest rise and fall with each breath. Come on, tell your body to heal up so you wake up. I hate speaking to the void, he cursed, hiding his face in the bed. I just want to hear your voice, your nerdy, adorably annoying voice. He smirked, kissing the back of Izuku's hand. I miss you, please wake up soon, he whispered, feeling a pressure on his chest, like he was suffocating. It's okay to cry, Bakugo. It's perfectly normal, and like Izuku always says, it proves you're brave enough to show your feelings, Yamada explained gently, knowing the boy could be emotionally unstable at times. Katsuki let out a long, shaky breath as he watched his nerd, his Deku, lying there asleep. He hadn't noticed the tears filling his eyes as he looked at his lover. Yeah, that nerd's lucky he's awesome enough to make me feel this way, he scoffed, bringing the brunette's hand to his cheek. Yamada simply watched with a small smile as he sat on the other side of the bed with his food. Katsuki had his dinner packed in his bag, he just wasn't feeling like eating right now. Classes had to continue, and Katsuki went to all of them, rushing to the hospital at the end of each day in hopes of seeing that Izuku had woken up. It had been 1 week and a half since the last event, and yet it felt like years. Katsuki was with Aizawa and Mike as they headed to the hospital. They were also affected by all this. They were his parents after all. They had put Izuku in an artificial coma to help him heal faster and reduce his pain. At the front desk, they found a smiling nurse. Aizawa and Mike looked calmer than they usually did. Bakugo, go on, we'll join you shortly. We just need to get an update on his condition, Aizawa explained to Katsuki, who started walking to the room. He opened the door but didn't see Izuku because of the closed curtain. He slowly opened it and froze when he saw a smiling Izuku. Hey, Kaken, Izuku whispered, looking at his stunned boyfriend. Katsuki could barely process the information before he ran to hug the brunette. It's okay, I'm okay, Izuku tried to soothe the blonde, who looked completely shocked. How are you? Are you feeling better? Did I hurt you? Did. Izuku cut him off with a quick kiss. I'm okay, Kaken. Now that I'm awake, Recovery Girl will come by every day and soon, I'll be good as new. He smiled at his boyfriend. Apparently, the drag Shigaraki gave me did more than keep me alive. If mixed with another medication, it could accelerate the healing process. That's why they put me in the coma, they didn't tell you in case it wouldn't work. Izuku explained softly, and Katsuki had a million questions. You gave a nickname to that handyman? Katsuki asked, making Izuku chuckle nervously. He's the one who made sure I'd stay alive all along. He was able to telepathically talk to me and made sure I wouldn't fall for all for one's traps, Izuku explained. He and Dabi made it less painful. What the hell, aren't they the villains? Katsuki asked, confused. They only did it because Shigaraki is my half-brother, and he didn't want me to become like them, Izuku mumbled, looking at Katsuki's hand. You know how messed up that sounds, right? Katsuki grumbled, and Izuku let out a silent sob. You don't believe me, do you? He mumbled, and Katsuki couldn't help but scoff. I never said that, idiot. I just think it sounds messed up, because the fact that you're still alive proves they must have done something to save you. He cupped Izuku's cheek. I'm sorry, I just feel dumb. I should have been more careful. I was scared, Kaken. I was scared I would stay there. I couldn't do anything to escape. I was just sitting there, unable to move. Maybe they were right. I can't be a hero without a quirk if I can't make it through that. I'm just a burden. Izuku cried, and Katsuki took him in his arms, unsure of what to do. You know that probably no one would have made it out of there alive. On the plus side, thanks to all that, we were able to arrest that JRK. Katsuki said, and Izuku looked at him wide-eyed. He got arrested? Izuku asked in shock. Of course he did. All Might beat him. He's in Tartarus. If he moves one muscle, he's dead. Katsuki smirked, letting out the part about the #1 hero being badly injured and his retirement. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he smiled at Katsuki. And did the League escape? Izuku asked, unsure. All of them, but you already knew, didn't you? Katsuki asked with an annoyed frown. Izuku looked away, ashamed. He felt like he wasn't a real hero. Why? Katsuki asked, irritated, and Izuku's eyes slowly filled with water. I couldn't have stopped them, and Izuku didn't know how to explain it. It felt like the right thing to do, but he wasn't sure anymore. Dabi didn't burn me, Shigaraki kept me alive. Twice gave me food and water, I didn't want to owe them anything. Katsuki cut him off. By letting villains escape? What did you? Bakugo, enough. Aizawa entered the room. Midoriya had already answered every question and all the information he had. Of course, it wasn't the right thing to do, but he wasn't in his right mind either, so they couldn't put all the blame on him. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know. Izuku was having a panic attack, and the monitor showed that his heartbeat was escalating quickly. Little listener, calm down, Mike said, going to touch his shoulder, but Izuku pushed him away with force. Don't touch me. Nobody. Don't. He was hyperventilating, and his eyes were filled with terror. We need you to, Mike continued, but Izuku's heartbeat quickened. No. I won't. No, no, no. The greenette was moving around, looking at the room wide-eyed. He wasn't in the hospital room anymore. In front of him stood the man he should call a father. Izawa left the room to get a doctor. It would have been too good to be true that Izuku would stay cheerful after hours of constant torture. No one gets out of that unscathed. Katsuki had backed away, shocked, as did Yamada. Izuku was moving around and saying things that didn't make sense, but Katsuki grew more worried as he saw one of Izuku's stitches start to open. Without thinking twice, he took Izuku tightly, holding his wrists and wrapping his legs around his waist. Let go. Izuku was cut off when nurses arrived with doctors and injected him with something. No. Izuku kept squirming, and Katsuki just held him tighter. Izuku, breathe. You're safe. We're not mad at you, we're all worried for you, okay? You went through a lot, and we just want to help you. You're completely safe now, Katsuki soothes, looking directly into Izuku's eyes. So breathe and relax. I don't want your wounds to reopen. I want to spend time with you. I missed you a lot in the last weeks. So please, Izuku, just try breathing for me, okay? He feels relief as Izuku's breathing starts to calm, and he stops squirming. Close your eyes and rest. I'll be here when you wake up. Katsuki kisses his scalp, carefully letting go of his wrists and adjusting him comfortably on the bed. Just as he is about to get up, Izuku tugs on his sleeve. Stay, he mumbles, looking at Katsuki pleadingly. Katsuki glances at the adults waiting for approval, and the doctor nods. Okay, he whispers, laying next to Izuku and allowing him to rest on his chest. Everyone remains vigilant in case of another outburst until they can hear Izuku's soft snores. What happened? Katsuki asks in a whisper, rubbing Izuku's back. Panic attack. I was surprised he hadn't had one before. He went through a lot of physical and psychological trauma. He might have more of these. What we injected basically makes his brain temporarily shut down so he can rest, sort of like a reset, the doctor explains to the group, who nod in understanding, still startled by what just took place. He should be out for 1 or 2 hours. Press the call button if something happens. He bows politely before leaving with the nurses. Izawa and Mike sit down, still disturbed by the incident. Katsuki, on the other hand, feels guilty. He had provoked the panic attack. This is crazy, Hisashi thinks out loud. Is it a good idea for him to continue? He could hurt himself again or… Katsuki cuts him off. Do you think it's a good idea to pull him away from his dream and leave him defenseless now? The only reason he's here isn't because he's a hero in training but because he was targeted, Katsuki says, annoyed. Removing him would make matters worse. We all want to protect him, but he's stubborn. If he wants to become a hero, he'll find a way. Better to keep him on the safe route. Katsuki pulls his boyfriend closer to his chest. He's a real problem child, Izawa grumbles, leaning back in his chair. The two guardians went to grab food since they hadn't eaten dinner yet when Izuku started to open his eyes. Hey, Katsuki whispers, moving a strand of hair behind Izuku's ear. What happened? Izuku asks, half asleep, and Katsuki gives him an affectionate smile. You had a panic attack. They gave you something to help you relax, he explains, looking into Izuku's eyes. Your eyes are gorgeous. I missed looking at them. Katsuki smirks, kissing the tip of Izuku's nose, making him blush. I'm sort of proud of your dumbass, he adds, gently pinching Izuku's cheek. Izuku giggles, looking up at Katsuki lovingly. I'm proud of you too, he smiles, making Katsuki frown. What did I do? He asks, confused, which makes Izuku laugh. You let your pride aside for me. It makes me feel special. Katsuki smirks, and a flash is seen across the room. They look toward the door where Izawa hits the back of Hisashi's head. But what the hell? Katsuki scolds, looking at them. Memory pictures? Yamada asks, more as a question than a statement. In case we need blackmail on Bakugo. Izawa answers with a smirk, earning a nudge from Hisashi. Before Katsuki can protest further, Izuku starts laughing. I'm sure I could get a bunch of blackmail on Kaken, he giggles, looking up at his boyfriend. But aren't you supposed to be on my side? Katsuki asks, feigning offense. But I am. See? Right next to you. Izuku laughs at his own joke, inching closer to Katsuki. Idiot, a complete, total idiot, Katsuki smirks, kissing Izuku's forehead, and another camera flash goes off. Seriously? Couldn't you at least turn the flash off? Izawa asks, looking discouraged as Katsuki's eyebrow starts twitching. What the actual? Delete all that. Katsuki orders, trying to hold in his blush, which doesn't work, earning him another picture. Stop that, he insists, making them laugh. Even Izawa cracks a smile at Katsuki's annoyance. Shoo, kill them later. Now I want cuddles, Izuku orders, hugging Katsuki, making him go bright red. Don't worry, Katsuki. His brain is still a little fuzzy from all the medication. He might not have all the logic in the world right now, Izawa explains with a teasing smirk. Which means more pictures. Yamada adds, showing off his phone. Dads, stop. I want Kaken to be calm. My head hurts. Izuku grumbles, starting to doze back to sleep. Katsuki looks at them smugly, watching the blonde father pout while Aizawa sighs in exasperation. Izuku was still extremely tired. Recovery Girl came every day to help with the healing process, but she couldn't heal everything in one go due to the extent of his injuries. Katsuki visited every day, which started to raise suspicions among their classmates. Are you and Deku-kun dating? Ochako asks Katsuki as soon as she spots him. Why the hell would I be dating that idiot? He's my friend, nothing more, he snaps back, annoyed at people prying into his personal life. Because we all are his friends, but you take it to another level, she explains, making Katsuki's eyebrow twitch in frustration. Kirishima, who was on the other side of the room, felt the tension and decided to intervene before things escalated, leaving Kaminari alone and confused. So Bakubro, still okay for me to come with you to see Midobro later on? Kirishima asks with a huge grin. Whatever, I don't care, Katsuki replies, glaring at him but hiding a hint of gratitude. Oh Kirishima-kun, don't you think Katsuki and Izuku look like more than friends? Ochako asks, trying to prove her point. Of course they do. They're childhood best friends. They're bound to be close. Kirishima laughs. I mean in a romantic way, she specifies, and Kirishima pretends to think about it. Not really, I mean they're good bros but I wouldn't imagine them as more, he admits, and to Katsuki's surprise, he actually looks convincing. I think I get it, so both of you are open to dating? She asks, making Katsuki cough. What the hell do you mean? He replies, annoyed. I ain't dating anyone. Which leaves Deku-kun. Anyway, that's all I needed to know. Bye. She waves as she skips away, leaving Katsuki frustrated. That better not mean she's making any moves on my Deku, he growls, glaring at the brunette from afar. Kirishima makes a mental note to help his friends with their secret and keep people out of the way. Seriously though, can I come with you to visit Midobro? He asks, missing his friend. He knows that the big three plus Shinso have visited him multiple times. I don't care, but only for 1 hour because that nerd doesn't know his limits. Thanks bro. I'll go with you after school. See ya. Kirishima grins, running back to Kaminari. Katsuki discreetly takes out his phone and smirks. My Deku, good morning Kaken, have a nice day at school. Cute, he thinks as he reads the message. Izuku has been sending those messages every day, along with reminders to eat and take care of himself. The best BF. Morning nerd, love you too. Rest well, shitty hair is coming with me to visit you later. My Deku, okay. He closes his phone, putting it away as he sees the tired teacher walk in, looking more exhausted than usual, as if he had been caught in a decision that took away his precious sleeping hours. 3 days prior, All Might had been released and was back on his feet, but he couldn't use his power like he used to. His time to find a successor was limited. He finally gathered the courage to stop by Aizawa's office for a talk about the problem child. Just go in, Yagi. You look silly just standing there, Aizawa says, approaching him with a cup of coffee. Right, Toshinori replies, going to open the door, but it's locked, making him even more embarrassed. Having trouble there? Aizawa mocks as he unlocks the door. Toshinori enters and takes a seat, feeling more nervous than usual, which doesn't go unnoticed by Aizawa. Talk, I have things to do, Aizawa says, taking a seat, thinking this was going to be another unnecessary worry for Toshinori. Right, this is confidential information, please keep this between us. You can discuss it with your husband, but that's it, Toshinori starts, making Aizawa scoff, still confident that it would be something trivial. But he nods in agreement, wanting to get this over with. I have a quirk that is passed down through generations. It was originally created to combat all for one, Toshinori explains, and suddenly Aizawa is more attentive after hearing that name. It's called One for All. As you might know, I had to retire after the last events. We will need a new symbol of peace, someone who can ensure that if All for One is free again, he will be able to stop him. Aizawa's expression turns serious. Where are you going with this? Why are you telling me this? He questions, concerned about where this is headed. I believe young Midoriya is the best candidate to become the next wielder. Izuku is lying in the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling bored but unable to close his eyes again. The monitor is annoying him, along with the announcements on the intercom and the nurses checking his vitals multiple times a day. It's all driving him crazy. He focuses on the few courses he has, but since he isn't part of the regular program, he only has hero classes. He wishes he could catch up on everything and is out of things to do. He never thought he'd want to have classes with Yamada, yet here he is, hoping for something interesting to do. He remembers the fight between All Might and All for One and how he learned about All Might's fall. He feels like it was his fault. If he hadn't been so weak, All Might wouldn't have had to retire. No, it's not true. I'm not the reason he had to retire. Well, I am, but not completely. But no, Izuku, stop. You're going to hurt your brain if you keep this up, and Kaken won't be happy. He mumbles, shaking his head to change his train of thought. He hasn't noticed that a certain blonde was watching him with a sad frown. You're right about that. I'll kick your butt if you keep thinking like that. Izuku looks up to see Katsuki and Kirishima there, making him blush in embarrassment. Hi. I'm happy to see you guys. Izuku stutters, feeling a bit awkward. You are a bit of a crazy person, you always talk to yourself, Katsuki teases, kissing his forehead and making him blush even more. Alright, hi Kirishima. How are you? Izuku asks, desperate for a change of subject. I'm great. Happy to see you looking a lot better. Last time I saw you, I was kind of worried, Kirishima says, trying to lighten the mood. Izuku smiles sadly at the memory. It's true you were also there to save me, thank you so much, Kirishima. I'm really sorry if it was disturbing to see, he replies, bowing slightly in gratitude. Oi, don't talk about that, Katsuki interjects, recalling Izuku's nightmares. Sorry, I didn't think before talking, Kirishima says, smiling apologetically at Izuku, who reassures him that it's alright. Kirishima leaves, leaving Katsuki alone with Izuku. The blonde wants to address earlier events but not in front of their friend. It isn't your fault, what happened was bound to happen sooner or later. If it's anyone's fault, it's that guy's fault, Katsuki whispers, sitting next to Izuku and holding his hand. Izuku smiles at the way he puts it. Are Aizawa and Hisashi mad at me? They haven't visited much, and when they do, they act weird and distant, Izuku questions, confused. Katsuki shakes his head. I really don't think so. They've been acting strange at school too. Maybe you should ask them? They'll be more capable of answering you than I am, he suggests. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just overreacting again, Izuku whispers to himself. Katsuki sighs and moves to lay next to him. No, you're not. You're just worried. It's a normal emotion, Katsuki chuckles, holding him close. And no one can stay mad at you. He kisses Izuku's temple gently. They must think I'm a villain. I'm the son of one of the worst villains to exist. But I'm not. I said no when they wanted me to join, and it's still no. I want to be a hero, I don't want them to leave me. Izuku starts to cry. You're already a hero, Deku. We all know you don't have any bad intentions. You're still going to become the number 2 hero. I'd say number 1, but that's going to be me, Katsuki smirks, pulling Izuku closer. The greenette laughs, nuzzling into Katsuki's chest. Of course you will, Kaken. He focuses on Katsuki's breathing, trying to stay calm. Want to eat? I made katsudon for you, Katsuki asks, watching Izuku sit up with stars in his eyes. Yes, please, he almost yells, making Katsuki laugh. As he goes to grab the food he kept in his bag, still warm. When do you have time to cook? Izuku asks, taking his plate. I prepare it before going to sleep and finish cooking before coming here, Katsuki explains, leaving out that he has to go to bed later because of homework. Itadekasu, Izuku whispers, putting his hands together before starting to eat. I don't want you to go out of your way for me, Kaken. I really appreciate it, but I don't want you to force yourself, Izuku says after taking a bite. You should know by now I don't force myself to do anything. I do it because I want to. Plus, what do you want me to do? There's no way I'm hanging out with the other extras, he smirks. Honestly, he didn't mind going the extra mile for Izuku if it meant seeing that smile. Okay, Kaken, I love you. Izuku whispers the last part, taking a bite of his food and making Katsuki blush. Freaking nerd, being cute and all, he grumbles, trying to hide his embarrassment. Izuku giggles as they both eat in peaceful silence. Katsuki had put Izuku in a wheelchair to walk him around. So, you're supposed to be discharged next week? Katsuki asks, trying to make conversation. Yeah, I'll be able to continue my program, minus the bigger training sessions, Izuku explains, laying his head back to look up at the taller male. You won't be doing any type of physical training until you're completely healed, Deku. Don't test me, Katsuki warns, kissing the smaller boy's forehead. But how am I supposed to help the others improve? Izuku questions, worried. By getting better. You won't be of any help if you're injured, Katsuki retorts. But that's literally my whole program. Izuku replies. Then I'll do the fighting part, and you do the nerdy part. I don't care what we do, but you're not going on the field yet, Katsuki insists. Izuku sighs in defeat as he looks around. Do you want me to spend the night? Since it's the weekend, I can sleep on the couch if you want, Katsuki offers. And miss the chance to cuddle? You're crazy, Izuku jokes. Is it okay with Auntie though? Izuku asks, worried. Yup, it's also okay with your old man, Katsuki reassures him. Izuku nods before yawning. Kaken, tell me when you're feeling tired. You're in rehab, we don't want you passing out here. Katsuki scolds, making Izuku chuckle. Okay then, Kaken, I'm tired. Can we go to sleep? Izuku asks softly, prompting the loud blonde to scoff in response. Yeah, nerd, it's almost my bedtime anyway. He grumbles as he starts to head back. Katsuki always takes the time for me, even if it means stepping out of his comfort zone. He has changed, maybe not to everyone, but I can see that he cares for me. Even if he'll deny it, I know he's been going out of his way a lot recently, but it seems to make him happy. I couldn't bring myself to ask him to stop, Izuku thought, smiling to himself. What are you smiling about? Katsuki asks, confused. Just how much I love you and that I'm happy you're with me, he giggles, causing Katsuki to go bright red. Idiot, Katsuki grumbles, annoyed, though a small smile appears for a moment before disappearing again. I love you too, nerd. Katsuki was the first to wake up, with Izuku laying on his arm. It was uncomfortable, but he didn't mind as he watched him sleep. When he saw Izuku's eyes slowly open, he smiled. Morning, nerd. Slept well? Katsuki whispers, giving him a gentle peck on the forehead. Morning, Kaken, Izuku yawns, hugging him tightly. And yes, Kaken was here, how could I not sleep well? The greenette giggles. What about you? He asks sweetly, smiling at his blushing boyfriend. Stop being so adorable, you dumbass. Of course, I slept well, I had my human-sized teddy bear with me, Katsuki smirks, proud to see the blush on Izuku's cheeks. Your dads wanted to talk to you, they went to grab breakfast, and All Might should join after, the blonde explains. Izuku groans, sitting up carefully. Stop whining, I'm the one with a sleeping arm because of you, Katsuki teases, pretending to be annoyed. It's not my fault you're comfortable, Izuku retorts, puffing out his cheeks. And it's not my fault you're too adorable to move, Katsuki teases, pinching his cheek. Ow. Izuku whines adorably, and Katsuki smirks, slowly bringing their lips together. Like I said, you're adorable. Stop kissing me when I'm mad, it's unfair, Izuku mumbles, flustered. They both pull away, hearing a cough from the entrance of the room, where their parents and All Might stand, surprised. You two are. Tashinori blinks multiple times as he processes what he just saw. They both blush even more, realizing that their teacher didn't know about their relationship. Hi All Might, happy to see you. Midoriya smiles nervously, trying to change the subject. I can't say I'm surprised, though, young Midoriya is the only one who gets to be close to Bakugo for more than 10 seconds without being blown away. Yagi laughs nervously. Katsuki, TS kiss, as he looks away, still embarrassed. You better not say anything or I'll, Katsuki threatens with a glare. Don't worry, I had already assumed that part, Tashinori reassures. Izuku looks at his parents, who are oddly quiet, feeling a sense of dread. Did I do something wrong? He asks lowly, which confuses the three adults. Why do you think that, little listener? Yamada asks, going to hug him as he sees tears forming. Izuku sobs, unable to finish his sentence because of the lump in his throat. You two have been acting distant with him, like you're hiding something, Katsuki explains sternly. The looks on the parents' faces soften, soon filled with guilt. And now you're saying you want to talk to him, and his mind is racing with the worst scenarios. The three teachers exchange glances and nod, silently agreeing that it was time. It's true we've been hiding something, but it's not about anything you did, Aizawa explains. Izuku nods, unsure, as he backs away from Yamada's hug. I'm sorry, I've just been oddly sensitive recently, he admits, ashamed. They all feel bad for not noticing his emotional state sooner, except for Katsuki, who flicks his forehead. Idiot, you've been through traumatic stuff, don't beat yourself up about it, Katsuki scolds him. Izuku nods, looking at the three adults. So, what did you want to talk about? He asks nervously. Yamada sits at the end of the bed, looking at the freckled teen. Izuku, this isn't easy, and we won't force you into anything. Shota and I don't think it's a good idea, but you deserve to have the final word. Whatever your decision is, we'll support you, Yamada starts, which worries Izuku. You're scaring me, what is it? He laughs nervously. Tashinori sighs. Young Midoriya, if you were given a chance to get a quirk strong enough to end All for One, how would you feel? All Might sits nervously, glancing at Aizawa, who holds a blank expression. So you want him to become a weapon? A vessel for power? Aizawa asks sharply, making Tashinori sink in guilt. I'm not accepting that, the black-haired teacher scoffs. I understand, but please take the time to think about it. Young Midoriya has the potential to take on that role. And, Aizawa interrupted him, speaking louder this time. Izuku won't be a weapon. You know just as well as I do that he won't listen to his limits if it means he can help. Aizawa retorted, annoyance clear in his voice. What happened to the guy who didn't think Izuku would be able to become a hero? Why is he suddenly a good candidate? Why did you choose now of all times? He's finally feeling more confident and has a goal, to prove he can become a hero even without a quirk. You really want to make him change that? Aizawa spat, frustration evident. So tell me why I should even listen? Because this is only the beginning. This man is a mastermind, he'll escape sooner or later and come after Midoriya again. He'll stop at nothing. With this power, he'll be able to protect himself. After the recent events, it proved Midoriya's determination to stay on the right path. I never said he couldn't become a hero, I said he would get severely injured. It did happen, but not because he was quirkless. Young Midoriya has the determination in him. I know he does, and I believe he could be the one to end this CYCO. Please, Aizawa, I simply wish for you and Yamada to consider it. I won't ask young Midoriya until I have your approval. He pleaded, setting aside his dignity. What will happen? Aizawa asked, leaving Toshinori confused. What are the negative points? What are you not telling me? He questioned. Toshinori sighed loudly. A lot. I'll be honest, this quirk weakens his body. He will need to adapt to it, which may lead to injuries, some of them major. And if he were to face all for one again and refuses to give up the quirk, it would put him in a kill or be killed situation, he explained truthfully. Write it down, all of it, good and bad. Do that, and we'll discuss it more. But like I said, it's his choice and his alone, Aizawa said firmly. I will thank you, Eraserhead. Yagi bowed, making Aizawa scoff. Let one piece of that information slip, and I will make sure you regret it, Aizawa warned. I know you will, and that's why not a single thing will be left out, he answered confidently. Reluctant, Izuku replied truthfully. When All for One offered to give me a quirk, I thought about it, and it felt so wrong to suddenly have one. Plus, I also don't know if I would be emotionally able to end anyone. He admitted. But I also had time to think about something. He looked oddly calm when he was arrested. He most likely already has an escape plan. Izuku concluded. To be honest, I think that if innocent lives were on the line, then I might do it, he mumbled uncertainly. But there must be an origin story to this. If it's possible to create something like his quirk, it means there must be some counter to it. I'm sorry, Mr. Toshinori, but I found it strange that you found yourself harmed by your own quirk, which normally would be okay when you're still in training, especially since you have control over it. So I searched more into your past. Izuku admitted, feeling ashamed that his curiosity had gotten the best of him. All Might, on the other hand, went pale. When I was in the warehouse, I read some very old articles. I searched it up and they were completely deleted. Not a single trace of the information anywhere. So I looked at the notes I took and noticed something. You must have more than one quirk, considering your different ways of activating it and the different effects. You also lost control of your quirk once. It was during the sports festival in your first year. You emitted some sort of mist, which the school covered up by saying it was a malfunction in the arena, but it was you. I'm pretty convinced of that. Izuku explained, looking at All Might with a blank expression. Which means you have more than one quirk, something that shouldn't be possible. In your public record, it says your quirk is super strength, which is a lie because there are clearly more. This initially led me to think that All for One gave you multiple quirks. Izuku paused, holding his chin thoughtfully. But like I said, there must be a quirk that could counter him, which brings me to the most recent fight. You were the only one to keep up with him. You made sure everyone was gone because you knew that fight was something you had to do. Izuku mumbled with a frown. So why are you speaking of me having a quirk to defeat him? You're the one who has it, he questioned, confused and unable to draw further conclusions. The rest of the room was silent, shocked by all the information that had just come out and how accurate it was. Except for Bakugo, who thought Izuku's brain had permanent damage. That you're correct, young Midoriya, to the point I find it quite terrifying, Yagi admitted with a nervous laugh, which made Izuku smile slightly. Also, you were born quirkless. Isn't that a little controversial to what you told me at our first meeting? Izuku questioned, recalling his recent discovery that had left him shocked. How? All Might struggle to understand how he had just been exposed by a kid. I'm sorry again, it was part of my research. Izuku bowed apologetically. I went through the system, up to your middle school, and in all legal documents, you were declared as being quirkless. Izuku explained. Izuku Midoriya, please tell me you didn't hack the system, Katsuki growled, looking at the smaller boy, who gulped. I didn't hack the system, he answers uncertainly. When he sees the look on the blonde's face, he sighs in defeat. It was done safely. I made sure to erase any evidence of my presence and modified the programming defense in case someone else did what I did. Since it's so old, it wasn't secured at all. If the LOV were to find out, well, you know what could happen, Izuku mumbles. The teachers are perplexed but impressed by his programming skills. Deku, to figure out which school he went to, did you hack UA's system? Katsuki asks, discouraged. I already told Nizu, he said it was fine since I went unnoticed, but I have to show him how I did it so he can fix the leak, Izuku reassures them. He also wants me to try other zones to see for different weaknesses in the system. He thinks out loud. Right back on track, everything you say is true, which will avoid some of the explanation, All Might mumbles. Just say it, Yagi, Aizawa orders. Young Midoriya, this quirk can be passed down to a successor. With the recent events, I need to find a new wielder, and I'd like it to be you. Izuku blinks a couple of times, processing the information. What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand, he asks slowly. A paper is given to him, and Izuku reads it with Katsuki peeking over his shoulder. Katsuki frowns, finally looking up to face Yagi Toshinori, who appears troubled. So, you're asking me to go against my biological father, defeat him before he can harm anyone, and risk everything because of the quirk? All that plus I have to train intensively because he could escape at any time and cause chaos. Izuku questions. That's a brutal way of explaining it, but yes. That's about it, Yagi says with a long sigh. And once I defeat all for one, the quirk will leave my body? Izuku asks. It isn't certain, but that's what all my research leads to, he answers truthfully, earning a hum from Izuku. And I will be developing multiple quirks in the future that could appear at any given moment? Yes. I will hear voices of past wielders and possibly have visions of them? Yes, and you will have no control over them or when they appear. And I have to eat your hair to transfer the quirk? Izuku asks, perplexed by the last point. He has to what? Yamada exclaims, choking on air. He will not be eating your hair, Katsuki retorts, also startled. Is that really the only information you pulled out of this? Aizawa questions the duo, discouraged. They both look at Izuku with blank expressions. And I'll have to defeat him, Izuku mumbles. I can't save him, they all fall silent, lost in the infinite possible outcomes. Can I think about it? Izuku asks, which is already better than a no. Of course, young Midoriya. It's a big responsibility that could bring many consequences, so I prefer you think this through, he explains, and Izuku hums in response. Thank you, All Might, it's really nice, though what am I supposed to say to our classmates? If it's supposed to stay a secret, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to explain why I came back with a new quirk, Izuku questions, and the teacher freezes, realizing he hadn't thought of that. You didn't think that far, did you? Aizawa asks, discouraged. Well, to be honest, not one bit, he admits, ashamed. Izuku can't help but let out a short laugh. This is definitely your type of mistake. I could always say that with the recent events, my quirk awakened. I do have the predispositions for a quirk, so it would be a long shot, but still believable, Izuku suggests. Aizawa has my number if you ever have questions. I'll leave you guys to it. I hope you rest well, young Midoriya, and please think this through. I believe that if you don't, Aizawa will be after me, he bows with a nervous laugh, which makes them chuckle while the teacher nods in agreement. Well then, I'm also counting on your discretion in all this, young Bakugo, All Might says with a small smile. Yeah, Katsuki agrees. Toshinori nods before leaving the room. So he was born quirkless? Yamada asks. Yeah, I have to say I was disappointed to learn that, considering he was against me being in the hero course for that very reason, he admits with a long sigh. Katsuki has been oddly silent all along, which hasn't gone unnoticed by the rest of the room. Kaken, what do you think of all this? Izuku asks his boyfriend, who is looking down with a scowl. I hate it. Yeah, it's great you'll have a quirk, but at what cost? Will you even be able to confront him? I'm not saying you're weak, but come on, Izuku. You can't even hurt a fly, and now you're asked to defeat someone. It's ridiculous, Katsuki explains, annoyed. The room is silent for a few seconds, which feels like hours, before Yamada speaks. I sadly have to agree with Bakugo, young listener. Would you really be ready to live with the guilt of a life on your hands? Izuku stays silent while laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder, slowly processing the information. I don't know, and that's what scares me most, Izuku admits, looking ahead. I may train and everything, but it would all come to nothing if I can't do it emotionally, and I don't want to die, he whispers. Class 1A was at a game night that Mina had organized with Hagakure to lighten the mood. With their friend in a hospital bed and uncertainty surrounding the situation, the atmosphere was tense. Okay guys, let's do a truth or dare. Mina squealed in excitement, prompting a chorus of complaints. Sit down in a circle now, she ordered firmly, and the class complied. Yes ma'am, Kaminari said, quickly taking a seat along with the others. Okay, I'll start. Mina smiled, clapping her hands. Todoroki. Truth or dare? She asked the classmate who had surprisingly agreed to join. I do not know the rules of this game, he replied honestly, earning gasps from the class. What? What did you do in your childhood? Hagakure asked in shock. Isolation by my father, who was obsessed with making me the best so I would surpass All Might. I was not allowed to leave the house or have any communication with the outside world, especially not with kids my age, he answered monotonously, resulting in an awkward silence. Bro, Kirishima mumbled. Todoroki, are you okay? Kaminari asked, raising his voice. At this moment, I am feeling rather well, thank you, Todoroki responded formally. But if you are speaking of my everyday life, it is rather disastrous. He showed little interest in the conversation. Well, my friend, if you need to talk, I am here for you. Aoyama responded dramatically. It's not necessary, though your support is appreciated, Todoroki replied in French, leaving the class confused. Is there a Google Translate here? I don't speak French, Shiro asked, puzzled. To do, bro? I had no clue you spoke French. Kirishima exclaimed. Yes, I studied French, English, and Spanish in my free time, Todoroki explained. That's so cool. If I have questions on exams, I can ask you and no one would understand. Shiro said excitedly. No, Todoroki answered shortly, causing Shiro to gasp in shock. What? We need a Google Translate. Uraraka complained. Not that this isn't amusing, but weren't we playing a game? Todoroki asked with a straight face. Most of the class thought, you're finding this amusing? You look like you're coming out of a funeral. Yeah. Basically, truth or dare is simple. You have to choose between truth or dare and accomplish the task of answering the question. You cannot lie or bail out without a consequence, Mina explained. In that case, I choose truth, Todoroki said. Okay, Todoroki, who do you think is the most attractive person in Class 1A? Mina asked, eager for some juicy information. I would have to say Shiro, he answered bluntly, causing Shiro to turn bright red. Gay! Mina yelled, making the classmates laugh as both students blushed. Todoroki realized the implications of his answer but didn't mind. Well, now I wish to change the subject, so may I please know how to continue the game? Todoroki asked, trying to maintain a straight face. Yeah. Just ask anyone truth or dare, and you can make the decision from there. Mina explained. In that case, Hagakure, truth or dare? Todoroki asked. Truth, she said cheerfully. Have you ever gone to the dentist? He inquired, prompting gasps and laughter from the class. Does my breath stink? She asked, embarrassed. Not at all, I simply wonder since technically no one can see you, so the dentist couldn't examine you properly, he explained, relieving the class. Well, they use a product to stain my teeth and work from there, she said, still embarrassed, to which Todoroki responded with a hum. Kirishima, truth or dare? She asked the redhead, beaming with excitement. Dare? He answered with a toothy grin. I dare you to call Bakugo and declare your undying love for him on speaker, she ordered, making Kirishima tense up. Right? He grinned, hiding his anxiety. He took out his phone nervously. Can I tell him afterward that it's for a prank? Kirishima asked, worried about ruining his friendship. Sure, she agreed. He pressed the contact button, hearing the dial tone. Katsuki, what do you want, shitty hair? Came Bakugo's voice. Kirishima, I have feelings for you and I, beep beep beep. Kirishima blinked a few times, feeling mortified. He hung up on me, he said, surprised by another call, this time from Izuku. Kirishima, hey Midobro, listen, Izuku, no. Imagine Kaken had feelings for you? If you like him, don't say it over the phone. The class blinked in surprise at this reaction. Kirishima, Midoriya, take me off speaker. Kirishima gulped, hearing Izuku sound genuinely upset. He complied, feeling nervous. Suddenly, Izuku's tone brightened. Midoriya, I heard from my dads that there was a game night, so I'm assuming it was a dare or something? Kirishima, yeah, sorry. Midoriya, giggles, don't worry, Kirishima-kun, Kaken knows too, it's just we were cuddling so he was mad to be. Interrupted. Kirishima, I see, I'm sorry, it was for the game, I didn't want to back out. Midoriya, don't worry, have fun because Kaken looks like he's about to blow up. Kirishima, okay, thanks, bro. Beep beep beep. The class looked at him expectantly, waiting for an explanation. Mito was just playing. He knew there was a game night and wanted to joke a little, Kirishima explained with a long sigh, making everyone laugh and feel relieved. After the class calmed down, Kirishima returned to his cheerful self. Uraraka, truth or dare? He asked with a toothy grin. Truth, she replied, smiling. Please Kiri, choose something spicy. Mina urged, eager for more drama. Who do you have a crush on? He asked, seeking approval from Mina, who gave him a thumbs up. There's Uraraka's cheeks turned bright pink. It's D. The rest of her sentence was barely audible. Who? Kirishima pressed. Deku-kun, she exclaimed, closing her eyes tightly in embarrassment. I ship it. Mina squealed, making Kirishima tense up as he watched the class encourage her to confess soon. Izuku was finally being discharged after almost a month. Katsuki was gathering some things in his dorm room before heading to get him. A loud knock at the door made him swing it open with a scowl. What is it? He asked, irritated to see Kirishima inviting himself in. Remember that game night a few days back? Kirishima asked nervously, ready to activate his quirk if Katsuki exploded. Yeah, the one where you told me you were in love with me? Katsuki replied, hiding his amusement. I already apologized for that. Move on. Kirishima complained. Katsuki scoffed, shaking his head. So, what about it? He asked, not wanting to waste time with Izuku's parents waiting outside. Well, someone in the class has a crush on Mito and is planning to make a move. I just wanted to warn you guys but didn't know how to bring it up. Kirishima blurted out. Who? Katsuki asked, already planning a confrontation. Uraraka, Kirishima answered anxiously. Of course Pink Cheeks would have a crush on that nerd, Katsuki grumbled, annoyed. I'll tell Deku. He's getting discharged so we'll be back with him, and if she makes a move, she's in trouble. No pressure, but are you two planning on being open? Kirishima asked, nervous about Katsuki's reaction. It would avoid these things, that's why I'm asking, Katsuki sighed, opening the door for them to leave. I don't want to deal with their schemes. Deku's got enough to worry about right now. But the guy was caught, isn't it over? Kirishima asked, confused as he left the room. Apparently, this is just the beginning, Katsuki replied. After what felt like forever, the discharge papers were signed, and they finally stood in front of the dorm rooms, mentally preparing for what was to come. We'll leave you two at it. I need to go sleep, Aizawa said with a long sigh, petting Izuku's hair. Happy to have you back. See you later. Call us if you need anything, even if it's just to tuck you in. Present Mike almost yelled, bringing Izuku into a tight embrace. Thanks, dads, Izuku said with a nervous laugh. After their goodbyes, Katsuki was once again left with Izuku on the front porch. They slowly opened the door, and as they passed the common area, all chaos broke loose since no one knew he was coming back. Deku-kun, Unji, I missed you so much. Uraraka cried, hugging him tightly. Bakugo, why didn't you tell us he was coming back? We would have made something to celebrate. Mina questioned, rushing to hug him. Exactly why, the nerd's tired and needs to sleep, Katsuki answered, not hiding his annoyance. Izuku might not have noticed, but Uraraka was clinging to him, and Katsuki was already regretting not telling him about the whole crush situation. Do you need help with anything, Deku-kun? I missed you so much, she asked with a huge smile. Don't worry, Uraraka-san, Kaken already offered to help. Thank you though, he smiled at her. Uraraka nodded, but the second Izuku looked away, she shot a glare at Katsuki, who returned it without shame. He might not be telling them he was in a relationship with Izuku, but he was making it clear that Deku was off limits. Is it okay if I talk to you guys tomorrow? I'm really tired, Izuku asked, embarrassed. Don't worry. We'll talk tomorrow, go rest. Kirishima grinned before everyone wished him good night. Izuku was silent as they walked to his dorm room. Are you tired? Or overwhelmed? Katsuki asked, looking at him. Both, honestly, Izuku admitted, still looking down. Katsuki hummed, opening the door to Izuku's room. I'm still processing everything, Izuku confessed, hiding in Katsuki's chest once the door was closed. It's okay, I'm here, alright? Katsuki whispered, kissing his scalp. It really is a lot to take in, but I think you're doing great. Izuku couldn't help but smile slightly, looking up at his boyfriend. I really am lucky to have you, he whispered. More like the other way around, but I'll gladly take it as a compliment, Katsuki smirked, kissing him gently, which made Izuku giggle. Want to unpack tomorrow? We can rest for now, Katsuki suggested. Yes. The hospital beds aren't comfortable. Izuku whined, pulling Katsuki onto the bed, which made the blonde laugh. Katsuki lay down first, and Izuku quickly joined him, resting on Katsuki's chest. You're heavy, Katsuki complained. Want me to get off? Izuku asked with a small pout. Never, Katsuki smirked, kissing him. Izuku smiled against his lips. Definitely better than the hospital bed, he giggled, kissing him again. They both lay there in silence for a while until Katsuki remembered the story with Uraraka. I'm the only one, right? Katsuki asked, feeling rather insecure. What do you mean? Izuku responded, confused. That you love, that you want to be with, Katsuki mumbled, looking away in embarrassment. Of course you are. I love you and you love me. I could never ask for anything better, Izuku reassured him. I could be in a room full of people, and I'd be looking for you and only you, he whispered with a small blush. Katsuki couldn't help but smile at that statement. You're adorable, he smirked. Not. Izuku pretended to be offended, which made Katsuki laugh as he playfully bit his shoulder. Ah? Kaken. Izuku complained, looking at his laughing boyfriend. Not my fault you look like you taste good. Katsuki defended playfully. I don't taste good. You do. You taste like burned caramel. Izuku retorted, flustered, which made Katsuki's smirk turn into a mischievous grin. And how would you know that? He asked, switching their positions so Katsuki pinned him beneath him. Don't say it in a dirty way. Izuku complained, covering his face in embarrassment. What are you talking about? Katsuki asked innocently. That you're mean, Izuku mumbled, looking back at him. Katsuki chuckled and brought them together for a passionate kiss. Izuku smiled at him. Hey, Kaken. Katsuki hummed, dropping back to lie next to him. I'm thinking of accepting All Might's offer. I know I'm getting used, but I also want to help people, Izuku admitted, turning his head to look at him. You know what I think of it, Izuku, Katsuki answered, discouraged. I don't want you to die if you can't bring yourself to end him. Izuku smiled sadly, looking at the ceiling. I can't save everyone, can I? He thought aloud. If I want to bring peace, some people have to lose, he whispered, tears in his eyes. I just wish that everything will be okay without anyone getting hurt, Katsuki sighed, taking Izuku's hand tightly. Sadly, that's impossible, but you know what? I'll kick the butt of anyone who stands in the way of bringing that peace, Katsuki tried to reassure him, which seemed to work. Of course you will, Izuku giggled, looking at him. The offer, I'll accept it, but I want you to stay by my side, Izuku mumbled with a sad smile. I need to have you with me, he whispered, his eyes tearing up again. Katsuki sighed, bringing him into an embrace. I already told you, I'm never letting you go again. Not if I can do something about it. Shigaraki kicked the pile of garbage in his way as he looked around the abandoned warehouse. So he's okay? Shigaraki asked, turning to face the mist man. Yes, he has been discharged and was going back to the academy, Kurojiri explained. Will you be holding back on the twerp? The man covered in scars, known as Dabi, asked. Shigaraki scratched his neck harder, irritating his skin more. Hero society is disgraceful. They are using kids for their own advantages, he cursed. The blonde girl jumped up. I think my baby is on the wrong side. He should be with us. Toga complained, keeping her smile. Shut up. He will never join our side. I simply won't allow it, Shigaraki said, barely keeping his cool. And I don't think his boyfriend will allow it either, Dabi mocked her silly crush. Oh, we could keep Mr. Boom Boom Boy and use him as bait to get Izuku to join. She stopped and became pale as the blue-haired leader held her shoulder, only leaving his index finger on her. I said he will not join. If you don't leave it, I will end you, Toga, he warned her, and she nodded rapidly as he backed away. Shigaraki glared at them. I'm your emissary now. I make the orders, and if any of you go against it, I will kill you without thinking twice. This is my only warning. He warned, leaving them to go who knows where. We're his friends. He wouldn't do that. Right? Twice laughed nervously. He would in a heartbeat. We aren't friends, we're just people gathered with the same goal in mind, Dabi said, laying back to close his eyes and rest for the night. A week went by, and Izuku was hiding something. The nightmares he had been having had become more frequent, overwhelming him to the point he couldn't sleep. Izuku didn't want to bother anyone with it, so he tried to deal with it alone, but it became hard as he could barely close his eyes without seeing the knife being dragged across his skin. His eyes shot open, tears streaming down his face, covered in sweat as he took deep, shaky breaths. Can't they just stop? Izuku questioned, sobbing and not bothering to wipe his tears, knowing more would just come back down. I just want it to stop, he pleaded to the void, hoping someone would hear his prayer. He could still feel the cold blade against his skin and the hysterical laughing of the man he should have called his father. Please, he sobbed, bringing his legs against his chest. He felt like he was being stared at. He suddenly regretted having all this merchandise in his room. They were all staring at him, and he felt like he was being watched while stuck in his suffering all over again. Like he was waiting to hear someone talk to reassure him, but there was no one. Join us, Izuku, and I'll make the suffering end, a voice spoke, a sentence he had heard so many times during the 52 hours he was imprisoned. Izuku grabbed his plushie and hesitantly left his dorm room, making sure to not make any noise as he went up 2 floors. He went down the hallway and finally reached the second-to-last door, knocking gently. When he heard no response, he knocked a little louder. This time, he could hear movement, and the door opened to reveal a half-asleep and annoyed blonde. Deku? Katsuki asked, his gaze softening as he pulled the boy inside. I'm sorry for waking you up, but, Izuku sobbed, hugging the blonde tightly, who was slowly processing the situation. Shoo, it's okay, Katsuki soothed, still confused about why Izuku was crying. He continued to cry in Katsuki's arms, trying to calm down. Do you want to talk about it, or do you need to rest? Katsuki asked worried. I keep seeing them and hearing them in my sleep. I can't sleep anymore. I wanted to deal with it alone, but they keep coming back, Izuku cried against his chest, leaving a mess on Katsuki's tank top. Katsuki thought about dealing with that later, rubbing circles on Izuku's back. You still have those nightmares? Katsuki asked gently, to which Izuku responded with a hesitant nod. Katsuki sighed and pulled him to sit on the bed. Why didn't you talk about it? He asked, exhaling deeply. I didn't want to bother you more. What did I say about that? Katsuki interrupted, keeping him close. You're never a bother, Izuku. You're a little ray of sunshine, and I'll do whatever it takes to make sure you stay happy, including taking care of you when you can't sleep. He whispered, cupping Izuku's cheeks. I'm your boyfriend for a reason. Let me show off my boyfriend powers, understood? Katsuki asked with a playful smirk, which made Izuku giggle for the first time since he arrived. Can I sleep here for the night? Izuku asked, embarrassed, which made Katsuki smirk. Like hell I'd let you go back tonight. We'll find a solution tomorrow. Now sleep. I'm a light sleeper, so if anything happens, wake me up. Katsuki ordered, pulling them both under the blanket. He took off his shirt and tossed it in the laundry basket, making Izuku flush pink. You're okay with me sleeping like this? Katsuki asked with a smirk. I don't mind, Izuku stammered, feeling flustered as the moonlight highlighted Katsuki's muscles. I'm just realizing that you grew a lot, Izuku mumbled, embarrassed, which made Katsuki smirk smugly. I'm not the only one, you know? You grew a lot too, Katsuki pointed out, amused by Izuku's reaction before lying down again and bringing him into his arms. Good night, dude. Try to rest, no one can hurt you here, Katsuki whispered, reassuring the freckled boy, who hummed in response. Good night, I love you, Kaken, Izuku mumbled, burying himself in Katsuki's bare chest. I love you too, Katsuki whispered, barely loud enough for him to hear. It was Saturday morning when Katsuki woke up with Izuku in his arms again. This had become a regular occurrence. Izuku would start his night in his own dorm but end up seeking reassurance in Katsuki's arms. The blonde didn't mind, but he hated seeing the boy suffer. Wake up, turd. You have your training this morning, remember? Katsuki whispered to the smaller male, who whined and snuggled closer, trying to hide from the light. Okay, I'll just tell your instructor you're busy sulking in bed instead of helping him improve, Katsuki smirked as Izuku's eyes shot open. I'm awake, I'm up, Izuku said, struggling to control his half-asleep limbs, which made Katsuki laugh. Izuku had fully recovered and was working on getting stronger so that his body could accept his quirk properly. Oh, and Uraraka wanted to have a training session too afterward, he recalled, making Katsuki's eyebrow twitch in annoyance. He couldn't be mad at Izuku since he hadn't been informed about the brunette's intentions. I'm staying with you, Katsuki responded quickly. Okay. Izuku hummed in delight, kissing Katsuki's cheek. Oh, and is it just me, or are Mina, Uraraka, and Hagakure acting weird? They keep putting me and Uraraka alone together. It's not that I don't like her, but I didn't like it last time when they locked me in a closet with her. Thankfully, Azui was there to help, he explained, trying to hide his annoyance. They did what? Katsuki exclaimed, unable to hide his anger. Yeah, and I swear she tried to kiss me, but I'm really not sure, Izuku admitted with a long sigh. Why didn't you tell me? Katsuki asked, trying to keep his cool, knowing Izuku meant no harm, he was just too naive. Oh, I wanted to tell you but kept forgetting, Izuku explained truthfully, making Katsuki sigh as he kissed his forehead gently. Tell me if it happens again. I'll handle it, Katsuki grumbled, regretting it the moment he saw Izuku's frown. What do you mean handle it? Izuku asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Just nothing big. They've been trying to set you up with Mina since she has a crush on you. I've been trying to keep them away, but it clearly isn't working, Katsuki explained, feeling annoyed and apprehensive about Izuku's reaction. Why didn't you tell me? Izuku asked, his gaze softening, much to Katsuki's relief. You have a lot going on, you don't need to add that to the list, Katsuki responded before clicking his tongue. Thanks for your concern, but please tell me these things. I can handle it, Izuku said with a long sigh, looking back into Katsuki's ruby eyes. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate your help, though, he mumbled, pressing his lips together before jumping at the sound of a loud knock at the door. Bakugo! We're going out, wanna come? A familiar voice called out. Katsuki retorted, Go away, Pikachu, before swinging the door open to reveal the self-proclaimed Baku squad. Siro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, Jairu and Hosu. Oh, hi Mito. What are you doing here? Kaminari asked teasingly. Izuku smiled, stumbling out of bed. I've been having difficulty sleeping, so I come here when the nightmares become too much, he explained, trusting his classmates. But I was hoping for something juicy. Kaminari whined, making the group laugh. Anyways, what were you guys doing today? Izuku asked curiously. We were planning on going to the mall to relax before the sports festival this week and invite Bakubabe. If you want, you can also join. Mina suggested, knowing the answer would likely be no. She had planned things with Uraraka so she and Izuku could train alone later since Katsuki always seemed to be with him. No, I'm staying with Deku today. You can go, Katsuki spat, ready to slam the door shut. Wait, Kaken, maybe going out would be good for you. Not that I don't want to spend the day with you, but I think you could try something new. I'm spending the day training anyway, Izuku suggested just as Katsuki was about to close the door. And let you be alone with pink cheeks? No way, Katsuki muttered under his breath. I can ask Shinso to stay with me if that reassures you, Izuku offered, making Katsuki click his tongue in annoyance. I'll be down in a few, he grumbled to the group, earning cheers as he closed the door completely and pulled Izuku into an embrace. Don't be afraid to use the "you're taken" card if she makes a move, Katsuki smirked, kissing him gently. I want to make sure these idiots know you're off limits. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Then if she does, I have the taken card with me, he replied sweetly, making Katsuki's heart skip a beat. I love you, Katsuki said, hugging him tightly, which made Izuku giggle. I love you too, he replied, giving Katsuki a quick peck on the lips. They both got ready for the long day ahead. Izuku threw a left hook at Shinso, who easily dodged by moving right, and that was when Midoriya took the opportunity to hit him on the side. Back away next time instead. The time I use to reposition gives you a chance to attack, Izuku explained, pausing the training. Shinso nodded and repositioned himself. This time he stayed still, waiting for Izuku to make the first move. Izuku smirked and attacked from the right, switching to hit left at the last second. To his surprise, Shinso managed to kick him off, making Izuku smile brightly. You hit me. Izuku cheered, jumping in circles in excitement, which made the purple-haired male smile in amusement. You shouldn't be so excited, Shinso chuckled, but Izuku shook his head, pointing to the door. No, Shinso, you don't get it. Izuku replied excitedly as their homeroom teacher walked over, leaving Shinso confused. The teacher clapped his hands slowly as he joined the two students. You passed it. Welcome to Class 1A, Aizawa announced, and Shinso froze, looking back and forth between them. What? He almost yelled, feeling lightheaded, as if it were only a dream. You see, we were waiting for you to land an actual hit to announce it, so tada. Izuku jazzed his hands with a huge smile. And this isn't a prank? Shinso asked cautiously, his heart racing. Aizawa is cruel, but he wouldn't do that to his new favorite kid, Izuku laughed shortly. What do you? Shinso looked confused at Izuku, then at Aizawa, and finally at the blonde teacher who had just arrived. Second surprise, what would you think of becoming my brother? Izuku asked, barely containing his excitement. Shinso was frozen in place as he processed the information. Please tell me we didn't break him already? Yamada questioned with a nervous laugh. Is this really happening? Shinso asked, and for the first time since they knew him, he was on the verge of tears. Yup. Izuku chirped in delight. So, Hitoshi, wanna join the family and leave foster care once and for all? Yamada asked with a smile, showing him the same papers Izuku had signed a few months prior. Heck yeah. Shinso yelled, a few tears falling down his face. I have a big bro. Izuku yelled in victory, hugging him, which made everyone laugh. Only a few days older, but still my big brother, Izuku hummed. I'm setting a rule now, no loud blondes allowed. It's for your own well-being, Aizawa warned with a playful smirk, which made them laugh, except for Yamada, who let out a betrayed gasp. I'm loud and blonde. And we're married, he defended. Exactly the point. I won't let him make the same mistake as me, Aizawa joked, which made the two new brothers laugh. Now go on, I think the other problem child is waiting for you to work on support items, Aizawa pointed out, and the two kids nodded. Izuku took his notebook before pulling Shinso to the support department, where they were going to meet Mei Hatsum. Hitoshi was still silent as he processed the information. Oh, could you stay with me after this? Kaken didn't want me to be alone with you, Raraka, and I have training with her after you, Izuku said, questioning. Why doesn't he want you to be alone with her? Shinso asked, concerned. Because she has a crush on me, and Kaken doesn't trust her not to make a move, and he also doesn't trust me to clearly tell her I'm not interested. He explained with a long sigh, and Hitoshi couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh at me. I just don't want to hurt her feelings. Izuku pouted, blushing from embarrassment, which made the other laugh even more. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, little bro, he teased, and they both laughed as they joined the energetic girl. They were about to enter when a huge explosion sent black smoke billowing out of the room. Midoriya swung the door open in panic, revealing the pink-haired girl surrounded by smoke, her hair even more of a mess than usual. Broccoli boy, purple insomnia. Perfect timing. Finished my new baby, she exclaimed, pulling the two boys inside. Okay, so purple insomniac, I made this just for you. She grinned, showing off a mask. I'm scared, he blurted out. Me too, Izuku agreed, silently looking at the strange mask skeptically. Don't be scared. Put it on. Gotta make sure it doesn't blow up. Mei ordered enthusiastically. Wait, Mei, maybe explain what it's for first? Izuku suggested, putting his hands in front of them. Of course. Basically, you can change your voice with this. The goal is that once your quirk is known, the opponent will avoid any response, so with this, you can modify your voice to make them think it's someone else. She explained, putting the mask on herself. Like this, she said before it blew up in her face, startling her. Okay, it might need a few tiny modifications, she laughed, setting the mask down, making Hitoshi gulp. But Mei, his quirk doesn't work on microphones and all, Izuku pointed out. I know that. That's why I'm using super top-secret methods to make it possible. She grinned proudly. The two boys exchanged worried glances and then looked back at the girl, who was back in her own world. And Mei, We were wondering if you could maybe try making a scarf similar to Aizawa's capture weapon? Izuku asked nervously, knowing very well that she didn't work well under others' terms. Over there, already ready, she answered, pointing to a mannequin where the support item was displayed. Was boring to make though. But I knew you'd ask for it at some point, so our baby's ready for use. Mei explained with a long sigh. Mei, you're the best, you know that? Izuku said with teary eyes, feeling special that she left her comfort zone for them. Of course I am. Only because you're my favorite humans though, she grinned at them. Izuku cried, hugging her tightly, which made her laugh as she squeezed him back. Wow, now I feel lonely, Shinso said sarcastically, making the two grin before tackling him to the ground. I was joking, he complained, feeling embarrassed but secretly appreciating the display of affection. Katsuki had his hands shoved in his pockets as he wandered with the group around the mall. Hey, Bakugo, could you maybe help us with something? Mina asked the blonde. No, and stop calling me that, he responded, annoyed. Please. It's for Midoriya. We want to set him up with Ochako, but you're always there, so they can't be alone. We wanted to ask you to let him have some time with her, Mina explained bluntly. No, Katsuki repeated, annoyed. Please. We want Midoriya to find someone, and I know Ochako could treat him right, she insisted, making Katsuki clench his jaw in frustration. But shouldn't he be the one to choose who he wants to be with? Kirishima asked, trying to avoid an incident. Yeah, but he's oblivious to Ochako's advances, so he can't even consider her as an option, she whined. Still no, Katsuki growled, glaring at her, hoping she'd move on. Bakugo, I know you want to protect him, but you can't deprive him of finding someone that could make him happy, Mina scolded, and Katsuki stopped walking, trying his best not to explode. Mina, I don't think what you're saying is fair. Kirishima has a point, Azui explained, having guessed why Bakugo was refusing so quickly and not wanting to cause any commotion. But this is selfish. He should let Midoriya be happy. He should let him move on in life. Mina exclaimed. Mina, I think it's enough, Kirishima said firmly, not playing friendly anymore. Siro, Kaminari, and Jiro, who had left to get ice cream, returned and tried to understand where the sudden tension came from. Deku is gay, he'll choose who he wants, and you can back off, Katsuki spat before walking off annoyed, leaving the group in shock, suddenly making Mina feel guilty over her words and actions. Why didn't anyone tell me? She asked, confused. Because he didn't feel like yelling it at the top of his lungs. I know you mean no harm, but sometimes it's better to back off, Kirishima sighed before running after Bakugo. Tsu did the same after giving them a half smile. Ochako felt disappointed seeing that Izuku was accompanied by the purple-haired teen, but she wasn't backing away from the plan she had made with her two friends. They were taking a break, and Izuku was taking notes on everything he was able to observe so far. Deku-kun, I wanted to talk to you about something important, Uraraka said out of the blue, making Izuku concerned for his friend's well-being, while Shinso, who was less oblivious, became more vigilant. What's wrong? Did something happen? He asks in concern. No, well, it's more like, she panicked, skipping all the steps she had planned out, and pressed her lips against Izuku's, who froze as Shinso quickly pulled her away. What? Izuku shook his head, taking a step back. Izuku, I like you. Will you please be my boyfriend? She asked pleadingly. Katsuki was fuming as he observed the end of the scene, which was when Shinso pulled her away. You can't kiss people like that. Izuku yelled, wiping his mouth. Uraraka. I have a boyfriend, he shouted, and everyone in the room froze, realizing he actually said it. Oh, she mumbled, ashamed. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Izuku cut her off. Even if I were single, you can't just kiss people like that, he cried. Katsuki arrived, pulling Izuku into his arms protectively. I, she stuttered, on the verge of tears, feeling the most embarrassed she had ever been. Just leave, Katsuki growled, glaring at her. You and Pinky can go away with your stupid plans. She ran off after apologizing again. Sorry, it was too sudden. I didn't have time to process what she'd do. Are you okay? Shinso asked worriedly. Yeah, sorry, I was kind of not expecting it, Izuku mumbled, quickly wiping his tears. Katsuki was silent, feeling more than annoyed, but he knew if he opened his mouth, he could let his anger out on his boyfriend. Kaken, Izuku whispered, looking at Katsuki, who looked betrayed and hurt. Call me if you need anything, Mido, Shinso nodded to the two before leaving with a long sigh. I'm sorry, Izuku mumbled, avoiding eye contact. I probably should have cancelled after learning about it. I just didn't, Katsuki cut him off. You didn't think she'd make a move? How can you be so naive? Katsuki asked loudly, cupping Izuku's cheeks to force him to look at him. Not everyone is like you, not everyone thinks of the impact on others before themselves, Katsuki mumbled, trying to make him look at him, but it was impossible since he was deflecting any eye contact. You're mine, Deku, Katsuki whispered. But please tell me, do I make you happy? I just need to know how you feel. Katsuki admitted, which finally got Izuku to look back at him quickly. I feel happier than I've ever been. Every time I see you, my day is 1,000 times better, and I think you're the best boyfriend that could ever exist. Izuku smiled sweetly, knowing something must have happened to make him doubt himself that way. I'm sorry for what just happened, but you're the only one I love, and that won't change even if you were upset. Katsuki smiled, kissing Izuku shortly before backing away with a frown. I just indirectly kissed her, Katsuki complained in disgust, wiping his mouth with his shirt and then wiping Izuku's lips with his sleeve, making the greenette laugh before being kissed again. Here better, Katsuki smirked proudly, making Izuku go into a laughing fit. You're unbelievable, Izuku giggled, kissing him again. But I do prefer how your lips taste, Izuku mumbled, flustered, making Katsuki's chest fill with pride. At the door stood a group that Kirishima had tried to hold back with Shinso, but it was in vain as they stood there frozen in shock. What? Mina yelled in shock, scaring the two boys, who took a good meter distance between each other, looking at the group wide-eyed. Mina had dragged Izuku and Bakugo all the way to the dorm's common room, followed closely by the group who had been there all along. Hey Mina, shouldn't you ask them if they want to tell everyone instead of straight-up exposing them? Kaminari asked with a nervous laugh. Don't worry, Kaminari-kun, we were talking about being open anyway. I doubt Mina could hide it for long, Izuku explained with a small smile, which made Kyuka cover her mouth, trying not to laugh at how little faith they had in their classmate. Once arrived, the duo was pushed onto the couch. Everyone, we have an urgent meeting. Please join us in the common room. Mina yelled, probably loud enough to be heard all the way to the 5th floor. Katsuki sighed, pulling Izuku into a bear hug, trying to calm the nervous greenette. What if we ask Aizawa to go on a date after this? What do you think about that? Katsuki asked just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Secret spot? Izuku asked, doing puppy eyes, which made the blonde scoff. Where else could we possibly go? Katsuki joked, happy to have made Izuku change his train of thought. In the back, the group looked at the two in shock. Tsundere, Kaminari whispered, pointing at Bakugo, and Shiro nodded in agreement. Soon the class arrived and sat down, not minding the couple. Ashido-san, what has happened? Lita asked with worry. Now that everyone is here, you might be wondering why we're here, Mina started, trying to sound mysterious, which annoyed the blonde. Shut up. Me and Deku are dating and she just found out. Big deal, move on, Katsuki explained, annoyed. The classmates were all silent, unsure how to react. Momo was the first to respond. Congratulations. When did you start dating? Momo asked with a small smile. Beginning of the school year, Izuku answered. Who asked who out? Shiro asked curiously. Izuku looked at Katsuki, unable to remember since it was a two-way conversation. I think it was Kaken, Izuku mumbled. Why didn't you tell us? Hagakure asked, confused. We didn't want the pressure of people around us because we weren't sure what we were getting into. Except Kirishima, who actually helped us a lot, there was no one who knew in this class, Izuku explained, making Kirishima grin proudly. And because we knew you'd create drama about it. And look who was right. Katsuki grumbled with a hint of sarcasm. To be honest, I didn't think it was a secret relationship, Todoroki admitted. It has been quite obvious that the two were more than friends. It was clearly lies when they deny it. I simply thought they were embarrassed, so I haven't mentioned it. Izuku chuckled. Thanks, Todoroki, for your report, he said playfully, making most of the class laugh. But yeah, Sue and Todoroki were the two I believed would figure it out. You didn't think the rest of us would figure it out? Hagakure asked, offended. Yeah, no way, too stupid, Katsuki scoffed, earning offended gasps, which made Izuku sigh at his boyfriend's boldness. Thank you, I will take it as a compliment that you think I am smart, Todoroki smiled slightly, which made the room erupt in laughter as Katsuki started teasing him. It is pretty surprising how someone as calm as you would actually stay in a relationship with Katsuki, Jiro joked to Izuku, who chuckled in response. Yeah, though I totally get why you kept it a secret now, Kaminari said, wrapping his arm around Izuku's shoulders, making Izuku smile but causing Katsuki's attention to shift. But Dun's face. Now that you know he's off limits, it means you keep your hands off him, Katsuki ordered, grabbing Izuku away from the group. Kaken. Izuku whined, which resulted in another laughing fit from the class. Katsuki had gotten bored, so he took Izuku to his room. Change, we have a date, remember? Katsuki asked, throwing him his favorite clothes. I'll just text Dad to tell him we're going out. Izuku smiled brightly as he ran to the bathroom to change. Katsuki did the same, putting on a black tank top and cargo briefs. He took some cash so they could grab something to eat on the way. Soon, Izuku came out and jumped on Katsuki, startling him. You know what it means? Izuku asked excitedly. I can hold your hand whenever I want. Katsuki chuckled. Yeah. He smirked, bringing Izuku in for a sweet kiss. Does it mean I can also kiss you whenever I want? Izuku nodded with a blush. Not in class though. Aizawa might not like that, he said, giggling. Katsuki nodded in agreement, taking Izuku's hand as they left the dorm room. I'll go grab my money so we can go get dinner, Izuku exclaimed once in the elevator, but Katsuki pushed his hand away. I'm paying, I was the one who invited you, Katsuki shrugged. Izuku opened his mouth to speak but closed it, seeing the glare Katsuki was giving him. Fine, he mumbled. But next time it's on me. Whatever, I don't mind paying, nerd, Katsuki grumbled, flustered by his determination. But I mind. It feels like I'm accepting it, and I can't even repay you since you don't give me the chance to. Izuku complained, making Katsuki sigh before kissing his forehead. You can repay me with cuddles and kisses? How does that sound? Katsuki asked, and Izuku nodded rapidly. Fine, I accept, he smiled, making Katsuki's heart flutter with happiness. Standing in an alleyway somewhere in Hosu City, a pro-hero was fighting against one of the most wanted villains at the moment. He had encountered him after hearing some commotion during his nightly patrol. He put up a good fight, but according to the villain, he wasn't a real hero, so he decided to end him. He paralyzed him with his quirk and left him for dead, forgetting about the initial victim who had run away. The pro-hero Ingenium was found barely alive after the initial victim returned with help. But there was no sign of the villain in the area. Another victim was added to the list, and still, no progress in the arrest of the culprit. Izuku was zipping his vest when Katsuki hugged him from behind. Don't think too highly of yourself, it's every man for himself. I will kick your butt if I'm against you, Katsuki warned, giving a peck on his neck. Don't worry, Kaken, I'm not planning on going down that easily. If I'm against you, I'll show you what it's like to be defeated by a quirkless mastermind, Izuku retorted confidently, making Katsuki and a few others laugh. Hard to believe, little bro. We'll beat you whether you like it or not. Shinso teased, ruffling Izuku's messy hair. Reminder that I'm the one who helped you all train and evaluated every single one of your weaknesses. I will not be putting that knowledge to waste, Izuku explained innocently, making them freeze in realization. He knew everything about every student in the hero course, from their quirks to their strengths and weaknesses. In other words, they were doomed. Izuku hummed in delight as he kissed Katsuki's cheek. No holding back. The smaller male grinned proudly. Oh, and I better see you guys use some of the training I've done with you. Yes, sir. Kaminari saluted along with the few other students before laughing. Izuku, however, was staring at a certain dual-colored-haired boy about whom he still had no information other than what he observed in class. He had only gotten the chance to observe him fight from a distance since he had to focus on his personal training in class. So he was the one he was most scared of, and he had no clue whether or not he'd be using his left side because, since the beginning of the year, he hadn't seen him produce the slightest flame. Don't worry, I won't hold back, Todoroki stated, staying in his own corner of the room. He looked emotionless, like the classmate they met at the beginning of the year. But Izuku still gave him his brightest smile. Great. Then I guess we'll both be doing that. Izuku smiled as he looked at the doors open. Good luck, nerd, Katsuki smirked as they walked in hand with their pairs. Yamada and Aizawa were the commentators of the games, much to Aizawa's displeasure, as he had been dragged by his husband. After Bakugo's heartwarming speech, I pledge that I'll be number one and bring down any of you extras that stand in my way. Chaos erupted among all the students, and the first round of the sports festival was about to begin. The commentators may not have admitted it out loud, but they were both rooting for their sons. Of course, that was against a few rules, but they didn't care. Who couldn't root for them? These two teens had been put down by society from a very young age. This was their chance to prove them wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, may the games begin. Present Mike yelled, not even needing a microphone to be heard by the whole cheering stadium. For those in the same cubicle, knowing this was not the loudest he would get, they came prepared with noise-canceling headphones. The rush of students soon became aggressive as they pushed each other to pass through, but everyone was confused by the duo, consisting of Izuku and Shinso, who stayed back. What are they doing? Aizawa questioned, tapping his fingers nervously against the table. It seems like they're talking? Mike stated, almost more as a question than a statement. Everyone in the crowd focused on the duo. Shinso was doing all the talking, trying to get a response from Izuku, which came in vain. After a minute and a half, they both started the race, sprinting and taking note of all the announcements they heard about the stages. Many students were frozen by Shoto's quirk, slightly in the way. For the first phase, they had to pass some bots, which were the same 0-point bots from the entrance exam. Most had been frozen in Todoroki's ice or defeated by other students. Izuku pulled a large metal piece he found loose on one of the defeated bots and used it as a weapon to clear his path. Shinso, not being in his right environment, used that chance to slip through as well. They quickly caught up to the second stage, which was still filled with students. Izuku passed it with ease, considering he was naturally good at parkour, making the crowd go wild with Shinso following close behind. The two most competitive students of Class 1A competed for number 1. Izuku kept a distance as he watched his classmates struggle to get past the landmines, which was the last stage of the first round. The crowd was focused on the screen, intensity rising as Bakugo and Todoroki fought for the number 1 spot, which took the spotlight away from the freckled teen who was digging up the mines. Shinso started jumping from one student to another, using them to propel himself through the crowd, earning himself 4th place, right behind Mei Hatsum from the support department. "What is Izuku doing?" Aizawa asked, concerned, turning off his microphone. "Our little listener always has a plan, we just have to hope he isn't losing it here," Mike said playfully as they sat on the edge of their seats, Mike doing most of the talking accompanied by occasional comments from Aizawa. A loud explosion was heard, louder than the single mines and even louder than Katsuki Bakugo. A huge cloud of smoke erupted, and soon someone emerged from it, revealing Izuku being propelled into the air, lying on the metal piece he had taken earlier. Most of the students stared at him for a moment, trying to focus on the match, which became more complicated as the smoke covered the whole area. Izuku Midoriya takes the lead. Present, Mike yelled, breaking everyone's eardrums, but all were still shocked by the boy's comeback. When he started losing speed, he jumped off midair, using the top 2 as boosters, and ran to the finish line first. He breathed as he looked at the cheering crowd. Second was Todoroki, soon followed by Katsuki, Shinso, and others. Izuku smiled as he saw his face appear on the billboard. "I did it," he yelled, looking at his brother, who was the first to give him a fist bump. "Sure did," Shinso smirked, ruffling his hair proudly. Unlike the ash blonde, Shinso wasn't the competitive type, so he wasn't mad at him. Katsuki, on the other hand, "Izuku Midoriya, you traitor," Katsuki yelled, grabbing him by the collar of his P uniform. "But I made it first." Izuku smiled sweetly, knowing how much Katsuki hated that he couldn't be mad at him. "You're still a traitor," he grumbled, looking away to hide his blush. "Aren't you proud of me?" Izuku asked, giving him puppy eyes, which Katsuki foolishly looked at. "Idiot, of course I'm proud of you. Let me be mad at you, I'm supposed to be first," he grumbled just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku smiled, kissing his cheek, which caused a change in color and laughter from those who had finished. "Anyways, why didn't you start at the same time as us?" Kaminari asked, running over. "For the dramatic effect," Izuku replied, trying to sound mysterious. "Wait, seriously?" Kirishima asked, dumbfounded. "No, we just knew you guys would be a bunch of savages who would step on one another. So we let you move forward before starting," Shinso explained frankly. "You're comparing me to those savages?" Katsuki yelled, creating small sparks, ready to retaliate. "Yes," Shinso answered bluntly, and Izuku quickly held Katsuki back. "Shinso, there are other ways to say the truth," Midoriya exclaimed, while those around them covered their mouths, trying not to laugh. "You JRK," Katsuki shouted, pulling Izuku into a tight grip. "That's my little Bio," a certain blue-haired villain yelled as he watched the TV screen with the rest of the league. "We know, bro, we know," a scarred man sighed loudly as they settled back down after getting emotional. "I guess we'll have to make bets on whose little brother comes in first, huh?" Dabi smirked smugly. "Fine, $100 if I lose," Tamura said confidently. "That, plus 1 month of doing each other's chores," Dabi added. "Deal." They both nodded, confident in their chances. The second round left Izuku feeling pale. "And the headband of whoever won first place in the last round will be worth a total of 10 million points," the referee, known as the Pro Hero Midnight, announced. All eyes turned to Izuku, who felt as if a huge rock had just fallen on his head. "I'm doomed," he thought out loud, gripping his hair. "You have 15 minutes to pair yourself in groups of 4. Unsurprisingly, no one was interested in teaming up with Izuku, knowing that whoever partnered with him would be targeted too. Izuku looked at Katsuki, who smirked from a distance, already gathered with his team. "I hate you," Izuku mouthed, which made Katsuki snort, shaking his head in mock discouragement. "Love you too," he mouthed back, causing Izuku to blush as he returned his focus to the task at hand. Most students were already in teams when Izuku spotted his brother and ran to join him. "Sorry, Zu, I tried finding someone, but everyone is taken or refused," Shinso sighed. "Shinso, please tell me you're on my team," Izuku pleaded, and Shinso looked at him perplexed. "I already assumed we were," he replied honestly, and Izuku smiled. "At least I have someone who actually loves me," Izuku said loud enough for the blonde to hear, making him snicker and shake his head. "Esike it up, Deku." Katsuki yelled back in amusement. "Do you have room for one more?" someone asked curiously, and they turned to see a pink-haired girl. "May, wanna be with us?" Izuku begged on his knees, making the girl laugh. "Of course. Who wouldn't want to be with Broccoli Boy and Insomniac Cat?" She grinned, ruffling his hair. "Thank you. Thank you so much, May," Izuku cried, hugging her tightly. Shinso sighed as he pulled Izuku away from her. Even if this is a very emotional moment, we should make a plan. We lost too much time building a team. They nodded in agreement. Izuku looked at the surrounding groups, analyzing the students left, then stared intensely at the group as he thought of a strategy. So, we know we'll be the most targeted team because of me, so Mei, defense. Shinso, attack, and I'll take care of grabbing the bands and do my best to help both of you, Izuku explained, observing the groups staring at them. Unless you guys have other strategies in mind? He asked, looking at the two, who shook their heads. You're the man for strategies. Plus, you're giving me the perfect chance to show off my inventions. Mei exclaimed. Okay. Oh, and one more thing, Izuku started with a smirk that made them nervous. Whatever you guys do, unless for defense, do not pay any attention to Kaken's team, Izuku whispered. Why? Shinso asked, confused. Because he's a big baby who needs attention. If not, he gets angry, and if he gets angry, he'll stop thinking properly and blow everyone around him up, Izuku explained as if discussing a child. Which also means less work for us, he concluded under the concerned looks from Shinso. I'm in. Mei yelled, catching the attention of those around them. Mission Annoy Mr. Boom Boom Boy is in action, she announced, grinning mischievously and raising her fist in the air. I don't think that's what he meant, Shinso laughed nervously. Oh. No, that's exactly what I meant, Izuku corrected, as if it were obvious, which made the purple-haired teen doubt his decision to trust him. Let the cavalry battle begin. Present Mike announced after the 15-minute countdown finished. The students quickly went after Izuku's team, just as expected. The whole crowd was on the edge of their seats, even the teachers watched as the team dodged every attempt of attack, quickly snatching a few bands away. Izuku kept a smirk every time he made eye contact with a certain blonde who was starting to get annoyed. He seemed to lose focus for a second, which made him lose his valued headband, but Izuku's growing smirk showed that this wasn't a disadvantage for him. Team Todoroki takes the lead, the blonde commentator screamed as the bicolored male snatched the band off Izuku's head. Everyone yelled in cheers or anger as they watched it happen. Even Izuku's teammates looked at him in shock, wondering why he let it happen so easily. He said something that seemed to boost the group's courage, and they quickly went back to snatching as many bands as possible, noticing more teams getting eliminated by the minute. What did he have planned this time? The black-haired teacher leaned forward, pondering. Stop ignoring me! Katsuki yelled as he and his team focused on them. Izuku looked back at them with a smug expression. Come on, Bakugo, don't tell me you're feeling lonely? Shinso mocked, which annoyed Katsuki as he started to create sparks in his hands. Ha! I'm not. He stopped, realizing his mistake. Be a good boyfriend and give Izuku all your bands, Shinso ordered, activating his quirk. Against his will, Katsuki handed them all over to Izuku and snapped out of his daze when they made contact. You, Katsuki growled before seeing them take steps back and run for other teams. Sorry, Kaken. You're the best. Izuku smiled quickly as they resumed their run, with Katsuki's team trying to calm the blonde. Bakubro, let's do like them and focus on accumulating bands. Kirishima urged. You doubt I could take them back? Katsuki yelled. No, just considering we have 7 minutes left, and if we fail to take them from Mito, then we're out of the game, Kirishima reasoned. Katsuki groaned but agreed to go after Monoma's team. In the lead was Todoroki's team, followed by Midoriya's, then Bakugo's, and Tetsu's team, which was tied with Monoma's. 3 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Mike yelled, unable to stay still due to the anticipation. Everyone was getting into the emotional comments of the loud teacher. So, Eraserhead, what do you think of tagging along today? Is it worth it? Mike asked his husband excitedly. I guess this is more interesting than I expected, Aizawa admitted, squinting as he watched his two favorite problem children talk with a support course girl. What are they talking about? Aizawa wondered under his breath before suddenly getting up with a spark in his eyes. Team Midoriya took back the 10 million point headband, he announced, marking his first observation of the day. The crowd went wild as the freckled teen took a firm grip on the headband, breathing as the timer announced the end of the game. Sweat dripped down his face as he climbed down from their shoulders. Did we make it? Izuku asked, looking at the scoreboard. Wait, are you guys okay? He inquired, noticing their blank expressions. Seriously? Is the guy holding the 10 million point headband questioning if we made it to the next round? Shinso asked mockingly, making Izuku smile in excitement. Heck yeah! Izuku and Mei yelled in unison, hugging each other tightly. The crowd erupted again as the results appeared. The good players applauded, but one person was furious. I will murder you! Katsuki yelled, striding aggressively toward Izuku. You said it was each man for themselves. I listened, the greenette responded, panicked as he hid behind Shinso. You're on your own, bud. He's your boyfriend, not mine, Shinso laughed, pushing Izuku back in front of him, earning a death glare from Izuku. Before you kill me, I love you, and I'm really sorry, but I also really want to win this, Izuku blurted out, covering his face and bracing for an explosion. Instead, he was surprised to be pulled into a hug. "Idiot, I'm proud of you," Katsuki pouted, making Izuku blush and hug him back. "I'm proud of you too, Kaken," he chuckled, backing away and remembering they were on live TV as he flashed a toothy grin. "As you should, I'm the best," Katsuki smirked, leaning in to kiss him, but Izuku put his hand between them. "We're on camera, Kaken," he reminded with a small blush. "Even better," Katsuki smirked, pushing his hand away to kiss him, causing their classmates to laugh at Izuku's flustered reaction. "I knew you guys were dating," a girl from 1B, named Kendo, exclaimed. "Of course they are. The best student and the worst idiot were meant to date," Monoma laughed, earning a hit on the back of the head from Kendo. "What he means is that you two are adorable together," she sighed, pulling him away before. Bakugo could snap at him. A long awkward silence followed before laughter erupted. "Midoriya, we need to speak," Todoroki announced, causing Izuku to look at him in confusion before following him, which triggered Bakugo's protective instincts. Izuku already knew why, having seen the moment flames erupted from Shoto Todoroki's left side. The final event, the battle tournament. Izuku faced Shoto in one of the hallways, patiently waiting for him to speak. "I promised myself to never use my father's side," Shoto said, glaring at Izuku. "But it didn't harm you, so why?" Izuku asked with a serious frown. "Have you heard of quirk marriage?" Shoto asked, his tone devoid of emotion. "Yeah, those are illegal," Izuku replied, knitting his eyebrows. "I was the result of one," Shoto confessed. "My father wanted to create a child with a quirk strong enough to surpass All Might himself since he couldn't do it. So, you inherited your cold side from your mother and the fire from your father," Izuku mumbled, to which Todoroki nodded in confirmation. "My mother was sold to my father. He drove her to madness. She burned me. That's how I got this scar. After that, she was placed in a mental hospital by my father," he explained, clenching his jaw. "I hate my father, I hate him, and I will never use his side. No matter what." He explained with anger. "And you made me use it. I promised myself I would become number one without using his power." He spat at Izuku, who stood straight, taking a step towards him. "I don't feel bad, Todoroki. Not in the slightest. It's tragic, and I honestly hate Endeavor right now for what he's done to you," Izuku retorted, looking directly into his eyes. "But you know a quirk is a quirk. The second you control it, it's yours. People would kill for a quirk like yours, so make use of it." Izuku said firmly. "I'm not taking away from the fact that your father is abusive. I don't know your story. You might want to be number one, but I'm also reaching for that. We all are, and we're giving our all. If you decide to hold back, then we'll catch up. Don't take things for granted or you'll regret it." Izuku mumbled as he looked at the end of the hallway. "And Kaken, come out of there," Izuku ordered, knowing very well that the ash blonde was eavesdropping on a personal conversation. "Even I have noticed your presence, Bakugo," Todoroki pointed out blankly. "Ha! I ain't," Katsuki yelled as he walked to confront Todoroki but was stopped when the smaller male grabbed his ear. "Katsuki, stop," Izuku ordered, glaring at him. "Now, why were you eavesdropping?" he questioned, keeping a frown. Bakugo grumbled a response, making the green net pull harder. "Let go, Deku," Katsuki yelled as Izuku released his grip. "But Todoroki, good luck. I hope you'll think about it," Izuku said, pulling Katsuki by the collar for a serious scolding. Todoroki scoffed as he went back to the waiting area where those who didn't want to participate in the mid-games activities could rest. Izuku gulped as he watched the second-round matches. He then looked at Katsuki, who was smirking mischievously, and Ochako, who was trembling. Since the incident, she had apologized, and while Izuku might have forgiven her, Katsuki was still mad at her, and she just had to be put against him. "So, Deku, you planning on telling me what this secret weapon of yours is?" Katsuki asked, putting his chin on the greenette's shoulder. "Nope. Imagine I go against you. Anyway, I'm not even sure if I'll be able to use it," Izuku explained, still looking at his classmates and noticing Kirishima running to them. "Hey, Kirishima-kun. I'm so happy to be against you. You're going to try putting into action our training, right?" Izuku questioned, smiling brightly. "Of course. I can't wait to go against you in an actual fight and not just training." He grinned confidently. "No holding back, right?" Izuku asked, showing his fist. "Over my dead body," Kirishima grinned, giving him a fist bump. Katsuki smirked, nuzzling into the crook of Izuku's neck. "I honestly didn't expect Bakubro to be the clingy type," Kirishima whispered to Izuku, being careful for Katsuki not to hear. "Me either, but I don't mind. It's kinda cute," Izuku giggled. Katsuki shot a glare at Kirishima before going back to discreetly taking in Izuku's scent, which smelled like lavender with a mix of something sweet. Kirishima couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh. "Anyways, it should start soon. Let's do our best, okay?" Izuku stated confidently. "Heck yeah." Kirishima grinned, holding his fist in the air confidently. Izuku smirked as his fight with Ijiro started. They both advanced at the same time, and Ijiro jumped, aiming to land a hit on his face. Izuku waited for the proximity to close and grabbed the redhead's arm, throwing him over his shoulder. Ijiro got up, barely giving Izuku time to recover as he jumped for another attack that Izuku barely dodged. The crowd cheered as the two jumped around and landed hits. Both didn't have flashy quirks, so it wasn't as illuminated as if Bakugo or Todoroki were part of it, but it didn't stop the crowd from being on the edge of their seats. The yells were loud enough to be heard outside the arena. On the board, the information about the students was displayed, and Izuku's quirk was written as unknown, making it even more interesting since they didn't know if he had one, and if he did, would he use it? Everything happened quickly. In a heartbeat, Kirishima was pushed outside the lines. It might have been by 1 centimeter, but it was still enough to announce that Izuku Midoriya was victorious and moving to the semifinals. Whatever happened next, he was assured to get 3rd place. They both breathed with smiles on their faces as Izuku helped him up. "You surprised me there with your elbow," Izuku chuckled, recalling when Kirishima elbowed him in the stomach with his quirk activated, which had almost cost him his victory. "Yeah, was kinda hoping that'd be enough, but what can I say?" He shrugged playfully, which made Izuku chuckle. "Yeah, I also thought I was done for," he admitted before they both started laughing. "Somewhere in Japan, that's it. That's my little bro." The male yelled for the millionth time since the festival started. "We get it, he's awesome. Sit back down and watch how the pros do it." Another man smirked smugly as he lay back on the couch. The rest of the league had left them, unable to hear their drama. It was definitely out of character for those two to be so emotional. Back at the UA Sports Festival, the semifinals were underway. Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo versus Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku was the first to make a move, not waiting for the arena to be frozen by Todoroki, knowing that was often his first tactic. He realized he might have to use his secret weapon against the dual-haired male, but he wasn't going to use it recklessly. Izuku understood he might not come out victorious, but he wasn't going to give up without a fight. "Too slow," Todoroki whispered as he jumped over, creating an ice pillar that pushed Izuku higher into the sky. Izuku managed to slide down and looked at Todoroki with determination. He took a deep breath, imagining a fragile egg that would break if he applied too much pressure. He held his hand out, closing his eyes in concentration. When he opened them, he focused on Todoroki. The crowd fell silent, even his classmates were confused about what was happening. "One for all," Izuku whispered. 0.1%. He smirked, flicking his left index finger, creating a strong wave of wind that pushed Todoroki back. The pain was intense, more so than the time he broke his bones during training, but it was nothing compared to the challenges he faced from All for One. So he endured it. "It isn't over just yet, ladies and gentlemen." Present Mike yelled, shocked by the sudden quirk use. In the observation room, every student was wide-eyed, staring at the screen. Did he lie to us about being quirkless? Some students wondered, glancing at Katsuki. He'll have to explain later, but Izuku was born with a predisposition for a quirk. He just never developed it, Katsuki explained, trying to process what was happening. "That BS didn't even tell me," he thought with a frown as he looked at the breathing boy. The night before, All Might had passed down his quirk to Izuku, and he was now using it for the first time, despite the pain in his broken finger. "This is only the beginning," Present Mike exclaimed, rising from his seat in amazement. Todoroki smirked, watching Izuku stand back up, already charging for another attack. "So, you had a quirk all along, huh?" Todoroki pointed out, hiding his astonishment. "No. I just developed it," Izuku breathed as he dodged another ice attack from Todoroki. "That's not possible," Todoroki replied, pushing Izuku with ice, the green-haired boy barely staying within the lines. "That's also what I thought," Izuku yelled, using his quirk again, breaking another finger. "But I guess this will be to my advantage." He smirked, seeing his opponent using his ice as a booster to stay within the lines. The teachers watched, wide-eyed, except for those who already knew, Aizawa, Yamada, and Nizu. "Nizu?" Midnight looked at the principal, astonished. "Yes. Our little prodigy is full of surprises," Nizu replied with delight. "Nizu, what did you do to the kid?" Midnight asked worried. "Me? Nothing," he responded truthfully, and she sighed, knowing she wouldn't get more information from him. "He has no control over his quirk," Aizawa pointed out, turning off his microphone with concern as he watched his son take hit after hit, injuring himself more and more while shouting at Todoroki. "We have to stop the fight," Aizawa mumbled, ready to intervene, but was stopped by his husband. "He doesn't want that, and you know it. He'll see himself as too weak if we do that, so let's wait a little longer," Yamada explained, and Aizawa hated that his husband was right. "Fine, but if it gets out of hand, we'll stop it," he warned. Just then, his eyes widened as Todoroki ignited his left side. Izuku barely dodged, suffering second-degree burns in the process. The game is over, with Shoto Todoroki moving to the final round, Yamada announced, unable to hide his worry. Izuku had stepped out of bounds while trying to evade the attack. The crowd saw him smile before his body finally gave out, collapsing to the ground. Medics! We need medics! Midnight yelled, rushing to join the unconscious student. Aizawa was out of the cubicle in a heartbeat, hurrying to his son's side. Though they were too far to see, those close enough could see Izuku's muscles spasming and his uneven breathing. Shoto looked at Izuku in shock. He had lost control of his quirk after Izuku provoked him for the second time that day. But that wasn't what troubled him most. If this is how I lose, then I'm proud to say I lost against you, were his last words before he passed out. Katsuki hesitated between confronting Todoroki or rushing to Izuku's side. Bakugo, go see him, they have to melt the ice before your match anyway, so you have time. The redhead pointed out, equally shocked by the performance. Emotional and shocking were the closest words to describe it, but they still didn't feel strong enough. Katsuki wasn't looking for confirmation, he had actually forgotten he was next to fight. After shaking off the shock, he ran out of the room toward the infirmary where Izuku would most likely be taken. Wasn't he quirkless? A blonde girl, known as Himiko Toga, asked in disbelief. He was, Shigaraki whispered, watching his unconscious stepbrother on the ground. Well, it looks like I win. Pay up. Dabi smirked at their leader, who was too shocked to notice he was handing over more bills than he should have. Brought to the infirmary in a hurry, Recovery Girl immediately assessed Izuku, laying him on a bed. He is way too tired for me to heal him with my quirk, she explained, going to get more supplies to stop the external hemorrhages since the internal ones would have to wait. The burn marks looked severe, ranging from 1st to 3rd degree. You and your reckless fighting for entertainment. These things happen because of it, she scolded the teachers as she began treating the wounds. Izuku's eyes slowly opened, only to quickly close again at the bright light. Good, he's awake, she announced with relief as both parents rushed to his side. The door swung open, revealing a breathing blonde. What the actual? He almost yelled, shocked at the sight of his boyfriend. Bakugo, calm down, he's awake now, Yamada said to the worried student. Calm. You. Katsuki took a deep breath, knowing he was on the verge of losing control. Hi, Kaken. Izuku managed a smile, wincing at the pain it caused. You're fighting next against Hitoshi, right? He asked, and Katsuki nodded. Just then, a purple-haired teen arrived with a worried expression. Quirk? You? What the, are you all right? He questioned in a panic. Quirk, me, and yes, I'm all right, ouch. Izuku winced as Recovery Girl applied some cream to his wounds. How did it happen? Why didn't you tell me? Hitoshi pressed. It was my secret weapon. I had to keep it a secret until I used it. You actually witnessed my first usage of it. Izuku grinned proudly. Don't flatter yourself, insomniac freak, even I didn't know, Katsuki pointed out, glaring at Deku. But how is it possible? Shinso asked, confused. It's a long story, but when I was young, my quirk was stolen the moment it developed, which gave me the predisposition to get a quirk. I don't know how, but after the events with All for One, I started showing signs, and it manifested completely yesterday. I didn't mention it because I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up, Izuku explained, surprising those who knew how good of a liar he could be. That seems pretty shocking, to be honest, Shinso responded in awe. Izuku nodded with a small smile. But yes, sorry for the surprise, but hey, tell me I didn't make it interesting, he smiled brightly, whining when Recovery Girl pinched him. Elements of surprise that destroys your whole body is not interesting, she scolded, making Izuku look down in embarrassment. For once, the old lady doesn't say something useless, Katsuki scoffed. Izuku puffed his cheeks in a pout. You guys are mean, he mumbled. I thought I was badass, he added shamelessly. I'll have to check for any possible head injuries, Recovery Girl said as she began palpating his neck carefully. But I don't feel pain, Izuku replied, looking at her in confusion. Sometimes if the damage is in the frontal lobe, you could suffer changes in your personality. But judging by the fact you have no tension in your neck, I believe your language is caused by spending too much time with Bakugo, she sighed, making them laugh except for Katsuki, who started cursing under his breath. On one end of the field stood Bakugo, and on the other, Hitoshi. After almost an hour of melting the ice, they were finally ready to start the last fight of the semifinals. Not because Deku likes you means I won't kick your butt, Katsuki smirked smugly. Wouldn't ask for anything better, Hitoshi responded confidently, but Katsuki knew he shouldn't speak further if he didn't want to be controlled. Let the match begin. Midnight announced, swinging her WHP in the air and earning cheers from the crowd. Physical versus mental quirk. If it weren't for Shinso's physical combat skills, the match would have already been over. He still hadn't mastered the capture weapon, so he had to rely on hand-to-hand combat and taunting. His new mask could be quite useful for this. Don't be scared to use me as a source. Whatever is used won't be taken personally from my part. I know I'm Katsuki's weak point. I really want to see both of you win, but that's not possible. I'll take responsibility if something happens. But don't worry, he also has something to use against you. We have to play fair, he explained, his small smile turning into a bright grin. So do your best and don't hold back. Either way, we'll all be together in that stadium. Shinso smirked as he dodged another attack from Katsuki. But his quirk makes his hearing more difficult, so speak as loud as you can. Izuku's advice echoed in his mind as he jumped over Katsuki. You know, this baby allows me to repeat things people told me, Shinso lied, making Katsuki frown as he launched another attack. I hate it, but sometimes I'm still so scared of Kaken, Izuku's voice resonated, causing Katsuki to freeze. I always wonder if he really loves me. I feel like he's just there to make himself feel better. Shinso smirked, enjoying how convincing this voice sounded. To Shinso's displeasure, Katsuki became more aggressive but also less precise. But I don't know how long I can keep up the act. I didn't think he'd actually stay with me, Izuku's voice mumbled. Katsuki's tears mixed with his sweat, creating the biggest explosion he had ever made, and before they knew it, Shinso was out. Katsuki was still furious, grabbing Shinso's collar in frustration. I'm gonna kill you, Katsuki yelled as he heard Present Mike announce his victory. Izuku, who had been watching the game, rushed to the entrance. Kaken! Izuku yelled, catching the blonde's attention. Shinso took that moment to get up and looked at Katsuki. It isn't true, Bakugo. Izuku is head over heels for you, don't worry. Shinso chuckled, confusing the blonde. It allows me to modify my voice. Izuku would never say things like that about you. He reassured him, making Katsuki's eye twitch in annoyance as he stomped toward Izuku, who was in one of the corridors. You let him use you against me, Katsuki said, grabbing his collar. Izuku nodded, making him scoff. You're lucky I love you, Katsuki cursed, kissing him, causing Izuku to blush. Shinso, who witnessed everything, laughed as he passed them. I'm gonna go to RG. Have fun you too. He waved, making Izuku whine in embarrassment. Oh, and beat his butt in the final, Shinso added, making Katsuki roll his eyes. Wasn't planning on doing anything else. Weren't you supposed to stay in bed, idiot? Katsuki asked, scolding him, which made Izuku laugh nervously. Making sure you wouldn't commit mass murder, Izuku half-joked. I was also curious about who was winning, he admitted quietly, making the blonde snicker as he kissed him again. You didn't think I would win? Katsuki asked, pinning an eyebrow. Well, if you had snapped and responded, you would have lost, Izuku pointed out. You didn't think I could keep my cool? Katsuki asked with a pout that made Izuku laugh. It's nothing personal, he teased, kissing his cheek. Both stayed in each other's arms until they were interrupted by a tired teacher. He's calm now, no students in the hallways, especially if it's to make out, Aizawa warned, making Izuku laugh as he moved from Katsuki's grip. Anyways, Bakugo has to get checked out before his next fight starts. And you, sir, are supposed to stay seated. He glared at Izuku, who whined. Standing on each side of the battlefield were the two last contestants, Katsuki Bakugo versus Shoto Todoroki. The heterochromic teen was the first to attack, creating an ice prison that should have pushed Katsuki out, but he simply destroyed it with repetitive explosions, breaking through the ice. Shoto waited for him to approach and pushed Katsuki off again, getting hit by a few explosions. It's your power, not his. Use it. Izuku's voice resonated in Todoroki's head as he watched Bakugo approach with another attack. Katsuki didn't understand why Todoroki wasn't attacking back with his full power, assuming he was holding back because he thought he was stronger. Katsuki wanted to win, but not if it wasn't a fair fight. Why the hell are you holding back? Katsuki yelled as he launched himself, feigning an attack from the front but hitting his side instead. Todoroki created a new wall of ice to keep himself within the lines as he launched himself at Katsuki again. Izuku watched from the sidelines, frowning, in the same cubicle as his two fathers, who refused to let him out since he wasn't fully healed and had been wandering around unsupervised. What did you tell Todoroki earlier? Aizawa asked, turning to face his son. The truth, Izuku mumbled. If you're not using your power fully, then you accepted that you're giving that type of power to your father over you. It wasn't what he wanted to hear, but it was enough to make him think. But if he doesn't use his left side soon, Kaken might just blow a fuse for him holding back, Izuku mumbled, observing the enraged blonde. He should learn more about human emotions, Izuku pointed out, making the black-haired teacher scoff as he focused back on the match. Suddenly, for the third time that day, Shoto's left side activated, but it left as quickly as it came. Flashbacks of his childhood flooded his mind, preventing him from blocking Katsuki's attack, which pushed Todoroki out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo from Hero Course wins. Mike announced as Katsuki ran to Todoroki, who was unconscious. You BSRD. You held back. Katsuki yelled, grabbing his collar, just as Izuku had predicted. Midnight was quick to use her quirk, making Bakugo fall unconscious before he could harm anyone. Izuku looked at Aizawa pleadingly, hoping to help his boyfriend. Why are they tying him up? Izuku asked, panicked. Come on, it's going to be the medal ceremony, you'll see him up there, Mike reassured him. I have to stay here but go with Shota. He smiles, and Izuku runs out of the room, soon followed by his father. The crowd was cheering, even though the game wasn't ending as expected. Katsuki was being held against his will, and many classmates were against it. They were treating Bakugo like a villain, and even some teachers found it inappropriate. By the time the freckled male made it down to the battlefield, Katsuki was tied to a pillar in the stadium. He was waking up, appearing angry, but Izuku could see he was actually hurt. As he made his way there quickly, he glared at the personnel who had tied him up. I'm taking them off, Izuku warned the personnel, who wanted to refuse until Aizawa arrived, stating he had his quirk ready if something happened. Kaken, I'll take it off, but please don't yell, Izuku smiled softly as he gently removed the muzzle. I'm not a monster. Why the hell? Katsuki started, but Izuku cut him off with a kiss. I know you're not a monster, you're an awesome hero, okay? They don't know you like we do. They didn't have to tie you up. I know you wanted to win without him holding back, but the truth is, he didn't. Todoroki hasn't used his left side in who knows how long. He has almost no control over it. It's not because he thought he was better, Izuku explained, cupping Katsuki's cheeks. We'll talk about it more later. For now, let's just accept the medals and we'll go cuddle after healing up. How does that sound? Izuku suggested in a whisper, careful that no one would hear. Whatever, Katsuki grumbled, flustered, and Izuku got the okay to take off his restraints. Better? Izuku asked softly. Yeah, thanks, nerd, Katsuki mumbled, holding his slightly swollen wrists. Oh, and you fought very well. Izuku smiled, jumping onto the third-place podium next to Shinso and giving a small thumbs up to Todoroki, who didn't look in the best condition but was still holding his head high. Everyone wanted to celebrate the sports festival, but Katsuki wasn't feeling it, so he locked himself in his room. Izuku quickly noticed his disappearance and smoothly escaped the gathering to find him. Thankfully, he didn't encounter anyone on his way there, but he got worried when he heard a lot of noise in Katsuki's dorm room. He ran and swung the door open, revealing a crying and enraged Katsuki. Kaken! Izuku yelled, catching the blonde's attention as he turned to face him. Hi, Izuku, he whispered, and Izuku closed the door. Kaken, what's wrong? Izuku asked, cupping his cheeks. It wasn't often that Izuku used pet names for Katsuki, but it was always special. I'm a monster, I shouldn't even be here, Katsuki cried out. No, you're not. You have issues, yes, but you have nothing in common with a monster, Izuku reassured him with a sad smile, wiping his tears with his thumbs. No, Izuku, I'm in but. He sobbed, hiding his face in Izuku's shoulder. I don't understand why you're with me, he admitted under his breath, making Izuku hug him tightly. Because I don't know why either. All I know is I love you, and I can't imagine a life without you. Not if you're like this. A part-time but with an overflowing ego. Someone who, even if they don't show it, cares very much about everyone around you. You're the guy that I will always come back to, he smiled, looking up at Katsuki's crimson eyes. You have a temper that not everyone will understand, but that's normal. People judge before learning who you really are. As long as you don't forget your final goal, that determination you're holding, that's what will determine if you're a monster or a hero. He whispered, going on his tiptoes to kiss him softly and lovingly. I love you exactly as you are, qualities and flaws. You're perfect to me and everyone that knows you, he mumbled against Katsuki's lips before kissing him again. Katsuki kissed back, pulling Izuku closer to him. They smiled in the kiss, keeping their eyes closed. Want me to stay over the night? Izuku asked in a whisper. I wasn't going to let you go anyway, Katsuki teased, making Izuku laugh shortly. And Kaken, I'm sorry for allowing Hitoshi to use me to provoke you. It was wrong of me, Izuku admitted, making Katsuki sigh. I guess that's my karma for treating you wrong all those years, Katsuki grumbled. No, it's wrong either way. And I promise not to allow it again. I just really wanted to see both of you win. Izuku explained, making Katsuki laugh. I'm serious, Kaken, Izuku mumbled sadly, and Katsuki cupped his cheeks. Deku, it's okay. I could never be mad at you, but please at least until I think I deserve that forgiveness, I'd like to not be used like that, Katsuki mumbled. I promise, Izuku whispered back, kissing him. About 2 weeks passed since the sports festival, and a new villain had caught every hero's attention. People even started fearing his presence, seeing that he had killed 8 pro heroes, and only one escaped alive with paralysis. Tensei Ida, Ingenium, and most importantly, the older brother of Tenya Ida, the class representative of Class 1A. But some people, one group in particular, didn't like that this villain was getting so much attention. They had tried to make him join their affiliation, but to no avail, being turned down almost immediately. Tamura Shigaraki was losing his patience. There was no progress in their plans, and the voice was becoming overwhelming. His Mr. All for One had been communicating with him. He didn't know how, but he knew why. All for One was planning his escape, and even though he tried to avoid being manipulated, it wasn't working. The best manipulators often succeed, even when their intentions are clear. What made him furious was the sudden emergence of Izuku Midoriya's quirk. It was obvious to him that it was All Might's quirk, but he didn't want to believe it. If Izuku had it, it meant he was the new target. He had warned Izuku not to get in the way, but he still put himself on the front lines. The last week had been very emotional for Class 1A. The pressure of their entire school years and their futures was on the line, with the threat of expulsion looming over them due to the midterm exams. I'm gonna fail. All these efforts, and I'll never even be able to become a hero because I can't do math properly. Kaminari complained, hitting his head against the table. Izuku, Katsuki, and Yaoyorozu had agreed to help. Well, more like Izuku and Yaoyorozu wanted to help, and Katsuki was dragged along by his boyfriend. Don't worry, Kaminari. I'm sure you'll do it. Just do your best, and as long as you have a passing grade, you'll be okay. The more you stress, the more your mind will go blank during the exam, Izuku said, smiling as he rubbed his friend's back. But Dun's face. Stop whining, or I'll be the one teaching you, Katsuki threatened, making Kaminari instantly quiet and causing a few at the table to laugh. Don't worry, let's try again, he said, smiling determinedly at the golden-haired boy. You have way too much faith in me, Mito, Kaminari replied, and Izuku smiled sadly. How about we call it a night? We'll work on it more tomorrow, Izuku suggested. Before he could get an answer, Katsuki got up, grabbing his shorter boyfriend over his shoulder. Wait, Kaken, I was asking him, not you. Izuku whined, making a few classmates laugh. Don't give a living F dash, Katsuki retorted, smirking. Izuku blushed as he looked at his classmates, who were laughing and putting their things away. Bye, guys, see you tomorrow, he waved at them in defeat. They waved goodbye as they disappeared into the elevator. Kaken, you've been acting different recently. Is everything alright? Izuku asked, unsure. The blonde shrugged. You're hot, and I want to do more with you, Katsuki answered truthfully, not able to see the beet-red face of his boyfriend since he was over his shoulder. Let's talk about that in your room, Izuku mumbled, embarrassed at the idea of anyone overhearing. Katsuki didn't answer but continued on his way silently. He opened his dorm room, putting Izuku on his bed and climbing over him. You've been making me feel weird things inside, Deku. I feel like I want more than a kiss. We haven't even made out yet. I don't want to force you, but I really want to at least try it, Katsuki explained, making sure to maintain eye contact. So can we try? To make out, he asked hopefully. Izuku nodded in understanding before chuckling. I guess it's an acceptable request, he whispered, cupping Katsuki's cheeks. Got it. Love you, Izuku, Katsuki stated, kissing him gently. I love you too, Kaken, Izuku whispered, wrapping his arms around his lover's neck. Wanna do it now? He asked uncertainly, making Katsuki smirk. Absolutely, he replied, kissing him again. And you? Katsuki asked, waiting for Izuku's consent. When he received it, he kissed him again, this time with more intensity. Katsuki wanted Izuku to open his mouth. He wanted to taste him more, but he didn't know how to ask. So he didn't. He slowly slid his hands across Izuku's hips, making him gasp, and took that chance to slide his tongue inside. It was clumsy at first, clacking their teeth together, but they soon found a rhythm and moved in sync. Katsuki kept his hands on Izuku's waist, rubbing his thumbs on his soft skin. They soon separated for air, breathing as they looked at each other, a new understanding passing between them. Is it okay? Katsuki asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Izuku eagerly nodded yes. So we can continue? He smiled, nodding again. Can I give you a hickey? Katsuki asked, embarrassed. Not too visible, please, Izuku giggled, blushing, which made Katsuki smile like a child who had just been given candy. He pressed gentle kisses along Izuku's jawline, down his neck and collarbone. He wanted to mark him where everyone could see, but he respected Izuku's wishes. Heathedian nibbled on his skin until he found a spot that made Izuku tense up and let out a quiet "yung." Katsuki pulled back to look at Izuku, who was blushing furiously. You he smirked proudly, and Izuku blushed even more. And I thought seeing you blush was hot. This is another level, Katsuki chuckled, skiing harder on the spot he had just discovered. Kaken, don't say things like that. It's embarrassing. Izuku whined, covering his eyes with his forearm, unable to hide the pleasure it brought him. Katsuki hummed in response, backing away slightly to admire the reddish mark he had just left. But it's true, Katsuki cooed, kissing the small bruise. And I don't think you even understand how hot you are. I mean, you're always adorable, but sometimes, I look at you and think, wow, he's hot, Katsuki explained in awe, making Izuku smile. I love you, Kaken so much, Izuku whispered lovingly. I know, who wouldn't? Katsuki joked, pecking his lips and earning an eye roll from the smaller male. So count yourself lucky that Katsuki Bakugo loves you too. He grinned proudly, making Izuku giggle as he pulled Katsuki down next to him. I guess that is a pretty impressive achievement, he said playfully, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's chest. I'm honored. He giggled, melting into his embrace. Katsuki chuckled, kissing his forehead as he watched Izuku slowly doze off. The week had been painful, stressful, and now, simply discouraging. So we've been doing everything to pass this, and these don't count that much in first year? Kaminari cried after the teacher's announcement. We needed you to give your maximum. It seems you work well under pressure, Aizawa grumbled, wanting to be anywhere but there. If you need to complain, go to the one who came up with the idea. He sighed, pointing to Izuku, who looked wide-eyed. Seriously? You weren't supposed to tell them. Izuku defended himself under the glares of his classmates. Plus, everyone passed, giving us the highest average grade in the school, he pointed out, trying to ease the tension, but the glares were still piercing. We also get 1 week before the internship start, so maybe we can ask for a class activity to celebrate? Izuku suggested, making a few gasp, liking the idea. Oh my god, yes. We could go shopping. Mina squealed, making Izuku sigh in relief. Thank goodness for their short attention spans. In a heartbeat, everyone was discussing potential activities, except for a few, Kirishima, Kaminari, Shinso, and Katsuki, who stormed over to Izuku's desk. You could have at least told me. Shinso said dramatically, earning a glare from Izuku. Stop pretending you didn't know, I was thrown under the bus, so I'm throwing you too. You were just as guilty as me. Izuku glared back. Except your excuse was to watch them suffer. Tisuke, you could have at least told me, Katsuki pouted, making Izuku giggle as he leaned over his desk to give a peck on his forehead. Don't worry, Kaken, it's nothing personal, he cooed, causing laughter at the table until an imaginary light bulb flashed over Denki's head. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, have you guys he asked curiously, making a few internally scream. They may have wondered but they didn't actually want to know. Did what? Izuku asked, tilting his head innocently, while Katsuki glared at Kaminari. It's none of your business, Katsuki retorted under the confused gaze of his boyfriend. Izuku's innocent mind slowly started making connections, and he suddenly flushed red in realization. No, we didn't, he responded, panicked, making them laugh as Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose in discouragement. Deku, by the way you're reacting it looks like we actually did, Katsuki sighed. But we didn't. I haven't even seen your. He was cut off by a hand covering his mouth. The group laughed even more as they watched him try to defend himself. Deku, just shut up, you're digging your grave, Katsuki scoffed, still slightly amused. Katsuki ended up refusing to tag along for their mall trip, claiming he had better things to do. But he admitted to Izuku that he just needed to rest. He hadn't slept well during the last week because of the exams. So here they were, Class 1A walking around the mall in pairs. Izuku paired up with Todoroki for the day. Ever since the sports festival, the dual-haired boy had opened up more to Izuku. So, Todoroki-kun, where are you planning to go for your internship? Izuku asked, curiosity getting the best of him. The Endeavor Agency, Todoroki answered nonchalantly. If Izuku had water in his mouth, it would have been spat everywhere. What? Are you sure that's a good idea? Izuku questioned worriedly. Truth be told, I don't know, but I wish to use all my resources to become the best, so who's better than the #1 fire quirk user in Japan? He explained calmly, and Izuku hummed in agreement. So, he used me, I'll be using him back. I will be interning, but not as his son. I'll be there as Shoto, a student from the UA Hero course, Class 1A. Izuku's smile grew wide with pride. Great. I'm so happy, he exclaimed. Though if he hurts you tell me, and I'll go Detroit smash him to the moon. I will, thank you Midoriya. They continued walking, with Izuku doing most of the talking, looking for anything that would catch their eye until he noticed something in a jewelry store. Can we go there? Izuku asked, his eyes sparkling, and Todoroki nodded in agreement. Izuku ran ahead, looking at the different rings in the windows. Todoroki observed from afar as Izuku moved from one table to another in awe. Oh, sir, how much is this one? Izuku asked, his eyes shining as he looked at a dark-colored tungsten ring with an orange line in the middle. 18,000 yen, the cashier answered with a smile, recognizing him from the sports festival. Izuku nodded, searching through his wallet, convinced he might have enough, but he quickly realized he was 4,000 yen short. His cheerful aura instantly dimmed. How much are you short, kid? The cashier asked with a compassionate smile. 4,000 yen, he mumbled sadly. Tell you this, my grandson is a huge fan. If you accept to take a picture and give an autograph, I'll give it to you for half the price, the cashier offered, and Izuku's eyes lit up once again. Really? he asked excitedly. If your friend could join, that would be great too. He was actually screaming during your match. You too, Shinso, and that Bakugo kid almost cost me my eardrums. He explained playfully, and Izuku was over the moon as he looked at his friend, who nodded in agreement. We have a deal, he chirped, making the man smile as he took out his phone. Izuku brought Todoroki in for the picture, both doing a peace sign, Izuku holding a bright smile and Shoto a small one. Here, he said, giving a paper to them. What's his name? Izuku asked, taking the pen. Ikuku. Soon they finished their interaction, and Izuku left with a small bag. Could you wait here? I need to use the restroom, Shoto questioned the green-haired teen, who nodded happily. If I'm not here, it's because I was kidnapped, he joked, earning a scoff from Shoto, who soon left his sight. A few meters away, a man wearing a hood slowly approached the teen, who had his guard completely down. He wrapped his hand around Izuku's shoulders, standing by his side. The slightest movement and it will cost you your life, he threatened, his raspy voice one that Izuku couldn't forget. You'll follow me like a good friend and not cause any commotion. He commanded, and Izuku nodded in understanding as he followed the man, who sat with him on the edge of the water fountain. Shigaraki, what do you want? Izuku asked under his breath, trying to avoid raising any suspicions. Where did this quirk come from? Shigaraki asked firmly, and Izuku froze. Late development, he lied. Please. Why lie to me? I'm your brother. Shigaraki questioned, frustration evident in his voice, making Izuku gulp nervously. I know, but you told me already, we aren't on the same side. I'm sorry for lying, but please try to understand, he pleaded, his eyes dulling. Shigaraki gritted his teeth, annoyed. I tried warning you. Before, he wanted you on our side, to hire you. But now he wants you dead because you took that curse. Shigaraki cursed, tightening his grip on Izuku's shoulder. It's a kill or be killed situation, I know, but someone has to stop him and stop you too. I'd prefer if we weren't on opposite sides, but we are. I'm sorry, Shigi. I want to help you so you can live for yourself, but I can try getting you out of there, only if that's what you want. Then we could try standing side by side, Izuku said, tears in his eyes, while Shigaraki's face was hidden under his hood, tilting his head forward. I wish you could, but not everyone can be saved, Izuku. He stated, and Izuku nodded slowly, slightly disappointed. I'll still try. His emerald eyes glowed with determination, making the man smile slightly under his hood. Be careful in Hosu City. This is my last warning. Don't put me in a position where I'll have to hurt you. That was all he said before leaving the teen alone. Izuku clenched his fists. The S-class villain was right there. He could try stopping him, but he knew it wasn't time yet, so he watched him walk away. Shigaraki was ruthless, and even if Izuku tried now, people would get hurt. He was still in shock, unaware of the people around him, including his classmate who was actively looking for him. The dual-haired teen finally saw his friend, who looked half dead on the side of the fountain. Midoriya! Shoto shouted, running to the teen, who was mumbling incoherent words. Midoriya, what happened? Here quirk Hosu City careful, Izuku could only grasp a few words out of everything he said. Shoto shook Izuku harshly, snapping the boy out of his trance, and he finally noticed the tears covering his freckled cheeks. Izawa, please, evacuate. Izuku finally snapped, getting up and grabbing his phone, confusing Todoroki. Maybe he's still here, maybe we can stop him without anyone getting hurt, was the only thread of hope he was holding on to at the moment. Midoriya dialed Aizawa's number first. Todoroki may have only caught half the conversation, but he had a recap of it. Shigaraki was here. He warned me. Something will happen soon. He might still be here, he explained, trying to stay calm, but his shaky voice betrayed him. Less than a minute later, an announcement in the mall resonated. A villain has been spotted on site. Please evacuate. Authorities are on their way. Please stay cautious. The same message repeated on loop as Izuku stayed silent, not moving whatsoever. Panic started as the two remained there like Aizawa ordered until the authorities arrived. It was all vague to Izuku. He gave his statements, but something was bothering him, something he kept asking himself in a loop. Did he want to be saved or not? The Greenette arrived, still slightly startled by the events of hours before. The questioning wasn't too bad, but his questions were still stuck in his head, questions that only one person could answer, but that wasn't even possible. He couldn't sulk, life continued. So, bag in hand, he knocked on the door of the blonde. It better be Deku or I'll kill you. Katsuki threatened from behind the door, making Izuku giggle. Yeah, it's me, he smiled sweetly as the door opened, revealing a clearly still half-asleep blonde. You slept the whole day? Izuku asked, slipping inside the room. Woke up when the extras got here, they were way too loud, Katsuki grumbled, locking the door and sitting on his bed. So they didn't tell you? Izuku asked, relieved that he'd be the one to share the news since it would have been worse if it was another classmate. Tell me what? Katsuki asks with a frown as Izuku sighs and sits down next to him. Okay, so here's the plan, I drop the bomb and I give you your present after. How does that sound? Izuku asks with a sheepish smile. Just say it. It sounds like there was a villain attack or something, Katsuki scolds, earning a silent response from Izuku, who is evaluating his possibilities. Katsuki bites his cheek in annoyance. Deku, you have to be kidding me. Well, technically I wasn't harmed, just threatened. Izuku defends. Oh, because you were right in the middle of it too? Katsuki questions, irritated, but he can't hide his concern for his boyfriend's safety. Nothing I didn't already know, just a confirmation that I was in a kill or be killed situation, he whispers, trying to downplay it, but it's hard to hide that he is terrified. Katsuki's scolding becomes softer as he opens his arms for his boyfriend, who jumps in without hesitation. Idiot can't keep out of trouble, can you? Katsuki teases, stroking Izuku's freckled cheek with his thumb. Izuku chuckles, looking at him with a soft gaze. This present of yours better be worth it. Katsuki teases, and Izuku's face lights up as he nods frantically and goes to grab his bag. First off, did you know you have a fan? Izuku smiles, making Katsuki smirk. Of course I do, I'm the best, he states smugly, earning an eye roll from Izuku. Well, I also have a fan. And I gave an autograph and a picture for the grandson of the cashier. Izuku grins proudly, making Katsuki chuckle and place a quick peck on his lips. That's awesome, nerd, Katsuki praises, making Izuku wiggle in excitement as he grabs the box from his bag. Izuku smiles, giving him the ring box, and when Katsuki opens it, a calm smile spreads across his face. So you like it? Izuku asks excitedly, and Katsuki nods, slipping the ring onto his index finger. I'm surprised you found something that wasn't All Might related, Katsuki teases, pulling him in for a loving kiss. Come on, you know I grew out of that, Izuku pouts, making the blonde snicker. Yeah, I forgot, you just such to your dad's merch, he corrects playfully, and Izuku is about to retort, but Katsuki beats him to it. But I love it. Thanks, nerd, he whispers, making Izuku smile with reassurance. You still got energy for our training tonight? He asks, and Izuku nods confidently. Always. They were going to brawl outside today, and to their surprise, the original trio was there. Hey! Izuku smiles, going to hug the three of them tightly, with Tamaki awkwardly returning the embrace. So, how is it going, little guy? How did your exams go? Mirio asks with his usual smile, patting Izuku's head. Great. It was really fun, he grins proudly, and Katsuki glares at him. By great, you mean that you helped your dad make us think this was the end of the world? Yeah, you did great, Katsuki says sarcastically, clicking his tongue in annoyance. They laugh as Izuku tries to defend himself. Oh, and Midoriya, I've been meaning to speak to you for a minute. Is that okay? Mirio asks seriously, and Izuku nods uncertainly. I'll be right back. He smiles, kissing Katsuki's cheek, which makes the girl watching laugh at the blushing blonde. He follows Mirio closely, soon far enough from the others. I'm happy to see he chose you. Mirio smiles calmly at Izuku, who tilts his head in confusion. After the incident when you were in a coma, he came to me about OFA. I refused since we both agreed you were a better candidate, he explains. Why did you refuse? You are way stronger than me, Izuku questions, feeling no resentment about being the second option for this power. That's the thing, I'm not, Mirio laughs. You beat me with the help of a support item. You have the brain and the power to become stronger with this ability. He holds Izuku's shoulder. You have the smile to become the next symbol of peace. All this to say, I'll be by your side no matter what. Count me as your second closest friend, he laughs. Bakugo will kill me if I take number one, he whispers, and Izuku can't help but laugh. I hate to admit that you're right. But thank you, I really appreciate it, Mirio, he bows, making the older male chuckle. They turn, and Izuku sees Katsuki caught in a playful chokehold from the purple-haired girl, who is laughing at him for blushing. Okay, Nijire, can I have him back? We came to spar after all, Izuku questions playfully, pinching his friend's trapezius, which makes her whine and quickly let go. Hey, you could have just asked, she pouts, making Izuku giggle. Where's the fun in that? He winks playfully, and she dramatically gasps, making them all laugh. The trio stays with them the whole time, watching Izuku beat Katsuki in their sparring match. Izuku still isn't comfortable using his quirk outside of actual training since he doesn't have the best control over it, so he relies mostly on his usual fighting style. I win again, Izuku smirks as he pins Katsuki to the ground. You cheated, Katsuki replies as he's let free. Just admit that I'm better than you, Izuku teases, giving a quick peck on his cheek and running to the side to drink water. The big three watching start laughing, even Tamaki cracks a smile as they observe the couple banter, with Izuku being more of a tease than Katsuki, who is genuinely offended. Come on lovebirds, it's late, It's probably past Mr. Boom Boom Boy's bedtime, Nijire teased, causing the blonde to shout even louder in response. Katsuki, that's enough, Izuku ordered calmly, his eyes holding a menacing glare that quickly silenced the room. I'm sorry, Katsuki mumbled, trying to make himself small. They might have wanted to laugh, but Izuku's frown kept them in check. But, as always, Izuku's mood shifted back to cheerful in an instant. Bye, guys, he smiled brightly, dragging Katsuki away. Don't worry, I still love you, but it's actually late and I'm tired. He looked sweetly at his pouting boyfriend. Katsuki, irritated, ran a hand through his hair and stared at the ceiling, wishing Izuku would heed his warning this time. All this will be worth it, son. He wasn't raised right. We tried saving him from these heroes, but he chose his side. Some people aren't strong enough to accept help. Shigaraki couldn't bear to hear it any longer. It was invading his thoughts and he could barely sleep anymore. It was unbearable. Somebody help me? No, Izuku replied blankly, causing the former #1 hero to choke on his own spit, not expecting such a quick rejection. I won't be going with him for my internship. The plan we talked about will stay the same. Izuku smiled slightly, patting Toshinori's back until he stopped coughing. Why not? He already knows everything about the quirk, he'll be able to, Toshinori began, but Izuku cut him off. Because I won't go down your path. Izuku exhaled. Don't get me wrong, All Might, you were always my biggest source of inspiration, but I won't be able to progress if I take the path of someone I've already analyzed thoroughly. Plus, if you weren't able to stop him, then if I followed your path, we probably won't be getting anywhere. What do you mean, young Midoriya? Toshinori asked, confused. That he's a lost fanboy who stalked you since we were 3 and that everything about your quirk has been analyzed, and he's been talking to voices to learn more about it, Katsuki explained, arriving out of nowhere. What? Young Midoriya? What does he mean, the voices? Toshinori questioned, bewildered. The past wielders that you told me about? Izuku answered uncertainly. Already? You haven't even read my quirk fully. Toshinori stated, shocked compared to Izuku, who seemed to think it was normal. Yeah, though I've only listened to Nana Shimura and the first wielder. The rest speak but aren't facing me yet. It's weird since I can't speak, but at least I got a lot of information, like the origins and Shigaraki's relation with Nana. Izuku mumbled the last part, prompting Toshinori to sigh in compassion as he tapped the smaller teen's shoulder. It's crazy how everything is interrelated, Toshinori thought aloud, holding his chin between his fingers. Why didn't you speak of it to me? Toshinori asked, concerned. Because you were also there, well, your subconscious was. I just didn't see the need to tell you things you already knew, Izuku explained truthfully. Toshinori wanted to give him a reason why he should have shared, but technically, he didn't have to. So he just sighed. You still have resentment against me, don't you? Toshinori asked with a sad smile. I wouldn't say resentment. I simply realized that you were human, like me, and that you make mistakes. So I told myself I should stop treating you as a god. But I will soon need your help. I am focusing on activating my quirk in certain parts of my body, but I'll need help with special attacks soon. I believe it's better to learn from you directly than from someone who never wielded the quirk, Izuku explained honestly, and Toshinori nodded before sighing loudly. I guess I'm worrying too much, he smiled, ruffling Izuku's hair. I'm proud of you, but I'd like at least weekly updates on all your progress. That's all I'll ask, and if you need help, I'm always there. Fine by me. Izuku grinned. We're going to go now, we have to head back to class. Okay, you too, see you in training, Toshinori waved as he watched Izuku drag Katsuki away with a scold. Once in the hallway, Izuku pushed Katsuki against the wall. What did I say about listening to private conversations? Izuku asked, maintaining eye contact while Katsuki was too scared to look away. Sorry, Det. You say that every time. Yet you still do it. If you want to listen, then tell me in the person. Sometimes it's something that the person might want to keep a secret. I don't think it's morally right to do this, Katsuki, Izuku explained, slightly disappointed, before walking away and leaving the blonde stunned. Everyone noticed how Izuku had been avoiding Katsuki all afternoon. It was unusual, especially since Izuku didn't seem bothered. He simply went on with his day, though he noticed Katsuki becoming more distressed by it. The blonde feared that Izuku might leave him for being overwhelming. They were all choosing the agencies they'd go intern with, but of course, Katsuki couldn't focus. Izuku didn't need to find an agency since it was already decided. He tore a piece of paper and tapped on his boyfriend's shoulder. Katsuki almost immediately looked back to meet Izuku's calm emerald eyes. He glanced at the piece of paper, opening it uncertainly. I may be mad, but I still love you. We'll talk later, okay? Katsuki shakes his head, slightly relieved, turning the paper and writing his own note. Idiot. He gives it back to Izuku, who covers his mouth to try not to laugh. That's how they went back to class with a weight lifted from their shoulders. Izuku had training with Kendo from Class 1B after regular classes and was now finally getting back to the dorms. He sighed as he opened the front door, surprised to find the common areas calm. To his surprise, a certain blonde was sitting on the couch scrolling through his phone and tapping his foot rapidly. When he heard the door open, he looked quickly, finding Izuku there with a shy smile. Katsuki didn't waste a second and pulled him into a tight hug. "I'd hate to see how it is if I left for a month," Izuku joked, kissing Katsuki's cheek, making him pout. "Yeah, well, if you leave mad at me, then I'll lose it." Katsuki grumbled, nuzzling into the crook of Izuku's neck. "Do you understand why I'm mad, though?" Izuku asked softly, and Katsuki shrugged. "I guess, but why hide if you'll end up telling me anyway?" Katsuki questioned, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh. "Because maybe one day it'll be something I'll judge as really confidential," Izuku explained while playing with Katsuki's hair. "Like what? If they did something terrible?" Katsuki asked, looking back at Izuku, who was biting the inside of his cheek to avoid laughing. "Kaken, seriously?" Izuku raised an eyebrow before laughing at how adorable Katsuki was at the moment. "Just ask before following, please." Izuku smiled, cupping his cheeks. "Fine," Katsuki grumbled. "Now, tell me where you're interning." Izuku laughed shortly. "Well, I can confirm I'm not in the same agency as you." That was all Katsuki needed to know before returning to his pouting state. I'm going to be in backup," Izuku mumbled, watching Katsuki's expression shift to confusion. "What do you mean?" Katsuki asked, and Izuku smiled reassuringly before starting to pull him to Katsuki's room, returning the waves of their classmates. Izuku sat on the desk chair while Katsuki went to his bed. "Now talk," Katsuki ordered sternly, not liking what Izuku might have meant. "No student will be allowed anywhere around Hosu City after the warning I received," Izuku explained calmly, and Katsuki nodded uncertainly. "But I'll be a backup if things turn for the worst, if an attack does occur. Whatever happens from now on, I have to be ready no matter when things will explode." Aizawa, Hizashi, Toshinori, and Nizu were in a conference room for an important meeting concerning a certain freckled student of theirs. "He's a kid, not a weapon," Aizawa almost shouted, slamming his fists against the table. "We understand, but he won't be a first option, last resort only. If everything is fine, he'll be able to train here the whole week. He'll also be safer," Nizu explained calmly, making Aizawa even more annoyed. "Well, you needed our consent, you don't have it," Hizashi stated sternly, but the principal simply sighed in response, looking at the three teachers who didn't seem okay with his plan. "But you weren't looking for our approval, you're simply warning us," Aizawa mumbled, crossing his arms over his chest in annoyance. "I have already obtained Izuku's consent to the plan," Nizu admitted shamelessly, making the two parents look at their boss with disappointment. Even Toshinori didn't find it morally okay, but then they remembered that Nizu wasn't capable of feeling these types of emotions because of his past. If the plan seemed to have the best outcome, then it was the right one. And with their son's approval, there was nothing more they could do. "Since he isn't going anywhere, I'll be interning him. I want him to experience it like his classmates. He'll be tagging along for hero work with me," Aizawa stated, not allowing for opposition. "That seems fair to me," Nizu said, jumping off his chair and walking out of the room, having just broken the news that their son was now officially starting his duty as a hero. In the last week, all heroes in training were able to choose their hero names, marking a significant step toward becoming the new generation of heroes in Japan. Now, the internships had started, and every student went their separate ways for the week. Izuku, being the only one left from the hero course at UA, was mentally prepared to be bored during the day, considering Aizawa wasn't a full-time pro hero and worked at night. That was what he thought, at least, until a purple-haired teen joined him in the empty classroom in the morning, still half asleep. "Toshi!" Izuku almost screamed as he jumped into his brother's arms. "You're here!" He cheered, jumping around like a child. "Seriously, I'm here? I thought I was in Canada, but apparently I was wrong," Shinso said sarcastically. Izuku laughed as he went to sit at the teacher's desk, considering Aizawa was out talking with Principal Nizu. "Wanna go fight?" Izuku asked excitedly. "Yeah, but I want to know why you're also here." "I thought I was the only one interning with Dad," Shinso said with a questioning gaze. "Long story, but I'll be here and on guard duty," Izuku answered, trying to sound mysterious. "Problem child, this is serious. Don't joke about that," Eraserhead glared as he entered the room. "I take it very seriously, I just don't want to worry anyone," Izuku defended, making their dad sigh in discouragement. "Unbelievable," he grumbled, pinching the bridge of his nose. "That aside, we have stuff to do, so let's go," Aizawa ordered, motioning for them to follow. Katsuki was surprised by the organization of the agency, but it was pushing his buttons already. The ash blonde had only decided to come here because he was the number 3 hero in Japan. But this was not what he signed up for. "What the living heck?" Katsuki shouted as he looked at the hairstyle he was forcefully styled into. He witnessed firsthand how strong Best Jeanist quirk could be. Now he was stuck with the same hairstyle as the number 3 hero in Japan. Would you like to know why I took you to intern in my agency, Bakugo? Best Jeanist asked, smirking under his overly large clothes. Because you lack elegance. One of the things about hero work is public appearances. I believe you. Lack that capacity if you aren't with this boyfriend of yours. He said with a slight mocking tone. Ha! Katsuki almost shouted, slightly offended. I really dislike this. He groaned, looking at his reflection with disgust. Deku is going to laugh at me for ages because of this. Day 3 of the internships, 8:37 p.m. Katsuki's hairstyle was all over the news, and Izuku laughed about it every night when he called. So far, there were no signs of any big attacks in Hosu City. Shinso and Izuku were staying at home with Shota and Yamada for the week, and they were all watching a comedy show. It was rather sudden. One moment they were laughing and the next, the screen went red. Dads, what's this? Izuku asked worriedly as he read the words blinking on the screen. Emergency broadcast. Present Mike and Eraserhead quickly pulled out their phones, where the same alert was broadcast. It's starting, Mike said, extremely quiet, which was the opposite of his loud personality. In Hosu City, today at 8:40 p.m., we announce a state of evacuation in Hosu and surrounding cities. Creatures have been spotted and are attacking civilians and pro-heroes on the scene. Please follow instructions and stay alert for further announcements. The announcement closed, returning to the normal TV where laughter was heard. This is bad, Izuku muttered, slightly shaking. Their parents wanted to reassure them, but they knew, everyone knew, that anything could happen at any moment. Are you sure you want to do this, Izuku? Yamada questioned, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to get ready in case something happens, he mumbled in response, getting up and leaving for his room where his new hero suit was secured. Aizawa clenched his fists tightly as he watched the TV show that suddenly felt out of place. He took the remote and closed the program, keeping the TV on in case of any updates. Put the news on, maybe it isn't that bad, and they're just being cautious. Yamada snatched the controller and such to the news program, hoping this wasn't happening. After the emergency broadcast, more than half the city has been evacuated already. Pro-heroes are still on the scene, and more emergency services are there to assist with evacuations and fires. Live videos taken from a helicopter were shown. The city is on fire. The streets are destroyed due to the use of many different quirks. This is a catastrophic event. Hospitals are full. Please avoid any visits unless it's an emergency. Aizawa quickly changed the channel, leaving the three in tense silence. It's bad, Yamada sighed. Really bad, Shinso added, looking at the hallway where Izuku came out with his hero suit. He hadn't seen what was happening on the news, but their worried expressions soon transferred to him too. That bad, huh? Izuku asked with a nervous laugh. The silence answered for them as Izuku sighed, flopping on the couch and running his fingers through his hair. He looked at the coffee table in the middle of the living room where his phone was constantly buzzing. Answer your angry boyfriend before he shows up at our door, Hitoshi joked, wanting to lighten the mood, which seemed to work as Izuku laughed slightly and picked up his phone. Izuku, hey Kaken, I'm assuming you saw the news? Katsuki, yeah, are you going to join them? Even Katsuki seemed nervous. He wasn't screaming but was sitting numbly on one of the couches in the room assigned to him during his stay at the agency. Izuku, it doesn't look like he's there right now. I'm on standby, but who knows? Maybe he won't show up. Izuku nervously tapped his foot against the floor. Izuku, thanks to All Might, they changed the condition to only if Shigaraki was there. Hopefully, he'll stay hidden this time. Katsuki hummed in response, feeling slightly relieved but still extremely tense about the events. Katsuki, I love you, idiot. If you do have to go, come back home, okay? Izuku's heart squeezed in pain. He hated worrying his lover, but he seemed to always do so anyway. Izuku, I promise, but I honestly don't think I'll have to go, so don't worry, okay? The three others found it oddly sweet. Knowing Katsuki was known for being loud and aggressive, seeing how he treated Izuku was definitely startling, but sweet nonetheless. Katsuki, yeah right, let's switch places and see how you react. Izuku, I would be calm and rested. Katsuki, yeah right, you'd be going berserk and probably waiting for me over there. Izuku was about to retort when the screen flashed red again. The call was paused as the announcement was made. In Hosu City today at 21:15 p.m., we declare a state of emergency. Any pro-hero available must come on scene. The Hero Commission is sending the list of wanted villains who have been spotted in the area to every pro-hero. Please stay alert for any more upcoming announcements. Aizawa hurriedly took out his phone, looking through the list of names he just received. Kaken, are you still there? Izuku asked. Yeah, Dad is checking the list, he replied. Hey Kaken, I know how you can be, but please, no matter what, stay where you are and listen to what you're told. Izuku pleaded on the phone, noticing Aizawa's expression darken. No one gets to order me around, Katsuki started. I need you to promise me, Izuku interrupted, his firm tone enough to make anyone take him seriously. If I know you're there, I won't focus and you know it. We both have promises to keep now. Don't make me regret promising you this, Katsuki shot back. Aizawa nodded at Izuku. We have to go, he mouthed to his son, trying to follow his wishes, even though he wanted to force him to stay home. I promise I'll come back. I have to go now. Love you, I'll call you, Izuku said. Love you too, nerd, Katsuki replied before the call ended. Let's go, Izuku said with a determined spark in his eyes. Standing in an alleyway in Hosu City were two wanted villains facing each other with hate in their eyes. You idiot. Why are you even doing all this? The hero killer Stain asked, standing in the alleyway with the pro-hero native behind him, caught between life and death. We nicely asked you to join, you refused. It's a shame, isn't it? The blue-haired male said with an evil grin. We gave you your chance. Now die. With a single touch, Stain turned to ashes. Shigaraki sighed, feeling a presence he wished to avoid. He's coming. I told him to stay away, he cursed, crouching at the level of the pro-hero and poking his eye. Dead already? Pathetic. Today isn't the day we'll face each other, Izuku, Shigaraki said, looking at the sky now filled with black smoke. I wish things wouldn't end this way. In Hosu City, at 23:48 p.m., the monsters have retreated, and we are still on high alert. The emergency state has been lifted. We will keep Japan updated for further instructions. The cause of this attack is still unknown. Please stay cautious. The return to class was tense for Class 1A. Everyone was on edge after the events, and Izuku was no longer in class. He was training intensively with the Hero Commission. Considering he often broke bones because of his quirk, Mei was trying to help him create a support item, a sleeve that would compress his muscles and bones to prevent injuries as long as he didn't overdo it. Aizawa was spending as much time as possible, along with All Might, to help him improve. That was what they told the commission at least. In reality, they were ensuring Izuku wouldn't overwork himself more than he already did. The students began to question why Izuku was training so intensely. Sure, his program had always been different, but now it seemed too extreme. Katsuki was annoyed by this. Were they really going along with the plan of using Izuku as a weapon? Aizawa wasn't okay with it, Yamada wasn't okay with it, heck, even All Might found it inappropriate. But Nizu said yes, the Hero Commission said yes, and Izuku said yes. They were taking advantage of the fact that Izuku had no regard for himself if it meant he could help others. That idea didn't sit right with Katsuki at all. Izuku lay in bed, tired, his muscles aching. All this was draining him mentally and physically. He spent less time with the people he loved and felt worse by the day. But he told himself it was for the best. This way, he could stop the man who was his biological father. He felt it was his fault, not knowing how it was possible, but the simple fact that he was related to him made him angry. The lengths this man would go to for power disgusted him. He was ready to put himself on the line if it meant ending this man's era of terror. Over 100 years, what had he even done with Izuku's mother? She had been so happy, but how could she be with a man who had killed so many people without knowing? Something wasn't clear. Something was missing. He would do anything in his power to ensure the truth was known and that no one else got hurt. And maybe, just maybe, he could help Shigaraki break free from this endless cycle. He was pulled from his thoughts when his door opened, revealing an ash blonde. Other than nighttime, they didn't spend much time together, which pained them both. Hey, Katsuki greeted, closing the door behind him and walking toward the bed. Hey, how was your day? Izuku asked with a smile as he sat up and hugged Katsuki. Boring without you, Katsuki half-teased as he sat next to him on the bed. Izuku chuckled, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. It's weird not always being with you, Izuku admitted, looking at Katsuki peacefully. The ash blonde sighed, brushing his freckled cheek with his hand. Izuku, you're improving but you're not yourself anymore. Izuku looked away sadly. It's for the best, Kaken. If something happens, I'm ready. He forced a smile, the same smile that fooled everyone but annoyed Katsuki. Wipe that smile off your face. Deku, you've been getting hurt more. You're getting stronger, but at what cost? Katsuki blurted out suddenly, startling Izuku. The greenette looked at him with a small smile. I'm okay, don't worry. Katsuki's brows twitched as he looked Izuku deep in the eye. You say that all the time, Deku. He started, cupping Izuku's cheeks firmly. You were almost dead, and yet you said you were okay. When is the line where you're not okay? I'm not okay when I know you guys got hurt because of me. That you're hurt when I could have protected you, Izuku answered truthfully, but that didn't please Katsuki one bit. Well, you're hurting me right now. You're hurting me so much. Do you not realize that we're all hurting because we can only watch you sabotage yourself? I'm hurting, Izuku. Katsuki's emotions took over as he let out the words weighing on his heart, getting up and staring at the door. Continue destroying yourself like that, and I'm leaving. He threatened, not daring to look him in the eye, knowing Izuku's eyes were filled with tears and pain. Izuku remained silent, which Katsuki took as a sign that Izuku wasn't choosing him after all. Just as Katsuki was about to grab the doorknob, a long tendril wrapped around his wrists. You promised you wouldn't leave. Izuku's voice was filled with regret and betrayal. I'm hurting too, Katsuki. He watched as Katsuki looked back at him, physically and mentally. He said, slowly releasing Katsuki from the grip of his new quirk. My own blood is a cold-hearted murderer. He arranged to kill my own mother, Izuku stated, clenching his fists until beads of blood appeared on his palms. He could kill anyone, including you. Trust me, losing you is worse than dying. Tears streamed down his face as he looked down. Katsuki looked at him with concern, knowing that every word Izuku said was true. I need you please, Kaken, don't leave me, Izuku pleaded, looking up and making the blonde acknowledge that his tears covered every inch of his face. He was shaking, his lips parted as he let out shaky breaths. Katsuki quickly grabbed Izuku tightly, letting him cry on his chest. I'm sorry, I'll stop the excessive training, but please don't leave me. Izuku cried desperately, clinging to his shirt as if he would vanish at any moment. Please, Katsuki, I love you, don't leave me for this, he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. The blonde sighed, running his fingers through Izuku's green curls. So you got a new quirk and didn't tell me? Katsuki asked with a teasing tone. Realization hit Izuku as he pushed himself away from Katsuki, looking at him wide-eyed. Kaken, I have a new quirk. Izuku exclaimed in shock. Yeah, I noticed, Katsuki responded with an eye roll, thinking Izuku was simply announcing it. You don't understand. I just got a new quirk. Izuku started. I didn't have a new quirk before just now. I was told that sometimes it can activate when you experience intense emotions. Izuku was mumbling, which discouraged Katsuki. It's great, Deku, but we were talking about something important, Katsuki said firmly, and Izuku nodded sheepishly. Right? He mumbled, keeping Katsuki's hands in his. I'll stop the training with the Hero Commission, I promise. I'll stick to the original training program, okay? Izuku smiled reassuringly, and Katsuki nodded with a sigh of relief. Good. So you aren't going to leave, right? Please don't leave, I can't lose you, Izuku questioned pleadingly, and Katsuki smirked playfully. I don't break my promises, Deku. He grinned, and Izuku couldn't hold back a smile as he looked at Katsuki with affection before hugging him tightly, scared to let go. Due to recent events, all students from hero courses will have to pass the exam for the hero provisional license, Nizu announced in front of the assembled classes in the UA gymnasium. It's going to be tomorrow, and for those wondering, all parents have already been warned. Aizawa added, slightly annoyed to have been chosen to make the announcement instead of his husband, who loved these types of things. Izuku stood in the back along with the teachers. Once again he would be helping evaluate the students. He had already passed the exam and didn't have much of a choice considering the circumstances. He looked down sadly before tapping his blonde dad's shoulder. What's up, little listener? Mike asked, looking at his son. Can I go get some air, please? Izuku asked quietly, scared to disrupt more people. Sure, text me if you need anything, Mike grinned, ruffling his hair before watching him walk out. He looked back at his colleagues, unsure how to feel anymore. It's too much, he's only 15, he exclaimed in frustration. We know, Midnight sighed, watching the door where the greenette had just left. Want me to go check on him? She offered. I'll go, actually. Toshinori smiled politely at her. He can't continue like this or he'll hurt himself. He thought out loud as he passed the group of teachers. Yamada clenched his fists in frustration. He didn't know how to protect Izuku, and he felt awful about it. Izuku sat down, running a hand through his hair. Young Midoriya? He didn't need to turn to know it was Yagi speaking. Hi, All Might is something that matter? Izuku asked, finally looking up to face the skinny man. Yes, there is actually. Yagi smiled nervously as he sat next to his successor. I'm all ears. Izuku grinned, looking at the man sitting to his right. The blonde took a deep breath and exhaled as he watched the leaves fall. We're worried for your safety. He looked up at the sky. You may have stopped following the commission's orders, and trust me, we're more than happy about it, but you are still a kid, he explained, looking at Izuku with sympathy. So don't worry, he isn't showing any signs of escaping soon, you still have time, don't rush it. Izuku nodded slowly, acknowledging his statement. I'm trying, I swear I am. I just can't rest well not until this is over. He admitted, fidgeting with his fingers. I can't help but think that it's my fault, you know? He's my biological dad, and here I am, giving him a reason to attack all of you. He explained, not hiding the truth from Yagi. The older hero couldn't help but feel bad for him as he watched his expression fill with pain. It really isn't. We all know it isn't your fault, young Midoriya. He reassured, patting his back. Don't think you're alone. I know you'll be able to do it when the time comes. You've already excelled me in strength, young Midoriya. You've learned 100 times quicker than me, and trust me, that isn't easy to do. He teased, shoving his arm playfully, making Izuku smile fondly. You know, I wonder where I would be if my mom hadn't passed away, Izuku thought out loud. I'm sure we would have met at some point. Sooner or later, destiny has its weird ways of working sometimes. He chuckled, looking back at the sky, convinced that his deceased mentor would see Izuku Midoriya as worthy of becoming the next symbol of peace. But who will protect the heroes when they need to be protected? The next day, Izuku looked at Katsuki with a serious frown, hands on his hips in a scolding manner. Repeat the rules. Izuku ordered his annoyed boyfriend. I will be nice and not yell at anyone, Katsuki said, rolling his eyes. Izuku pinched his upper arm and twisted it. Ow! Katsuki winced, trying to escape the grip of the smaller, yet intimidating, greenette. This is serious. I won't hesitate to tell them you don't deserve that license if you don't pass it right. No special boyfriend treatment. So repeat. I'll bring everyone to safety, and then I'll kick butt, Katsuki blurted out, eager to be free, which happened the moment he finished, much to his relief. Exactly. Izuku smiled, pulling him in for a quick kiss before turning to his brother. Shinso, before Izuku could give him the same scolding, Shinso cut him off. I'll listen to orders and take the initiative to save as many civilians, he answered in a heartbeat, as if it had been rehearsed, resulting in Izuku smiling and giving him a proud fist bump. They were still outside the stadium where the exam would take place, and different schools were arriving one after the other. So far, Seijin High School and CI Academy were the only ones there along with you. Oh look, it looks like Ketsubatsu Academy is here. Kaminari exclaimed, pointing at a bus that was slowly stopping in front of the facility, making the group stare at the students jumping off the bus. Izuku Midoriya. A black-haired teen yelled, making Katsuki frown as he watched him run to Izuku. I'm a huge fan. He smiled, finally joining them. He grabbed Izuku's hands, keeping his smile plastered on his face, but there was a gaze in his eyes that Katsuki hated. Izuku blinked in confusion as he watched the overjoyed teen. Hi. He greeted uncertainly. Katsuki glared at him, pushing his hand away. Hands off, he growled, getting Izuku behind him. And you're the guy from the festival, the brown-haired teen said, his bubbly personality switching to a darker one. The one and only Katsuki Bakugo. Call me Shindo. His handshake was quickly shoved away by the blonde. As aggressive as on TV, I see Midoriya still has control over you. He laughed, scratching the back of his neck, but Izuku didn't like his tone. Yo Shindo, 16, quirk, vibrate. Due to the aftereffects of vibrate, your quirk can grant you resistance to vibrations, such as hypersonic attacks. But you're particularly sensitive to that side effect, Izuku stated, playing with his memory. Stop trying to provoke. You saw the weaknesses at the sports festival, but remember that we can access your weaknesses too. Don't even dare say things like that again, because I can tell everyone here every single one of your weaknesses, and trust me. He smirked smugly. You don't want to do that, especially since you particularly struggle with close-range combat. He said just above a whisper. And that's what everyone here is trained to do. Shindo gave a thumbs up with a wink, hiding the fact that he was actually shaken by the harsh tone of the greenette. A few meters away stood the two teachers, Eraserhead and MS. Joke, who was watching everything take place, commented, quite the class you got there, looking at the tired teacher who shrugged. Mind telling me how he knew so much, though? Those aren't available to the public. Don't tell me you're giving him special treatment for being your son. She raised an eyebrow and he scoffed. He's our final evaluator. He already analyzed every student and set the field to expose the participants to their personal weaknesses. He already passed the test, he explained blankly, and she couldn't help but chuckle. He's hoping to see teamwork. Nice. She grinned, patting his back playfully. Congrats on you and Mike getting a kid, by the way, she added happily. 2, he corrected, not bothering to look in her direction. What? 2 sons. We have 2 sons, he said, pointing to the purple-haired teen who was holding back laughter as he watched Izuku put Shindo back in his place. Izuku was in the front rows of the stadium with his notebook out, intensely observing everyone's every move on the field. It was now harder to get this license. They couldn't risk putting someone unprepared on the field. So the odds of passing had dropped from 50% to 10%. So, little listener, how is it going so far? Present Mike asked, joining his son's side. Not bad. 1A is doing well, and in 1B, I would see Shiozaki, Tetsutetsu, Minoma, and Kendo pass, he explained, showing his notes. Even if I didn't like him earlier, Yoshindo also has the potential to pass along with Tatami Nama game. He pointed to different zones of the field. In Shiketsu High School, they are good, but they lack cooperativeness, which is the most important part of this test, he explained truthfully, and Mike nodded in understanding. Well, I thought this Kami Utsushimi girl was good so far, he admitted, and Izuku glared at him. Good, but flirting on the field is not something you should do as a pro, Izuku grumbled, glaring at the girl, which confused the blonde teacher who hadn't noticed. How do you know? He questioned, confused. Izuku smiled, showing him a device he was keeping next to him. I placed them on a few students. Hospitality of May. He grinned, showing it off to the teacher. Like that I can also hear. In case they act inappropriately with either other contestants or with the actors. He explained, handing him the device, and the teacher chuckled at the situation. I guess that's why you're the big man today, he exclaimed, making Izuku smile softly. Before the conversation could continue, the device activated, showing a conversation. Come on. Go out with me, a high-pitched voice pleaded, catching the greenette's attention as he focused on the location the device was given. It's coming from Kaken again, he scowled, making Yamada tilt his head, trying to understand what made his son look like he was about to explode. Then it clicked. I said to focus. Kaken shouted back as he tried to continue saving the few civilians left. See? Flirting distracts others and makes her stop functioning correctly, Izuku grumbled, pointing at the brunette on the field. You aren't basing this on jealousy, right? Yamada asked skeptically, and Izuku's glare made him raise his hands in defeat. She lost most of her chances the first time when she was with Todoroki, he explained, annoyed. The alarm announcing the end of the exam resonated throughout the arena, and Izuku closed his notebook after finishing writing his sentence. Plus, she wasn't paying enough attention to the civilians, he added nonchalantly. I still left all her evaluations written, and I won't be making the final call for her for emotional reasons, he explained with a long sigh, making the blonde teacher internally laugh. Izuku was finished with the evaluations and went to join the other students in the lounge where the results would be announced. Once there, he was ignoring Katsuki, even though it wasn't his fault. Izuku, what's wrong? The blonde asked, wrapping his arms around his waist. She was flirting with you, he pouted, looking away. And you didn't tell her you were taken when she did. Katsuki chuckled, kissing the crook of his neck. You're jealous? He asked with a smirk as he looked back at him. I am not, he defended, blushing. Well, he held Katsuki back. Maybe a little, he admitted with a long sigh. Katsuki chuckled and kissed Izuku softly. Don't be. I'm yours and she wasn't worth my time. That's why I didn't say anything, okay? He reassured just above a whisper as he cupped Izuku's freckled cheek. Plus, I think she knows by now that I'm taken. He smirked, kissing him again, a little longer this time. They were cut short when two classmates jumped in to join the hug. Katsuki let go with a twitching brow. How did we do? The redhead, who backed away from Katsuki, asked Izuku. As your brother, I think I deserve a free pass, no? Shinso added, making Izuku giggle. You guys did great, and no, Hitoshi, you just had high expectations from the staff, he laughed, keeping Katsuki's hand in his. So, you have fewer chances than others to pass. He teased, making the purple-haired teen sweat nervously. Sheet, I'm doomed, he groaned desperately, making everyone laugh. Izuku discreetly tried walking away from the wrath of a certain blonde who was not in the top 10. Do you? Katsuki shouted as he ran after his boyfriend, who was now hiding behind Ijiro, the closest person to him. Katsuki took Ijiro's shoulder and pushed him aside, grabbing Izuku's collar. Mind telling me why I'm second to last? He questioned, his voice laced with frustration, making Izuku gulp. They weren't going to let you pass since you kinda screamed after a civilian. I gave them enough reasons to let you pass at least, he defended, earning a glare from Katsuki as he searched for any signs of deception. But of course, Ijiro wasn't lying. I placed fourth. Kaminari yelled, hugging everyone and crying out in joy. I love you, Izuku. Izuku smiled, leaning in to kiss Katsuki softly. I love you too, Kaken, he giggled, making Katsuki's heart flutter. The cold breeze hit their skin, but the warmth they shared was enough to keep them cozy. It was Saturday night, and they were allowed to go out as long as they stayed together. They headed to their special spot, where Katsuki had prepared dinner for their date, and everything was going wonderfully. Thanks, Kaken, for today, Izuku said, laying his head on Katsuki's lap. I can't wait for next week's camp, we'll be able to train a bunch. He smiled up at Katsuki, who leaned down to peck his lips. Yeah, finally a chance to show you I can kick your butt, he said smugly, causing Izuku to laugh. You already know you can. Just not in hand-to-hand combat, Izuku shrugged, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Katsuki asked with a smirk, and Izuku nodded confidently. Suddenly, Katsuki was towering over him with a mischievous grin. You asked for it, he whispered playfully before starting to tickle Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened as he squirmed, laughing uncontrollably. K Kaken, he managed to say between fits of laughter. Not so tough anymore, huh nerd? Katsuki smirked, continuing his playful assault. K Kaken. Stop. Izuku pleaded, which only encouraged Katsuki to keep going. I'll do anything, he cried, making Katsuki pause, allowing Izuku to catch his breath. Anything. Katsuki leaned closer, and Izuku blushed, nodding uncertainly. Then I want you to give me back my t-shirt you stole, he said, and Izuku gasped. No. That's mine, he retorted, but Katsuki smirked as he dropped down to lay over Izuku. I stole it, he said exaggeratedly, pretending to suffocate, which made Katsuki chuckle as he turned to lay on his chest. Not very hero-like of you, is it? To steal something someone lent you? He teased, wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist. Well, Izuku replied, drawing out his answer. Technically you're mine, therefore everything you have is also mine, he explained, grinning smugly, which made Katsuki burst into laughter. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the sight, admiring Katsuki's joy. Unbelievable, Katsuki said, exhaling loudly to calm down. Fine then, same goes for you. I can take your merch whenever I want since you're also mine. Izuku gasped, feigning offense. How dare you, he exclaimed, hiding his face in Katsuki's chest and pouting. HMPF, Katsuki chuckled, kissing the top of his head. Come on, babe, you can keep it. I'm joking, he said calmly, drawing circles on Izuku's back. Izuku huffed, looking up with a flustered expression and puffed out cheeks. You're the worst, he muttered, shifting to see Katsuki better. But you love me, Katsuki teased, gently biting Izuku's freckled cheek, causing him to whine. Hey Izuku, Katsuki said, catching Izuku's attention as he sat them up, still keeping Izuku in his lap. Do you remember what's happening tonight? He asked, and Izuku shook his head, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck. A small smile graced Katsuki's lips as he looked up at the sky. There's a meteor shower tonight, he said, and Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? He exclaimed, squirming in delight, making Katsuki let out a shaky breath. Izuku, you're moving a lot, and that's getting hard, he whispered, watching Izuku's face flush as he froze in place, prompting Katsuki to chuckle as he cupped Izuku's cheeks gently. Sorry, Kaken. Izuku stammered, feeling embarrassed, which made Katsuki smirk before kissing the tip of his nose. It's okay, Izuku. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable, Katsuki said, pecking his lips. Izuku hummed, looking at Katsuki hesitantly, unsure if he should ask the question. What's wrong? Katsuki asked, noticing Izuku's embarrassed expression. Did you mean it? Last time when you told me that, Izuku started, taking a deep breath. You wanted to make love with me? He blurted out, and Katsuki blinked, confused, not quite understanding. I didn't catch that. Can you repeat it slowly? Katsuki asked with a small chuckle, watching as Izuku became even more flustered. Holding tightly on Katsuki's shoulders, Izuku closed his eyes. Kak and me, you make love all the way? He asked, and Katsuki stood there, trying to process what he meant. When it finally clicked, he nodded, trying to hide his own embarrassment. I meant it, but only when you're ready, Katsuki said softly, forcing Izuku to look at him. Can we? I really wanted to be with you, and we never know what can happen tomorrow, so can we? I want to make love with Kaken, he asked with determination, making Katsuki smile fondly. Now? Katsuki asked with a small smirk, and Izuku blushed even more, if that was even possible. I think? I don't know how and all, but whatever came out next, Katsuki couldn't figure out what he was saying, considering it was only parts of words that were understandable. Nerd, calm down. Tell me, what do you want? Katsuki asked, accentuating the you. Izuku took a deep breath, playing with Katsuki's shirt as a distraction. I want us to be together, but I don't know much about how it works. I do know I want it to be special, and this place is very special to me. Since it's technically closed, there's no one else that comes here. Izuku muttered, avoiding Katsuki's crimson eyes. Then let's do it. I don't have anything though. I don't want to hurt you by doing it dry, Katsuki explained, and Izuku tilted his head, confused about what he meant. Katsuki didn't even need to respond before Izuku rummaged through his bag. What can we use? Izuku thought aloud, and Katsuki felt a sense of satisfaction seeing that Izuku wasn't kidding and that he also wanted this. Let's check what your dumbass carries around. The blonde smirked, moving next to him and soon revealing a few items. He took out a small tube. That's good, it's even perfect, he said, showing him the aloe vera gel that Izuku carried for when his skin got too dry. Really? Izuku questioned, slightly excited that he actually had something, which made Katsuki smile slightly amused. Yeah, now you wouldn't happen to have protection? Katsuki asked with a smirk, which made Izuku blush. Katsuki definitely didn't expect for him to grab his bag and open the front pocket. My dad gave me some for when the time came, he muttered, handing him the item. This is embarrassing, he added, hiding his face in his hands, but Katsuki was laughing, though slightly embarrassed. So how does it work? Izuku asked uncertainly as he watched the blonde pull him back over his lap. Well, since I clearly know more than you, Katsuki started teasingly, making Izuku chuckle. I'll take the lead, and you tell me if you want me to stop or continue. Okay. Izuku nodded in response, soon feeling a pair of lips on his. I trust you, Izuku muttered against his lips. Somewhere in Japan, standing in an underground hideout, two different clans united with the goal of collaborating in their plans. It wasn't the choice of one of the two leaders, as he was forced by his imprisoned MSTR to do so. Tamura Shigaraki, the first man greeted. This man wore a mask resembling a crow's beak and had short dark brown hair. His golden eyes were piercing and could be menacing to most people. All his underlings were loyal, and none dared to betray him. The consequences for treason would be worse than death. Kai Chisaki, the blue-haired male greeted, his voice raspy and filled with spite. This man wasn't worth anyone's respect according to the League, but they still had to deal with him. So, here to discuss this plan of yours? I'll see if you are worth seeing my creations, he said, lounging back on the couch. It felt like it was only the two men in the room when, in reality, the League's best subordinates were standing right behind them. They were there because if anything were to happen, they had the direct order from Shigaraki to act. It had been gentle, loving, and clumsy, considering it was their first time, but for the two, it was magical. Now lying with only their thin blanket under the night sky, they were both tired but happy. It was nice, Izuku muttered, his body still wrapped in Katsuki's arms. It really was, Katsuki said, exhaling slowly. I love you, Izuku, more than anything. He smiled softly as he passed his hand through Izuku's green curls. The freckled teen didn't feel the need to answer, they both knew he did. The meteor shower, Kaken, Izuku smiled as he looked at the sky in awe. It's starting, he muttered, not looking away from the sky, the moonlight reflecting in his emerald orbs. Katsuki smiled as he admired the beauty of the moment. You know, Katsuki started, looking at Izuku with a soft gaze. Before quirks arrived, they called those flying stars when they'd see one, they'd make a wish, he explained, drawing circles on Izuku's shoulder with his thumb. Really? Izuku asked with a smile, to which Katsuki nodded. Then I have a wish to make, he exclaimed, keeping his voice low, wanting to preserve the peace they were in. I already made one. Don't forget to keep it a secret, or it won't come true, Katsuki smirked, recalling the old superstition they were always told. Izuku nodded confidently before holding his chin pensively. His eyes lit up, knowing exactly what he wanted. I want Kaken and me to be together forever. That as long as I'm here, I'll have the strength and power to protect him. Now let's just hope he wished for it loud enough for it to come true. They were finally leaving for the training camp, and everything was perfectly set. No one knew where the camp was, and there would be a few heroes on site at all times. Only minutes away from arriving at the camp, the students from Class 1A were more than excited. I have a bad feeling, Izuku mumbled, still laying on his boyfriend's shoulder. Ever since they left, he felt like something was coming, like they were constantly being watched, and it was an unsettling feeling. Me too, the blonde admitted, giving a small squeeze to his hand. For him, it wasn't like Izuku, it was simply his gut telling him to stay by Izuku's side. So that's what he'd do. They soon arrived, and there was nothing except trees surrounding them. It was miles wide, and it would be easy to get lost without a good sense of orientation. They said private and all but, Kaminari laughed after getting off the bus. This is like middle of nowhere type of private. He ran towards the edge where the bus was parked, joined by other students who were overly excited. Class, stay organized, the class president ordered, trying to maintain order, but it was a futile effort. Izuku was in the back with Katsuki, both feeling a lump in their throats. It's not going away, Izuku mumbled, grabbing Katsuki's hand. It's getting worse, he muttered, looking around, and he swore he was going to have a heart attack when a woman wearing a cat costume appeared. What the hell? Katsuki shouted, annoyed that he had actually gotten startled by that stunt. Soon, two other women and a man appeared, striking odd poses and showcasing their cat paws. Hello fellow students, the first girl, with brown hair, shouted, expecting a big reaction but was disappointed by the lack of enthusiasm. Tough crowd, she muttered, but quickly picked up her huge grin again. Well then, hero in training, Class 1A. I'm happy to announce that you will be staying with us for the next 2 weeks. Thank you for welcoming us to your land, ma'am. Ida said loudly, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Ingenium's little brother, she squealed, reaching to pinch his cheeks but was disappointed to see how rigid he was. Not as amusing as him, but we'll work on getting rid of that stick up your back. She tapped his back, making him lose balance for a moment. Everyone held back their laughter as they watched Ida's expression shift between confusion and embarrassment. Before getting an actual reaction, Izuku wrapped a black WHP around Katsuki's mouth to keep him from laughing. Kaken, he growled lowly, making the blonde freeze, his face going pale. Oh, and if it isn't Mr. Boom Boom Boy, she grinned, coming closer to evaluate him before suddenly turning to the greenette next to him. And Midoriya Izuku? Happy to have you here with us. You have quite the reputation for causing trouble. And nice to meet you, Miss Mandalay, Izuku said nervously, and she gasped. Guys, did you hear that? He knows me, she shouted in excitement, making Izuku smile nervously. Could tell me what you know about me. Well, your name is Mandalay, your quirk is telepathy, and the distance you can reach is unknown to the public, but according to past recordings, it's at least a 70-mile radius, which means you can easily communicate with everyone in this forest, Izuku explained, watching her jump in joy. You're also the leader of the wild pussycats, and you specialize in mountain rescue operations. Oh, me, another with blonde hair exclaimed, pushing Mandalay aside. Pro Hero Pixie Bob, your quirk is Earth Flow. It's good for long-range combat. You can freely manipulate the Earth for a variety of effects. You're also number 10 on the Pro Hero billboard at the moment. He then looked at a woman with long emerald green hair, who was also wearing a costume with huge cat paws. Pro Hero Ragdoll, your quirk is Search, and you're number 32 on the billboard. Your quirk allows you to monitor and observe up to 100 people at a time, including knowing their location and weak points. The person being observed is visualized through your quirk as star-like vestiges. I don't know the exact range of your quirk, but I know it can reach miles away from you. He then turned to the only male of the group, who looked very intimidating compared to the other 3 women. Finally, there is Tiger. You're mostly known for your strength, but you also have a great quirk. Pilot Body allows you to flatten or stretch your own body, which means you are known for close combat. I'm happy to meet all of you, he said, bowing. The 3 women looked at him in awe, and Tiger clapped his hands slowly. Impressive, kid. You live up to your reputation, he praised, making Izuku smile slightly before bowing and returning to Katsuki's side. Anyways, now that he introduced us, let's start with your training. Ragdoll grinned, pointing to the vast forest. Hope you rested on the bus. We'll meet y'all over there, be there by 8 p.m. She smiled, watching the class go pale. But that's 5 hours from now. Kaminari pointed out, panicked. Then you kids better start walking soon. Tiger laughed. Once there, you'll have food waiting. He smirked mischievously. Be careful on the road. I set up a few of my friends for you. Pixie Bob grinned proudly, making them all gulp loudly. Hours went by, and Izuku, Todoroki, Ida, and Katsuki were the first to arrive, each close to one another. In sight were 2 big cabins and 1 medium one. In front were long tables made of wood and a small garden next to the cabins. To top it all off, a campfire was set up for later that night. I won't lie, I am hungry, Todoroki admitted monotonously. Me too. Izuku chuckled, hugging Katsuki from behind and peeking under his arm to see the others. Where's the food? Katsuki asked loudly, and Izuku smiled nervously. Guys, hate to break it to you, but we might just have to cook it ourselves, Izuku smiled sheepishly, pointing to the table full of ingredients. The 3 looked at the table he was pointing to, and even Todoroki was radiating annoyance. Food. We need food. Kaminari cried, falling to the ground face first. It wasn't long before more students arrived, only to be disappointed like those before them. If you're hungry, then you better start cooking, Aizawa said, clearly enjoying himself as he held a bowl of curry, eating shamelessly in front of his starving students. Aizawa-sensei, this is pure torture. Mina exclaimed, flopping down next to Kaminari. Well, at least we already have the ingredients, Kirishima said, trying to stay optimistic. What the heck? Katsuki cursed, grabbing Izuku over his shoulder. Kaken. Izuku whined, trying to get free. I'm making sure you aren't cooking. I don't want to die from poisoning, Katsuki retorted. But I'm not that bad. Izuku protested, hitting Katsuki's back with his fists. Yes, you are that bad, Aizawa added with a blank expression, making everyone except Izuku burst into laughter. Nearby, a little boy stood next to the cabin, unsure of what to do. Come on, Koda, go introduce yourself. They're nice people, Mandalay, whose real name was Shino Sosaki, smiled slightly at the boy, hoping he would open up to them again one day. It was all going so well, everyone was having fun, even if it was tiring. It was a nice challenge, pushing their limits. But then everything changed. The forest was engulfed in flames, blue flames covering the area. Students screamed, desperately trying to get everyone to safety. 7 people were missing and Izuku was one of them, sort of. He knew where he was, but he couldn't reach anyone else. And he couldn't rest until he knew he was safe. 1 hour prior, the students of Class 1A were scattered across the forest in groups of 3 late at night. The goal was to locate themselves and return to a designated spot without relying on outside resources. Izuku was grouped with Shoto and Katsuki, a strong trio, the strongest of their year. The teachers were curious to see if they could work well together. Izuku and Todoroki had higher chances of cooperating, while Bakugo was predicted to focus too much on Izuku and might get mad at Todoroki for speaking to him. It wouldn't be the first time the loud blonde threw a tantrum in such situations. Kaken, please calm down. There could be wild animals out here. They're trying to sleep, Izuku urged, but Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. Don't tell me what to do, Deku, he grumbled, shoving his hands in his pockets. They were all wearing their P uniforms, and Katsuki kept complaining that it was useless and they should be practicing in their hero gear instead. They carried some basic tools, like an old-fashioned compass and water, along with red flares for emergencies and orange ones if they needed to forfeit, which would result in an immediate failing grade. Yeah, well, if you weren't yelling at Todoroki for doing what he was asked to, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we? Izuku retorted, giving him a death glare. Clicking his tongue again, Katsuki started walking faster and louder, showing his frustration. Kaken, Izuku sighed, feeling discouraged, and Shoto couldn't help but crack a smile. He found their dynamic quite endearing, even if he had never really seen a healthy relationship, given his own family background. The camp is east, so according to this, we were placed north. Going in a straight line is an option, but then again, Izuku was thinking of a plan when he felt a presence. Everything seemed to slow down as he saw a man with dark hair standing behind a bush, a mischievous grin on his face. Down! Izuku shouted, pushing the two down just as a blue flame passed over them. The other classmates didn't have time to process what happened until they saw the flame. Did they add obstacles to the training? Todoroki asked, confused. Izuku grabbed something from his back pocket. Todoroki, open it, he ordered, and Shoto looked at the flare with confusion. We meet again, huh? I see you didn't take my advice. The attacker grinned, his black hair and burned skin visible. Now! Izuku yelled, taking out a black WHP to grab the villain he recognized. The flare was purple, unlike the others they had been given. Without further explanation, Shoto fired the flare gun into the sky. We warned you. Now people are going to die, Dabi smirked, his body melting into a muddy substance. Izuku, what the hell is happening? Katsuki shouted, watching the greenette go pale. We don't have time, Kaken. Use your explosions and get some height. Look for the camp. Izuku ordered. Don't tell me what to do. What the hell is happening? Katsuki shouted back. Katsuki, do it. Izuku shouted, fear evident in his voice. No, fear wasn't the right word, he was terrified. Kaken, do it before we all die, Izuku pleaded, and suddenly a voice resonated in their heads. Midoriya, what's happening? A female voice questioned, using her telepathic ability. The League is here, we just faced a replica of Dabi. That's twice quirk, Izuku explained, making the others realize the gravity of the situation. Katsuki immediately took to the air, shocked by the scene below. Parts of the forest were beginning to burn. There's fire spreading, he shouted, and the teachers looked frightened. Without hesitation, Mandalay used her quirk to communicate with all 20 students. Class A, this is not a drill. We are being attacked. Everyone, return to camp. Do not engage in battle. If you are attacked, use your flare gun. We will send help. The pro-hero's order sent a wave of fear through Class A. Izuku, be particularly careful. You know what to do, Aizawa said as he passed by Mandalay's quirk. Izuku looked at Katsuki and Shoto. Midoriya, what is happening? Shoto asked, and Izuku offered a broken smile meant to reassure him. You two need to go back to camp. Don't take any detours, no matter what. If another student is in danger, use the flare gun to let the teachers find you. He handed the gun directly to Shoto. Deku, what are you doing? Katsuki questioned, his voice shaking. Midoriya, aren't you coming? Todoroki asked, worry etched on his face. Izuku smiled and kissed Katsuki. I'll be there soon. I have to go somewhere else for safety. If I bring anyone else, I won't be the only one in danger, Izuku explained. Katsuki understood the gravity of the situation. Deku, you're not ready. Katsuki shouted. Kaken, I'm not planning to fight today, Izuku replied with a smile. Shoto, standing behind, looked confused. But Izuku was hiding the truth. Deku, I'm coming with you, Katsuki stated firmly, but Izuku shook his head. Kaken, don't make this harder, please. Izuku's smile only deepened Katsuki's frown. No, I'm coming with you whether you like it or not. Katsuki's voice trailed off as Izuku injected something into his neck. I love you, Kaken. This is for your own good, Izuku mumbled as he caught Katsuki's limp body. Midoriya? Shoto looked at them both with concern. I trust you, Todoroki-kun. Bring him back and follow Aizawa's instructions exactly. It's important. Izuku placed Katsuki over Todoroki's shoulder. What about you? Shoto asked, watching Izuku walk away. I have a plan. If it's followed exactly, everyone should make it out okay, Izuku explained calmly, flashing a grin. Okay, be careful, Midoriya. Without another word, Izuku ran in the right direction, using black WHP to accelerate himself. Izuku reached the top of the rocky mountain, getting a full view of the burning forest. Smoke filled the air. What are you doing here? He frowned, surprised to see a young boy standing there. Koda, you have to go back to camp. Didn't you hear what your aunt said? Izuku questioned, worry creeping into his voice. Frustrated, Koda shrugged. It's not like heroes can do much anyway. Izuku's worried expression turned to guilt. Your parents the water hose, they lost their lives in duty, right? He asked, sitting next to him. We aren't the same, you know, Izuku whispered, looking away. But I can still understand, he smiled sadly. My mom died because of me, he sighed, making the boy's eyes widen. Why are you telling me? Want me to pity you? Koda retorted, irritated. No, I want you to trust me. I want you to be safe because there are dangerous people here. They are looking to hurt people, heroes, specifically. So you can hate heroes all you want, but you have to listen to me so I can bring you to safety. Izuku tried to explain, but Koda wasn't listening. Suddenly, Izuku felt a sharp pain and became hypervigilant. I'm sorry, Koda, he said, hearing footsteps and feeling the ground tremble. He grabbed Koda and jumped off the cliff. Come on, work, please work. Izuku screamed internally before feeling them stop midair. It worked, he sighed, using a tree to boost himself. Let me down. Koda yelled, trying to escape Izuku's grip. Izuku didn't respond as he continued through the air. Almost there, he muttered, seeing they were getting closer to the camp. Once there, he stopped midair. I know you hate me right now, Koda, but for everyone to get out alive, tell Aizawa that we're moving to Plan D, okay? Izuku said to the boy, who was shaking and holding back tears. Everything is going to be okay. Izuku smiled as he placed Koda in front of Mandalay, who was still there using black WHP. Izuku smiled, changing his grip and using black WHP to travel through the air. He arrived at the edge of the furthest cliff of the camp and used the only green flare he had left. Pulling the edge, he held it high for everyone to see, green lightning surrounding him after activating his quirk. It was bright enough for everyone to notice, all eyes focused on him. Standing tall, his green curls flowing in the wind, he shouted, I'm here, Shigaraki. Stop hiding already and fight me. He yelled at the top of his lungs, seeing exactly where the man was. This is it, brother, Shigaraki smirked, using a newly acquired quirk. The battle to the death begins. These plans had been devised for such events. Plan D, Izuku will attract villains, and once all surrounding civilians and students are safe, pro-heroes on the scene will assist. Izuku Midoriya will be used as bait. Katsuki's eyes slowly opened after what felt like an hour, and he found himself surrounded by 3 classmates and 1 villain engaged in a fight. Bakugo is awake. Kirishima yelled, dodging another attack from a girl with messy blonde buns. Deku, Katsuki muttered, recalling the events leading up to his nap. Bakugo, we have to find Shinso, Todoroki urged, creating an ice wall around the girl. They had tried multiple times, but she kept escaping through a portal. Where's Deku? Katsuki yelled, ignoring Todoroki's statement. Kirishima and Shoto's expressions darkened. Bakugo, let's make it out alive, and then we can help Midoriya. If we're dead, there's no way we can help, Shoto said, frustration evident in his voice. The girl grinned mischievously. Come on, I want to have fun. Katsuki processed the situation. Bakugo, move. Kirishima shouted, seeing something thrown in Katsuki's direction. He rolled just in time to avoid a small marble that missed him by inches. Change of plan, Toga. Boss wants the blonde too. The brat was found, a masked male said, directing his words at Toga. Bakugo, you have to go back to camp, Todoroki ordered, circling them with fire. Huh? No way. Katsuki shouted, annoyed. You know they're after you to use you against him. You have to stay out of reach, or he could be hurt, Shoto said, making Katsuki frown. I know about Izuku's fate. I overheard it, and I'll do everything to change the odds. The pros are on their way. When they get here, you will listen and follow, he stated firmly, which only made Katsuki more frustrated. I'm not doing it. I won't let them touch me, he barked, using his quirk to propel himself into the air. But suddenly, his quirk deactivated, and a scarf immobilized him. Katsuki Bakugo, this is a warning. Listen to what we say, or I will have to take more measures, their homeroom teacher warned, pulling him behind him. But Deku, Aizawa noticed the tears in Katsuki's eyes. He'll be okay. I'll make sure of it. Right now, we have to follow his plan, which includes you going back to camp. Aizawa said firmly, but before he could say anything else, he vanished, leaving the marble rolling away. Izuku sat on the edge of a cliff, waiting for his friends to return. Mandalay, is everyone back at camp? He asked, though it felt like he was talking to himself. No, there are still 5 students missing, the telepathic hero replied. Izuku sighed, looking back at the forest, now partially ablaze. Katsuki is among them, isn't he? He asked, a sad smile on his face as he clenched his fists in frustration. Yes, I'm waiting for a report from Eraserhead since they sent a warning flare, she explained. We're also missing Kaminari, Kirishima, Shinso, and Todoroki. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. In my bag in the first pocket are my notes on the league. I know them by heart, so use them. It will also indicate who would do best against each one of them. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, making him hiss. He's here, Izuku announced, jumping back and using his quirk to gain altitude. Unfortunately, Shigaraki was not alone. With him were Mr. Compress, Dabi, Spinner, and Kurogiri. Toga and Twice are the only ones left out there, he muttered, adjusting his plan to account for Dabi's presence. The heroes left a kid on their own? They're getting more reckless, Dabi laughed, surrounding them with blue flames. Pathetic, he smirked, locking eyes with Izuku. Anyways, Mr. Compress said, throwing something and catching it between his fingers. We now have the upper hand. He revealed a marble. You'll do exactly as we ask, or your little friend will take the hit. Izuku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Coward, he spat, surrounded by green lightning. All of you are cowards. He yelled, jumping forward and landing a kick on Mr. Compress. Izuku was the first to strike, dodging their attacks with agility. His main goal was to rescue Bakugo. He couldn't shake the feeling that Bakugo was inside the marble, but he refused to second-guess himself. Come on, brother, give up already, the blue-haired villain grinned, his hand covering his face. Make it easier for all of us. Izuku felt a surge of paranoia as he prepared for the next move. That wasn't the same voice of the man he once met. It was deeper, darker, and what did you do to him? Izuku questioned through clenched teeth as he looked at the man who resembled his so-called stepbrother. Izuku, you know we gave you your chance, he said mischievously. You should be grateful to your father, and yet here we are, one against the other. He grinned, sending shivers through Izuku's body. No, you monster. Izuku shouted as he jumped and used one for all in his leg to kick him. This wasn't a copy, this was the living form of Shigaraki, but it wasn't his soul anymore. All for one was controlling Tamura Shigaraki's body. Izuku could feel the emotional pain of the corrupted person in front of him, and it was overwhelming. As he triggered his attack, Bakugo had been dropped, and standing behind was the usually loud blonde, now silent as he tried to find a way to help or at least not get in the way. Stop hurting people, Izuku yelled as he flew back after a powerful hit. Especially not when they're on your side. One for all 30%, Izuku whispered before aiming higher than the target, missing by a lot. Can't even aim? What type of hero is that? You're supposed to defeat me. The man laughed maniacally as he watched the breathing teen. Izuku smirked, knowing the man was about to be buried under a ton of gravel and dirt. The rest of the league present had lost consciousness, except for Dabi, who was still standing. It's my time to flee, Dabi grinned as he jumped off the edge with elegance. This isn't over, Izuku Midoriya. You know it. A loud shaking was felt, and suddenly something similar to a black WHP came out of the rocks. Izuku didn't have time to react. The quirk was inches away from hitting him when he was pushed out of the way. Everything was in slow motion, from the beating of their hearts to the last words spoken by the blonde, to the limp body falling from the edge of the cliff. Izuku looked at him, worry covering his face, but he ran as fast as he could, catching him in his fall and holding the blonde tightly against his chest. Hey Kaken. Wake up, this isn't funny. I get it, open your eyes, Izuku cried pleadingly as he shook him, but nothing was happening. Kaken, I love you, so please open your eyes. He cupped his cheeks, which were getting cold. Izuku held up his flare gun, shooting the emergency flare out of his pocket without a second thought. Come on Kaken, I need you. I won't be mad, I swear, open your eyes. He shouted, looking at his bleeding wound. He took his own t-shirt to help stop the bleeding. Thankfully, Izuku could still feel a heartbeat. It was slow but there. Kaken, why didn't you listen? I need you alive, Kaken. He sobbed, running his hand through the blonde's hair. Izuku looked at the man who was simply laughing, a mad glint in his eyes. I'll kill you, Izuku growled, his hair covering his eyes as he glared at him. Beat his butt, Izuku. I love you, were the last words Izuku heard from the blonde before he fell unconscious. He slowly put Katsuki down, careful not to hurt him more. Not today, Izuku, I have better plans to attend to now, the man laughed, evaporating into thin air. I'll kill you, Izuku shouted as he ran to where all for one / Shigaraki had been standing moments before. I won't let anyone else be hurt by you. 1 month later, chaos reigned in Japan. Pro heroes from all over the world had come to help, as many local heroes stepped down from their roles. Citizens were furious, rebelling and forming groups to save Japan themselves. Secured environments like UA High had been accepting refugees, assuring security and providing essential needs. Students and pro heroes involved in the first incident at the Camp of the Wild Pussycats were still recovering from their injuries. The information given by Dabi from the League of Villains had been confirmed by the #1 hero, Endeavor, revealing that he was indeed his son, Tuya Todoroki, who had been thought dead until now. Information was still being withheld from the public, raising the question, can we truly trust the pro-heroes who swore to protect us? The TV was shut down by a tired-looking man, who entered the hospital room. Unless it's because you found Deku, you can leave, Katsuki grumbled, not daring to look at his homeroom teacher. Aizawa sighed and sat next to him calmly. Bakugo, we really are trying, you know? He's my son, and I'd also like to have him back, but it's not our decision to make. After the battle, Izuku had turned out to be more injured than thought but still made a quick recovery, while Katsuki was in a coma. It was only when the blonde woke up that he learned Izuku was gone, leaving him with only a letter and his ring as a promise that he'd be back. Katsuki was under restraints for the first 3 days after he woke up because he kept trying to escape. Izuku took on more responsibility than necessary, determined not to drag anyone else into the chaos, especially after he almost lost Katsuki. It's his choice, yeah, I know, Katsuki grumbled, annoyed as he stared at a torn-up letter next to him. That idiot, he muttered with frustration. He's still alive, that's what we know, Aizawa tried to reassure him. He left you a new letter if you want it. Aizawa offered, placing it down with the others that remained unopened. Why did he leave that idiot? Katsuki grumbled. He got scared. You could have died out there, he thinks it's his fault, Aizawa explained. Both were surprised when Present Mike entered the room. We've sent a message across the country that he's missing. If he shows himself, we need to be contacted immediately, he elaborated. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. I'm going to have a word with him when we find him, Katsuki muttered, but deep down, worry gnawed at him. Izuku sighed as he rested atop another building, searching for any signs of trouble. He was hyper-focused on his goal and had no intention of stopping until he fixed things. It hadn't taken long after he started his life as a vigilante to unlock all 7 quirks. He adapted quickly, arresting more villains than all the heroes combined, never leaving a trace of his location. He hadn't been sleeping or eating properly, and worst of all, he had neglected his hygiene. He knew that if he stayed in one place too long, he could be found, so he was constantly on the move, day and night, neglecting his basic needs. Looking up at the sky with a sad expression, he wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve. I hope you're awake now, Kaken, he whispered to the moon with a sad smile. Flashback to 1 month earlier. After he was able to stand, Izuku spent his days by Katsuki's side, holding his hand and hoping he'd wake up. That early morning, he wasn't in a hospital gown anymore but in a t-shirt and shorts, feeling comfortable. Hey, Kaken, Izuku mumbled as he sat next to the bed, placing his backpack beside him. I'm sorry to bother you so early, but I have to go before anyone gets here, he admitted, bringing Katsuki's hand to his lips. I really hope you wake up soon and that you'll be on your feet in no time. He giggled, looking at him with pure love. I'm sorry I won't be there, though it's for the best, and I know you wouldn't agree with this. He continued with a small smile. I love you, Kaken, but this is for the best. Please wait for me, he whispered, leaving a gentle kiss on Katsuki's lips. Taking his yellow backpack, he left with determination, vowing not to stop until all for one was gone. Back to present time. Izuku noticed a plume of black smoke rising from the city and quickly got up. Using a mix of black WHP, float, and gearshift, he made his way there faster. Upon arrival, he saw a muscular man attacking another person armed with a rifle, but no damage was being done. Izuku jumped in, using smokescreen to obscure the area and protect the innocent. Evacuate the area. Muscular is an A-rank villain. He's dangerous. If you want to help, get everyone to safety, Izuku ordered. The citizens were furious. They didn't trust heroes anymore and were skeptical of this newcomer. Be quick unless you want to get hurt, he said bluntly before jumping into action. With a blank expression, he attacked without hesitation. Muscular was beyond saving. He craved destruction without reason. Izuku had learned the harsh reality of the world the hard way. It didn't take long for him to wrap Muscular tightly and immobilize him, leaving him barely conscious. Do you know anything about All for One? Izuku asked, prompting the man to laugh maniacally. What? Little hero wants his daddy back, he taunted, making Izuku tense. Listen, kid, we have to bring you in if we find you. We know you're his son, Muscular smirked, eyeing the exhausted greenette. Thanks for the info, I guess, Izuku muttered before knocking him out completely. He looked around to find the citizens had fled. Is peace too much to ask? Do people really have to die? He questioned the empty air as he headed to the nearest station. Different stations in the city allowed pro-heroes to turn in captured villains, and that was his new life. He wouldn't rest until everyone was safe, and he promised himself he wouldn't put anyone else he loved at risk because of him. I'm tired and I'm hungry. The second Bakugo was discharged, the teachers decided not to stop him from going after Izuku. All students with provisional licenses had begun patrolling and helping evacuate citizens. Katsuki, along with Mirio, Tamaki, Todoroki, Shinso, and Kirishima set out on a rescue mission, promising not to return without Izuku. Nijire was unable to join them as she was needed elsewhere. Do we really need to make such a plan? We have Bakugo. If he just asks him, Mito is sure to return. Kirishima questioned, growing weary of the planning. I believe that no matter what condition, Midoriya won't make it easy on us. He has a reason for leaving and seems determined to stick to it. If we arrive without a plan, he will simply escape, Todoroki explained, scanning the area for any disturbances. Izuku had last been seen in this city, so he should be nearby. Yeah, and according to reports, he got new quirks again. That guy's overworking himself and getting stronger, Katsuki grumbled, annoyed. So, just asking him isn't an option at this point. He sighed as he leaned forward on the rooftop. I'm still kinda surprised he was given a quirk. All this is messed up. Kirishima exclaimed, recalling a conversation they had with a few selected teachers and students. Yeah, can't believe he didn't tell me. I'm his brother, Shinso sulked, making the rest laugh. I'm not so surprised. His power was too similar to All Might's to be a coincidence. I initially thought he was his secret love child or something, Todoroki admitted in a monotone voice. The group blinked in disbelief at his theory. To do, bro, are you serious? Kirishima asked, concerned. Yes, I am. He confirmed, but before anyone could comment further, a loud explosion echoed from the outskirts of town. Let's go, you guys. Shitty hair with eye bags with icy hot and emo kid, go with Isuku, Katsuki ordered, grabbing Kirishima. Original names, Mirio laughed before following the plan. Operation bringing Deku home begins. Katsuki smirked, propelling himself quickly in the direction of the attack, carrying Kirishima on his back. The blonde and the redhead arrived first, and as planned, Deku was there, finishing up with a man in a full body coat. Katsuki exhaled, watching his friend in worse shape than he had imagined. Izuku hadn't noticed them until he scanned the area for victims. You're awake, he mumbled, looking at Katsuki, but his awe quickly turned into a frown. You shouldn't be here, he said firmly, and Katsuki laughed. You wither, and yet, here we are, he replied, stepping closer. You're exhausting yourself before the big fight. You're giving them the advantage. I'm sorry, Kaken, but this is for the better, Izuku said sadly before releasing a cloud of smoke, obscuring their view. Izuku! Shinso yelled as he watched him fly away. I guess we'll have to force him, Katsuki sighed, creating a huge explosion to clear the smoke. Shitty hair, emo kid, take care of the villain. Icy hot, and eye bags, you're with me, he ordered, pointing to the still unconscious villain. Katsuki propelled himself into the air using his explosions. If you're reading this, it means you woke up. I'm sorry I'm not by your side, he thought, recalling Izuku's letter. Todoroki used his ice to create a wall, forcing Izuku to stop. Hey Midoriya, don't make us take you the hard way, Mirio called out, smiling. Sorry, Izuku said before using one of his quirks to ascend higher. I knew that if I left before, no one would have been in danger that day, he thought, as Todoroki helped Shinso get closer to him. We've got things to talk about, idiot. You aren't alone. Shinso shouted, hoping for a response, but Izuku remained silent. The second I woke up, I went to see you, and I would have done anything to bring us back. I hate myself for letting you take my place. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he continued his escape. I promised myself not to come back until it's over. I'm not letting you or anyone else get hurt because of me. Deku, if you don't stop now, we're over. Izuku froze at those words from Katsuki. What? He mumbled, realization hitting when he saw his brother holding the support item Mei and he had worked on together. You're going to come down here and stand still, Shinso ordered, watching as Izuku slowly descended, battling with his own thoughts. He knew that deep down he didn't want to run from them. I wish I could tell you how much I love you again, but for now, I'm going to go. Deactivate all your quirks, Shinso ordered, watching him return to a less threatening state. If I come back, I'll give you the choice to leave me or stay with me, and I don't have a say in it. Shoto created an ice sphere around Izuku, only allowing Katsuki inside for now. If I don't come back, promise me something, Kaken. Katsuki slowly approached Izuku and pulled him into a tight embrace, bringing him out of his trance. I want you to move on. You're an idiot. A complete idiot, Katsuki whispered, not caring about Izuku's current state. I'm never moving on from you. You should know that. He gently removed Izuku's mask and noticed the bags under his eyes. You really thought that I'd let you go so easily? He asked, stroking Izuku's cheeks lovingly. You're in danger when I'm here, Kaken, Izuku mumbled, feeling ashamed. I'll always love you, he added quietly. I don't care, I promised I wouldn't leave your side no matter what. I won't break that promise. I'm sorry, but I can't risk it. Just as he was about to move, Katsuki pressed his lips against Izuku's. That's not your choice to make. We all agreed we aren't going back unless you're there, Katsuki said against his lips. UA's security is at its highest, no one can enter without permission. Still, Izuku's tears fell uncontrollably. I can't lose you, Kaken. If you get hurt again, I don't think I could ever forgive myself. He cried, holding onto Katsuki's shirt desperately. You're hurting me by not being there, Izuku, Katsuki admitted with desperation. Don't you get it? I can't live without you. Not again, please. I never want to live without you again. He pleaded, trying to hide his tears. Kaken, Izuku muttered, trying to figure out what to do. I would put you in danger, not just you but all the people hiding in UA. He cupped Katsuki's cheeks. I don't care if you really love me, come back please. Katsuki kept his eyes closed. We'll be safe and I know it. We have the upper hand right now. Aizawa will explain everything, but we have a plan. But for that to work, we need you. We need your brain, and we need you to be able to fight with all your energy. Izuku clenched his fists. I'm sorry for injecting the tranquilizer last time, he mumbled with shame. You better be, Katsuki chuckled, looking at him. It was silent as they simply looked at each other until Izuku finally broke it. Let's go home, he whispered with a smile, resting his face against Katsuki's shoulder. It was late at night when they finally approached the school, and Izuku was sleeping on Katsuki's back. What did you guys talk about in there? Kirishima asked, unable to hide his curiosity. None of your business, Katsuki spat back, careful not to raise his voice too much. He's coming back, that's all that matters. They smiled as the tall walls of UA came into view. Mirio and Tamaki probably already got there, so it shouldn't be too long before Izuku can come in, Kirishima pointed out, watching the two lovers finally reunited. Being Katsuki's closest friend meant he spent the most time with him and endured his tough attitude. He understood where Katsuki was coming from, having been abandoned by his lover. Yeah, that idiot really needs a bath, he grumbled with a frown. It's true that Midoriya could use one. If you want, Bakugo, I have a special cream for his face that would help with his eye bags, Todoroki offered, to which Katsuki shrugged. How come you never offered some for me? Shinso questioned, feigning offense, making Shoto chuckle. Because your trademark is your eye bags, Katsuki mocked. Plus, you'd get them back real quick. They heard Izuku groan in his sleep as he nuzzled into Katsuki's neck. Kaken, he mumbled, causing Katsuki to turn a deep shade of red. Oh my god, this is too precious. Kirishima exclaimed in awe. Is the great Katsuki Bakugo blushing? Shut up, Katsuki spat back, making them laugh as he started cursing under his breath. Kaken? Izuku's eyes slowly opened as he noticed his friends around. Oh hey guys. He smiled at them, still feeling sleepy. Happy to see you stopped resisting, man. Kirishima grinned, making Izuku giggle. Yeah, for now. We'll see for later, he joked, making them smile nervously, knowing there was truth in his words. Izuku, you're not leaving. Not one of us is letting you, Katsuki grumbled, disapproving of the joke made by his boyfriend. Right? Izuku mumbled, followed by a long sigh. Everyone was asleep when they arrived, so Katsuki brought Izuku to his room for the night. Come on, Izuku, let's get rid of that. Katsuki smiled softly as he helped Izuku remove the larger parts of his costume. Kaken, I'm sorry for all the trouble I put you through, Izuku muttered, looking up at his lover, who also looked tired. Show me you're sorry by making me stop worrying. Take care of yourself, dumbass. Katsuki chuckled before kissing his forehead. Now come on, we're taking a shower. Katsuki grinned, pulling Izuku closer, causing the greenette to become flustered. Together? Izuku questioned, and Katsuki's smirk turned into a grin. You really thought I'd let you out of my sight? He asked playfully before starting to pull Izuku along. No way. He led him to the bathroom, making Izuku blush even more. Don't worry, no funny business, I'm too tired for that anyway, he teased, and Izuku felt relieved. Not that he didn't want to be close to Katsuki, but right now, hugs and kisses would suffice since he was too exhausted after the adrenaline had finally worn off. Katsuki noticed that Izuku had zoned out again. You zoned out again, baby, he whispered, cupping Izuku's cheek to bring him back to reality. I'm sorry, Kaken, I'm just really tired now that I'm not on adrenaline, Izuku explained, and Katsuki smiled as he slowly began to remove his lover's hero costume. We'll take a bath instead of a shower, okay? I'll wash you so you can rest. I promise not to do anything else, Katsuki said, and Izuku nodded. But we need to rinse you first because I don't want to bathe in dirty water, he replied playfully, making Izuku giggle in agreement. While you rinse off, I'll grab some clean clothes, okay? Katsuki said, kissing Izuku's forehead. After more than an hour in the bathroom, between cleaning, untangling Izuku's hair, and tending to his wounds, Izuku ended up falling asleep while Katsuki worked on his hair. Katsuki found it soothing to have his lover in his arms. It felt like the world was complete. No one could replace Izuku's role in his life, and the last month had proven that. Now we go to bed, sleepyhead, Katsuki smiled, bringing Izuku to lay on the mattress on the side closest to the wall. Don't you have classes tomorrow? Izuku questioned, half asleep. Idiot, we're kind of at war here. I think our classes can wait, Katsuki playfully reminded him. It's true, I kind of forgot, it just feels so weird, Izuku whispered, snuggling closer to Katsuki. It's hard to forget, but we'll talk about it more when we wake up, he smirked, inhaling Izuku's sweet scent. He didn't understand how Izuku always smelled so nice, no matter how long he was away from home. A sweet, lingering scent followed him, making Katsuki feel at home. You won't leave, right? Izuku asked softly, making Katsuki scoff. I should be the one asking that, considering you're the one who ran away, he replied, causing Izuku to smile against his chest. If the plan you were talking about is good, I won't be going anywhere, he whispered, and Katsuki hummed, pulling Izuku closer. I love you, idiot. Don't do anything like that again, or I'll be really upset, Katsuki teased, and Izuku chuckled softly as he felt his eyelids grow heavy. Now sleep well, we have a lot to do when we wake up, he whispered, closing his eyes as he listened to Izuku's soft snores. Problem child, you're going to be the end of me, Aizawa grumbled, bringing Izuku in for a rare hug. Izuku. Yamada cried, pulling Izuku into a tight embrace. Don't ever do this to us again, he sniffled, and Izuku finally hugged them back with a sad smile. I'm sorry for worrying you, Dad, he said, stepping back from their embrace. Good, since we don't trust you, we've put extra measures in place, Yamada said firmly, adjusting his glasses. First off, you aren't allowed to be alone for even a second. Aizawa cracked a smile under his scarf, and Shinso couldn't help but laugh. But what if I need to go to the bathroom? Izuku asked, hoping to find an exception. Bakugo can go with you, I'm sure he already saw it all, Yamada replied, and everyone, even Aizawa, turned beet red in embarrassment. Pops, we really didn't want to know that. Shinso exclaimed, covering his ears. Yeah, I really don't think that was necessary, Izuku stuttered, hiding his face in his hands. Idiot, Aizawa grumbled, playfully hitting the back of his husband's head. You don't have to go to the bathroom with him, Bakugo. We'll trust Izuku enough not to create a hole in the wall to escape since there are no windows in the dorm bathroom, in case you forgot. He glared at Yamada, who smiled sheepishly. Besides that, I will not be having this conversation, so please remember that we are on school grounds and have people who are clearly not comfortable with the subject. Including me, Izuku said, emphasizing the last statement. Shinso looked at him with a mix of disgust and disbelief. The fact that you're not denying it makes it 100 times worse, Hitoshi admitted, and Katsuki sighed, hugging Izuku from behind. We took baths together while we were growing up. Nothing more, nothing less. Katsuki lied for the sake of Hitoshi's mental health. Guys, I feel like we're getting off track here. Izuku pointed out, his face turning a deeper shade of red. I really hope you didn't. I kind of feel like Izuku is too innocent for those things, Shinso pouted, and Katsuki tried his best not to respond, hiding his face in Izuku's shoulder. So, Kaken told me you guys had some sort of plan? What's that about? He questioned to change the subject, and Aizawa nodded. We have a board meeting tomorrow morning with all pro heroes. Today, rest is important, and All Might wanted you to see him if you could. He was worried too, which was kind of annoying, he explained, making Izuku chuckle. Yeah, I'll go there right now, Izuku responded with a cheery smile. You mean we? Katsuki's voice was muffled against Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, Izuku sighed, patting Katsuki's head as the rest of the family laughed. With Katsuki by his side, Izuku headed to All Might's office and was surprised to see so many people inside the school, using the classrooms and gymnasiums as dorms. Is Auntie also somewhere in all this ruckus? Izuku questioned, looking around worriedly. Yeah, the hag and the old man are staying with the other parents. We'll go see them so the hag can give you a piece of her mind, Katsuki smirked, wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist. Hey, I don't want to get in trouble. Izuku defended, quickly looking back at the blonde. Well, maybe you should think twice next time before being reckless, he retorted, watching Izuku's expression change. Don't worry, you deserve it, Katsuki grinned smugly, making Izuku sigh in discouragement. And here I thought you loved me, Izuku sulked, crossing his arms over his chest. That's exactly why I'm making sure you never try to leave me again, he replied before knocking on their teacher's door. Hopefully, you don't do it for a third time now, he muttered more to himself, but Izuku heard him. After hearing a, come in, they entered the room to be met with a skinny man. Young Midoriya, young Bakugo. Come in please, he smiled, motioning for them to come inside. Would you like some tea or some water? He asked, heading to a small table next to his desk. Water would be nice, thank you. Izuku smiled as he sat on a couch, Katsuki settling next to him. The teacher served them each a glass and walked up to them. Here you go, you too, he said, placing the glasses down and sitting in front of them. Happy to have you back, young Midoriya. It has truly been a long time, he said with a small smile as he watched the greenette look down in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Izuku spoke loudly, bowing his head. You have been nothing but nice to me, and I've simply put you aside. It was truly disrespectful of me and I truly apologize, he exclaimed, and the look on their mentor softened. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I was never mad at you for it, I simply wish that you would trust us more. We are all here to help, and I am convinced the past wielders would agree that you don't have to do this on your own, he explained calmly, noticing the tears falling down Izuku's thighs and how he was clenching his fists. You should be mad. You entrusted me with your power, and now I got reckless and may have made everything worse. I don't deserve this. Power? Izuku cried desperately, his sobs growing louder. If someone else had gotten it, then maybe we wouldn't be here. Anyone else would have probably made this end on the first try. I couldn't even lay a finger on him, I almost lost Katsuki, I don't deserve this. Young Midoriya, none of what you said is true, All Might softly spoke. I barely made it out alive, and he wasn't in good shape. The one you faced was a young man with a lot of power, you couldn't expect this. He recalled the events. You helped us capture almost all the members of the league. That is something not everyone could have done. But I should have, and now Shigaraki is suffering because of my mistakes. He was being controlled by my own father. I should have been the one getting hurt, not him. Izuku cried, and Katsuki hit the back of his head, which made Izuku freeze in confusion, not expecting this reaction. Say something like that one more time, and I'll really be angry, Katsuki warned with a serious expression. First, stop calling that man your father because he doesn't deserve it. Second, it's not your fault. The other person could have gotten out of it on his own. You can't save everyone. He continued, holding a firm expression, while All Might listened closely to the two. And finally, wipe those tears away and show off that smile of yours because that's what we need. If you think we'll win this, then we will think it too, and no one will doubt it. Katsuki smirked as he looked at Izuku, who stared back at him. But if even you don't think we can do it, then don't expect anyone else to believe it. Young Midoriya, he is right. They're expecting someone to rise and take the lead, and we know you are that leader, All Might started, watching Izuku look down with more shame. And you should know something. I don't know anyone else that could have taken your place since this power is too strong for anyone with a quirk. Izuku looked up at him, confused. I did research on the past users. Have you noticed that they were all deceased before the age of 40? Toshinori questioned. Except you. You've already passed your 50s, Izuku responded, and Toshinori nodded, saddened by the reminder of his age. Why yeah, well, tell me, young Midoriya, what did I have that the other users didn't? He asked again. More like what you didn't have. Bakugo corrected, keeping a neutral expression, already understanding what he meant. A quirk you didn't have a quirk, Izuku said more to himself than the others in the room. With the amounts of quirk one for all has the body rejects it, and since it doesn't work, they die. He looked at Bakugo with worry. It is only a theory, but Midoriya, you might just be the last person that could have the ability to hold the quirk, All Might admitted, and Izuku's face went pale. There are almost no more quirkless people left. So I really can't afford to lose, Izuku mumbled to himself. Katsuki placed his hand on his thigh to try reassuring him. Deku. Katsuki smiled calmly as he looked at his boyfriend. This just might be your best chance to prove all of us wrong, that Izuku Midoriya can become the best hero. Katsuki smirked. If it's you that I lose first place to, I think I can accept it. He smirked, looking at Izuku, who seemed to have gotten a boost of confidence. Right. Izuku smiled, looking at the two and swiftly wiping away his tears with his sleeve. I'll do it. I'll make sure to win this. I'll make sure everything can go back to normal. He affirmed, making the two feel a sense of pride. Now rest, young Midoriya. You have to have all your energy for what's coming. A special conference was being held within the UA walls, and as promised, only specific pro heroes were allowed along with the students. Plus, Izuku's secret was exposed, revealing his quirk, and it was taken well by most, but as always, there were a few exceptions. Katsuki was more on edge than anyone, though. He hadn't slept the night before, thinking about everything, and he wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he was scared. Scared because he could lose Izuku on the field, and even if Izuku made it out alive, he would most likely have trauma. What he was being asked to do went against almost all of Izuku's personal values. His ideology of saving everyone felt impossible now, and while he might be acting tough, anyone who knew Izuku like Katsuki did also knew that it was a facade. Sadly, no one else did, so his tough act was being praised by everyone, and it was painful to watch for Katsuki. Thanks to Midoriya's help, the active criminals rate has drastically gone down, and we were able to focus on finding the League of Villains' new lair. We are planning on assembling as many pro heroes as possible and raid it, the leader of the Heroes Commission explained to the assembly. Izuku continued noting down information, not really paying attention to what was being said because, much to his disappointment, it was a plan with many flaws. Whether it was with the positions taken by the pro-heroes or the fact that they were, once again, underestimating their power. "Midoriya-san, would you have anything to add?" the man at the base of the operation asked. Izuku was too absorbed in his task to answer, not because he didn't hear but because he chose to ignore him. "Midoriya? Are you listening to me?" the man repeated, and the greenette simply raised his hand for him to stop talking. Aizawa and Nizu felt a swell of pride when Izuku got up. "You guys seem to be making the same mistake repeatedly." Izuku remained expressionless. "Excuse me?" Pro-hero Endeavor questioned, feeling offended since he had greatly helped in the elaboration of this plan. "Yes, for example, you know that they have been hiding for the last few months, with no appearance whatsoever, and you all should know that this is more than enough time for them to get more reinforcements and improve their abilities. All for One possesses a power that allows him to absorb others' quirks, and he can either keep it or pass it to someone else. Like I said, Shigaraki's body has become a vessel for All for One to use since his own body is now too weak to do anything." Izuku explained, turning his notebook for them to see. "Therefore, All for One is most likely not even in this so-called lair." He stated as if it was obvious, and a few superiors clicked their tongues in annoyance. "What if he only wants us to think that?" Pro-hero Midnight asked with concern, and Izuku smiled at her, knowing he had her on his side. She was reasonable and could become very professional easily, that's why Izuku admired her so much. That's why having more than one plan is the best option. Like a video game. We are at level 1 at the beginning of this raid. Depending on the outcome, we'll go to level 2 and so on. The choices of our past levels will have repercussions on the next level until we go against All for One, who is our final boss, and if we lose, it's game over. Izuku explained, trying to simplify it for those present. "Well, if you're so smart, why don't you do the plan?" one of the members of the commission said irritably, and Izuku sighed as he sat back down. "And here we are thinking that you should be the adult here. This is why we won't be winning, because instead of listening and discussing an actual plan, your personal feelings are getting involved," Izuku stated, feeling more annoyed. "You're a kid," someone exclaimed in disgust. "And we all know you're still quirkless. Why should we listen?" "To a kid?" he added with disdain, and with those simple words, he had gotten on the bad side of more than half of the room. "This is over," Izuku said with determination, getting up and grabbing his belongings. "I'm going on my own. Figure out your stuff on your own." As he turned to leave the room, Katsuki firmly grasped his wrist and gave him a reassuring smile, urging him to wait a moment. "I thought you looked familiar," Katsuki scoffed, eyeing the man. "You're the one who was fired by Principal Nizu." He shot him a challenging glare. "You never learn, do you? You're getting rid of the only one here with the power to defeat All for One. A foolish move." He smirked, keeping Izuku at arm's reach, and the room fell silent. "Deku, give me the plan you have," Katsuki ordered, and Izuku smiled slightly as he handed over his notebook. "Listen, I don't want to fight with anyone here. Truth be told, I wasn't even supposed to work with anyone. Some of you clearly have difficulty setting aside personal beliefs and pride to save people. Now, if anyone has constructive remarks or questions, it's time to speak up." Izuku stated firmly, watching as a hand raised. It was Tamaki from Class 3A. "Is everyone here part of this plan of yours?" he asked, using all his willpower to stay in the room. "Yes, everyone will be placed according to where their abilities will be most needed," Izuku replied with a smile. Then, Pro-Hero Hawks raised his hand, surprising everyone with his willingness to cooperate. "Now, we only have Dabi, Shigaraki, and All for One left. Are we really expecting more villains to show up, or will we have more people than necessary?" he questioned. Izuku nodded confidently, pulling out his phone and broadcasting his screen on the board. "With Nizu, we sent someone to check the place out. She also left some cameras for us to monitor. That's why I'm so sure of this," he explained. "If you all want, I can share my plan in detail, or we could follow your plan and risk giving them the upper hand." Everyone agreed with the first option. Those against it had to leave the room. Katsuki was pinning Izuku to the bed, tickling his sides, causing the greenette to burst into giggles. "Kaken," he cried, squirming as Katsuki smirked and gradually stopped, leaving Izuku smiling with a few happy tears in the corners of his eyes. "Keep that frown off your face, it doesn't suit you," he whispered, pecking Izuku's lips. "Plus, the plan is nearly flawless. We have the best now." He smirked, kissing him longer this time. Izuku smiled, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck to deepen the kiss. "Thank you, Kaken," Izuku said softly. "Thank you for being there." He paused the kiss, a string of saliva lingering between them. "I don't know if I could do this without you," he added, tears starting to fall, and Katsuki wiped them away with his thumb. "I know you could, but I'm happy and honored to stand by your side," he replied lovingly, and Izuku's smile grew even wider. "Let's spend the next 3 days together, Kaken. I want us to have as much time as possible before the raid, so if something happens Katsuki cut him off with his lips on Izuku's. Unconsciously, Izuku began to shake and cry while he spoke. Yes, we will, but don't talk like that. We'll both come back, okay? Katsuki whispered, leaning his forehead against Izuku's. We'll be back and we'll be happy. So don't say things like that, okay baby? Katsuki cupped his cheek. I'm sorry, I'm just scared, Izuku admitted, feeling defeated, and Katsuki chuckled softly. Me too, but we have to be strong, remember? We have to believe in each other to give it our all, Katsuki said calmly, slowly turning so Izuku could lay against his chest. Izuku smiled, snuggling in closer. I stand by the fact that I don't know what I would do without you. Now that I think about it, I also think you wouldn't survive without me, Katsuki teased, and they both soon started laughing, holding each other close. They needed to feel each other's love because they both knew that, whether they liked it or not, people could die. They could only hope it wouldn't be them. Their 3 days together were peaceful and filled with affection, but now it was time to face reality, a reality they had been trying to avoid. Is everyone ready? Izuku asked, looking at the group of heroes. Everyone nodded, and Izuku smiled brightly at them. Then, everyone follow the plan, and don't forget to report any problems. His expression turned serious, eyebrows furrowing. Under no circumstances is anyone allowed to be alone, even if it seems calm. If you leave your group, you can consider yourself in danger. It wasn't clear to them why Izuku was so firm on that rule, but they had no choice but to comply. Phantom Thief, Mockingbird, and Eraserhead, you're with me, Izuku instructed, pointing to the 3. Everyone was ready, moving to take their positions. Izuku smiled at the students present. He trusted them, but he was still scared of losing any of them. I believe in you guys. Izuku smiled at them all. Kiri, I trust you to keep Kaken on track. He tapped his shoulder. Don't worry, Mito. Bakugo is in good hands. The redhead grinned, and Izuku nodded. He then looked at Katsuki with a soothing smile. I'll see you later. Izuku whispered, pecking his cheek. Be wise and please follow the plan. Katsuki smirked, ruffling his hair and leaning in to touch their foreheads. I promise, nerd, we'll see each other later. After one last hug, everyone separated. Izuku, Monoma, Shinso, and Aizawa were on their way to the top. You copied Uraraka's quirk, right? Izuku asked the blonde, who nodded. Yeah, we have 7 minutes left, so we better be quick. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good. Izuku smiled calmly as he looked at the warehouse where the League was staying, entering more discreetly. The main groups were raiding from the front and sides. As planned, many new members of the League were there, mostly for distraction. The surprise for the enemy gave the heroes an upper hand. Once most were defeated, only a few pro-heroes had suffered injuries, and it was time for the second wave. The strongest pro-heroes were present, and the students of hero training were separated into groups of 5 to search the place. They had different ways of communication in case they faced Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, or twice. Eraserhead, Mockingbird, you two are first, Izuku said, looking at Monoma, who nodded, touching the shoulders of both and activating the zero-gravity quirk. Izuku used float to lead the two to the top of the warehouse before going back down. Your turn, he said to the blonde, who used the quirk on himself and went up with Izuku. Once at the top, they looked at each other and nodded as they continued for phase 2. You problem children ready? Aizawa asked, and Izuku nodded along with Shinso and Monoma. Can't believe I'm following the orders of my own kid, he smirked, ruffling his hair, and Izuku chuckled as he put on his mask. Phantom Thief, don't forget, under no circumstances are you to take my quirk. It's too dangerous, Izuku reminded him, and Monoma nodded in understanding. Let's go. Everything was going according to plan. A group was able to find both Toga and Twice together. Everything was going well, too well. I was wrong, Izuku muttered as he clenched his fists. He's here. We move to Plan B4, all students have to evacuate. He said sternly as he glanced at his team. Their role looked boring but really wasn't. One of the pro-heroes in the raid inside the building had an eye quirk that allowed him to share what he saw with someone within a 50 kilometers radius. Using this, Aizawa could use his quirk inside, and since he wasn't a known hero, he wasn't suspected by the villains. This made it possible for the heroes to stop the higher-ranked villains. Mockingbird, Phantom Thief, that includes you too. I'm bringing you down, but we have to move quickly, Izuku said firmly as he activated Black WHP. Come back home, yeah? Shinso couldn't help but worry for his younger brother. Don't worry, I'll make it as quick as possible. Izuku grinned, showing only confidence even if he was terrified. Now come on. Eraserhead, I'll make the announcement. Izuku said, taking out a small button meant to communicate with only Mandalay. Nodding to the two, he waited to hear the voice of the pro-hero. It only took a few seconds before he could hear her voice. Deku, what's happening? Izuku still found it strange when he was called by his hero name, but he pushed that thought aside. Announce that all students must evacuate, we need only the selected pro-heroes to stay put. Izuku responded quickly as he waved to the duo, who made it down safely and started following the plan. Will do. The pro hero then suched her quirk to speak to all allies. Plan B4 is in action. All students and pros who weren't asked to stay must leave, Mandalay explained using her quirk. Taking a step forward, without warning, Izuku jumped from the building, making Aizawa's eyes go wide as he lost focus on his job. Trust me and leave. Izuku yelled as he headed toward the woods, causing Aizawa to panic. This wasn't part of the plan, and Izuku knew it, but there was something he had to do to increase their odds of winning. The reason was clear to Izuku. Shigaraki had most likely gained a new power that could bring them all down. He knew this the same way he knew not to give in to all for one back then. It's done for you, I'm immortal now, and we know where you are. Whatever method he used, Shigaraki could still communicate with Izuku directly. It wasn't friendly, it was a threat, but he had to do it. If anyone was to get hurt, it would be him, right? A dozen minutes passed before he stopped, realizing he was likely too far to signal for help. So he stood there, knowing it was only a matter of time. What do you mean Deku disappeared? Katsuki shouted, struggling against Aizawa's scarf. He left and only told me to trust him. Now I need you to calm down, Bakugo. Aizawa said sternly, surprised at how quickly Katsuki listened. It wasn't long before he let go, and Bakugo immediately ran, knowing using his quirk was useless around Aizawa. He didn't stop even after students and pros tried to stop him, and once out of Aizawa's sight, he activated his quirk, taking to the air to look for any action. He could only see a little smoke, but it was something, so he flew toward it. Deku, not even trying to hold your promise, Katsuki cursed as he got closer and heard yelling. But it wasn't what he was expecting. Just kill me. Izuku was frozen, holding Shigaraki in the air, tears streaming down his face. No, I can't. I can help you. Izuku cried pleadingly, unconsciously holding tighter onto Shigaraki's body. No, you can't. Kill me before he kills you. Shigaraki screamed, and Katsuki was confused. More than confused, actually. A few minutes earlier, Shigaraki had finally arrived, and Izuku was quick to react to his first attack. It was terrifying, the grin on Shigaraki's face as he landed hit after hit. Izuku was barely keeping up, feeling his body being slammed. He knew he had already broken his arm, but by using black WHP, he applied pressure to ease the pain. Finally gaining the upper hand, Izuku slammed Shigaraki against a tree, which immediately decayed. I told you, son, it's useless, Shigaraki grinned, and Izuku struggled to keep up with it all. He wasn't sure who Shigaraki was talking to, and it was starting to overwhelm him. It seemed that whatever allowed Shigaraki's body to heal so quickly was truly problematic. I'm not letting you win. Let Shigaraki out of your schemes. Izuku barked with pure hatred as he threw him to the ground. Well then, son, let me grant you that wish. You're no match for my minion anyway. Shigaraki grinned before his body went limp for a second, which Izuku used to wrap him tighter. But even when he was fully conscious again, Shigaraki simply looked at Izuku, showing no sign of aggression. I can't. Izuku shouted as he watched him closely and noticed all the signs. Shigaraki had lost a lot of weight. His skin was cracking everywhere. The little part of his scara that Izuku could see was red. He was barely alive. You can and you will. If you want to end this, then end me, Shigaraki stated, his voice low and raspy. No. Izuku cried desperately as he watched his so-called brother smile at him for the first time. Let me go join my family, Izuku, my family that I ended. Shigaraki said calmly. No. You can still live. You can wait for your time. Izuku pleaded as he slowly let go of him. They'll let me rot in prison, you know that. The older male chuckled coldly, with little force. I'm tired, I'm not getting out of this anymore, not alive at least. Listen to me and end me. You can make it quick, I want you to be the one to free me, Shigaraki pleaded silently. Izuku was crying, his breathing becoming frantic. You really want me to, Izuku sighed as he looked at the male who seemed already dead. How? Izuku asked after thinking about it. He didn't know how to do it quickly without making him suffer. The same way he stabbed Bakugo. Your WHP quirk. Shigaraki smiled, relieved to see he had a chance to end it. Can I talk to you first? Izuku asked calmly, but the blue-haired male shook his head. You have about 5 minutes. He thinks I'm fighting you right now, but with the drag I took today, my body is slowly getting destroyed. If he takes my body again, he'll heal me. It's now or I'll have to continue like this. Shigaraki explained, lifting his shirt to show an open wound on his abdomen, clearly infected, with something sticking out of it. Izuku gulped and nodded. It looked like in 4. That's when Katsuki emerged from the woods, exposing himself to the two. Deku, don't do it, Katsuki warned as he walked toward his boyfriend, who shook his head. You heard him. I can't let him continue like this. Izuku retorted, not too surprised that Katsuki had followed him. So you'll kill him? Did you think about how it'll affect you? Katsuki questioned, annoyed, and Izuku nodded quickly. Shigaraki chuckled at the two, and they both turned quickly. You'll take care of him, Bakugo? Make sure that MST doesn't hurt him, he questioned, and Katsuki frowned, clicking his tongue. You ain't telling me what to do, Krusty, Katsuki retorted, annoyed as he glared at the villain. But you better know that I'm taking care of that nerd, he grumbled, and Shigaraki smiled calmly once again. Then I guess a gunshot interrupted the conversation, making them snap back to reality. The body of Tamura Shigaraki fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. I guess he wasn't that strong after all, a tall man using an oxygen tank said with a huge grin. It's a shame really. He chuckled as he watched Izuku frozen in shock, moving toward Shigaraki's body. Dead, Izuku muttered, tears of rage filling his already teary eyes. Green lightning surrounded him as he held the male in his arms. You killed him! Izuku shouted, and in a flash he brought Shigaraki's limp body to the side. It was no use trying to bring him back now, Izuku wasn't leaving until it was over. He'd kill Hisashi Midoriya, the #1 villain known as All for One, in his own blood. He wasn't leaving without his life. I'm going to kill you, Izuku muttered with pure hatred for the man in front of him. Katsuki looked at Izuku in shock. Sure, Izuku could be scary sometimes, but this was more than he was used to. Katsuki, go get the pros, Izuku ordered as he threw himself towards All for One, hitting him with a Detroit smash at full power. But Katsuki was done listening. He charged at the villain, who was laughing maniacally. However, after one attack, Katsuki was down. Instead of making Izuku happy, his fury doubled. Get up! Izuku shouted, looking at the unconscious man. Just fight me! He yelled again, using his black WHP to try to keep him up, but it was no use. Izawa, Endeavor, Present Mike, Hawks, and other pro heroes arrived, witnessing Katsuki trying to hold Izuku back. Izuku, he's down. Calm down, Katsuki shouted as he held him tight. Izawa activated his quirk, deactivating Izuku's powers. No! He has to fight. He killed him. Izuku shouted, choking on his own tears. Do you? Katsuki shouted, flipping Izuku to pin him to the ground. Izuku was badly injured, and Katsuki felt guilty for using his weakness against him. He's gone, you can't change that now, Katsuki continued, watching the broken green neck cry. And no, Izuku sobbed again, looking at Katsuki in pain. Izuku, it's okay, Katsuki soothed, pulling Izuku onto his lap and hugging him. Hawks went to check on All for One, while Present Mike looked after Shigaraki. Both were confirmed dead on the spot. Izuku had gone unconscious after the incident, and Katsuki refused to let go of him. It was only at the hospital, where Izuku needed surgery, that he finally released him, waiting outside the room with Izuku's fathers. Once out of surgery, Izuku was placed in a private room due to media interest. It was late at night when they finally settled in. I have his things for when he wakes up, Present Mike said, placing bags on the side of the room and taking out something. He put it next to Izuku and smiled. Can't believe he still has his plushie. Katsuki smirked, stroking Izuku's hair. He's had it since we were kids, he recalled with slight amusement. Izawa and Yamada nodded, relieved that Izuku would be physically okay, but aware of the trauma he would face. The doctor said he should wake up once the anesthesia wears off, Izawa said, his tone neutral. Is he still going to have a quirk? Katsuki asked, unsure of how to feel. We don't know, we'll have to wait and see. They were startled when Yagi entered the room. I'm sorry for not arriving earlier. Katsuki scoffed, sitting next to Izuku. Whatever, he grumbled. All Might had indirectly put Izuku through hell, placing the weight of the world on his shoulders. Izuku would never say no if it meant helping, even at the cost of his own well-being. In the middle of the night, Izuku began to stir in his sleep. Katsuki, half asleep, looked up to see Izuku's eyes open. Zuku, Katsuki said softly before quickly kissing him. Kachin, Izuku muttered, his voice raspy and weak. He felt pain but couldn't bring himself to feel much else. He felt numb. Hey, how are you feeling? Katsuki asked, gently stroking his cheek. I don't know, Izuku replied, taking the glass of water Katsuki offered and drinking it all. It's okay, your dads are here. Want me to wake them up? Katsuki asked calmly, but Izuku shook his head. With Katsuki's help he sat up. Do you remember anything? Katsuki asked, wanting to address the subject despite his reluctance. Izuku nodded, gritting his teeth. Where are they? Izuku asked, referring to the two villains they fought. He hoped it was just a nightmare. Katsuki sighed, holding Izuku's hand. Izawa opened his eyes at the noise but chose to remain silent for now. All for One is dead. His body wasn't even viable before the fight started, Katsuki explained, watching Izuku nod with a numb expression. He will be incinerated as soon as possible. Unless you want to give him a proper funeral. Izuku shook his head, not wanting to give the man that kind of attention. Izuku bit his lip, looking down. And Shigaraki, he muttered, unable to meet Katsuki's gaze. He was also dead. It was instant, and he's still in the morgue, Katsuki explained, moving to hold Izuku's cheek, encouraging him to look at him. We convinced them to let you make the final decision. Izuku nodded, finally looking up at him. Thank you. Izuku felt a rush of emotions. Thank you. He cried, moving into Katsuki's arms, his cries muffled. The blonde simply held him back, allowing Izuku to release his emotions. It's okay, Izuku, Katsuki whispered, rubbing his back gently. Present Mike, who had also woken up, was crying silently. Aizawa noticed and discreetly held his hand, rubbing circles on the back. They had won the war, but it felt so wrong. Over a week later, Shigaraki's burial took place in a private ceremony. Izuku was supposed to go alone, but Katsuki, Aizawa, Yamada, Toshinori, and Shinso joined him. Izuku smiled at them, knowing the past users of One for All were there in spirit. They all watched as his casket was lowered into the ground, the silence heavy around them. No tears were shed, they were there to support Izuku. It was only when he was left alone that Izuku finally spoke. I hope you're happy with your family, Tamura, he said, looking down at the tombstone. I wish you could have chosen another path, he sighed, wiping away a tear that had escaped, a small smile on his face. If there is something after life, if you see her, say hi to my mom for me. Izuku knew that if there was an afterlife, they would be in different places. Goodbye now, thank you. Even if you caused a lot of harm, I don't think we could have stopped All for One without you in some way. So yeah, with a small smile, Izuku got up and walked back to the car where everyone was waiting. We can go now, he said, moving next to Katsuki and holding his hand. Do we have to go back to the dorms? Izuku asked uncertainly. Yamada nodded, a smile on his face as he tried to stay strong for his sons. Bakugo can also come over, he suggested, looking at the blonde for approval. Actually, can I take Zuku out? Katsuki asked, and they looked at him in confusion. Everything got destroyed or is still closed. Where are you going? Shinso asked. Katsuki shrugged. Somewhere that I won't tell you. He smirked at Shinso's mock gasp. Aizawa shook his head at their playful banter, but he knew they were still kids who deserved to enjoy life after everything they had been through. Bring him back by 10, Aizawa instructed. Katsuki smirked in victory and nodded. Well then, see ya, Katsuki grinned, pulling Izuku away, making him yelp. He hadn't even been consulted about this decision, but he would have accepted it anyway. Wait, Kaken. Where are we going? Izuku asked, confused. Our spot, of course, Katsuki replied with a huge grin that Izuku soon returned. Let's go. It feels like forever since we went. Izuku squealed, and Katsuki chuckled as they walked side by side. It had been about 10 years since the war ended. Izuku's quirk hadn't faded as All Might had predicted, but he accepted this as his fate, knowing he had his family to support him. They were now in their mid-20s. Shinso had married Denki Kaminari, despite Aizawa's rule about no loud blondes. The two had graduated UA and were working as pro-heroes. As for Izuku and Katsuki, their bond had grown stronger, and they had become the number 1 and number 2 heroes. They opened their own hero agency and were known as the Wonder Duo. They were constantly busy, making it hard to find alone time. So, moments like these, taking a break together on a rooftop in the middle of the city, felt like a return to normalcy. What did you make me for lunch? Izuku asked with a smile. Who knows? You'll have to wait for lunch, I guess, Katsuki shrugged. Izuku gasped, pretending to be offended. But I'm hungry, he whined, laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder. Izuku still struggled with cooking, leaving Katsuki responsible for meals. At least now, he could handle spicy food. Babe, it's not even noon yet, Katsuki said, amused as he took off his gauntlets. We've been on patrol since 5 this morning. Izuku whined, hoping to convince him. Well, even so, I didn't bring lunch, it's at the agency, Katsuki replied, thinking he had won the debate. Izuku grinned and pulled out bento boxes from his bag, making Katsuki laugh. Good that I came prepared, Izuku said, handing one to Katsuki. Ground Zero and Deku speaking, we're taking a 30, Katsuki said through the earpiece they were required to wear. Roger that, lovebirds. Katsuki cut off the communication, rolling his eyes at their friend's antics. Kirishima, Izuku sighed, taking out chopsticks from his bag and handing a pair to Katsuki. He can't keep his mouth shut for 1 second, Katsuki grumbled, taking his own bento. Izuku giggled and put his hands together, with Katsuki doing the same. Thank you for the food. They took their first bites in silence, enjoying each other's presence and the flavorful food Katsuki had prepared. I heard that Shoto started fixing things up with his parents, Izuku said, trying to create conversation. Yeah, it was about time. That old man keeps coming to the agency to talk to him, and it's getting on my nerves, Katsuki stated, munching aggressively on his food. Izuku laughed and, not so discreetly, stole a piece of pork from Katsuki's meal. Hey! Katsuki defended, taking his food back. You got your own food, eat it. He glared at him, and Izuku laughed, pecking his cheek and taking another piece of his food in the process. But it's better when it comes from you, he grinned sheepishly, taking a piece from his own meal. Look, try mine, you'll see what I mean. Izuku opened his mouth, encouraging Katsuki to do the same. When he got the chance, he fed him a piece. Katsuki smirked. Izuku was an adorable piece of work, as Katsuki always called him. See? It's much better. Izuku smiled at him, making Katsuki chuckle as he leaned in for another kiss. I think it's because you're the one who fed me, not the food, Katsuki teased, watching Izuku blush. No. It's the food, I tell you. Izuku argued, flustered. Katsuki smirked, pointing at his own portion and then at his mouth. Izuku understood the message and took another piece, feeding it to Katsuki. Yeah, I'm right, it's because of you that it tastes better, Katsuki chuckled after swallowing his food. Izuku huffed, eating in silence to show he was mad, which only made Katsuki laugh. You're such a baby, Katsuki chuckled, staring at Izuku. Izuku smiled slightly, a blush covering his cheeks. You're lucky I love you, or I would have dumped you ages ago. Well, I guess I'm a real lucky man, Katsuki smiled, gulping nervously as he noticed Izuku's almost empty bento box. Izuku smiled as he took another piece of pork, confused when he saw something at the bottom. Katsuki chuckled at Izuku's reaction, glancing back and forth. So? Katsuki smirked, watching as Izuku's eyes widened. Don't leave me hanging, it's embarrassing enough. Katsuki scratched his neck nervously, his heart racing. So you're proposing to me through a bento? Izuku asked, still processing the information. Yeah, most original idea I could find. Not gonna lie, I was scared you'd swallow it with the rest of the meal. Katsuki smiled uncertainly. So is that a no or a yes? They both jumped when an explosion was seen from afar. They got up, ready to leave, but Izuku held Katsuki back, noticing his embarrassed and disappointed expression. It's a yes, Kaken, we'll fight villains till the day we die, Izuku answered, and the smile on Katsuki's face brightened. Let's start that now, Katsuki smirked, pulling Izuku in for a kiss. Let's take them down. Sometimes in life, you have to take a leap of faith. Trust yourself and your abilities. Even if it seems impossible, it's possible. Even if no one is smiling at you, you can smile for yourself. Some will hope you'll fall, lose, or give up. But you know what? Walk forward, let them look at your back while they laugh. And when you reach the top, that's when you look back at them. Remember, you walked that path. You smiled through it. You accepted your defeats and celebrated your victories. And in the end, you can tell them that they were wrong, that you could do it, and that you can raise your fist with pride. And remember, you proved them wrong.